day of June, so happy early July to everybody. We appreciate you coming along for the ride. This week's episode is super cool. We have Cynthia Langeth. She is the ranger, the lead interpretive ranger up at the Alpine Visitor Center. So we're going to learn all about things alpine, from the flowers to the animals to the weather and things to watch out for, all sorts of stuff like that. So definitely stay tuned. Before we get started, we wanted to give you a couple of pieces of news. First of all, Old Fall River Road is open. It just opened up like while we were recording this. So Old Fall River Road is now open for your driving, walking, or whatever pleasure. It is one way up only. If you don't know that, it's one way from the bottom to the top. And we have had some times where it's been super busy last year and we've had to shut down traffic in the middle of the day. So if you're planning on coming, as with everything, arrive early or come later in the evening. It's a beautiful road. So if you've never done that before, check it out. And it leads up to the Alpine Visitor Center, where Cynthia and all of our Alpine Rangers are that we're going to talk about today on the podcast. Another thing with roads, we do have road construction going on if you're coming to the park. So Moraine Park Campground Road, there's some construction there. It can be like 5 to 15 minute delays pretty soon after you turn off Bear Lake Road. And then we also have some pavement preservation stuff, keeping our pavement in good shape throughout the park. And that's just in various areas. So if you come to an area where cars are stopped for a little bit, that's probably what it is, unless everybody is stopping in the middle of the road and looking at elk, which you should not do. So hopefully that gets moved on. But otherwise, it's probably pavement preservation. We've got a program coming up that we want to tell you about. It is Climbing Long's Peak. So this is going to be some of our climbing rangers that live and breathe Long's Peak every day as their job, talking about climbing Colorado's favorite 14er, Long's Peak. They're going to talk about climbing and hiking routes, lessons learned, how to prepare and manage for risks, and all the things that are involved if you're thinking about a climb. This program is free and open to anybody, and it is going to be at 7:30 p.m. on the evenings of July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. So again, 7:30 p.m., July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center Amphitheater. So come and check that out. And one last shout out before we head into the podcast, the Rocky Pledge. So we've been putting this on our social media, and we also have it on our website. We have come up with something this summer called the Rocky Pledge. It is a pledge that you can take by yourself, with a group, out loud, in your head, whatever, however you want to do it. We just ask that it be meaningful to you. So if you go to go.nps.gov/Rocky Pledge, you'll see our Rocky Pledge logo, you'll see the pledge itself, and you'll see ways that you can join in. We just have so many people coming up to the park now. And actually, in a future episode, you're going to hear about that very soon. We're going to have Kyle Patterson, the public information officer for the park, here, and we're going to talk about the pledge and what you can do to help keep Rocky beautiful and protected. So go there to learn more about that. We're also encouraging people to take shots on social media. You'll see our logo is like two hands lovingly encircling a bighorn sheep. So if you want to go out in the park and take pictures with your hands encircling stuff or any creative ideas, anything like that, just tag them with a hashtag Rocky Pledge. And we go through and look at that hashtag and we repost shots. And we have a bunch of followers. So, win-win for everybody. All right, we are going to head into the podcast. Again, this is Cynthia Langeth, the Alpine Visitor Center main interpretive ranger, and you're going to learn all sorts of stuff about her and the Alpine.
You need a Britney Spears mic.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Here, everyone put on these Britney Spears mics. Okay, so I will give you a little intro before the beginning of the podcast, so we won't have to go through your full name and everything. So we will start out. Yeah. Then you can monitor, listen in. I have to hear myself talk.
I hear voices in my
own
head, and
voice,
it's
yeah.
mine.
I hear my own voice in my head. We don't have an exact outline.
That's okay.
We just kind of freewheel.
We can wing it.
So we'll start with Cynthia. What do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park? Like, what's your official title?
So my official title is Park Ranger, Interpretation, and EMT, which is kind of an interesting combination.
Yes.
But I primarily spend my time in the summers in the alpine tundra of the park and manage the Alpine Visitor Center operation.
What about in the winter?
So in the winter, there's a lot of catch up from summer.
Yeah.
After hosting 3.5 million of your closest friends, it
Yeah.
takes a little cleanup time. So in the winter, we do a lot of preparation for the summer, and I also get to lead snowshoe walks and full moon hikes in the
nice.
winter, which is pretty awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll come back and talk about that in a little bit. So, Alpine Visitor Center. Rocky's pretty famous for its alpine tundra,
It is.
is it not? On the way driving up here, we saw lots and lots of people eager to see it. So I thought we'd start by just talking about alpine tundra, what it is, what makes it what it is, nature. It is because of what it is. Yeah, so I guess first we could talk about tundra in general. So what is tundra in general?
Yeah, so tundra is, I guess, a slightly more generic term that just describes ground that is free of trees. And kind of historically, it's also been defined as, a lot of permanently frozen ground. That certainly, I don't think, is necessarily the case from a scientific standpoint today. But when tundra was kind of initially used, it was to describe an area free of trees that had a lot of permanently frozen ground. And then that either, occurs where you are at a, really far north latitude in the Northern Hemisphere, or you're at a really high elevation, which is, of course, what we have here in the park.
Right. Okay, so tundra, place without trees, that's due to temperature, I guess, instead of dryness, sort of. Alpine tundra is because of alpine being high elevation, right? So it's due,
Exactly.
due to
Versus
the elevation.
Arctic tundra, which would
Right,
be
due to the
latitude-based.
latitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to find tundra due to latitude, you have to go very far north.
You
or
do.
if you want to find tundra somewhere like Colorado, you just have to go up to, in Rocky, where does tundra begin, generally speaking? What's the range?
So generally speaking, it occurs around 11,400 feet in elevation in Rocky and kind of in the this region of the southern Rocky Mountains. Certainly as you go further south, tundra is found at higher elevations. You go further north, it's found at lower elevations. I mean, there's alpine tundra at the equator if mountains are high enough.
If it's tall enough.
Exactly.
Yeah, I worked in Denali National Park for a while, and I think their south-facing slopes was around 2,400 feet, and north-facing was around 1,800 or something like that. And yeah, you just keep going north, and eventually it's sea level.
Yeah, you
Takes a while.
don't have trees even at sea level,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
pretty amazing.
So at that 11,000 foot mark here, approximately, in Rocky, what is it about that elevation that makes it so there are no trees?
So, certainly there's a lot of factors that influence tree line, but the primary driver is temperature. Trees need a long enough period during the summer to basically grow into trees. They need to have enough time to put on new growth and grow upwards. And if the average warmest temperature during the summer months is below 50 degrees, then you pretty much don't have trees anymore. So that 50-degree isotherm, as it's called, is the determining factor for tree line. So yeah, it's just too cold. Trees don't have enough time to grow up into trees.
Right. It is too cold and harsh for any tree to make it.
Yes, we definitely get the little kind of shrubby trees we call krumholtz, which technically are the same tree species you find down in the big, majestic forest, but they're a little stunted up here.
Yeah, Krumholtz. That's an interesting word.
Isn't that a great name?
Yeah, it's a German word, right?
Yes. Crooked wood.
Crooked wood. Yeah, you see it. I'm trying to think of some places visitors go. They're really good to see it, like Rainbow Curve or
Yeah, Rainbow Curve is definitely approaching that kind
getting
of
close.
transition zone between the forest and the alpine tundra.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and even even at pull-offs like Forest Canyon, Medicine Bow Curve, you can see examples of Krumholtz.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really amazing. It's almost like natural bonsai or something. They just grow super close to the ground,
It's
really
definitely
gnarled. They
Mother
creep
Nature's
along in little
pruning.
pockets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere where they can find a little bit of shelter from the wind, even from themselves. It's amazing how thick it can grow in places too. Okay, so alpine tundra. Rocky has a lot of alpine tundra, right?
About
How
a third of
much?
the park.
About a third of the park. And the park is just under 250,000 acres, so a lot of areas of alpine tundra. And I think one of the things that makes Rocky so cool and unique is that we have this road that takes you right up into alpine tundra. It's paved. You can see it in the summer when the road is open. And so when people are driving up, that's what they're seeing. One thing that I want to make sure we talk about, so we'll talk about it now with the alpine tundra. So no trees can grow up here, but other stuff can grow up here. What other kind of things grow on the alpine tundra, and when do they grow?
Yeah, so surprisingly, I think to a lot of visitors and even staff when they first start working here is how diverse the alpine tundra is. At 35 miles an hour in your car, it can kind of look like a lawn. But when you stop and really spend some time taking a closer look, there's actually over 300 plant species that make their home in the alpine tundra here in the park.
Yeah.
Some of those are endemic to high elevations in this area.
So they're only found?
They're only found kind of in the southern Rocky Mountains. And then some of them are circumpolar. You'll find them in tundra up above the Arctic Circle. You'll find them in other mountain regions in the world. So it's a pretty cool mix of plant species, a lot of flowering plants, which certainly is what draws a lot of people that come here up into the high elevations in the summer is to see the wildflowers.
Yeah.
And then it's just amazing how tiny and slow growing they can be. The growing season here is kind of short compared to what most people are used to in their gardens. And
about how long is it?
Well, it depends. It depends.
Right.
If you're in a really sunny, windswept area where you're snow-free for a longer period of time, you might have a really posh growing season of like 90 days.
Ooh, 90 days.
Yeah. We're talking like, living the life. And then other plant communities, other areas in the tundra where there's really late-lying snow may only have a 35 or 40-day growing season.
Wow.
So you don't have a lot of time to do business as a plant. So you kind of have to have some, tricks up your sleeve in order to start growing at lower temperatures and put your flowers out into the world a little earlier than a lot of lower elevation plants. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, what are some of the tricks?
Well, certainly being able to photosynthesize at much lower temperatures than your counterparts down low. So a lot of alpine plants will start growing when temperatures are still, 32, 34 degrees Fahrenheit, just above freezing, really.
Yeah.
And then just growing quickly and putting a lot of energy into flowering right away because it's actually more energy intensive to make seeds. So you want to have a longer period of the summer where you're putting that energy into making seeds for the next generation. So a lot of plants up here flower pretty early. And then they have, hair and
that's
red
one that I think
pigments
really cool.
And waxy coatings and just all kinds of different adaptations depending on which plant you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it's just really cool to get to know the alpine plants a little more and, just really be surprised and I think impressed by how uniquely adapted life is up here. I mean, they've done studies where they've taken high elevation plants down to greenhouses and they drop dead.
Really?
They're like, life is too good. I just can't take it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that some of these plants only can grow here in this what seems like impossible, harsh environment.
Yeah, I remember, when I first started working up in Alaska and we would, be out and just to see all the different kinds of plants. And that was another thing, like you're saying, circumpolar or just tundra in general plants. I recognized so many plants here. Some of them are the same species, or some of them are really close, even though it's so far away, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
Same thing with the hair and all those different adaptations. And I also think the diversity is amazing. I guess, is that because, like you're saying, conditions vary so much from place to place, and it is so on the limit of where it's possible to grow that just small changes in, like you're saying, snow freeness or sun exposure or moisture retention or soils? Is that what drives that amazing amount of diversity that you can sometimes see?
I think so. It's really interesting up here. You can walk just a short distance and transition from one very kind of specific plant community into another that's very different, from a super dry, rocky, windswept fell field into a more lush meadow. Another 100 yards down a trail, you might come to a wetland. So it really is, it's like a big city that's got all these really unique neighborhoods, ethnically and architecturally and, economically. It's just, it's the same thing, but it's, the natural world doing that on a smaller scale.
I think the point that you made is really, really good, is that I think this happens too a lot of times in desert parks or just anywhere where the conditions are difficult, is that when you're driving through, even at 35 or 25 miles an hour, it kind of looks like, there's not that much going on right there. And then if you stop and you actually start walking some of our trails, which we can talk about, and you look closer, you realize, whoa, there's so much stuff. You almost have to get your nose down in the ground. If you ever see anybody with their nose in the ground and their butt in the air, they're probably smelling or just taking pictures of their flowers.
We call them belly flowers. You have to get on your belly to actually appreciate them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is one thing I want to make sure that we cover, is that I want to talk about our tundra protection areas that we have in the park and why those exist. And so let's talk about that first. So we have tundra protection zones in the park areas. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that I really kind of admire about the alpine tundra is its incredible ability to adapt and overcome this really harsh environmental conditions. But at the same time, because of the harsh environmental conditions, it's also really fragile. So because plants grow so slowly up here, a few careless footprints can wipe out decades worth of growth for some of these species. So we learned from a lot of research that was done back in the 1960s that tundra is really slow to recover from trampling. And because we get so many visitors and we have kind of, localized the impacts up here with our major viewpoints and parking areas in those particular spots, it's just not feasible to let folks kind of wander around on the tundra itself,
right? Because
there's too many feet, and they're going to cause long-term damage that is going to take 50 plus years to recover if no one continues to step on it.
Right.
So so in those areas we've created tundra protection zones where you actually are required by park regulation to stay on paved trails or in parking areas. And that's simply to limit the impacts of thousands of people, daily during our peak visitation months, from really causing, almost irreversible damage to the tundra plant communities in those areas. So it's really important in those high visitation areas that folks are staying on those paved trails and really allowing the tundra to thrive.
Yeah, I think that's something that surprises tons of people. Is like it takes a really long time for these tiny plants to grow, and when they get trampled, it can take so long for them to grow back. And
there's species that put on like 3 leaves in a year.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And then next year they put on 3 more leaves. Or they're like a dinner plate sized plant when they're 50 years old. So you can wipe out quite a bit of growth just by accidentally grinding your foot when you're walking across the tundra.
Yeah, that's amazing. So if people do want to be able to see and kind of walk through the tundra, get close to a lot of flowers, but not trample it and ruin it for the next 50 years and keep it beautiful for everybody, where are some places that you like to send people here to look and see everything up close firsthand?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot of smaller pull-offs along Trail Ridge Road up above tree line where 2 or 3 cars can stop and people can get out, and then it's totally fine to walk on the tundra. It's resilient enough that it can handle being stepped on a handful of times in a span of a few days. And in those areas, if folks are real careful and they walk on bare spots and rocks when they can and walk softly on the plants when they are stepping on them, it's really not going to cause long-term damage. And in fact, it's a great way to get to know the tundra a little bit more. So really any of those smaller pull-offs where we don't have, large parking areas and signs that indicate you need to stay on a paved trail.
Okay.
It's fine to go out on the tundra. And it's interesting, a lot of visitors don't realize that you can walk on the tundra outside those tundra protection areas. And another great way to experience the alpine tundra and get to walk, off trail and really get down on your belly and check out the flowers is to go with one of our tundra nature walks, which are offered daily through the summer at 9:30 a.m. And we definitely take folks off trail on those hikes. And
So it's 9:30 a.m. every morning
at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Visitor Center.
Yep.
Go out with a ranger.
Through early August.
Oh, that's awesome. Our last podcast, if anyone missed it, you can tune in. We talked with Kathy Brazelton a lot about ranger programs in general and all the stuff that's going on. So that's a really good one. Up here, what are some other ranger programs at Alpine Visitor Center that people might be into?
So in addition to the Tundra Nature Walks, which we offer every day, we have a talk about the human history of the area, kind of specifically around the roads and routes people have taken through the mountains over time. We call that Road to the Top, and that one's offered twice weekly. And then we also offer all about lightning talks 3 times a week, and that one is really good just to learn a little bit more about how to be safe in the park, not only above tree line, but just when you're out exploring and adventuring in general. But certainly, big reason behind the All About Lightning talk is lightning is one of our environmental hazards in the summertime. So we like to educate folks as best we can about how to plan ahead and how to, make good decisions when they're in the park so that we don't have anyone injured or killed by lightning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lightning is a big one up here,
Yeah.
I think. I mean, everyone knows Colorado gets a lot of lightning, but when you're up here above tree line and there's no trees, the tallest thing around is often you. Could you talk a little bit about, just some of those really general tips for folks as they're coming to visit? 'Cause I think it's something that people just, the Alpine is so different, Alpine tundra, from what most of us live in or experience on a daily basis. And that's one of the things that I think people just don't think about until you're seeing it and it's too late and it's scary.
Yeah, I think the Alpine tundra is kind of otherworldly to a lot of our visitors for a multitude of reasons. And one is, the weather up here. You come up from Denver, it's, 95 degrees, and then you step out of your car up here, and the wind is blowing, and the wind chill's, 42 degrees, and you're still wearing flip-flops and a tank top.
Yeah.
So that kind of throws people for a loop.
Even right now, I don't know what it is in Denver today. I think it's in the 90s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be real hot today.
And right now, it's in the low 60s up here.
With a breeze.
I'm glad I have on a wind jacket. You've got on a vest. And this is a hot day.
Yeah, this is a really nice,
This is a really
warm
day
yeah,
up here. So
yeah,
definitely. That's a great tip.
Yeah, and then I think too, when it comes to thunderstorms and lightning, so many of our visitors, and myself included, growing up, you watch storms build from a distance, and then they are, they're coming your way or they're moving away from you. But you kind of have this almost like theater experience when it comes to weather a lot of times. And when you're in the high mountains, the weather often builds right where you are. So you don't see it coming. You are in it as it's developing. And so I think it takes people by surprise sometimes.
It happens so fast.
It really
You'll
does.
see something off in the distance. And like you said, when you're like, oh, look at that storm. It's coming. And then...
Or those puffy clouds are getting a little darker at the bottom.
It's there in minutes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So I think it does take people by surprise. And then, I think a lot of visitors just don't take lightning as seriously as they should here in the park as far as a real risk, a real hazard. So, definitely just getting out and playing in the high elevations early in the morning when there's less likely to be thunderstorms is always a good idea. Check the weather forecast ahead of time because we certainly can have thunderstorms develop in the morning. We've had thunder and lightning at 10 a.m. It's not always, noon or 1 o'clock. And then, just make sure you have kind of an escape plan. Don't push yourself. If you think the weather is changing, turn around. The only safe place to be in a lightning storm is in a substantial building or in a, hard-topped vehicle. Even outdoors, if you get below tree line, if you get into the forest, you're still not as safe as you would be inside. So I think it's really just about making good decisions ahead of time and choosing wisely about how you're going to recreate and how you're going to spend your time in the park, so that you don't put yourself in one of those situations that can become dangerous really quickly.
And then I guess since we're on the topic of safety, the other thing I wanted to talk about, make sure that we hit, is altitude. So
Yes.
we're at Alpine Visitor Center right now. We're at what altitude?
So we're at 11,796 feet, so almost 11,800 feet in elevation.
Okay. And Trail Ridge Road goes a bit over 12,000 feet
does.
in elevation. So I'll tee you up for a question. So is there less oxygen at altitude?
There is not
There
less
is not.
oxygen percentage-wise
Okay.
as far as the amount of oxygen in our atmosphere.
Uh-huh.
However, there's less available oxygen to you because the molecules are more spread out. So if you kind of think about a box of air at sea level and a box of air at elevation, the percentage of oxygen is still the same inside that box, but there's less oxygen molecules
Right.
at elevation.
So you're getting less
you're getting
oxygen
less.
as you breathe.
Yeah, for sure.
Significantly less.
Yes. So your body is working a lot harder to get the oxygen it needs. And, a lot of people think like, oh, I'll be acclimated after being here a couple days. And for a lot of visitors, they do feel better after they're here for a few days, especially if they're taking care of themselves, they're getting sleep, they're eating probably more than they're used to eating. They're drinking a lot of water. Caffeinated beverages do not qualify as fluids when you're coming to altitude. So
those are all things that help.
They help.
Eat some, eat a little bit more food, get some more rest,
You'll
drink
find
some
you're
more
probably
water.
a little hungrier than you normally are. You need to drink more water because one, the environment here is very dry. And then two, your body's just working harder to get what it needs. So you're using up more energy, more, liquid in your system.
So those things can help.
They definitely can help.
But
you don't fully acclimate until about 3 months,
Right.
Which is the bad news.
Right.
Because your red blood cells have about a 3-month life cycle. So you don't get rid of the old low elevation red blood cells, all of them, until the 3-month mark and create those nice new red blood cells that carry more oxygen. So
Yeah.
while most people will often feel better after being here for a few days or a week, physiologically, you're not going to be acclimated
Yeah.
for quite some time.
And how does it make people feel? What are some of the some of the
Awful.
basic symptoms?
So, for a lot of people, they feel short of breath, a little lightheaded, a little fuzzy. Folks will often get a mild headache. Just kind of feeling blah.
Yeah, you just feel kind of
just kind of run down. And that's honestly pretty normal for
Yeah.
most folks.
Yeah.
But what will happen is a lot of times it freaks you out, right? Like,
Right.
why can't I catch my breath? I just did a short walk across the parking lot.
Yep.
So now I'm freaking out because I can't catch my breath. So
Yep.
now I can't catch my breath more.
Right.
And so I'm freaking out even more. And now I'm getting a little dizzy. And, it's kind of
yeah.
it's
I hadn't thought
it's
about
like a
that.
self-fulfilling prophecy.
I hadn't thought about that. So just
So,
that feeling stresses people out. a
Yeah,
little
it totally
bit, and
stresses people out.
It compounds
causes
itself.
anxiety.
Okay.
So,
So if people are coming up, especially, I know people. I did this when I first
Yeah.
came here. I flew in from DC area, drove up Destis Park. Oh, we have a few hours before dinner. Let's drive up to Alpine Visitor Center. So you're basically going from sea level to almost 12,000 feet in no time.
yeah.
And just standing around, you can feel dizzy, even if you're a perfectly healthy person. So one thing is, just recognize that those are some normal symptoms. And then what if you're up here and that they do start to get, like if your headache starts to get really acute, bad, or it starts
Yeah.
hurting, or you're just
So-
feeling crappy.
Really bad headache. You can't catch your breath no matter what you do, no matter how long you rest. Dizzy enough that you have to sit down or you're going to fall down. Those are definitely more concerning symptoms. And all of the rangers that work here at the Alpine Visitor Center are emergency medical technicians.
Oh, okay. Everybody.
And everybody. It's a requirement of the job here. And we have a medical clinic attached to the visitor center where we can certainly treat visitors who are having a more serious reaction to altitude or something else. A lot of people with pre-existing medical conditions will find that when they come to altitude, it really aggravates their condition, and something that they might have had relatively good control over at home now is manifesting itself as a more serious medical emergency. So we certainly take those things very seriously and are happy to help folks that are having a more serious reaction to the altitude. So folks shouldn't hesitate to come on into the Alpine Visitor Center and talk to a ranger if they aren't sure if what they're feeling is, quote, normal or not.
Right. Good. That's great. And then even if you're having mild symptoms, the best cure is?
The only cure is to go down.
The best and only cure.
Yes.
Go down in elevation.
Yes.
You'll be getting more oxygen. You will feel better.
Descend.
Yes, descend. Good. I think those are a lot of the safety things that I just wanted to make sure that we covered from the get-go. So we'll come back to Alpine stuff, Alpine Visitor Center, Alpine everything. But let's talk about you. Are you excited?
I'm
I
excited.
can tell how excited you are. So Cynthia, where are you from originally?
So I grew up in Missouri.
Missouri. Where in
So
Missouri?
Midwest.
For our Missouri listeners.
So kind of the west central part of the state.
Okay.
Small town near Warrensburg, Missouri.
Uh-huh. And when you were growing up, were you guys big national parks travelers?
We were.
Mountain folks? Went out to
Yeah.
the mountains? Yeah?
Yeah, my dad was pretty opposed to going east of our home.
Yeah?
So we always went west and we visited national parks. That's just kind of what we did. We had family that lived near Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Park, near the Redwoods in California. So about every summer we took some sort of family road trip for a week or two and hit national parks. So, that was just kind of normal for me growing up. That's where we went on vacation.
Yeah.
We were definitely, though, the park visitor that stopped at the visitor center and got a map and then stopped at the overlooks and took pictures, walked the little nature trail, and then moved on to the next national park.
Okay.
We weren't hikers. We weren't campers. We never went to a ranger-led program, which I find kind of ironic since I turned into a ranger that leads programs.
Yeah.
And I knew I wanted to be a park ranger by the time I was about 12, even though I
Really?
had no clue what they did. I just knew
How
they
did you
had
know?
to. Well, because they got to live and work in places like this, and that was good enough for me at that age. So, the older I got, I kind of figured out what park rangers actually did,
Right.
and
But
it
at
still
first,
sounded
it was
cool.
just you went to a lot of parks
And I wanted to
and you thought,
be there
"Wow, that is cool.
all the time.
I want to be there more."
Yeah, I think it was really the landscapes, the the aesthetics of Western landscapes that really hooked me, and that kind of spoke to me on a level even as a preteen and teenager that was really meaningful, and I knew I need to be in these places. So
Do you have any siblings?
I do have an older brother.
Does he feel like that?
He
Or was he
definitely.
more like, "Oh, this is fun, but whatever"?
Well, he actually does outdoor
Okay.
photography and videography.
Uh-huh.
So we both kind of ended up in fields that could have been somewhat predicted by
Yeah.
our upbringing.
And why do you think your parents were so into the national park thing? Was it because you said you did it ever since you were little? Had they done that with their parents?
My dad did.
Okay.
He grew up, well, kind of, to a certain extent. They traveled a lot to Florida, so he grew up going to the beach in the winter months. He lived in Michigan. And then my mom grew up on a farm in Nebraska, so kind of wide open spaces have always been special to her. And yeah, I think that was just kind of their thing.
Yeah.
And then I think a lot of it had to do too with where some of our close family lived and was situated as well. It was
Sure.
like if you go to Jackson, Wyoming, of course you're going to visit Grand Teton National Park
Yeah.
and Yellowstone National Park, and
You would
that's where I had relatives and
Right.
so I think they both just were really drawn to the same kind of Western landscapes. I remember them really being into photography. And
What's the first park you remember visiting?
the first park I remember visiting is probably the Redwoods in California. And I remember the big trees, and then I also remember falling in the ocean and thinking I was going to get sucked out to sea. And then my mom having to shake out my little pink pants in the parking lot and sitting in my underwear in the back seat of the car was very embarrassing. So
Okay, so that sealed it in
that
your memory.
did. That's a very
Yeah.
vivid memory
Yeah.
for me as a child.
Were there any smaller parks or like less well-known parks that you remember going to that stick in your head?
I remember Craters of the Moon.
Oh, okay. In Idaho?
Yeah, that one was really cool as a kid. The whole, lava fields, but then ice caves, was
Yeah.
just really, really interesting. I remember
Yeah.
kind of, skating in my tennis shoes in the ice caves, in
Sorry.
early June when
Yeah.
it was pretty warm outside.
Yeah,
So
hot.
it was really, that was a really interesting.
It's kind of
Site.
southeast Idaho, is that correct?
Yeah, southeast, south central.
Yeah, Craters
Yeah.
of the Moon.
Yep.
For folks who don't know about that, we're trying to, I'm asking people these things because I'm trying to highlight some of the units that people might not know about other than Rocky.
Yeah.
And that's a really amazing, like you said, just bizarre place.
Yeah, super
just
cool.
Fields of volcanic rock and
Mm-hmm.
ice caves, and it's pretty remote. Really interesting.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
That's definitely one I remember. And then I remember as a teenager visiting Fort Laramie.
Oh yeah, that's
National Historic Park,
like
and
Laramie.
I really liked that park. I was kind of into history at the time.
Yeah.
And just found kind of Western history really fascinating. And I thought Fort Laramie was really cool.
Yeah, so that's down in southeast Wyoming, past Guernsey, which I'm sure many of our listeners are familiar with Guernsey. Just look it up, Fort Laramie. It's really neat how it's been as different buildings restored to different time periods, and they've done a lot of work restoring it. And unlike Rocky, which is a very busy park, it is not a super busy park. So you really have a lot of things to yourself.
Yeah.
And at Guernsey State Park near there's a visitor center created by the CCC with exhibits from the WPA, and it is like in original condition.
Wow.
Yeah, so all the exhibits you can go in there and see, and they're all hand calligraphy, painted. It's really incredible. It's almost like
cool.
it's almost like a WPA museum. And it's kind of, it's just in this little park, and the building is very park rustic type architecture, huge stones and timbers.
Guernsey State Park.
Yeah, Guernsey State Park. Yeah, shout out.
We didn't hit that on our family
a lot of
road
people
trip,
don't know about it. I don't know if they want me telling
Yeah.
people about it or not, but now they know. Now they know. It's really worth seeing. So you knew you wanted to be a park ranger when you were 12.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go about making that dream a reality?
So when I was looking into where to go to college, I definitely looked for programs that, were known in the kind of parks field, had parks and recreation majors, tourism majors, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I, quickly kind of narrowed it down to just a handful of universities. And of course, dreamed big about going out of state, but then financial reality set in, and I ended up going to the University of Missouri, which has a good parks, recreation, and tourism program. And so I kind of went into it not knowing exactly what I would focus on, but pretty quickly realized kind of the interpretive educational side of things was what I was most interested in.
And why did that interest you the most?
I think I definitely was an extrovert in high school, loved drama and, kind of being in the thick of things all the time. And so that appealed to me, like being the educational ranger, being the one giving the programs, kind of, entertaining visitors to a certain extent. And just also learning about these places. I grew up in a rural area, and I just, I always loved just exploring the creeks and forests near where I grew up and trying to figure out how things in nature worked. So I think that was appealing too. Like that was my job, figuring out how things in nature worked and then explaining that to park visitors. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of similar. It's like, oh, I get to learn about all sorts of stuff and entertain people.
Exactly.
Be the center of attention.
This
Sign
is
me up. This is
awesome.
fun. And you get to learn about so
Exactly.
many different things, which I think is
and you're
is really,
always
really
learning,
cool.
because there's
You have to.
you never are going to know everything. So
Yeah,
it's like
constant.
this constant, like, oh wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah. So you went there. What was your first park? It didn't have to be park service, but park job of some kind. Did you do like internship?
I did. So I actually worked at a state historic site in Missouri one summer, giving tours of a lodge, a historic home. Bothwell Lodge State Historic Site near Sedalia, Missouri.
Bothwell.
Yeah. So
Look
that
it up.
was
Look
that
it up,
was
visitors.
a cool experience.
Yeah.
And then I actually got an internship in the National Park Service because I always knew that, growing up in Missouri, I wanted to move out west. So I don't think my family or my friends ever expected me to stay in Missouri. So I was pretty excited when I got a internship at Rocky Mountain National Park between my junior and senior
That was
year
your first
in college.
internship. Was here.
It was here, which is funny because this wasn't one of the parks we visited a lot as a kid. I think I'd come here once with my parents when I was maybe like 13 or 14.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking it was beautiful, but it wasn't one of the landscapes that was kind of burned into my memory as a kid growing up.
Yeah.
Like Grand Tetons and Grand Canyon and Southwest Utah.
Right.
was kind of burned into my memory more.
Yeah.
So I found it kind of ironic that I ended up here, and then this has become obviously a really special
Yeah.
place to me over time.
Yeah, were you doing with that internship?
So I was doing interpretation.
Okay.
So working at
Yeah.
the visitor centers and
Yeah.
leading nature hikes.
And since it wasn't burned into your memory, what did you come away from that summer thinking? Like, did it?
Well, I think because I didn't grow up hiking and camping and doing those sorts of things, I started to dabble with that in college, kind of just locally where I went to school. And so this was the first like big Western landscape that I lived in and got to know more intimately as a hiker. I climbed Long's Peak that first summer, which was, at the time, like the hardest thing I had physically ever done.
Sure.
Kind of blew my mind.
Yeah.
And just kind of, I think, built a lot of confidence in myself as an outdoors person, being capable of hiking and camping. Yeah, like I planned a backpacking trip to the Grand Canyon after working here that summer for a bunch of my friends who none of us had ever backpacked before. So it was kind of an epic fail in some ways, but also really awesome.
Okay. That's how you learn.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was kind of the same way. I was in Boy Scouts, but didn't do like backpacking or that kind of stuff. And then, I had an internship in Yellowstone one summer and just got after it, started backpacking and hiking and learning through great success and great failure, shivering nights and where you forgot something important or,
exactly.
Those things.
Like a sleeping pad.
Yeah, like a sleeping pad. Oh, it turns out they're not just to pad you. They're to keep you from being freezing cold.
Yes.
Yeah. That's interesting that this is the first place that you came.
Yeah.
So what about after that? What was your first Park Service job? Did it take
actually,
a while? Or?
It didn't.
Okay.
The next summer after I graduated from college, I actually got a job back at Rocky Mountain National Park working at the entrance stations, collecting fees and selling passes. So that was my first, paid job in the park ranger uniform. And it was a great summer. It was super fun. I was fresh out of college, working with a lot of other folks fresh out of college. So it was kind of like summer camp. And it was, it was a really good experience. And then I was able to transition into more of an interpretive position the following summer here at Rocky Mountain National Park. And then I started popping around a little bit more to other national parks, which was kind of one of my goals when I was a seasonal park ranger. So I worked a summer in Olympic National Park.
I love Olympic.
Oh, man. Talk about an amazing backcountry park.
Yeah, that's a crazy place. Just ocean to glaciers in no time.
Yeah,
Rainforest.
12 feet of rain to 12 inches of rain.
Yeah, exactly.
A year. Yeah, really cool park.
Yeah.
And then I worked winters in Death Valley for 3 years, which I
Also
love
amazing.
the desert. Your comment earlier about
Yeah.
the desert and the alpine kind of having some similarities.
Yeah.
I definitely have always
Tons.
seen that and felt that. And I think it's one of the reasons I'm drawn to both environments, both landscapes.
Yeah.
But Death Valley was incredible. Talk
Yeah.
about just, I don't know, just such a vast place that just, I guess for me, the desert, you either love it or you don't.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
There's not a lot of in between, and I absolutely love the desert. So that was a really cool experience.
Yeah, I do
spending
too.
winters there.
And I found that too because I also love alpine. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was up in Alaska for a while, and I went to Death Valley, I guess a little bit before I started working here, so a few years back, and to make their new map. And so we got to go all over the park for 8 days. I mean, we didn't get to go back on all the dirt roads because we didn't have time to ride on washboard for 4 hours, 8 hours on a day,
And change 2 flat tires.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I agree. I feel like there are a lot of similarities. Same with the plants, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Just lots of hidden treasures. It's an amazing place. I feel like a lot of people end up just driving through there. You kind of live in Southern California, like on the way to Vegas or somewhere.
Yeah, it's what you travel through to get from point
and the
A to
speed
point
limits
B.
are kind of high, and you kind of blow through there. And in the summer, it is brutal.
Ridiculously hot.
At least down in the lowlands. Up high, it's nice. But yeah, an amazing place. And that's the largest National Park Service unit in the lower 48, right?
It is.
Yeah, it's around 3 million acres. So
it's huge.
1.5 times the size of Yellowstone. I think a lot of people don't realize that either.
Yeah.
And it has an amazing map. I'm just kidding. It is a pretty cool map, but that was a really fun one to make.
It's a pretty cool place. I believe it has a pretty cool
Yeah, it is. It is a really cool place. And then what about after that?
And then I came back here for several seasons.
Uh-huh.
I actually worked as a seasonal park ranger at the Alpine Visitor Center, which was really fun. And then eventually decided that, if I was going to make a career of this, I, needed to have year-round work.
Yep.
And it took a few years, but I eventually got a permanent year-round job with the National Park Service at Point Reyes National Seashore, which was a really cool change from working in desert parks and mountain parks to go to a seashore and learn marine mammals and marine weather and pelagic birds and, all of the really cool things about, kind of coastal California.
Yeah.
And I was there for a couple years, and it was really a neat area to live, to visit a lot of other National Park Service sites, everything in the San Francisco area.
It's amazing how close it is to San Francisco.
Yeah.
So much stuff.
Yeah.
Did you work out at the
really
lighthouse ever?
I did.
Did you live out there?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
That always seemed hardcore to me, the people.
Yeah, the wind. It's like the Alpine. The wind is
it's
pretty
just
brutal.
nonstop.
Yeah.
And fog comes through there too, right?
A little bit.
Not too much. A little bit. Yeah, Point Reyes is awesome.
Yeah. So I worked there, and then Joshua Tree National Park.
Ooh, man.
In Southern California, and then back here at Rocky. So
You've hit a lot of great places.
yeah, I'm kind of picky. I have to, I have to be in a place that kind of feeds my soul.
Yeah, it speaks to you, right?
I like to visit a lot of, everything in the National Park Service I feel is, valuable and important and inspirational and really cool to visit, but not all of the National Park Service sites or places I would want to work just because I need to be really personally kind of excited about.
Yeah, I think that's
the place I
important. When I was doing that job where I was making maps, I traveled to all kinds of sites from big parks like this down to tiny little Revolutionary War battlefields and everything in between. And it's the people that were at those sites were excited about those sites. So I think
it's great.
Yeah, it's like there's niches for lots of different people. And in fact, I think a lot of people end up in these little subcultures of the NPS, which is what I've kind of learned. Like I remember when I was down at some Civil War parks in the South, they were like, yeah, the Cannonball Circuit, it's like people who they love the Civil War. And I feel like especially in interpretation, like you have to love.
We have to love the stories you're telling.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
If you don't love it, you'll either get bored of it or whatever, and then it shows for the visitors.
You're not going to be as effective at actually doing your job.
Yeah, that's great that you're able to be in so many places that work for you. And so since you've been back at Rocky, have you always been at the Alpine Visitor Center?
The first couple years I was back here, I was not up at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Yeah.
I was down on the east side of the park helping run the Sheep Lakes operation, which is another really cool place in Rocky. A lot of great people that dedicate their time to working there and helping protect the bighorn sheep and tell that story to the visitors.
Yeah, so that's down in Horseshoe Park. Fastest way is from Fall River entrance, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Just, for our visitors, look it up on our website, Fall River entrance, Sheep Lakes information. So you did that for a little bit?
I did. But, honestly, one of my dreams in coming back to Rocky Mountain National Park was to work at the Alpine Visitor Center and to kind of manage this part of the park from an interpretive standpoint. I just love the high elevation. It's really for me what makes Rocky really special.
Yeah.
It's the part of the park that I love the most. So when I was able to come back up here and start, managing the Alpine Visitor Center and recruiting volunteers and park staff that were also really excited about this environment. It's been awesome. It's going to be hard to leave.
Yeah, man. It's hard to top this, no pun intended. It is the highest elevation parks visitor center in the National Park Service, for those who might not know.
Yeah, surprisingly, the second highest elevation visitor center, I'm pretty sure, is in Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's on Haleakala, yeah.
That makes sense. I never thought about that.
But a lot of people would not expect that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I remember one winter I almost took an internship there in Haleakala, and they were like, yeah, by the way, it's real cold up here and remote. It is very high
I think their visitor center is at like 10,000 feet.
Yeah, it's really high up there. It gets below freezing a lot. Why it is an amazing place. So you've been up here running the Alpine Visitor Center for a while. What are some of the, I'm sure there are many, challenges of running the Alpine Visitor Center? Because it's such a crazy place to build anything.
It is. And that's honestly what I tell my staff, my new staff in the spring, before we can even get up here because the road is still closed.
Yeah, when can you usually get up here?
Usually late May. We
Late May.
shoot for Memorial Day weekend, but that more
Right.
times than not doesn't happen. It's
So you
usually
don't have long between when you can get here and when
No.
it opens to the public.
no.
Okay.
So yeah, it's kind of honestly a ridiculous place to have a building.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, it's a little over the top. So I think just the location is kind of ridiculous. We don't have running water for the first few weeks that we're open in the spring, and for the last 3 or 4 weeks that we're open in the fall, which is not a big hardship or anything, but it surprises a lot of visitors.
Yeah.
They're not prepared for it.
Absolutely.
They don't understand why they can't have a flush toilet.
Yep.
So little things like that make it kind of challenging sometimes. The weather is totally squirrely, especially in the early season and late season. We can have blizzards blow in, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Lightning. I mean, our building has been struck by lightning before.
Yeah.
When it's really kind of dicey, you step outside and you can hear our lightning rod on the roof humming.
Ooh.
And that's always a sign to go
That's an
right back
interesting feeling,
inside
yeah.
and tell people to put their umbrellas away.
So yeah, when people drive up, they'll see, or if they look at pictures online, these huge logs on the roof. That's for snow load, I assume.
It's to hold the roof on in the winter
To
so it
hold the
doesn't
roof
blow
on
off.
from the wind.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because the wind up here is crazy.
Yeah.
Insane.
100 mile an hour plus in the winter.
And then, all the lightning, rods sticking up.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yep. So yeah, the building tells its story pretty well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, and then, people, like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of otherworldly for a lot of visitors.
Mm-hmm.
They pop above tree line and it's like no other place they've ever been.
Yeah.
And the road doesn't have guardrails and
Yeah.
their heart's pounding a little faster and they can't quite catch their breath and the road doesn't have guardrails and they're freaking out and they pull into the parking lot and they're having a full-on panic attack. And, we calmly and confidently reassure them that the road is just as wide here as it is in Kansas. And, it can be really scary though.
Yeah,
and
it does scare a lot of people, understandably.
So just the kind of the visitor dynamic, people coming in not feeling well, people coming in freaked out about the road.
Yeah.
People coming in just super, blissed out because this is a pretty incredible environment. So
Yeah.
you get the full gamut. So you never quite know what your day is going to bring,
Right.
which is one of the reasons I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it can be an interesting place to work for sure.
Yeah. What is it about the Alpine for you that speaks to you? I mean, I certainly can relate to that because I find the same thing. The first time that I went above tree line, I guess probably was in Yellowstone, and I was just like, this is it. This is it for me. I just immediately loved it. And I think as many people as there are who are kind of freaked out by it, there's a lot of people who have that feeling. But what is it for you that keeps the magic going?
I kind of think it's a combination of the just the visual landscape, the incredible views, the fact that you can see mountain ranges that are, 40, 50 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
That it's such this wide open expanse of a landscape. And that kind of combined with the really hardy, cool, quirky adaptations to the plants, interesting animals that are only found in the high elevations. I'm definitely a plant person,
Mm-hmm.
so I geek out
Yeah,
on
me
the
too.
alpine flowers, totally. And just the fact that it's like such a harsh environment and the weather and the climate really shape it on some super in super nuanced ways that I just find really intriguing, and I'm always discovering something new. And it's just an incredible landscape. It's my happy place. It's where I go in my head when I need to be in my happy place.
Yeah, that's a good point about one thing I always like is kind of the rawness because things are so on the edge that you can like see natural processes fairly clearly compared to lots of places. There's not trees covering up or there's complexity, of course. There's a lot of complexity, but there's also a certain straightforwardness about it.
It's
that you
pared
can
down
see.
a little bit.
Yeah, you can just see like how, even looking out here, you can see how on steeper slopes, like grasses will kind of shift down and you can see how frost affects things and you can see
how slope affects things.
Right,
and,
exactly. That's a big one is, seeing like north facing versus south facing or east or west and how that has an effect. And you just see all these natural things kind of laid out in front of you. And then, yeah, too, the power is like you can't ignore it.
Yeah.
You can have no illusion that you're in charge. It's just because every day that illusion will be shattered by something.
Yeah.
And to me, also, it feels a little bit like going into space because it's like you get a little bit of the year where you can come up here and be relatively comfortable
Mm-hmm.
as a biological human. And then most of the year is just completely unsurvivable for a person, basically.
Super harsh.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And one thing I wanted to come back to, because you mentioned a little bit earlier, and I think a lot of visitors may not know the kind of human history
Mhm.
of Trail Ridge, and before it was a road, just Trail Ridge. Can you talk about that a little bit and what it was used for, and the role that it played for different cultures?
Yeah, so the human history here goes back at least 12,000 years.
Wow.
We found archaeological evidence in the park of people using the high country, especially, way back.
Yeah.
And, kind of seasonally, of course, just like you just mentioned, it's not the kind of environment that humans can live in year round,
Mm-hmm.
but, it's a very rich environment in the summer as
Mhm.
far as animal migration. Of course, 12,000 plus years ago, there was different species here than there is today. But, prehistoric people used this area for hunting, for gathering, for travel between kind of intermountain valleys. And the routes that they used continued to be used down into more modern native peoples. The Ute people used this area for a long time. I think at least 500, 600 plus years, and they used those same travel corridors that the prehistoric people used.
Mhm.
There wasn't this big break. It was kind of a continuous use of this area. And once again, archaeological evidence of camps in the high country, of spiritual significance, and places of really powerful. Religion for the native people. We found archaeological evidence of that, as well as areas where animals were captured and butchered
Mhm.
for food.
Mhm.
So there's a incredibly rich human history in this area, and even today we're learning more about that human history and how different spiritual sites in the park might be tied together and might have ties to the seasons or to astronomical events. Or to other sites at lower elevation and how they might be linked. And then kind of the late arrivals on the scene, the Arapaho, in the 1800s came into this area. And, the Arapaho and Ute are still consider this a very significant place in their culture. A lot of spiritual significance still here. The rivers in particular here, the fact that so many rivers start in the park is really significant. And then these high elevation areas, some of the kind of spiritual sites are still considered really sacred to Ute and Arapaho even today, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
I think, a lot of our visitors feel a spiritual connection to this
Yeah.
landscape. And that's not something new. That's not like, oh, they made it a national park and now
Right.
people can, have this incredible spiritual experience and
Yeah.
connection to this place. This has been a significant place for humans for a long, long time.
Right. Yeah, it's been speaking to people for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
We're very latecomers on the scene
Yeah.
in the grand scheme of things as
Oh,
the National Park Service goes.
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting too that just when people come to visit, or if you're not coming to visit but you want to look online, go to our park website, see a map, or look it up on any map, and just look at Trail Ridge, not Trail Ridge Road, but just Trail Ridge, and you'll see it just makes sense as a place to travel. And
Yeah.
so we have the Ute Trail that you can hike on that follows pretty closely the foot trail that was used, and even Trail Ridge Road doesn't stray too far from that.
It doesn't for many miles.
Yeah.
Trail Ridge Road follows
They're
that route that
coincident,
was
right?
used
Yeah.
by prehistoric and
Yeah.
Ute and Arapaho people.
Yeah, it's just I always enjoy thinking about that when I'm here. That like you said, the park itself, it's been here now over 100 years, which seems old, but is a very small drop in the bucket that people have been here for a really long time. What are the most common visitor questions that you get up here?
Well, certainly about the building.
Yeah.
Why are the logs on the roof?
Okay.
It's kind of an interesting architectural component.
Yeah.
And
So we covered that.
We covered
to
that.
keep the roof from getting ripped off by insane wind.
Yep, keeps the building from blowing away. We get a lot of questions about the poles along the road.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
The snow poles.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of people think it's to measure the depth of snow, when in fact they are put there so that the plow drivers can find the road in the spring.
Yeah.
Which is pretty mind-boggling to think about.
Yes, if we've been for the past few years posting pictures every spring when the road crew are up here. So go on our Facebook and scroll back a little bit into May and look at some of those pictures, and you'll see why the snow poles exist. You cannot see the road. So that's what those are for.
Yes, that's what those are for. We get a lot of questions just about hikes and, the wildlife up here sometimes is new for folks. Marmots and pika and some of the bird species like the white-tailed ptarmigan are unique to high mountain areas. So we get a lot of questions about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then because people have traveled, from the low elevations of the park to get here, they'll make note of things along the way, and we'll get questions about the dead trees that people see from the insect outbreaks that we've had in the last couple decades due to warming temperatures and longer summers and warmer, shorter winters. So we definitely get questions about that.
Yeah.
And and just people wondering where they can go to explore more. Folks, they are intrigued with this landscape, and being on a mountaintop is a pretty awesome experience. And so we get a lot of, what's a good peak to hike, or where can I, get out and explore the tundra a little bit more.
And what about critters? What are the critters people wonder about?
Well, people definitely wonder about the marmots, the yellow-bellied marmots, even though they're not exclusively found in the alpine tundra. People seem to notice them and see them more up here. So people wonder, what was that animal? Was it a beaver? They'll wonder what it was doing.
Yeah.
And then the pika, of course, the American pika, which is, at least in this part of the world, pretty much a high elevation animal.
Yeah.
And an animal we're definitely really watching. We mentioned how this is such a harsh environment. It's kind of like life on the edge. And, because things are so fine-tuned to the environment up here, changes in the environment definitely can have significant ramifications for some of these species. And the pika, because they're so well adapted to cold, but not so much to warm in the summers. And then they of course, can't be too cold in the winters. We're concerned about changes in snowpack affecting them in the winter, and then warmer temperatures in the summer affecting whether or not they can gather enough food to make it through the winter.
Right.
So people ask about the pika, and it's a good opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the research that's ongoing in the park and some of the things we're learning about this environment as it does change with the changes that are happening in our climate.
Yeah, any changes to averages you can start to see pretty quickly up here a lot of time. I mean, on the decade scale, which is enough for people to be able to actually notice, even people who visited here or worked here for a long time.
Well, even something as simple as a snowfield. We get a lot of questions about the snowfield right here from the Alpine Visitor Center that we're looking at. And, we used to consider it a permanent snowfield because in the history of the park, at least, no one had ever seen it melt. And then I believe it melted for the first time completely in 2003. It was gone. And it doesn't melt every year now, but, I wouldn't consider it a permanent snowfield anymore.
Right.
And so, that's one of those changes that people who have visited, over the years might witness themselves. So it's not always a change that a scientist has to do in-depth research to determine. Sometimes it's as simple as noticing that, wow, I've never seen that snowfield as small as it is, or wasn't there always snow here in late August and this year there's not? What's going on? So the alpine tundra definitely, has a lot of, I think, important lessons about changes that are happening, and then what that might mean for the future.
So we'll end with 2 questions.
Okay.
Second to last question, penultimate, whatever the word is. If you could give, we've covered a lot of tips about safety, where you can see things, animals, questions, things like that. So kind of apart from that, more general, if you could give people one piece of advice or one just something to keep in mind as they come to Rocky, they come to the Alpine, maybe come to the Alpine Visitor Center. What would it be? It can be practical, or it can be more not practical, I guess.
I mean, I guess I would just say, take the time to really notice the little things. A place like Rocky, the landscape itself can overwhelm you because it's just like yelling at you in your face. Like, look at me. This view is amazing.
Yeah.
How can you notice anything else?
Sure.
And I think, that alone is very powerful. But I think when folks kind of zoom in on a more more micro scale, they can really discover some true treasures, whether it's noticing how an animal is behaving or noticing that teeny tiny, alpine flower at their feet that they almost stepped on because they were enjoying the view. Or just noticing, something down at lower elevations with, a rotting log in the forest and what's growing around it. Sometimes those little things, I think, sometimes can layer on top of the overwhelming landscape pieces of a place like Rocky Mountain National Park and just add an incredible richness to your experience. So take the time to notice the little things, whatever that might mean, wherever you are in the park.
That's great. Take the time to notice the little things. And finally, so your first internship was at Rocky. You worked here before, you worked here now. What does Rocky mean to you? Hard question.
Wow.
Tough
That's
question.
a hard question. What does Rocky mean to me?
Kathy had a hard time with it too. Probably everybody will, but I'm going to ask everybody anyway.
I think it's changed over the years. When I first came here as kind of a, wide-eyed intern, it meant, just this really wild landscape, that I had to kind of prove myself in and figure out, how to be confident and capable in. And I think now, having worked here for a long time and having explored a lot of other Western landscapes as an adult, backpacking and, really, really getting to know places. I think now I see it more as a place to introduce people. Like, it's not as wild to me now that I've spent time in other places that are, bigger acreage wise and less visited people wise and, maybe a little more remote. Like, I don't feel kind of that sense of real kind of wildness and almost, an edge of danger to it as I did when I first came here. So now I see it as like a really cool place to introduce other people to like wildness. So I kind of see it as like the baby pool for our visitors. And, and I see a lot of our visitors experiencing it that way.
Yeah.
This is the first place they've really hiked very much. And, this is the first place they figured out how to pee in the woods and, how to use a water filter.
Sure.
And so I kind of see it now for visitors. It's what it was to me, a long time ago.
Right.
It was the place I kind of like got my wilderness legs under me and really learned to love wild places and exploring them on a more intimate level.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think about that a lot with Rocky and with a lot of national parks in general, is that, there's a lot of public land other than national parks, and a lot of it is really remote and out there with little to no visitor services, certainly no paved road that goes up to 12,000 feet. But this is a place where you can come with your family, or you can come regardless of your experience level and see what, the Southern Rockies can be, what Alpine can be. And then when you look at a map and you see all this stuff that is so hard to get to, you can have a personal appreciation and connection for it and understand the importance of it. I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us.
You
this
are
has
very
been
welcome.
super fun.
Yeah.
And
anytime I can talk about the high mountains, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. When people come up to Alpine Visitor Center, maybe you'll see Cynthia. If you do, say hi.
Yeah, stop in and say hi.
And we hope we'll see you soon. that's our show. Thank you for joining us on this second episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. We have got a ton of great episodes in the works. We've been scheduling things left and right. So again, our public information officer, we're actually going to ride one of our shuttle buses up to Bear Lake and walk around Bear Lake and talk about the Rocky Pledge, talk about just general tips for seeing the park, and learn what a public information officer does at a park. It's actually a really, really interesting job, and Kyle has a ton of cool experience to share with you. We're gonna be talking to our volunteer program coordinator, our museum curator. We're gonna be talking to backcountry folks, climbing rangers. We have all sorts of stuff lined up for you. So we encourage you to subscribe for all future episodes for sure, and go on iTunes and give us some reviews if you like our show. We have a couple up there already, which is great. We appreciate those. And those just help people find our podcast and help it grow. You can also go to our homepage, which is at go.nps.gov/RMNpod, where you can get show notes. You can see a few pictures. There's a transcription available. And you can actually leave comments for any of our episodes. There's a little comment section at the bottom of each post. And we would love any feedback you have for stories you would like to hear, ways the podcast could be improved, anything you have that can make this be the best it can be. So we appreciate all your feedback, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Nearly 2 million visitors will come to Logan Pass during the short 2 to 3 month summer season. This shuttle stop is literally the high point of the Going to the Sun Road, as well as the high point of many visits to the park. The pass sits along the Continental Divide at 6,646 feet and treats visitors to sweeping vistas of mountains and subalpine meadows full of colorful wildflowers. The rangers at the Logan Pass Visitor Center can assist with answers to questions about the area and information on plants, wildlife, and hikes. A bookstore is also located in the Visitor Center. From the back of the Visitor Center, a boardwalk crossing flowering meadows leads to Hidden Lake Overlook. Snow often remains on the trail well into summer. This 1.5-mile walk provides visitors with dramatic views of Mount Reynolds, Clements Mountain, and sparkling Hidden Lake. Hikers can continue another 1.5 miles down a steep trail to the lake where Bear Hat Mountain rises high above on the far side. Please remain on the boardwalk and trail. A careless human step will leave a huge impact to plants in this fragile environment. Some may only grow 1/2 inch in 5 years. Across from the Visitor Center on the other side of the Going to the Sun Road, visitors can experience one of Glacier's most popular hikes in the park on the Highline Trail. Hikers often share this trail with mountain goats, so please yield the right-of-way to these alpine residents. Although there are a few precipitous spots on the trail, don't let that discourage you from enjoying some of the most spectacular views in the park. Wildlife, including bighorn sheep, mountain goats, and an occasional bear may be seen, as well as smaller animals such as Columbian ground squirrels and hoary marmots. Feeding any wildlife, large or small, is strictly prohibited. While wildlife may seem tolerant of humans, respect their need for space and do not approach. For both your safety and the safety of the animals, if an animal moves towards you, please move away.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but
Guys, it is spectacular.
you got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Baysack. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it REYP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season? Rounded to the nearest 10. What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things.
Gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you, as always. So, first question to kick it off: when and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service. When I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put two and two together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major. But I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands. And I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park servicey, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together, and it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then, just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like, it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks. And then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone, and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few. That was a varied background. So a couple things you mentioned. Living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate? Like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word, or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my
2012.
second summer there. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier than.
Yeah, there is like
All the best people
for
in
our
Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bone. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs, or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them, and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service. I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah. I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So like that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay, so where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? You have a typical day?
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support assistant because so many things get thrown at us and there's so many things that pop up last minute that we have to take care of that I don't think any one day is completely the same. But we do have a lot of like reoccurring tasks that happen every 2 weeks. And so we'll do a lot of the same stuff. Every 2 weeks, but it may not just be every day. Like we have to get payroll done. That that's kind of the big one. Everybody wants to get paid. It's pretty important. So that's kind of one of our,
Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the biggest tasks that we have. But we also arrange travel for a lot of our NPS employees. If they have to go to meeting that's outside of the park, any trainings, go to other parks to assist with anything, we help arrange that travel. You can think of us kind of like a travel agent in that regard. We deal a lot with HR. So we're kind of an HR liaison. So anytime there's personnel actions for hiring somebody, all those 83 seasonals, we put in hiring actions for them. If anybody resigns or moves to a different position, that kind of all starts with administrative support assistance. And then depending on the park or even the division, you might even help with some budget work, reconciling accounts or tracking expenses and expenditures.
Mm-hmm.
Do you also have a credit card?
I do. Not all do, but I do have a purchase card and I make purchases for some of our division.
Yeah, I know that I've never owned a purchase card as a government employee, but that's another thing that administrative folks are worth their weight in gold for managing the purchasing process. It's very complicated and
there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job? Or if there's more than one, you can say more.
Yeah, I think administrative support assistants really need to be flexible because there are so many things that will pop up last minute. So occasionally you'll be working on something and then have to put that task away and work on something else because it's time sensitive. So you need to be able to jump from one task to another pretty easily and change your priorities on the fly. And then I think you need to have a really good customer service mentality. I mean, administrative support assistants, we don't work with the public, but we can think of our customers like our fellow employees. We want to make sure we give them as much support and as many tools as we can so they can be successful in their jobs. And so they can protect the park. They can also, share it with visitors. So we really need to be focused on our fellow employees.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of your job?
I think the variety, there's a lot of stuff that you get to do as an administrative support assistant. You're not really necessarily pigeonholed into one thing. You get exposure to a lot of different routes, parks, career routes, like budget, HR. You get exposure to different divisions. Every division needs an administrative support assistant. And what they do for each division is a little different. So you just get exposure to a lot of different things, a lot of different processes. And I really, really enjoy that. And I mean, you get to work with people, which is pretty great too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the flip side? Do you have a least favorite part of your job or hardest part?
All the emails.
Yeah, nonstop
the
emails.
Nonstop emails is just be a little overwhelming at times. But but in all seriousness, I think having to juggle so many different things at once and balancing all the different pieces and being able, like I said, to switch from one task to another can be a little difficult at times. So it's really important, if you do get one of these jobs, to take meticulous notes, be really organized. I'm still figuring out really great organization methods for some of this stuff, but but that's kind of the hard thing.
And I think sometimes you all have to deal with really long-term deadlines, or what seem like long-term deadlines to me. And that, I think that's always hard for me, where it's like, oh, we need to have this thing in like 6 months ahead of time, or, and they're deadlines that you can't miss, really.
Yes, those are, especially when it comes to HR, we've got deadlines pretty far in advance for some of our things. And if you miss those deadlines, then it pushes back, maybe when somebody can start. And so there are some definite repercussions when that happens.
Yeah, a lot of people relying on it.
Yeah.
You guys they're like the grease of this machine. They make sure that everything keeps chugging along, and without all the little actions and paperwork and everything, it seems like we're constantly in contact with admin.
Yeah, and you all know all the you all know all the little things and the tricks and the say, wait, what do we do? How do we do that? Let's ask Heather. Oh, she knows.
Well, a lot of research. You do have to be a researcher,
Yeah.
I feel like, in this job to look at some of this stuff and know who to ask when you've got some of those questions. Because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of things and I'm still constantly learning. And that's also why I really like this job too, is like, I feel like you never really stay static. You're constantly in motion. You're constantly learning.
Mm-hmm. So you mind if I ask you about when you're talking about moving with your husband and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Just because I think that would be interesting for people who are thinking about NPS as a career. It can be challenging, I think, for, long-term partners to work in the service. Like, I've known people who are married and live apart for a long time, sometimes like a really long time, or they date and are long distance for years before finally and things like that. So I don't know, just like, how did that play into your career and your husband's career and how life has gone for you guys so far? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the remote position or some of the flexibility, but I don't know, just anything you would want people to know about your experience with that who might be thinking about the Park Service.
Yeah, that is a great question because, there are different routes that people can take. Because I have also known, couples who have had to be apart for a little while, each working separate parks, and then making their way to each other. We've been fortunate enough that where my husband has gone, I've been able to pick up seasonal work. I know that's not necessarily in the cards for everybody, but thankfully I was able to. And that's kind of also the reason why, I didn't just stay in one career path. Like, I've done a couple different things, and that was to really, I kind of took a job where I could, but I really liked that. I think that's made me a little bit more well-rounded. Really appreciated that. And then thankfully, when my husband moved to a different position away from Yellowstone, I was able to go remote, especially with some administrative work kind of leans more towards that. You can't do that with every job in the Park Service. There's so many that have to be in park. But thankfully, this job allowed me to have that flexibility, and my supervisor was very, very supportive. And I was able to get a remote job that way. So that's really helped with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I mean, not that we need to dive too deeply into it in this episode, but it is interesting. I think a lot of people would be surprised to learn that, number one, if you work for a national park, it doesn't mean you're going to get like housing in the national park. In fact, it generally means you're not going to, and that it's not just Yellowstone, but like a lot of parks, it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find places to live right by the park just because of how the real estate and things have gone as well. And then sometimes with some of these parks that are really remote, there's situations with like school for kids or extracurricular or all sorts of things. So, that's part of why one of many reasons why we wanted to talk to you, is just to let people know that is something that remote positions are something that parks are utilizing for the right positions and the right people. Like, you had already been at Yellowstone, so you know the park, you know people here. I just think it's cool that that's been able to work out well for you, and it has worked out well for us as well.
Well,
kind of
I'm not a
everybody.
very big fan that Heather is remote, but other than my personal opinion that we don't get to see her in person.
Yes, I agree with
tease
that.
her in person.
Thanks.
So, even with the, I'll say, difficulties or challenges of, managing relationship and career and all different parks and the tough things about jobs and the good things about jobs, what has kept you working for the National Park Service? Like, what has kept you knowing that your decision, this is what you're going to do, is the right one for you?
I think that's a good question. I think, it really goes back to when I did that internship, or a couple of internships, and I just, you just see it and you just feel it. And it's just, I just believe in what the Park Service stands for. And
Mhm.
I've just met so many great people along the way, both, fellow employees, peers, as well as visitors, that it just makes it, I don't know, it just makes it worthwhile. I actually have in my office here, I worked with a school group when I was in Yellowstone from Lowell, Massachusetts. They came all the way out to Yellowstone, and I actually have a picture of those kids. The teacher gave it to me. I have this picture of those kids on my desk, and that kind of just reminds me, like, I'm part of something bigger, and it's really awesome to feel like I make a difference. And so I just believe in the Park Service mission quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, same. I think I kind of had a similar experience. I think a lot of us do, where it's like, I think my first summer in a park was here in Yellowstone making beds at Canyon. But then, I did a couple SDA internships, and at some point you're like, can I go back to a normal lifestyle? I don't know if I can. And then the mission, and just remind everybody, the mission of the Park Service is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, like you said, even if sometimes a day might be filled with like a checklist of what might seem like mundane tasks or something, I think for me, and it sounds like for you, having that bigger mission that you're working for really does make a difference.
So a question that I have, like with that mission, I think a lot of us, when we have the rough days that like physically work here, you have the rough days, but then you go outside and you hear the wolf howl or you see Old Faithful erupt. Like, how's that transition been for you going remote? Like, and keeping yourself, like, how do you remind yourself that, when it's not in your face, like it was when you were physically working in the park?
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a transition to remote. I very much enjoy it, and the flexibility it has given me to be, still continue to work for the Park Service and be with my family. I think it becomes more about the people, and than necessarily, I do feel a connection to the place, but I feel a connection to the people even more. And so to me, Yellowstone has not just become like the first national park, an amazing place to experience geysers and hot springs and wildlife. It's really become like a community. And it's about a people connection now for me as well. And so that's kind of helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag Team Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a good point too, because I know I've talked to people in my family or friends about working for the Park Service, and I think as people will get the impression pretty quickly while they're listening to this podcast over all the different episodes and all the different people that we talk to, you just get to be surrounded by interesting, brilliant people in like every job, basically doing all these things for the park. And it's such a cool community to be a part of. So I think, that over time, I've appreciated that more and more and more as to like what makes it such a cool place to work. So getting into the details of if someone were interested in this type of work that you do. So your official title is Administrative Support Assistant.
Yes.
Do you know the job series on USA Jobs?
Yes. It's a 0303. And sometimes that it comes up as like a miscellaneous clerk, but it's Administrative Support Assistant, and the GS level can range, I've seen, from like 5 to 7.
Okay. Do you need formal training to get started in this job series, or like what are the minimum requirements that people would need if they were thinking about applying for this type of job?
Sure. So there's a lot of on-the-job training. Like I said, I'm still learning about so many things. But if you have like a background in budget or HR or travel, those are all applicable to the administrative support assistant. A lot of times how I, came up through it is I just worked my way as a GS5 and seasonal interpretive park ranger. and then switched over to a visitor. So I think it was visitor services assistant as well. So, I mean, if you work seasonally in the Park Service, getting your time and grade in, I think just even that experience can help you along too. But if you could take any, even if it's like informal trainings on budget, purchasing, HR, anything like that, put that on your resume as well. Because a lot of things you may not think apply do, because administrative support assistants are in every single division. And I think if you work your way up to kind of through the division as well. So if you're a seasonal maintenance worker, like, what seasonal maintenance workers need, and the support that they need. So you may not think it applies, but it probably does.
It also seems like a lot of the systems that we use in the government are like proprietary. They've were built for the government. So if you haven't worked in the government, you could have, say you're an accountant, you have budget experience, but you still have to learn new things in a job. So
right.
To your point, it's if you're in an entry level position, it just seems like having a base level, being organized, and, it's like, you're not necessarily going to know how to do FBMS or insert any other acronym right here, because, there's so many of them.
Right. And different federal agencies too, some will use different systems as well. Like, I learned from an HR specialist who moved over from the Forest Service that they don't use FPPS for their HR actions. So there's different things that you'll learn on the job in the park that are even different from other agencies.
And then just being in government in general,
Yeah.
having almost over 200 years of laws and things that have developed for different reasons, and special ways that we do things, and not just scrutiny, but we have a high responsibility to everybody in the United States, basically.
Yeah, it's like taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that we're not, there's no waste, and there's a good accountability. There's all those checks and balances.
Exactly. All right. So last question. Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or any other national park that you would want to share?
This is a hard one. Yeah, because they're all, it's like asking to choose your favorite child, because they're all unique and they're all special. But I think my favorite one that sticks out the most happened in Yellowstone. And I was driving down into the interior. It was late in the season. There was snow on the road. I was the only one on the roadway, in between Norris and Canyon. I think that's where we were. My son, who's 1, was in the back seat. And we went around, I think, a curve, and all of a sudden there were wolves all over the road. I had never seen so many wolves in my life. And I've got a video, because I slowed down, pulled over, and I whipped out my phone and I took a video, because I was like, this will never, ever happen to me again. And the wolves, I remember it was a black wolf walked within 3 feet of my car door, and it looked at me, and I could see its eyes, and it just kind of continued walking off. And I was like, oh my God, I get to experience this with my son in the backseat. Of course, he's 1. He's not going to remember this. He has no idea what's going on. But I was like, oh my God, we got to do that together. And I know he won't remember it. I mean, of course he won't remember it. He was 1. But to think that he got to be there, and I got to share this special moment with him that will never, ever happen to me again in my life. And to be able to experience Yellowstone in that type of way and feeling that wild with him was really neat. And it's something I'll be able to show him the video of and tell him about when he's older. And then hopefully, when we go back to visit Yellowstone, he could have a similar experience. So I still can't believe it actually happened. It was just absolutely incredible.
Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for this week's episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Thanks so much
Remotely.
for
Yeah.
joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are you coming back for a visit? When are we going to see you in person again?
Not soon enough. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Righty. Well, we'll keep in touch virtually until then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners, our podcast pikas out there. Before we tell you about this week's episode, we have two special events coming up on Tuesday, July 18th that we want to make sure you know about. So Tuesday, July 18th, first, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. And you're going to hear a lot about the Holsworth Historic Site in this week's podcast episode. So stick around, give it a listen. Maybe it'll entice you to come celebrate. The Holsworth Historic Site is located about 8 miles north of Grand Lake on Highway 34 on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. From 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we will celebrate the history of the Holsworth family with special displays, programs, and games for children. And we'll also be giving guided tours of the site all day. Then starting at 5 p.m., join us for a special campfire program with actual Holsworth family members at the Holsworth Historic Site Campfire Ring. So a full day of celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. We are also on Tuesday, July 18th, celebrating World Listening Day. From babbling brooks and thundering waterfalls to bugling elk and singing birds, the natural sounds in this park and all over the world create immersive experiences that are important for visitors, wildlife, and ecosystems. The unimpaired sounds of nature are fundamental natural resources worthy of protection, and this day celebrates that. So there will be activities, art projects, and interactive games at Fall River Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fall River Visitor Center again. Then you can meet in front of the Fall River Visitor Center at 6 p.m. to join Dr. Jacob Job, a scientist with the Sounds and Light Ecology team at Colorado State University. He is going to guide you on a 1.5-hour sound walk that will focus on listening to the sounds of Rocky and what they tell us about our surroundings. So again, for that walk, meet at 6 p.m. in front of the Fall River Visitor Center. One thing to note is that you do need a park pass of some kind because you will be going into the park. So either a day pass, week pass, annual pass, interagency pass, some kind of pass so that you can get entrance into the park. All right, so those are our news and announcements. We're going to lead straight into this week's episode, which is a very cool one. We traveled over Trail Ridge Road to the west side of the park and joined Macy McPherson and Michelle Simmons, our two year-round interpretive rangers on the west side of the park at the Holsworth Historic Site. So we sat out in front of Holsworth. We were at the picnic table and chatted all about not only Holsworth and why it's important and what you can do there, but also about Macy and Michelle's career, what it's like on the west side of the park versus the east side of the park and things to look for over there, about the town of Grand Lake. It was just a great conversation. We had a really good time, and we hope that this will help you learn about some of the lesser visited areas in Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. So we hope you enjoy, and here we go. Here's Macy and Michelle. Okay, we are here at Holsworth Historic Site. Is that the full name? Yes, Holsworth Historic Site. With, could you give us your names and your title, what you do at the park?
My name is Macy McPherson, and I am one of the interpreters here on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park.
Mm-hmm.
And I am Michelle Simmons. I'm the district interpreter here on the west side of the park, so I oversee the kind of the visitor communication education operation here. And Macy is selling herself short because she is actually my right-hand person, the only other permanent interpreter year-round here on the west side of the park, and she is amazing. She also is the lead out here at Holsworth Historic Site, so it's thanks to her and the volunteers she works with that we have this wonderful place open to the public.
Mm-hmm. So we have 2 permanent interpretive rangers on this side of the
We
park.
do. There are 2 of us that work
There
year
are
round.
all
and
2 of you.
All 2 of us.
Yep.
And a number of wonderful seasonals who help us out in the summer. And then again, some of them in the winter with our ski and snowshoe
Okay,
programs
uh-huh.
and education programs
Uh-huh.
in the schools. But no, thank goodness Macy is here.
Goodness, Michelle is here.
Yeah, and for our podcast listeners who have listened to previous episodes, episode 1, we interviewed Kathy Brazelton on the other side. So, Michelle, you're like the Kathy of this side, the district.
in some ways.
in
Kathy
some
is
ways.
the East District
Right.
interpreter or East District naturalist.
Right.
I'm the West District naturalist, and I'm told sometimes known as the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
no comment there, but
No comment. Okay. That's funny. All right. So today I want to talk about west side of the park versus the east side for sure. I'm sure that'll come up, and then also talk about Holsworth, where we are, and we can start with Holsworth Historic Site. So since that's where we're sitting, could you give us just a real quick overview of what Holsworth is?
The Holsworth Historic Site is a homestead that was homesteaded by the Holsworth family,
Mhm.
and then it was turned into a dude ranch and a working ranch through 1974.
Mm-hmm.
And so today it gives visitors an opportunity to come and see what life was like 100 years ago. This year, the main cabin is 100 years old. It was built in 1917.
Centennial.
It's a centennial of the
Holsworth.
Holsworth.
Yeah.
Yep, coming up here and homesteading.
Uh-huh.
And we have a lot of family heirlooms here at the site, so visitors actually get to have a one-on-one experience with real artifacts, which
Mhm.
you don't get in a lot of places. And they get really amazing one-on-one tours with volunteers who know a lot about the history and kind of give visitors a glimpse into the past here at Rocky Mountain.
Mhm.
Yeah, and expanding on what Macy said about the artifacts, one of the neat things about the story here is that when the site was sold to the National Park Service, actually via the Nature Conservancy, when it happened back in the 70s, the Holsworth sold it with their belongings intact. So you really do, when you walk through the cabins and you look in the cabins, you're seeing it as they left it, and you're really catching an authentic glimpse of what homesteading life was like out here.
Yeah, that struck me the first time I visited here, which was 3 years ago now, I think. Yeah, you just felt like you were walking into somebody's house. It was really neat. Didn't feel like you're walking into a museum or anything like that. You're just like, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. I'm glad that they convinced them to leave all their stuff.
We have a lot of visitors who say that same thing, or they say, wow, this looks just like my grandma's or my great-grandma's house. Like some of the same artifacts are in here that are in my relatives' home. So it really helps them connect, like, oh, wow, people actually did live here at Rocky Mountain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was one thing that I enjoyed was all the taxidermy, all the various projects, just because it was like, it just kind of gave you a feel for.
Tell them about how that came to be.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of taxidermy
there's a
items
lot.
out here.
Yeah, for people who haven't
And
visited, number one, you should come visit, and yeah, it's just like
there's an
coat
incredible,
racks, lamps.
coat racks made with feet of animals, lamps. Exactly. There's all kinds of different types of items, and there's actually a whole taxidermy shop where all of Papa or John Senior Holsworth, he has all of his tools and everything are still here. And one of the reasons why he started taxidermy was because he got in a really bad wagon accident just right at the bottom of the hill here when they first homesteaded up here, and he couldn't really work anymore, and so he went back to school long distance.
like
to
correspondence
courses to
Wow.
Nebraska,
Uh,
and which I'm still puzzled of how you do that in the early
like, how do you
1920s.
get stuff here.
Right.
amazing.
And so in 1924, he got his taxidermy license officially, and it's hanging up in the taxidermy shop for folks to see. So, yeah, they turned a pretty tough situation into something really, really interesting and a great opportunity for the family to still make a living out here.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the taxidermy shop is really neat.
It's
Is
really
that a
neat.
deer that's in the case?
There's a deer in the case. There's
Like
also
a
a full-size deer,
Full body.
and it's kind of white because
Uh-huh.
it's been bleached by the sun,
Yeah.
so that's why it's hidden in the back now. And there's also a couple birds stuffed back in there. And then yes, in the mama cabin, there's a lot of deer and some elk, and then a literal footstool.
Yeah. Yep.
which you'd have to see in person to really
A
appreciate.
footstool made out of feet.
Yes.
Yeah. So they first came here then in 1917, correct? When they
Yes.
built the first cabin.
Yes.
So paint the picture. What was what was homesteading like here
And
in
tell 'em why they
1917?
came
Yeah,
here,
and why
because
did they
that's interesting.
come here?
Yeah, so if you can try to imagine being a family in Denver in 1916 and operating in a saloon, Colorado was one of the first states to pass prohibition. And so this family, the Holsworths, lost one of their main businesses in
Ah.
1916. And so they had to start all over again. They had a
Huh.
huge change happen to their family and had to figure out what to do, what to
Wow.
do. They were in their early 50s. So they had to
Wow.
really start over in the middle of their lives. And they still had one son at home who was 14, Johnny Jr., and they decided to come up and homestead. John Holsworth Sr., or Papa, had homesteaded before in his younger years, but it didn't really work out for him up here in the county. So they decided to try again. And luckily enough for them, there was still homesteaded property available up here on the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in 1916, which is pretty incredible to think about. So the
Yeah.
park was already a national park, but
Right.
where we are right now was not parkland. And so 1917, they came up here and built a cabin and started working the land, which is what you had to do to homestead.
Mhm.
And then really quickly after that, Papa injured himself. So
Mm.
that 14-year-old son, who had been probably 15 or 16 at the time, had to take on everything, farming, building the cabins, keeping up all the work. They cut ice off of Grand Lake for a living in the winter, but also to keep their food cold. So there's a lot of work year round.
Yeah.
And so this place was very different, I imagine, back then compared to today. There wasn't a paved road. Fall River Road wasn't open yet, or Trail Ridge Road. Grand Lake was a little community, but there wasn't a lot there. So it's just under 8 miles south of us. So they had to somehow get back and forth to town, even
Yeah.
in the winter.
Seems very remote. back
Very
then.
remote.
Very remote.
So they were tough,
And just hard winters.
very hard
So
winters.
long up here.
When you come out here in the winter nowadays, you're snowshoeing on a good 4 or 5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So I can imagine it was pretty incredible
It
back
lasts a
then
long
as
time,
well.
too. I just can't imagine
Yeah.
trying to homestead out
I
here.
know.
Just like trying to grow food or anything.
Well, and indeed, the homesteading part, particularly the ranching and trying to raise cattle or horses, proved to be a real challenge. And like many of the homesteaders in the valley here that made it work, they discovered as the park became more popular that it was far easier to make a living in the recreation industry than it was actually being, relying on ranching and
Mhm.
cattle. And so they did. As the park grew in popularity, as Fall River Road did open, and then eventually Trail Ridge Road, they made their living by building more cabins and catering to tourists who would come through here, offering lodging, offering home cooked meals. Johnny Holsworth, Johnny Jr., catching fish down in the Colorado River, which is here on the property, and serving visitors. Now we don't do all of that today, but we're
Sure.
still in the business of serving visitors,
Yeah.
and that's what's really kept up here in the Kawanichi Valley.
Yeah. When did they start making that switch from homesteading to starting to do the
It really
tourism,
happened
recreation?
in the early 1920s.
Okay, so they weren't homesteading too long
Too
before they
long.
were like, okay, we need to do something else here.
Yeah, and they actually had a lot of Papa's friends coming up from Denver just to stay here.
Uh-huh.
And
so
Mama or
maybe they
Sophia
thought,
Holsworth was kind of getting tired of taking care of them all without, getting anything. And
That makes
Johnny was
sense.
doing all the work. And so she said, I'm going to start charging people to stay here and cook for them and that sort of thing. And so they built one of the first guest cabins in 1921. And that one you can go in today. It's called Twin One and see kind of what it would have been like to stay here. Little
Yeah.
log cabin. And Mama Holsworth would cook and really great German food. She was a German immigrant as well as
Oh, really?
John Holsworth Sr. They both immigrated into America separately, but met in Denver, and very strong German roots. So she had some apparently great German food coming out of that
Oh,
kitchen.
wow. That sounds great. Come stay back here for how long would people stay? Just totally varied, or was it more long term?
I don't know exactly how long they would stay. I know in the 20s they charged $2 a night or $11 a week to stay here.
Wow.
And that included food and whatnot, probably horses to
Sure.
go on trips,
Wow.
pack trips with.
I could handle that.
Yeah. I would imagine for how long it probably took to get up here. It probably took in those days, even in a Model T pickup truck or something like that, it would have taken a while to get up here from Denver over Berthoud Pass or over Fall River Road. It would have taken forever. So I'd assume once you got up here, you'd probably stay for a while.
Yeah.
Which people still do today. A lot of visitors come up to the Grand Lake area, and they don't just come for one day. Usually they're here either camping here in the national park or outside, staying in a little cabin or whatnot for a good few days or a week at a time.
Yeah.
Or even for the whole summer.
Actually, one of the fun things about how much time people spend, a lot of folks are driving through the valley here and see the sign for Holsworth Historic Site, don't really know anything about it, but stop in. The bulk of the buildings are about a half a mile across the valley and across the Colorado River from the parking area. But we have one historic cabin that's right by the parking area. And so during the times that we're open, which is about 10:30 to 4:30 daily here in the summer, you'll meet you'll meet a volunteer at that cabin who will tell people a little of the history and encourage them to take that half a mile level stroll across the valley to come see the main part of the historic site. And what often happens is people think, oh, well, we'll trot back there quickly and spend a few minutes and come back. And it is not uncommon to watch people spend 2 hours, 3 hours. They get out here and there's so much to see. And the volunteers who run the site are so knowledgeable and friendly. And there's a few activities for kids to do. We've just actually, thanks to one of our interns this summer, another amazing volunteer, Emily, have started up a bingo, a little bingo game that you can play out here looking for some of the artifacts. Like, is the footstool on it? The footstool's on it.
The toilet seat and twin one is on there. Which
Oh, really?
You have to come find.
Don't tell them where it is.
I won't.
Okay.
It's in there somewhere.
So at any rate, if you're planning on coming, give yourself plenty of time because folks really do get hooked out here.
Yeah, that happens.
It's a great place to stay.
The first time that I came out here with a small group of people, we were like, oh, we'll just stop in and check it. And we stayed quite a while. The buffalo coat lured us in.
Yeah, so we have an incredible buffalo coat that is a remake of the original buffalo coat, but it's still really incredible. And
so heavy.
It's so heavy, and it's just amazing. We just had it restitched a little because we have so many people try it on. It was actually falling apart, and that's how much people love this buffalo coat. They actually come here looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's made out of 2 buffalo hides, and it weighs 22 pounds. So you definitely need to come check out the buffalo coat and put it on.
I'd love to have it on when it's cold, just to see. Because every time I've put it on, it's been warm.
Yeah, it's been hot.
Okay, I'm hot immediately.
Like,
take it off.
I'm done.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see how it is when it's 10.
I try to
10 below, 20
imagine
below.
wearing that heavy coat and walking around in the snow because it's down to the
workout.
ground.
Yeah.
So, and with how much snow there is, even if you're in skis or snowshoes, you would just be coated in snow and ice.
Absolutely.
Well, it's down to the ground for you, Macy. I'm not.
True.
Not sure it would have been true for Johnny Holsworth.
True.
Maybe he was much taller than me.
So while we're setting it up, when people pull up, you're driving on 30 Trail Ridge Road, 34, whichever you want to call it. You'll see a sign, Holsworth Historic Site, one of those nice brown signs that you see in parks. And there's a parking area, and like you said, the cabin. There's someone there to talk to. Then you walk about half a mile, and it's a nice walk. It's a great walk. There's some signs that teach you about the area. You can kind of get out in the middle of the valley to get a little bit more of a feel. You walk over the Colorado River.
There's often elk or moose that you see along the way.
Elk or moose. And then you get over here, and how many cabins are there total? A lot. It's quite a site.
We're counting.
We're counting right now.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's 12 cabins out here, plus a few outhouses that are kind of scattered throughout.
And then, so when you come to visit, how many of these can you look inside? You can look in the main cabin.
You can look in the main cabin, the mama cabin, which we give tours of because that's where all that's where all the artifacts are. So we ask you to go in with one of the volunteers or one of the rangers out here.
And that is really cool.
Really
we're audio only, so we can't show you.
Yeah,
but you need to come see it.
It's really, really neat in there. And then there's one of the guest cabins, twin one, that you can go in that's self-guided, as well as the taxidermy shop. There's also an ice house where they kept blocks of ice that they cut off a Grand Lake in, and it has the original sod roof from the Holsworth family still growing on it.
Oh, that is okay.
That's actually the real grass. Yes,
that's amazing.
And then the little tent house that Johnny built himself. because he got tired of sleeping in the one-room cabin with his parents.
Wonder why.
And those are the main public buildings, and then
Uh-huh.
the one down by the parking lot as well,
Uh-huh.
the Fleshy cabin,
Uh-huh.
which is a little older than the cabins up here.
So people can look at those. They can get. They have to get a guided tour through
Yep.
Mama House.
Yep, Mama House.
And then there's bingo.
There's bingo.
There's a coat you can try
There's
on.
a coat. There's also a washing machine where you can wash
like
socks.
a hand
and
wash
There
machine?
is a hand wash machine with a crank.
Yeah.
And wring out the socks. You can also dress up like a pioneer or a cowboy. So we
Wow.
have clothes for you all to try on, and you can also rope a horse and sit on a saddle.
Wow.
So
So
there's-
much to do.
Well, explain the horse. It's not a live horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miles was getting really excited. No, we do.
Oh, I
We do
wanna
have
be
a
on a
little
horse.
saddle you can sit on. And
Oh, I
you can.
see.
You can. Is that a sawhorse? What would you even call that horse?
It's
so
really an original artifact.
log horse
A
or
log
something.
horse. A horse made out of wood.
Sawhorse. Yeah.
There is a log horse. Yes,
There's
but
a lot to do.
definitely you can try your
Yeah.
roping. And actually, if you come during the heart of the summer, during July, and I'm trying to remember, we might even go into the first week of August this year. On Friday mornings, there is a program that we offer, a ranger-led program called a Walk Backwards, which is geared towards kids, typically kids age about 6 to 12. And it's by reservation, so you can call the park ahead of time to sign up your kids. 970-627-3471 to make reservations for that. But they actually will dress the kids up in period costumes. That's led by one of our longtime rangers, Barb King, who's amazing with children. So they get to dress up in costume and pretend that they're part of a ranch family. They come back, they get a tour of the mama cabin, and then they get to engage in a bunch of different period-type chores, whether it's mixing some biscuit dough together, or cleaning fish, or milking a cow.
Wow.
Again, the cow may also be made of wood, but it's a
I sense
whole
a
lot.
theme.
It's a whole lot of fun. And what else? Well, sewing on buttons, or
Wow.
making period dolls.
Period dolls. They weave a little rug. They nail horseshoes. They saw wood. They do a lot of chores.
Wow, how long
they
is
have
this?
They do get to do a few games like sack races, but
How long is it?
the program is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's actually, when you look at our statistics, is one of our most popular programs here on the west side of
I
the
bet.
park.
Sounds fun.
Which is why we ask people to reserve in advance, so that it doesn't get too unwieldy in terms
Mhm.
of the numbers. But that's Friday mornings. I'm sure it runs through July. I think it might run through August 4th. But if you access the website
Yeah, you
that
can check
Miles
our
takes
online
care of,
calendar,
you
yeah.
can check the online
Yeah,
calendar.
when you go to our website, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little icon and it says calendar. Click on there. Search, put in the dates when you're going to be here, and it'll show you everything that's going on then. So you can confirm all the details. It's also in the park newspaper. When you come in the park and they hand you the newspaper, look in the middle of that, and it has all of our programming.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, another program.
Yeah, another one of our
Oh,
really
yeah, this one's
special
neat, too.
programs
Yeah.
that happens out here. Happens on Friday evenings. So Fridays are a big day out at Holsworth Historic Site. But Friday evenings, another one of our rangers who's worked here more than 20 seasons, Harry Cannon, does a program called Old Ranch Campfire. I have to be careful not to say Old Ranger Campfire.
Wouldn't want to offend anyone.
No, but
Come see an old campfire
it wouldn't
with an
offend
old
Harry.
ranger.
But he does that in first-person character.
Oh,
so
cool.
when you arrive down at the parking lot down at Fleshet Cabin, he greets you as if he were a ranch hand working for Johnny Holsworth at the time that this was an operating dude ranch. And so he will lead you across that path across the valley, telling you tall tales and stories, which are very much in the style of what Johnny Holsworth was famous for. When they had folks staying out here at the ranch, they would have evening campfires, and he was known for his tall tales. So Harry tells those, and they come back here to the site. We have a campfire ring here at Holsworth Historic Site. They gather around, and it's just an old-timey, old-fashioned good time. They sing a lot of songs, campfire songs. Marshmallows are roasted, and more tall tales are told. And it's a really fun, feel-good,
Sounds great.
family-friendly type program. And again, that goes into early August, I think, on Friday evenings. And again, look at the website for the details on that. But that is not to be missed if you can help it.
Wow. A lot of stuff going on over here at Holsworth. I didn't even realize. I mean, I did, but I don't
next
think of it all
week,
at once.
On the 18th, Tuesday, July 18th.
Yeah, that's a big one.
celebrating the 100 years of the Holsworth family
Yeah.
homesteading here. So we're going to have throughout the day, we're going to do our normal tours and have everything accessible, and then we will have some special booths set up and some kids games from Barb's Walk Backwards program.
Mhm.
And in the evening, around 5 p.m., we're going to have a campfire with some of the Holsworth family members. They're going to come out and tell some stories and answer our questions. So if you're in the area on July 18th, that would be a great time to stop by the Holsworth Historic Site.
Yeah, come on by. We've had a couple hundred. There's that for here, the 100th anniversary of Holsworth. And then not too long ago, we had a centennial celebration here for the whole park. So this wasn't part. When did the Kawanichi Valley area become part of Rocky Mountain National Park?
Well,
It's
it
okay.
changed little by little.
Uh-huh.
Slowly, the park accumulated some of the private
Just in
in-holding
parcels?
lands
Okay.
and parcels. Yeah. 1975 is when the Holsworth property, which was almost 800 acres at that point.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, they accumulated a lot of land
That's a
over
lot.
the period of them living here.
Yeah.
And so it was called the Never Summer Ranch at that period. And so the whole Never Summer Ranch was turned over to the National Park Service in 1975.
Mhm.
So that was a good chunk of the Kawanichi Valley, but there's still, even today, are a couple in holdings
Mhm.
in the valley, and we're still acquiring land here and there.
Yeah, didn't one just recently get acquired? And yeah,
Yeah, there's just a few
just
last
a few, right?
private in-holdings here, people who own property since before the time that the park was established. And there was, I think it was the Johnson property
That's right.
that was acquired with the help of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy
Mhm.
just a couple of years ago. And so, yeah, these things, as they become available and as we have willing owners,
Right.
there's an attempt to try and
Right.
make the park whole in terms of the boundaries of the private property.
Mhm.
So more sites that people can go visit. That particular one is kind of in an obscure location.
Hard to get to.
Yeah, kind of hard to get to. It's not on the main road. But what that protects it from, though, going forward, is that a private owner could sell to another private owner who could look at things like development. Whereas when it does get purchased and given to the park eventually, it ensures that it'll be preserved in a natural state
Right.
for generations to come.
Yeah. Forever, hopefully.
yeah,
At least that's what we're
yeah.
supposed to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
So what else? We can come back to Holsworth as things come up. Are there other key things you want to make sure we hit before we talk a little bit more broadly?
I'm going to give one more pitch for the volunteer program out here because this site would not exist in a way that was accessible to the public if we didn't have volunteers. We usually have a staff of about 6 volunteers a day that it takes to operate this place and do the tours and provide wonderful service for the public. So, moving forward year by year, we're always looking to recruit volunteers.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of cabins on site here that are used as housing for
Oh.
some of the volunteers who get to
Wow.
experience what it's like to live in a rustic area
Sounds great.
off the main roads. With no internet and very minimal cell phone coverage.
Yeah, pretty idyllic though.
But we
You're
do
not too
each
far
year.
from
We
Grand
have
Lake.
we have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers that live up here on site and help us out 4 days a week, both at Holsworth and doing a lot of other things. So we typically do recruiting over the winter and then have everybody in place for training in the summer and to get us through the summer season. But watch volunteer.gov is the website where those options are posted, and we're
Yeah.
always looking for wonderful people who want to share this story with the public.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We recently recorded a podcast with Lindsay, our volunteer coordinator, and we were just talking about all the many different ways and programs that are just would not run without our volunteers. And I think this is a great example.
We're getting sometimes now 400 or 500 people a day here at
Wow.
Holsworth Historic Site, and I can't remember what our visitation was for last summer. It's got to be in the 30,000. And those are visitors that wouldn't have the chance to experience this if it weren't for the really amazing
Yeah.
volunteers who dedicate so much time.
Yeah. So
give
much
back
time.
to the national park.
Yeah, I
So,
remember the first time I came here. Maybe she's here today. I met someone, and she'd just been volunteering like full time for I don't even remember how many summers.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
incredible. It was
yeah.
like a full time job.
yeah.
She just loved it so much, and not just being out here and volunteering too, but how much I could tell people were really into it, like really into the story, and how much research they'd done, and binders they'd made, and just so much love and care and support that they put into it,
Yeah.
and to talking to everyone. It's really nice. Okay, that's a good thing to cover. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Kawanichi Valley and the west side of the park, and what do we mean by the west side of the park, and all that sort of stuff. So what do we mean by the west side of the park for our visitors who may not know?
Well, of course, the park is divided not exactly halfway, but
Yeah.
pretty close by the Continental Divide,
Mhm.
by the main range that runs through here with all the high peaks, and so both geographically and logistically, it makes sense for the park to sort of have an east district or east districts and a west district. During the summer, to get from our visitor center and offices here on the west side of the park to where Miles is over at headquarters is an hour and a half or longer, depending on moose jams.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Up over the top, and the reality is that in this high mountain elevation habitat, that road is closed most of the year. Usually from about mid-October to Memorial Day, weather dependent.
Right.
And so that time of the year to get from here to there is about 3.5 hours. So there is this geographic kind of separation that makes it logical to have sort of a west side of the park and an east side of the park. It's just practical for that. And so there, it's all one park. We a lot of things you'll find similar, in terms of staff and programming and things side to side. But there's also some differences. Certainly, the Estes Park, the east side of the park, being closer to all the Front Range cities like Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins, bears the brunt of the visitation.
80%.
Yeah,
right?
well,
something like that.
I think in
That's
terms
what
of
you
how
hear.
people enter,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think
Right,
yeah,
right.
That's just
In terms
entrance,
of where-
enter,
yeah, that's
entrance
just
station.
entrance,
So,
yeah.
but a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people who enter on the east side do come all the way across Trail Ridge Road and come down here. But it is a percentage of them. It's not all of them. And
Sure.
so one of the differences you'll find is that the east side of the park is busier than the west side. Now, in the past few years, the west side is getting busier and busier, and so we're finding some of the same challenges with full parking lots and busy visitor centers as the east side. But still, if you want a chance at having fewer people during your visit, the west side would be a good target to come over here and see some of that. We have this wonderful historic site, which is kind of unique in the park.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there aren't historic areas over there, but there's not a place like this where you can go on tours
Right.
through an intact.
Yeah, it's usually like something was here, or
Right.
here's a sign of what it looked like, or something like that. It's
Right,
not,
right.
oh, there's cabins that you can see people's stuff, see their.
Another one of the attractions is the headwaters of the Colorado River.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which is huge. Obviously,
Yeah.
one of the major rivers in the United States, and it starts from little rivulets flowing together to form stream up here at the head of the Kawanichi Valley. So it flows through the Kawanichi Valley as it heads.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah,
starts
so
its journey.
I mean, people, if they come to the park, should learn about it. It's in our brochure and everything. But the Continental Divide, like Michelle was saying, runs right through the middle of the park, and so water that falls on one side of the divide ends up eventually in the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side ends up in the Pacific. And it's interesting how it takes that big jag here, kind of a big U-turn.
Oh, yeah. One of the fun
That's an
things to
odd
do
one.
is to have people, when they visit Holsworth Historic Site, be standing out in the valley with these amazing views of the mountains around and say, okay, point to the Continental Divide.
Uh-huh.
And the correct answer is to point in 3 different directions because, the Continental Divide does, following the topography, kind of head up the north side of the Kawanichi Valley, cross over at Laputer Pass, and then come south along the crest of the Never Summer Mountains. And so it's kind of funky to be up here at the head of this valley and be almost surrounded by the Continental
Yeah,
Divide.
it makes a pretty weird turn.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's one of my favorite things about here, actually. It's just because if you've been in the West and been to lots of other parts of the Colorado where it's this huge, muddy, raging thing, and you're like, oh, it almost looks like a little creek.
It's
It's really neat. It's really neat to see where it starts. I haven't hiked all the way up. I should.
Yeah.
All the
No,
way
we
up to
have
the headwaters.
One of my favorite little hikes over here that sometimes people overlook because it's a simple little hike is the Coyote Valley River Walk, which is kind of halfway down the valley. It's also an accessible trail, so the trail is designed so that wheelchairs can go on it. But it's maybe a half a mile one way.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's right on the river. You got the river on one side, the valley on another side, some scattered trees, and it's often a really good place for wildlife. Plus, there's a real pretty picnic area right there. So,
Yeah, I
if
like
you're
that
looking
walk a
for
lot.
something short, especially in the evening, right at sunset, it's
Mhm.
just beautiful out there.
Yeah, what are some other kind of, not all day hikes, but just short things people can do if they're coming through?
The East Inlet Trail is definitely the most popular trailhead on the west side of the park, mostly because it has awesome views of the mountains and you're along a creek the whole way. But it also is really close to the town of Grand Lake. It's just on the outskirts of Grand Lake. So it's if you're coming up to Grand Lake, that's a great little intro. But it definitely can be busy in the middle of the day. So that's also a good morning or afternoon stroll. One of definitely talking about the Colorado River, one of the great trails is the Colorado River Trail, and you can just stroll on that one as well. It's not a very hard hike. You kind of meander in and out of the woods and the meadows, and then sometimes you're along the river. And if you want to go for a longer hike, about 3.5 miles from the trailhead is the site of Lulu City, which was an old mining town. There's not a lot left, but there are some logs and some foundations. But it's a really pretty site, and you can really kind of picture people living up there. But also it's really remote, so it kind of is puzzling of how they lived up there and how they got back and forth to different places.
People did some real wild things to try to mine.
They did. And it didn't work out too well here in the valley because there really wasn't any gold or silver, but they did try.
They tried.
And that is definitely one of the beautiful trails here in the valley. It has some nice older trees on it, and not a super steep rocky hike. It's beautiful along the river.
And then there's the visitor center, of course.
Yep, the Kawanichi Visitor Center, which is right before the Grand Lake entrance, just about a mile from the town of Grand Lake. And we're open during the summer from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we are open year-round. The hours do shorten in the fall, winter, and spring, but we're open every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Actually, that's a really good point. The west side of the park is a great place to visit in the winter. Even though the road over the top is not open, the road here in the Kawanichi Valley is plowed to about 12 miles from the entrance. So the valley itself, you can access the valley. Beautiful place for snowshoeing or cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've heard the cross-country skiing is really
Oh,
good.
yeah.
I
Well,
still
part of it
haven't
is
gotten
because
over here to do that.
it's a nice valley, so you have the
Right.
option of having fairly level, options for skiing. And we do, in the winter, again, in the heart of the winter, usually from about the very end of December through February to the very beginning of March, we've offered ski and snowshoe programs. Ski programs mostly in January, and the snowshoe programs throughout that whole time on the weekends. Again, by reservation, same phone number. But the ranger that leads those makes a point of tracking routes that don't follow summer trails. So you specifically have the opportunity to get out and see parts of the valley, see parts of the park that are different from what you can easily access in the summer.
Right.
Because once it's blanketed with snow, you can go just about anywhere.
Right.
So, yeah.
And the snow's pretty consistent over here through the winter, too.
We get lots of snow.
Yeah, which that's something that's definitely different.
Snow
from,
is a reality. Snow,
Yeah,
snow
definitely
is a
different
certainty.
from the east side of the park. What's weather and conditions on this side?
We usually get an
compared to the other side?
average of about 150 inches of snow a winter.
So much more than us.
Oh yeah. With the way the storms come from the west and bump up against the Continental Divide, it drops. We're sometimes known as the better, wetter side. And so pretty typically throughout most of the winter, you'll have 2 or 3 or more feet of snow on the ground. Yeah. Usually by the time you get to late December, early January, the skiing and snowshoeing is really good for the next few months.
Yeah, because I'm a pretty novice cross-country skier in terms of like steepness skill set. And so a lot of times on the east side of the park, I'm kind of like, whoa, man, I don't know. This is kind of beyond me.
No, this is a good place for beginners.
Yeah.
And it's also, again, even quieter in the winter because without the road open, we don't get the folks that are coming through the park. And so you'll have a lot of peace and probably a fair amount of solitude if you come in the winter.
What about the wind over here compared to the east side?
Not so much. No. We don't get the winds the way you do. Not that you can't have a windy day here and there, but they're not a regular feature of the climate.
And cooler on this side as well, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Including in summer too, to some degree.
Yeah, do be prepared in the winter for really. Yeah, but the nighttime temperatures are typically below zero.
Yeah.
20 below is not uncommon.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen it in the 12 years I've been here was minus 44.
A little chilly.
Yeah. That's not when I would recommend skiing and snowshoeing.
No.
But the good news is it's usually sunny. I mean,
Right.
we obviously get storms, we get the snow, but there's usually beautiful sunny days in between. And when you have sun and it isn't windy and the temperature is 10 or 15 or 20 or
feels warm.
25, it's really
Especially if you're
comfortable.
skiing or
It's
snowshoeing,
amazingly
really
comfortable.
That's one of my favorite things about Colorado is just you get that nice crisp. I worked at Black Canyon, the Gunnison for a while, and so I lived, in the winter and lived up on the rim.
Yeah.
And I would just, like you said, it'd be 10, 15, and you get out and you hardly need, just like a long sleeve shirt, some pants with long johns, and
Oftentimes,
almost too hot.
even if it's uncomfortably cold overnight, it'll warm up into something that's very nice for recreation during the day.
So winter recreation, West Side, don't forget.
Don't forget us. Come see us.
And then I'm trying to think of what else feels different on this side to me. I mean, you have the whole valley set up, which I feel like is and it looks like a valley. I mean, on the Estes side, it's a valley sort of. It's like this circular sort of basin almost, whereas here you really have that feel of...
This Kawanichi Valley, going back to, we talked about the headwaters of the Colorado River, but back in the last ice age, this was carved by a glacier, the Colorado River Glacier, which extended from the head of the valley, 20 miles, maybe more than 20 miles down beyond where the park boundary is now. But that's part of the reason it feels so valley-like, and also part of the reason that it's wide. The glacier was 1,500 foot thick, and one of the fun things here is as you stand on the floor of the valley and look up at the sides of the valley, you see these lumpy ridges up and down, and those lumpy ridges are the lateral moraines, the side of the glacier where the debris and the rocks that the glacier was carrying melted out to the side.
I've never noticed that.
Oh, man, no. So you can get a feeling for just how deep the ice was by looking up above you at the lumpy ridges.
Yeah.
And then if you head south of the park, as you head south on Highway 34, you drive alongside Shadow Mountain Lake, which is a reservoir adjacent to Grand Lake. But as you drive along Shadow Mountain Lake and get to the southern end of it, there are some lumpy ridges there and some little crescent-shaped islands. And the crescent-shaped islands and the lumpy ridge represents kind of the terminal moraine. And as the glacier receded and would pause in its melting, it would build up these little ridges, which are now the islands in Shadow Mountain Lake. So the geology, there's glacier geology on the other side of the park too, but here it's got this really nice, well-defined,
it's just so big,
massive
it's
valley.
just massive. It almost. Well, you worked up in Alaska too.
Yeah,
and
I did.
Yeah, it's interesting being back down somewhere where the glaciers are pretty much all gone and being in like a post-glacial landscape.
Exactly.
And thinking about the two and what it would have looked like filled with this huge glacier.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible. Yeah. And then the Never Summers as well, which is the range that is really prominent when you're in the Kawanichi Valley. It's to the west of the valley. I think is really neat too because it's all volcanic, correct?
Yes, and one of the neat things, actually a couple things that I thought of when you were talking Never Summer Mountains, the Never Summer Range. We're in the Kawanichi Valley. We have the Tanahutu River.
Good names.
Yes, a lot of the names here, certainly on the west side of the park, and I know some of them on the east side too, but date back to a tour that was taken with a group of Arapaho Indians who mentioned their names that they had for some of these features. So Kawanichi Valley, the term Kawanichi refers to coyote. Tanahutu means big meadow, which we also call Big Meadow. Funny about that.
Yeah.
Tanahutu River runs through Big Meadow. There's Anahu Creek, which was named after actually a racehorse. The Native Americans would have races here in the valley, and there was a horse that would, to get warm, would back up towards the fire, and the name Anahu means warms himself.
Oh, okay.
But when you mentioned the Never Summer Mountains, that actually comes from an Arapaho word too, which I'm sure I won't pronounce correctly, but it's along the lines of Nichibichi, and it translates never no summer mountains. And so when whoever translated it into English, they decided to drop the double negative, and so now we have the Never Summer Mountains. But a lot of the topography over here still reflects the Native American heritage.
Mhm.
So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, the never summers are just so cool
Oh,
looking.
and you mentioned volcanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely igneous. They were a range that erupted as a volcano. What is it? 24 million years ago, I think is what geologists say. So they're recent. I
Yeah.
mean, that sounds like a long time, but
Yeah, in mountain
for a
terms, yeah.
geologist, that's really quite recent. And the other really unique thing geologically about them is it was really one eruptive cycle. With a lot of volcanoes, they'll erupt, they'll
Right.
erode, they'll erupt, they'll
Mhm,
erode. You know, you
mhm.
get layers and layers.
Mhm.
This was sort of a
Wow,
one-time event, which gets geologists
must have been a
excited.
big event.
But when you look at the mountains now and the beautiful rugged snow-capped peaks, most of the summer, never no summer, you are actually looking at the inside of the volcanoes. You're not looking at the volcanic rock that came out.
Uh-huh.
You're looking at the igneous granitic rock that was part of the magma chambers on the inside that
That had
cooled and
cooled.
hardened. What's happened is that in the years since, particularly with things like glaciers in action, the lava that erupted and cooled has already been worn away.
Uh-huh.
It's already so. I always like to tell kids
That's interesting.
when we have school groups that you're looking at the guts of these volcanoes. You're looking at the inside. There are places you can still see a little of the ash that erupted from
Oh,
the
wow.
Never Summer Mountains at Lava Cliffs.
Yep, lava cliffs.
Up on Trail Ridge Road.
Mhm.
There's some places, if you know where to look across the valley here, you can see some outcrops.
Just where stuff was
Specimen Mountain,
ejected way
yeah,
far
Specimen
away.
Mountain.
Uh-huh.
But when you look at the Never Summer Mountains themselves, you're actually looking at intrusive igneous rock
Uh-huh.
rather than extrusive volcanic rock.
Yeah, that's cool. It definitely, when you see them, yeah, hopefully that'll help give listeners a better understanding. Because when you see them, they do look different. If you pay a little attention, these versus the main mountains in Rocky, it's like, that looks pretty different. And
Yeah, when
they
you
have a
drive
very
over
different
Trail
story.
Ridge Road, except for those few outcrops, you're looking at rocks that are much, much, much older.
Right.
Metamorphic rocks and other granites, but that are just way older
Mhm.
than the Never Summer Mountains.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of wildlife over here, pretty similar. We're starting to get some moose on the east side now.
Yeah, we're
but
sharing our moose with
Yeah,
you.
you're sharing. They're exporting some moose. The moose are
No,
finding.
the moose are doing this on their own.
They're exporting themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're finding their way through and over the mountains onto the east side of the park. But
we
still,
definitely have a larger population over here
Yeah.
than on the east side of the park. So the odds of seeing a moose are
Yeah.
higher on the west side of the park. I find that they're much easier, more commonly seen early in the summer. Right now, as we're recording this in early July, this is a pretty good time. June, they seem to be everywhere.
Huh? Do you think they move up into the mountains later in the summer, or we're not really sure?
You know, what the time of the year I find it hardest to find them is September, October, right? And I don't know if that's because it's the rut and they're more shy,
Busy with that,
or if it has to do with hunting season
Oh.
in the forest around us.
Right.
But certainly, I think you've got a higher probability of seeing moose June, July than late August,
That's good to
September,
know.
October.
Yeah, one of the first, other than coming over here for a brief tour and going to Holsworth and stuff, one of the first things I did on this side is I hiked up North Inlet all the way and actually went up to Lake Nanita and what's the other one? Nakoni, yeah. And then up and over that saddle and then up into the upper end where there's no trail and came down through there trailless. A lot of moose sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of moose sign up in there where there aren't any trails.
Yeah. And if you come in the winter, I can just about guarantee you'll see lots of moose tracks. Whether you see moose,
right?
You know, maybe not, but you'll definitely see moose tracks. And
moose are amazing.
Yeah.
I love moose. And of course we have elk over here.
Lots of elk over here. I'm trying to think what else. Is there other things that would be unique?
We see a lot of river otter signs in the winter. We don't rarely ever see the otters, but in the winter along the Colorado River, because the river is mostly frozen over, but when you're kind of standing on top of it, you can hear it bubbling underneath you. And there are a lot of river otter tracks and slides where they're sliding down hills, and you can even see holes in the ice where they've broken through into the river.
That is very
especially walking out from the parking lot here at Holsworth out here to the cabins in the winter.
Cool.
Wandering along the river, there are a lot of otter tracks.
Wow.
But we really actually see the otters any time of the year.
Need to come check that out. I would love to see that. That'd be really fun. So, Michelle, you said you've been here 12 years on this side of the park. And Macy, you're a newcomer, right?
Yes, I'm a newcomer. I got here in May of 2016, so I've been just over a year.
Okay.
Here at
Where were
Rocky.
you here? Where were you before here?
I was at a little park in New Mexico called El Malpais National Monument.
A little different than
A
here.
little different.
Yeah. What other parks have you worked at?
I've also worked at Grand Teton and Glacier as a seasonal.
Okay.
And then I was permanent at Great Basin and Grand Canyon.
Oh,
as
Great
well.
Basin.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool park.
It's a very cool park.
Yeah, I have not gotten to go. I've only gotten to work on the map. And
Yeah.
it made me want to go.
It's really neat. There's such low visitation there. They only
Right.
get like 80,000 visitors a year. So
Yeah.
it's a real wilderness type of park, but it has some amazing features.
Yeah.
Bristlecone pines and really cool caves.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely one not to be missed if you're out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's everyone that I know who's worked there or been there. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely
It's a great
you
park.
got to go. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So how has the west side of Rocky compared so far to other places that you've worked?
Well, I've wanted to work on the west side of Rocky for many, many years.
Really?
This has been a dream spot for me.
What was
so-
the dream? Why did you want to be over here?
Well, first time I came to Rocky, I was 16 with
Uh-huh.
my family. We were doing a cross-country road trip, and I just remember being up in the Alpine. I think we were up at the Alpine Visitor Center, maybe Farview, and I remember looking down in the valley and just thinking it was just, wow, that's a really beautiful place. And for some reason, as my career went on, I just always wanted to
was
come
just
back
in the
to
back
Rocky.
of your head, huh?
Yep. And yeah, this is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've gotten to work, but also one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I absolutely love it here. It's definitely one of the best places.
Yeah. What do you like? What do you like about the work? What makes it so fun?
It's very,
The supervisor.
Other than your supervisor,
of course.
of course. That's the
Other
number
than
one
Michelle.
reason. Yeah.
Seriously though, like Michelle makes this such a fun place to work, and I think the diversity of the work is what makes it so fun. The seasons are awesome, so you have a really busy summer season, and then the fall and spring are really busy with school programs, like not as many
I didn't
daily
think about that.
visitors. But
Yeah.
yep, we get to do a lot of school programs in the classrooms, but also they do field trips out here.
Uh-huh.
And then the winter is quiet, but also I feel like I was really active this winter with all of our ski and snowshoe programs and just getting ready for summer and playing in all the snow. It's just such a diverse park in that way, and the job is so diverse. So every day it's something
Yeah.
different, and then seasonally I do different work. And like right now in the summer I'm out here at Holsworth a lot of the time. So it's just such a neat position because of the diversity of different jobs I get to do.
And how do you like living in Grand Lake?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah? It seems like a great place.
I love it. Yeah.
What's the year-round population of Grand Lake? Do we?
Not many, I would
You know,
say.
I think at Grand Lake year round maybe 500, but of course
Oh.
that's a lot more in the summer.
Sure.
There are a lot of second homes, a lot of vacation homes, summer homes up in this area.
But year-round, 500. Wow. That's even less than I realized. Yeah.
And we have the local communities too of Granby and Winter Park and stuff,
Right,
and Kremlin.
that's-
So there are some communities in the county here, so you don't feel too isolated in
Yeah.
the winter. And plus, people come up to go downhill skiing up in the mountains too, so you run into those folks visiting the park as well.
Yeah, and actually, while residents may be, in the hundreds, that Grand Lake, like the park, operates on recreation. And so there are lots of visitors still in the wintertime
Oh,
who
okay.
come.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
In the forest around us is one of the most amazing snowmobile trail systems. And so that's one of the highlights for folks
lot of
who come to
snowmobiling.
Grand Lake is a lot of snowmobiling. Of course, there's the activities in the park, the skiing, the snowshoeing. But there are also 3 ski areas. No, more than that.
Really?
We've got 3 Nordic ski areas.
Oh,
There's
wow.
one in Grand Lake, one down in Granby, and then one outside of Fraser, plus a couple of downhill ski resorts, one in Winter Park and one in Granby. And so, yeah, a lot of winter recreation.
Huh.
So
Yeah, so it still
there are
keeps it. It's
businesses
quiet,
are
but it
open,
still
restaurants
keeps it-
are open. Yeah, there's still things to see and do, even though the actual
Yeah.
year-round live-in population drops quite a bit
Right.
in the winter.
Yeah. Does it become a snowmobile town mostly, or is it mostly still cars? Or just a mix?
They actually, in Grand Lake, don't plow the streets to where they'll melt off because they want to
Yeah, it's
make
better.
it snowmobile friendly.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's both. I mean,
Okay.
vehicles are just fine.
Yeah.
But you'll see snowmobiles pulled up at the
Yeah.
the local restaurant or
Mhm.
whatever. So
And so you've been here for 12 years, Michelle. Where were you before?
before this, I was at Sitka National Historical Park up in Alaska.
Uh-huh.
And
On an island?
On an island off the coast of Alaska.
Off the road system.
Yeah, it was funny because when they interviewed me for this job here on the west side of the park, they actually flew down the 2 finalists for this position.
Wow.
Because in part they were worried about the people understanding the remoteness of this area. And I was going, you have a road.
Yeah. I can
mean
drive
you can get
here
to Denver in 2
other
hours?
places?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was that was kind of fun. This was coming to the big city.
I never got to go down to Southeast Alaska. I was always up in
Alaska was amazing.
Central, yeah. How long were you there?
We were there about 5 years.
In interpretation as well?
Yes. I worked in the park there. Actually, the last few years I was there, I was the chief of interpretation.
Okay.
So that's kind of fun to be in charge.
Yeah.
And then before that was Lake Mead National Recreation Area down in the desert. Lake Mead by Boulder Dam and Hoover
I've
Dam.
been around there.
And before that was Lava Beds National Monument in northeastern California.
Oh, yeah.
A hidden gem.
Yeah.
Kind of like Great Basin.
Right.
And then before that was I started as a volunteer intern right out of college at Death Valley National Monument, as it was back then.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I love Death Valley.
yeah. Oh, one of my all-time.
Yeah,
favorite
I got to
places.
do their map. It was great. I've talked about it before on the podcast, so I won't drone on and on.
You
but
name dropper.
It was amazing. It was such a fun place to get to map. Just it's so bizarre and diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, from way below sea level to like 11,000 plus foot telescope peak, and you're standing there in salt, and we were there in the middle of the winter. It was like 85, and you're looking up at snow. It's pretty fantastic, and just all the weird formations.
Yeah, incredible
Devil's
geology.
Golf Course,
Incredible
and the
geology.
geology. Yeah, I remember when I got there. I'm sure. Oh, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I bet this person was still there when you were working there. I can't remember his name. An interpreter. He's been there for a really long time. But anyway, I was like,
Yes, listeners, this is what rangers do.
Yeah.
Do you know so and so?
yep.
Have you met so? Oh, you work there. You must know so and so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when I was talking to Lindsay.
It's as bad as a family reunion.
When I was talking to Lindsay, she had worked on a small, like a pocket cruise company up in Southeast Alaska. And I mentioned, oh, yeah, one of my best friends my entire life did that too, that I worked with in Alaska for a few summers. And she was like, what's his name? I said, Eric Toussaint. She's like, yeah, we know each other. We work together all summer. So happens all the time. So you've been here for 12 years, all those other places. What about you? What do you think? Macy has the new experience. You've got the 12-year experience.
Oh, this has been an amazing place.
Yeah.
You don't spend 12 years in one place unless you've really fallen in love with it.
True.
Some of it is, the people I work with. I have wonderful staff members like Macy and the seasonals. One of my seasonals has worked at this park for over 40 years.
Whoa.
42 or 43 years.
Wow.
And she's amazing. And so
Seasonal.
Seasonal. She's a teacher the rest of the year.
That's
and so
amazing.
it works out really
Yeah,
well
that's
for her.
great.
But this is just a very, very special place because it's somewhat smaller in size and in visitation and in staff than the east side. People on this side of the park do tend to have a more diverse role. Like Macy said, it's less specialization just because the size is smaller. So each person tends to do more things. So that the diversity is fun, but it also makes for kind of a family atmosphere on this side of the park. Those of us who are division leads over here actually work in the same hallway. So there's a lot of interaction between specialties. And that's really fulfilling.
Yeah.
The communities, are amazing. And it's, my son is now 13.
Oh, wow.
So,
this is,
he's kind of grown up here and it's
Yeah.
been an amazing place to raise a kid and have him have the experience both inside the park and in this community, in this area. So, yeah, happy times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like a great town. That's another thing. When people come over, go into Grand Lake, of course, visit, has a very different feel than like Estes and the east side of the park. Very, very different feel in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's interesting how diverse different Park Service sites are.
Oh, even district to district.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you said, even in a lot of the bigger parks, there's almost always one or more smaller districts that are just so much more quiet. I remember like one summer I worked in Yellowstone. I worked at Tower Roosevelt Junction right there. and it's just, it's like a little ranger station and a few people, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, exactly like you said, it becomes very, very tight knit. The culture, it's almost like one big family. Definitely a different feel on the east side of the park. It's just there's just way more
you got to
people.
see them both.
There's just so much going on. Yeah, you have to experience both.
Haven't
The
experienced
differences.
Rocky Mountain National Park till you've seen both sides of the park
I agree.
in multiple seasons.
Yeah, yeah. See, I haven't come over in the middle of real winter here. I really need to do that.
I mean, autumn is spectacular. We haven't talked about autumn, but
yeah.
when the colors usually peak around the third week of September, and generally you've got the elk doing the elk rut and bugling at the same time. And again, things can be sometimes gridlock over on the east side of the park, and over here it's a much more, less crowded viewing experience for those kind of things. So.
Yeah, I remember we came over last year to film and take some pictures of some of the fall colors, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And significantly earlier too than our side of the park, at least last year. I mean, I'm sure every year it varies.
Yeah,
somewhat,
I think that's true. We're a little higher.
Yep.
And we're a little
higher
so
elevation.
Things start faster. Winter comes.
Winter comes
sooner.
Quite a bit
Spring
sooner.
comes later.
Yeah, definitely. Do you get? When do you usually get your first snowfalls? Early.
Usually around Halloween. It can happen earlier. I mean, it can happen any time of the year. But the first ones
Somewhere
of
around
significance
Halloween.
usually around Halloween.
Yep.
This is one of those communities where you design your Halloween costumes around being able to be worn over a big coat.
My fiance and I joke about that because she grew up in Wyoming, in Douglas, and for a while when I was growing up, I lived in Iowa, in southwest Iowa, and we actually, believe it or not, we would have snow. It'd be pretty cold in end of October, and yeah, we were just like designing your costume around exactly, or a huge coat. We would often do like a huge coat with a trash bag over the top and a mask or something, so you didn't freeze.
So we'll start getting snow consistently, usually around then. We don't typically have enough to be really good skiing snow until mid to late December.
Yeah.
But we certainly
Yeah,
will.
kind of typical pattern around here. Takes a little bit into the winter.
Get the base built up a little
Sure.
bit.
Great. So we've covered Holsworth, talked about what you can do out here, talked about the Centennial event that you should be at, which is next week. Fridays, big days, County Valley. There's also one thing we didn't mention. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in Rocky. Tons of hiking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so much hiking. It's beautiful from this side. I feel like a lot of times the approaches are longer to get up into the mountains.
If you want to get to a really nice lake over here, you're probably going to have to go at least 5 miles.
Yeah, you're in for a longer day for sure.
But there's some waterfall. Well, the Adams Falls you talked about already is real close. But there's other things that are, in between 3.5 miles and 5 miles, there are some really nice destinations on most of the trails.
So great hiking. And don't be afraid to come any time of year.
Yeah.
There's great stuff all year round.
And
It doesn't shut down in the winter. You
No,
can't
it
go over
does
Trail
not.
Ridge.
It does not.
You can't go over Trail Ridge. Trail Ridge does close, but park stays open, town stays open. There's tons of stuff to do.
Absolutely. And if you do come in the summer, and we'd love to see you, actually tell us if you listen to the podcast. That would be fun. But if you do come in the summer, similar guidelines now as to the east side of the park. Plan to come early in the morning or later in the later afternoon or evening if you want.
That's good.
To be sure that you can get a parking
That's a good
spot.
thing to cover. Yep, it's getting busy everywhere, early or late. Okay, so our final question.
Uh-oh.
Here,
Macy.
We've been asking everybody this. Your answer doesn't have to be profound or whatever, but we've been asking everyone.
Good.
It's a very general question, so you can take it wherever you want to go. What does Rocky mean to you? People have given us a gamut of answers, in terms of professionally and personally. So
I would say, honestly, that Rocky means to me home. This is one of the national parks that I feel at most home in. And there's always something exciting going on, and it makes it a really fun home to have.
Did you grow up around here? Or were you
No, I did not.
You came on trips?
I just love the Rocky Mountains, and I came on trips, and out of all the national parks I've lived at, this one feels most like home.
Oh, that's great. How about you, Michelle?
I'm going to have to wipe away the tears first. I think I'm actually going to steal something I learned from Barry Sweet, who is our wilderness office, wilderness backcountry system coordinator. But he talks about Rocky Mountain National Park as being a place where people can come and remember how to be their best selves. How when you get out of the everyday routines and you get out of the, whatever business or whatever pressures you have, and you come and you spend time in this place, whether it's, touring the road and seeing the scenery from the road, or whether it's getting back on a backcountry experience, a wilderness experience, it gives us time to kind of reflect on who we are and what we're about, and remember our best selves. And I love that. It's true of our national parks in general, and it's really true here at Rocky Mountain National Park. You can come to Holsworth and you can learn about how people overcame setbacks and persevered and created something wonderful here. You can spend time in the natural world and contemplate what things were like if you were standing under 1,500 foot of ice. But yeah, I think it lets us remember some of the good things about who we are, about the country we live in, about what we can be.
Great. All right. Thank you guys so much. And that's our show. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Our next episode is going to be released in 2 weeks on Friday, July 28th. So make sure to tune in then. We really appreciate any comments that you want to leave for us on our homepage. And we also appreciate any reviews that you may want to give us in iTunes. Those reviews help other people find us. They get us onto recommended lists. They make us easier to find when people search. And of course, the best thing you can do is spread our podcast through word of mouth. We just had an article in the Estes Park Trail Gazette that you can find online highlighting the podcast and this project. And we're just trying to get it growing and going and in more people's ears and minds. So if you enjoy it and you think you know other people who might, please let them know to subscribe and hear all our episodes. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That is go.nps.gov/RMNpod. Each episode gets its own post on that page, and you can actually leave comments for each episode. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much for joining us again. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome. We hope ours will be too. And we will see you next time. Bye for now.
Okay, Andrew, it's summertime as we're recording this.
Yep.
But I want to rewind the clock to mid-May of this year. Think cool air, drizzling rain, spring.
Okay, I'm with you.
This May, I volunteered with the Harlequin Duck Project, and we were trying to capture ducks on Upper McDonald Creek. And as we talked about in the Goat Hunt episode, you catch them by stringing a net all the way across the creek and trying to catch them as they fly down. But with all the melting snow in the spring, that creek is flowing too fast to safely walk across. So a few people and one end of the net get carried across to the other side in a raft.
So did you get to go across the creek?
Well, no, I stayed behind to help spot the birds with binoculars. But at the end of the day, everyone on the other side had to come back, and I volunteered to help catch the raft and pull them to shore. The raft, really conveniently, has a handle on the bow that helps you grab it. And I leaned over to grab it, totally missed, and fell face first in McDonald Creek.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was totally soaked.
Well, it's pretty cold in the spring. Did you have a change of clothes?
Well, yes and no. It was very cold, but I didn't have any spare clothes. But the volunteer paddling the raft that I failed to catch had a spare pair of long johns, and despite my insistence that I'd be warm enough, made me go change into them.
So you had warm legs and a bruised ego, but isn't this episode about many glaciers?
Okay, let me finish. That volunteer's name is Gerard, and I'd met him before because he drives a school bus for some of the local students I've led on field trips, but through the Harlequin Project, I got to know him a little better, and a few weeks later, I had the chance to get him in the studio.
Yeah, my name is Gerard Bird. Born and raised about 9 miles from Glacier National Park in a little town of Martin City.
He's the sort of wonderful person that seems to know everyone and can do anything. What were you doing just before this interview?
We were helping band songbirds, trapping and banding.
I think he volunteers with every single wildlife research project in the park.
We started about 12, maybe 13 years ago, helping out with the Wolverine Project, got involved, and we put in roughly 175 backcountry miles.
Did you make him come into the studio just to return his long johns?
No, he's got wonderful taste in long underwear, but that's not why I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to talk to him about a trip he did with the Glacier Institute in 1986.
Glacier Institute was founded in 1983, started working in 84. I came on board in 85. I'm a school bus contractor. They were looking for someone to transport students around the park, specifically up over Logan Pass.
Wait, so what is the Glacier Institute?
The Glacier Institute is one of the park's 3 official partners. They offer hands-on, field-based learning opportunities for both kids and adults all throughout Northwest Montana, and they do a lot of work here in Glacier.
There was grizzly classes, flower classes, and then some geology classes, which included glaciology as well. And this one particular class, we were hiking into Grinnell Glacier, and it was a geology class, but one of the founders had wanted us to go and meet this gentleman that was given, I can't remember where he was from now, but anyway, he was giving a speech on Grinnell Glacier. And so
the guy's name was Bob Anderson, and he was a geologist with the California Institute of Technology. And he wasn't just giving a talk on Grinnell Glacier, he was giving a talk in Grinnell Glacier.
They had an access point that we were able to enter underneath this glacier.
Into an ice cave.
It
Whoa.
was about maybe 3 foot high, and it kind of went back maybe 20 some feet.
And the times I've spent in other park units like Mammoth Cave National Park, one of the biggest takeaways was just how dark it got. Like, what was the lighting?
Oh, straight up. I mean, it's no different than a regular cave. If there were human bodies blocking that entrance, it would be no different than being in an underground cave. As I looked around, there was probably 20 of us crowded into this small space, and there was a flash photographer taking tons of photos. Leaned over, and I said, "Lex, how come this is so obnoxious?" He goes, "Gerard, National Geographic's in here doing a photo op here under this glacier."
National Geographic was there?
Yeah, they published a 20-page article not long afterwards, which really reads like an introduction to Glacier, where it is, what it's all about, a harrowing search and rescue tale. And here's the one photo they used from the ice cave.
Wow, this is crazy. So this is under Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, the photo, it's really dark. This guy's wearing bright yellow pants, sitting on the ice. And yeah, it's in Grinnell Glacier.
I've been to Grinnell Glacier a handful of times, and this looks nothing like anything I've seen up there. It's like a totally different world.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell in the photo. I asked him what the weather was like outside, and he said it was sunny, but doesn't look at all like that. It just looks dark.
Cold.
Gerard described these little threads of ice that would dangle from the ceiling of the glacier, and if you looked at it too long, either your breath or your headlamp would even melt them. So it was a really powerful experience for him.
Well, the funny thing is I had visited with my wife when I came out, and I said, "Oh my gosh, honey, you got to come in and look at this." I said, "This was incredible." I was so moved. Well, raising 5 kids and whatnot, it just was about 3 years later, and we decided that we could go back in, and we hiked in, come to this rock face, and this is where the glacier was. And I kept looking at the rock face thinking, "Oh God, maybe I'm on a whole different," but I did recognize the area where we entered, and the glacier had melted back about 200 plus feet. I was absolutely astounded.
3
years. That's when I really became aware of man's impact on our beautiful planet. Yeah.
So if that's how much it changed in just 3 years, what has he noticed in the last 30 years since then?
Yeah, that was something I was really interested in, but he surprised me. When's the last time you went back to Grinnell Glacier?
Oh, it was back then, probably 89.
Really?
80s. Yep.
Haven't been back since?
I haven't been back to there since. I've done a lot of different areas in the park since, but not been back there since 89.
Wow, 30 years. I can't imagine what he'd say if he got to see it now.
I know. We have got to get Gerard to Grinnell Glacier this summer. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're going to be taking you on a journey to the Many Glacier Valley.
Nestled in the northeast corner of the park, Many Glacier is one of its most spectacular destinations. I know every time my family's come to visit, we've made a point of taking Highway 89 on the east side of the park just to get there. Typically, the road is open from mid-May to late October, but the high elevation trails have a much shorter season because they're only reliably clear of snow in August.
According to longtime Many Glacier Ranger Bob Adams, there are two trails in particular that people come here to see.
Today, that would be the Grinnell Glacier Trail, and that would be the Iceberg Lake Trail, which is...
This area is popular, like really, really popular.
But there are lots of people, roughly 600 or more a day.
That 600 is on each trail.
So this isn't the place for solitude?
Not exactly. And to make it even more extreme, Bob sometimes has to close one of those trails for bear activity. And if the Iceberg Lake Trail is closed, then...
You'll get 900 people on the Glacier Trail.
900 people on the Grinnell Glacier Trail?
So that may not be what you want. It may be exactly what you want because you maybe feel safety in numbers. That's a false assumption, but people make that assumption.
Why do so many people come here?
I asked Diane Sine. She's a ranger, and she spent more than 40 summers in Many Glacier.
It not only has the actual glaciers that are still hanging in there, just barely. Then we also have the historic hotel. We have, in my opinion, the best hiking trails in the park. So if you just wanted one location that sums up all that's excellent about Glacier National Park, it's Many Glacier. And yes, this is a commercial for Many Glacier.
And she's not totally joking about the commercial thing. The marketing of Many Glacier and of the Glacier National Park region as a whole is a really important part of the park's history.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in the early days of Glacier National Park, a lot of the infrastructure was built by the Great Northern Railway. And the railway executives wanted this place to look like the Swiss Alps.
Yeah, there's definitely Swiss architecture noticeable, not just at the Many Glacier Hotel, but the Lake McDonald Lodge too. But why Swiss?
That's actually a pretty interesting story. To learn more about it, I decided to join Diane Sine, the ranger you heard a minute ago, on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel.
Well, I'm jealous.
Luckily for you and our listeners, these tours are offered during the summer at the Many Glacier Hotel and Lake McDonald Lodge. You can find the schedule in your ranger-led activities guide, which you'll receive at the park entrance station.
Well, welcome. My name's Diane Sine. I'm a seasonal ranger here with the National Park Service. I have done this for a whole lot of summers. This is our daily walking tour of the historic Many Glacier Hotel. So before I start...
She told us about how she first fell in love with Many Glacier as a child on a family camping trip. And all through college, worked here in the summers as a singing waitress.
Wait, she was a singing waitress?
Yeah, as she tells it...
In that era, all the employees at the Many Glacier Hotel were hired to staff the regular hotel positions because they all had music or drama backgrounds. And as a little girl, just starting out as a cellist, I thought, that's what I want to do.
Why did they do that?
Well, in those days, the Many Glacier Hotel was a bit beat up and weathered. So, to attract guests, the manager decided to use music.
Well, why have I never heard Diane sing at the hotel?
Well, she's not a singing waitress anymore. After those summers singing and waiting tables, something changed deep inside of her.
After having worked here for 4 years for the hotel, my life was warped. I was hooked on this place, and I figured out how to become a park ranger.
And once Many Glacier wormed its way into her life, it never left.
Along the way, I met my husband, who was another ranger here. We got married at Lake Josephine, had our wedding reception here at the dining room of the Many Glacier Hotel. My stepdaughter met her husband here as well, and the tradition has continued. So, Many Glacier
But this is all a bit of a digression because although this place is important to Diane,
the Many Glacier Hotel is considered to have national significance. It has value to the American story as a place that ties us to the past, not only the past with visitor experiences, but the past with the early development and advertising of national parks.
Diane told us about the construction of the building in the winter of 1914. When temperatures hit 40 below.
Okay, we've both been here in the winter, and 40 below is cold.
It's very cold. As Diane described it, the workers the Great Northern hired
were hardy Scandinavian descendants, and they could withstand hardy winters. And the story is...
The finished hotel was pretty impressive.
Paint a picture for me.
Well, as you approach the hotel, a friendly bellhop, clad in Alp-style lederhosen, opens the front door and offers refuge from the harsh winds of the valley in the warmth of the lobby.
Wait, okay, lederhosen?
We'll get back to that in a minute.
Okay.
Once you're inside, the lobby is vast and echoey with a hodgepodge of different styles. A massive copper fireplace anchors one end, while the other opens up to an elegant spiral staircase. Naturally, your gaze will be drawn up as your eyes trace the giant Douglas fir beams towards the ceiling. And dangling from that ceiling is an impressive array of Japanese-style paper lanterns.
Okay, so I'm standing in a Wild West Montanan Swiss chalet with Japanese paper lanterns?
Now you're catching on, that's right. But even though there's a lot going on, the thing that really pulled me in was those giant Douglas fir beams. And according to Diane, this was their intended effect.
The idea behind the design of both this Many Glacier Hotel and the Glacier Park Lodge at East Glacier, they were originally referred to as big tree lodges. The idea is that you can be down here in the lobby and you can actually feel like you're in the forest with the trees rising above you.
That makes a lot of sense having stood in them, but you still have not addressed the lederhosen thing.
Okay. Well, part of it is actually an accident of history. In 1914, as construction was just about to begin for the Many Glacier Hotel, World War I cut off Americans from some of their favorite European vacation destinations. The Great Northern saw in this an opportunity to put the American West on vacationers' radar, and they started to market this area as a replacement for the Swiss Alps.
Okay, but people go on vacation to Spain or to Germany. Why Switzerland?
Well, as Diane tells it, Louis Hill, who at the time was the president of the Great Northern Railway, just really liked Swiss architecture.
He had a home outside St. Paul where his family would go for winter getaways and ice skating parties, and that home was designed as a Swiss chalet. But he also had a winter home at Pebble Beach, California. In fact, his home became part of the golf course there. The design for his Pebble Beach home was also Swiss architecture. So the guy just had a thing for Swiss chalets.
How'd the Great Northern get word out about the area?
Well, they decided to do this big advertising campaign called See America First.
See America First, huh?
And the idea there was to try to convince Americans that vacationing in the national parks was the patriotic thing to do. They also gave artists free trips out here. And as you can imagine, once those artists saw this place, they took the idea of See America First and just ran with it. One of these artists was the writer Mary Roberts Rinehart.
She was a very well-known writer of the time. She went on to write a couple of books about her experiences in Glacier Park. She said, "I have traveled a great deal of Europe. The Alps have never held this lure for me. Perhaps it is because these mountains are my own in my own country." So that was her idea. Be a patriotic American, see America first, come to the Switzerland of North America, come to the Many Glacier Hotel.
Okay, so this marketing campaign is why we have all the Swiss buildings around Glacier.
Exactly, and it's had a pretty big impact on the way people use the park even to this day. But it also starts to get at something that's really central to the mission of the Park Service.
What do you mean?
Well, we're supposed to be preserving these places for future generations, but our mission is also to allow for their enjoyment today. That can be a tough act to balance.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. People come to Many Glacier to see the bears and the glaciers and to feel a sense of wilderness, but their very presence alters those things.
Right, the Many Glacier Hotel and the marketing around it got a lot more people to come out and enjoy this area. But it also changed the character of the valley. When people and nature come together, both are changed by the encounter.
But That's not always a bad thing.
Certainly not. Encountering the natural world is an important way that we can learn and grow as people.
I know that hiking here in Many Glacier has changed both you and I, but in our next story, I'd like to look at a way that we collectively as people have changed Many Glacier as well, although we might not have meant to.
So, you know how we've been talking about doing a hike in Many Glacier?
Yeah?
Well, I just talked to Lisa McKeon. She's a physical scientist with the USGS. She invited us to go up to Grinnell Glacier with her next week.
Oh my gosh, we've got to bring Gerard.
I thought you might say that, so I asked Lisa about it, and it turns out that they actually already even know each other from some projects he's volunteered on, and he's welcome to join us too.
Of course they know each other. Well, I've got to call him.
Yeah, let's get him on the phone. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about the restoration work done on the Many Glacier Hotel.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking. How can I help you?
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey guys, great to hear from you today.
Likewise.
We wanted to call because for this episode, I had the chance to go on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel with Diane Sine, and she pointed out a staircase to me that she mentioned you might have had something to do with.
The famous double helix staircase. To be able to bring that back here in the 21st century is really a treasure, and those people who haven't seen it ought to definitely get out there and take a look.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, this magnificent, as you said, double helix, like kind of DNA strand staircase.
Yeah, you know, we joked a little bit around here that they need a T-shirt for the lodge that says history, it's in our DNA. And history really, and historic renovation is in our DNA here at the Glacier Conservancy as well. And that is a property at Many Glacier that had fallen in disrepair. And actually some had talked about tearing it down. And what a great decision not to.
Absolutely.
Has the Conservancy had a chance to be involved in any other historic preservation projects in the park?
We really have spent a lot of time and focus on that because really our future is part of celebrating our past. There's a lot of different kind of places that we've been able to help, like the Wheeler Cabin and the Sperry Chalet, of course, and the Walton Ranger Station. And those kinds of historic preservation projects are ones that we've been very proud to be involved in over the years and really, we think, add to the fabric of this great tapestry that makes up Glacier National Park.
Well, thanks for making the project possible in the first place, and thank you for taking some time out of your day.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Call anytime.
All right. Bye, Doug.
All right. Cheers.
Before the break, I found out that I had a chance to get Gerard back to Grinnell Glacier for the first time in 30 years. So I called him. Naturally, Gerard's a busy guy, so I didn't get a hold of him the first or second time I called.
Hey, Michael, Gerard here. Yeah, I haven't forgot about you. I had you on my list.
But after playing voicemail phone tag, I reached him and invited him to join us. Well, we're going on Tuesday with Lisa McKeon, so you're certainly welcome to tag along on that if you want.
I would love to. I'll have to look at my calendar to see what's on there, but that would be a wonderful invite. Thank you.
The next day, he shot me an email. He could make it. So we had everybody meet at park headquarters and wasted no time getting going. Because if you're headed to Many Glacier, you should plan on an early start. Whether you're looking for a parking space or a campsite, everything fills up early. Like, really early. And on top of that, it's not especially close. It's the farthest main entrance from the airport, and from the west entrance alone, it takes about 2.5 hours whether you go into the Sun Road to St. Mary or Highway 2 onto the south end of the park. But we found a spot and set off on one of the crown jewels of Glacier's trail system. Now, the trail is popular not just because of its destination, but because of the scenery along the way. If you're not looking at wildlife, you're looking at towering snow-capped mountains or crystal clear lakes. Round trip, it's 11 miles and you gain 2,600 feet of elevation, so it's not an easy hike. In fact, one of the fan favorite ways to do this trail is to actually skip the first few miles entirely. The Glacier Park Boat Company offers historic wooden boat tours, and some of their tours include a hike to the glacier. And taking that boat shuttle shaves off nearly 4 miles of the hike, but none of the elevation. If you're interested in boat tours at Many Glacier or anywhere else in the park, it pays to plan ahead. We didn't catch a boat, though. We just hiked. And you don't have to hike too far before you stumble into one of the most famous views in the whole park, a bright blue Grinnell Lake tucked into the mountains.
And if you've ever seen a poster of the park, odds are it was a picture of Grinnell Lake. In fact, Lisa McKeon told us she had a poster of the view in her college dorm room.
Yeah. I've been up this trail so many times, I never thought about that.
Oh, good.
But, the classic Grinnell view.
Good
right
story.
Here. Yeah.
When I worked for a different agency in a different state, that same poster was on the wall in the office next to me.
And I had a funny experience with this view as well. When I got hired, I was in college and I was so excited about it. I'd never been here before. And so I Google image search Glacier National Park, downloaded some cool pictures for my phone background. And I didn't ever really look up where it was, but I was hiking up here for the first time and I'm like, oh my God, this is the view from my phone.
Yeah.
I took my own photo from that spot and I still have it as my
That's still your background?
Yeah.
This whole time.
Good story.
So, that's great.
I was like, oh, this is it. This is why I came here.
And it is so easy to get swept away by the beauty of this trail, by the wildflowers, by the wildlife, whether it's mountain goats or bighorn sheep. But the entire time I was distracted, wondering how Gerard was going to react once we finally saw the glacier. And the trail does a really good job at building that anticipation because you can't really see it until the very end. But after a few hours and a few thousand feet, we made it. We crested that final hill and were able to look down at Grinnell Glacier. And it was the first time any of us had seen it that year, but for Gerard, it was the first time seeing it since the 80s.
All right, Gerard, what's the big reaction to this big view?
That's our producer, Daniel.
There was just more snow and ice here. Right here, there was no snow.
Gerard's a guy who always has something clever to say. I had never seen him at a loss for words, but he stood there for a minute, stock still, staring out at the ice in disbelief.
Holy cow.
Wow. I felt pretty fortunate to be there in that moment with Gerard. It left him totally speechless. And experiences like his are as powerful as they are rare. In the grand scheme of things, most people are lucky to see a place like Grinnell Glacier once in a lifetime, let alone have the chance to revisit it. I mean, growing up in Ohio, I could have driven in any direction for several days and never seen anything quite like it. And that's where Lisa's work comes in. Lisa McKeon is a physical scientist with the USGS, or United States Geological Survey. And over the course of her career, she's taken experiences like Gerard's and made them a lot more accessible.
No, I agree. I mean, we've got, area change data, we've got some volume estimates, we've got mass balance, we have a lot of quantitative data looking at change. Most people can't relate to that, and they can look at a pair of images and go, wow, something's happening there. Yeah.
The USGS's Repeat Photography Project is an effort to visualize glacial change not with graphs or charts, but with pictures. By retaking historic photos of glaciers throughout the park, you can see the change that's happened in the intervening years with your own eyes. And Lisa's been involved since it got started in 1997.
Yeah, I got swept up into doing repeat photography right at the very beginning. Jerry DeSanto had brought in this repeat pair early in the spring and showed Dan, and we had decided, oh yeah, let's do some of this. Let's document glaciers in the park with photography. And then later that summer, Vice President Al Gore decided to come out and have a little event here at the glacier. And he was talking about climate change. Like right then at 1997, the media came out and we had taken a few repeat photos and they couldn't get enough of them. It was some of the first really visual evidence that people could relate to with this idea of climate change.
But it struck a chord as soon as you started.
Because they're so easy to...
Yeah, they answer themselves.
Yeah. You don't really need any text, nothing. It's just...
And it's not... A picture really is worth 1,000 words. Because I could read through statistics about how Boulder Glacier's area today is 35,298 square meters when it used to be 829,577 square meters. Or I could show you a picture. Well, not really, this is a podcast, but you could find the photo from a 1932 horse packing trip to Boulder Glacier, where 80% of the frame is filled with ice, and 4 people stand there staring into the mouth of a towering ice cave. When Ranger Jerry DeSanto took that same photo just 50 years later, the frame was empty. The ice had receded, revealing only barren rock and the distant mountains. These repeated photos have made it possible for people, no matter where they are or when they are, to make sense of this change. But while these repeated photos are easy to understand, they're quite difficult to capture.
Some of them take quite a while. Some are, much harder than others, but it's been amazing. Sometimes when you think, oh, I know where that one is, and you go, oh no, I guess that's not it. Oh, it's up here. So then you climb up. Oh, wait, no. It was down quite a bit. And it can go up and down, up and down. We've gotten better at it for sure.
They don't physically mark any of the sites, so they rely purely on perspective to initially find the right spot. And one thing that's helped a lot is technology.
It's been really helpful with Google Earth now because you can kind of go in the landscape and line up the peaks pretty well that way before you get out in the field.
The next part of our day was actually taking a repeat photo. And while Lisa had taken this repeat photo before, had seen it on Google Earth, even had the GPS coordinates, she gave us the authentic experience. Using a printed photo, we had to line up what we could see, boulders in the foreground, mountains in the background, with the landscape in the picture, which was easier said than done.
Over that ridge. So I think we gotta go further that way.
Yeah. We knew from the picture that we'd have to go up, so we started up this moraine or hill of loose rock, feeling pretty good about it until it dropped off, and we had to climb down the boulder field and scramble around until we saw this snow patch, and then we had to go over the snow patch. Needless to say, it took a while. And as we were searching, we had to be very mindful of timing, because a lot of factors go into a successful repeat photo. The time of day can cast shadows off the mountains that make it harder to see the ice. And on a larger scale, the time of year is important. Seasonal snow is a huge obstacle to taking a good photo.
You have to wait so long. I have people in June asking if they can come to the park and take some photos for me. And I have to say, well, you can't really until the end of August at the earliest, maybe, or in September. So you got to wait for the snow to melt so you can see the actual margin.
So are we seeing snow there on top of the...
Yeah, it's mostly.
And even we were cutting it close, right?
Yeah, quite honestly, our trip was really more about getting a behind-the-scenes look at the process, and not necessarily because Lisa needed to repeat this particular photo.
The thing is, though, we don't have the moraine in front.
No?
Because that's going to be...
Once you finally find the place where the photo was taken, your last step is to get the camera set up and line up the shot.
Yeah, so I'm just putting the camera on the tripod, and then I'll just kind of start lining things up and slightly overshoot it so I can crop it down a little bit, but I try to match it as closely. I haven't taken any photos all summer, so half the battle is remembering how to use this camera.
No pressure, you just got...
Yeah, right, yeah. I'm not even, paying attention to that.
Once it's all said and done, you've got the photo. If it's good enough, Lisa will line it up next to its historic reference photo back at the office and upload it onto the Repeat Photography Project webpage, where you can access all of them. And at the time of this recording, at least 80 photos have been repeated of 20 different glaciers throughout the park. But after spending the day playing research assistant to Lisa, we wanted to take a repeat photo that had never been done before, one that had her in it.
In the summer of 1988, the year before Gerard returned to the glacier with his wife, a teenage Lisa McKeon had hiked with her parents up to Grinnell Glacier. When they got to the top, Lisa posed for a photo. With a white tank top, yellow shorts, and some very 80s sunglasses, Lisa stepped out onto Grinnell Glacier for a picture. With a grimacing smile that screamed, "Mom, please don't make me take another photo," Lisa unwittingly created the perfect opportunity for a future repeat picture. So, Michael, when I pulled out that photo of Lisa up at Grinnell Glacier, that was your first time seeing it, right?
Yeah, no, it was. And it took me a second to even figure out what the photo was of, let alone who was in it.
Do you recognize Lisa in them? Would you have known that was her?
I don't think so, no.
You'd have been like, who are these people?
Look at this lovely picture.
What if Gerard was in the background?
That's right, wouldn't that be cool? He's down below us, somewhere in the cave, going, woo.
I tried to find the spot for Lisa to stand and recreate her vacation photo, but I ran into a problem. The lake.
Spent the last
10 minutes or so trying to find this other spot that we have from one of Lisa's photos from the 80s. And I keep coming further down this way, and I still think we've got to go a lot further that way to get to the spot. I think where you were standing is in the lake at this point.
Yeah, I would guess.
So I don't think we're going to be able to get you back to that spot.
Yeah, I know, right?
Finding the nearest dry spot to where she had stood in 1988, Lisa replicated the pose and grimacing smile. Daniel started to wonder if these photos might be used someday too.
What about the next 20 years and like the photos that you're in? Do you think that people working for USGS in the 2050s will be using photos of you as a teenager and repeating those?
I have not submitted these to the archives yet.
Who was that babe?
We'll see. I'd probably rather have those submitted than now. But certainly, I mean, it's really exciting thinking the photos I'm taking now will certainly, be used in decades to come.
This place has meant a lot to Lisa. Some of her best memories are here in this glacier basin.
I've been lucky enough to come up as a youth, and I've brought both of my daughters here because I think it's a really special place and I want them to see the beauty and to see the change. I want them to have their own memories of what it was and then be able to see how it's changing. Mm-hmm. And my husband proposed to me here too, so I have a lot of great memories associated with this place.
Where was that?
I think it was right down on some of these rocks here, actually. I don't even remember. Straight around the corner. Exactly, the spot, yeah. Beautiful piece of slick rock like this.
Over a lifetime of visits, she has seen so much change. Not just to the glacier, but to people's understanding of it, and to our understanding of the changing climate.
Well, our glaciers are going. They're on a track to disappear now, but I think what we've done is helping the world understand the connection between climate change and what's happening on the landscape. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little piece of that. This happens to be a really visible piece, but there's so many other ways that climate change is impacting this park that are not as visible as a glacier melting away. They get people thinking about climate change, and I love that maybe it begs the question of, wow, what else is happening in this park? And there's scientists out there figuring that out, and there's people maybe looking a little more closely for it in their own experiences here.
It made me wonder, when did Gerard learn that the changes he'd seen up here were part of a wider, global phenomenon?
Yeah, that's something I was wondering too. And I asked him, were you aware of climate change when you made that trip up to Grinnell?
I was aware that something was taking place because of humanity or how we were living. Because when I come back that 3 years, I was like astounded. I was just so impressed that we could get underneath a glacier at that time. And I told my wife, I said, oh, honey, we got to go back in. I got to show you this. This was the coolest experience. And so I wasn't really aware of it at that time. It was 3 years later.
So it sounds like you noticed that something was going on just from your experience here. But later, did you read in the paper or hear on the news about climate change science and realize, oh, that's what I saw at Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, then the pieces started fitting the puzzle, and I was like, wow, yeah, I witnessed something there that was pretty profound and didn't know it at the time.
With all the good memories from this place, but also all the evidence of melting, I wanted to ask Lisa how she felt about Grinnell Glacier on the whole. Does she have a good or bad feeling from this place?
Yeah, I think what you described, bittersweet, is exactly what it is, because it's always a stunningly beautiful place, but the glacier's shrinking. And I mean, that's one of the main comments I get back from the repeat photos is people feel loss.
But when I asked Lisa if she still had hope, she perked up a bit.
I do have hope. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have hope that these glaciers are going to last here, but I'm hopeful that climate change is not going to be the end all for this planet.
Before we left, Lisa wanted to walk up to the glacier itself, to let us see what was happening to it with our own eyes, hear it with our own ears. As we approached, the sound of melting water rushing off the glacier turned into a roar. I had to shout just for Lisa to hear my question.
Lisa, where's all this water coming from?
It's coming from the glacier, every bit of it. It's melting off the glacier. It's quite a torrent today. It's a hot day in the glacier basin and things are cranking.
As we stepped onto the glacier, we reflected on what made this change so meaningful. The Earth has always been changing, and glaciers have advanced and retreated many times. But something about this felt different.
Yeah, I guess the fact that these changes that maybe historically happened on like geologic timescales are now happening on human timescales makes it really dramatic.
Yeah.
Very poignant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the repeat photography comes into play. That's very visual. You can see that. You don't need to be one political party or the other, old or young. You can see that in the blink of an eye right there.
I think for me, I feel part of this change. There's something major going on. That's climate change. And, you know, ice melts when it gets warm. And we're part of that equation. I'm part of this. But I also feel like part of the solution to not necessarily changing the trajectory for these glaciers, but in a larger sense, this brings awareness. It's pretty stark. It's raw.
Well, it's such a quick change in geological time. And there was change in the past, but it was thousands of years. I mean, what I've witnessed in just my little lifetime here is incredible. Your grandkids, your great-grandkids won't see this. It's brought an awareness to me for just being present. You know, this is all we have. Tomorrow's not here, yesterday's gone. This is all we have. We're just fortunate to be able to witness the last part of Grinnell Glacier.
That's our show. If you're interested in learning more about the USGS Repeat Photography Project, climate change, or interested in getting to Grinnell Glacier yourself, we put links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Gerard Bird, Diane Sine, Bob Adams, and Lisa McKeon.
Hello, world, and welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast, the official podcast of Rocky Mountain National Park. This podcast is something totally new for us. We're just getting started. This is episode 1. We're going to be running in a seasonal format, so we'll have a whole season, and this season we're going to do 10 episodes. What we're trying to do with the podcast is connect you to Rocky Mountain National Park through sounds and stories, with things like days in the field with climbing and backcountry rangers and park researchers, interviews with rangers about both their own lives and what they do in the park and the key park issues, soundscapes around the park, news, upcoming events, tips for your visit, all that kind of stuff. I'm your host, Miles Barger. I've worked as a guide in Yellowstone, Denali, and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Parks. I've also worked as a cartographer for the NPS. NPS is Park Geek speak for the National Park Service. So you're going to hear a lot of people this season use that acronym, NPS, National Park Service. I made maps for the NPS brochure program, which makes the official brochures for all our National Park Service units. And now I'm here at Rocky, where I manage our webpage, social media, audio, video production, waysides and signs, printed publications, and other stuff. I'm not going to go too much into my story here right now, because as you'll see, the interviews on our podcast are not going to be formal and stuffy blah, blah, blah. We're not doing highly produced stuff. We're doing conversations with real rangers, with real park staff, volunteers out in the field. And we want it to be like you're sitting at a picnic table with us, you're sitting around a campfire, we're just having an interesting conversation. So I'm sure that in those conversations, details about me will naturally emerge. So for today's episode, I spoke with Kathy Brazelton, the East District Naturalist. The East District of Rocky Mountain National Park is the Estes Park side of the park. Kathy has been a longtime resident of Estes Park, and as you'll hear in our interview, has been in love with Rocky and the surrounding area for a long time. We chatted in Upper Beaver Meadows, a beautiful meadow backdropped by jaw-dropping mountain views, where we looked for signs of spring and learned about Kathy's lifelong passion for sharing with the world Rocky's unique beauty. We hope you enjoy. Welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Miles.
Thanks for joining us out here. Where are we right now? We're in Upper Beaver Meadows in the picnic area. I like Upper Beaver Meadows. I think it's a beautiful place. Good birds up here. Yeah.
I'm nodding.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll nod. We'll have nod on audio.
Okay.
So, how's that big snow? For those of you who might be surprised, what's today, May 23rd?
Yeah.
And we're standing in snow.
Because it's springtime in the Rockies.
Exactly. It's springtime in the Rockies. We just a few days ago had, my house, we had over 3 feet.
Yeah.
I think in the park we had over
34,
3 feet.
something
34
like that.
or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. I think
Craziness.
Allen's Park had like 42.
Oh.
Have you seen a lot of snows that big here in the spring?
Not quite that big.
No.
One year in March we got 56 inches.
56?
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Whoa.
But those are odd little weather events.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing how it will snow and then melt very quickly. It's kind of nice. It's like a little hint of winter. All right. We'll just head into background stuff. So, Kathy, what do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park?
I am the East District Naturalist, which means
Naturalist.
I supervise all of the interpretive stuff on the east side of the park from the Continental Divide down.
And what is, I don't know, our listeners might not know, we use the terms interpretation. What's an interpreter in the Park Service? We don't translate stuff, right? Well, we sort of do.
I look at it. My grandmother, to her dying day, asked me what language I spoke. So,
really?
and I think it is kind of being an interpreter. I take my knowledge and love of this place and put it into language that the visitor can understand because it's new to them.
So interpreters, we do stuff like ranger programs that people go on. What other kind of things?
Walks, talks, hikes. And then there's the non-personal stuff that you'll see around the park, the brochures and the wayside signs and things that help you understand where you are.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that.
Imagine you do.
So let's see. Where are you from, Kathy?
Originally. Born in Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee, but no accent. Amazing.
I lost it on purpose when
You did?
I moved out here
Yeah.
to go to college.
Yeah.
But I was a child of the South.
Yeah, I grew up in the South too, actually.
Yeah.
And I was kind of the same way. I didn't lose it on purpose, but I had a thick accent and Kentucky plus Mississippi plus Tennessee. So that was kind of
That's a doozy.
That's a good mix. And then I moved to Iowa when I was like 11 or 12, and it kind of went away. Memphis, Tennessee. How long did you live there?
2 years.
2
But
years?
all my family was from there.
Oh, really?
But Daddy's company moved him all around.
Yeah.
And my family loved to travel.
Yeah.
And we came west.
Yeah,
In
like
the
a lot.
station wagon with the wood paneling on the side.
Like National Lampoon Vacation
Exactly.
style.
And 3 little girls in the back seat driving my parents crazy.
Oh, that's great.
But that's when I fell in love with the West.
Yeah. So it was you and 2 sisters.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then ever since you can remember, you took trips out west?
Yep.
How did your parents get into that?
I'm not quite sure.
They just...
Dad was a crazy birder. He
okay.
wanted to get lots of new species.
Uh-huh.
And Mother was really enthralled with the beauty of the Native American lands. So we did a lot of poking around down in Monument Valley and Gallup, watching the dances.
Oh, wow.
And yeah. I
That's
had
awesome.
a blessed childhood, but it turned me on to my love for the national parks.
Yeah, that sounds great. What's the first national park you remember visiting?
Rocky.
Rocky? Really?
Yes.
How old are you?
I was 11 years old.
11. Wow.
Yep, and I fell in love with these mountains.
That was a family trip?
It was.
Huh. How long were you here? Did you camp?
No, we didn't camp. We hiked in the snow. We
Yeah?
all fell through. We had on our cotton jeans and our cotton boots. And it was May, though. We, coming from the south, we thought it would be warm. But
Oh,
no.
yeah.
But no, we had so many good experiences here, and then later we camped and backpacked and hiked all through the park. But
So you came here a lot
we did.
growing
we
up?
did.
Like how often? Would you come yearly or every few
I
years?
think we came once a year for probably 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once I came out here and went to school, my parents kept coming back to visit.
So
I
you
was
went
their excuse.
You went to college here?
I went
in
to
this part of
Colorado
the country?
State.
Colorado State. Did you come? Was that because you loved Rocky so much, or do you love this area so much, or was it coincidence?
It was a combination of things. I adored the area, and I was going into forestry and natural resources, and
okay.
CSU is the best school for that.
Okay. So do you think, I guess it's hard to say. I mean, it seems like your parents and visiting all the national parks would make you like resources and all that.
Oh,
Were
yeah.
you into that ever since you can remember as a little?
I wanted to be a ranger
little
ever
one?
since I was a little girl.
Really?
We went on a hike at the Grand Canyon, and I remember trotting along behind my wonderful ranger, and I asked him, "Do you really get paid for this?"
We still ask ourselves that
We do.
sometimes, don't we?
But
Yeah.
I knew, and I
Wow.
was so lucky and blessed to have it happen.
Yeah, that's great. So you went to school at Colorado State in Fort Collins?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Did you work? When was your first job as a ranger?
As a ranger?
Yeah, or in a national park. Did you ever do an internship? Or
Oh, yeah, I
anything
did
like
internships. I worked for state and national parks. I worked for Forest Service. I worked anywhere I could find a job in the biz.
What was your first thing in the biz?
When I was, parents don't let your children listen to this. When I was halfway through college, I took a semester off, and I worked at Lowry State Park, our wonderful state park just down the hill. I worked for the Young Adult Conservation Corps. So it was a break from school, but it was also doing something that was, My goal was always, no matter what job I had, was to put some kind of a spin on it that would benefit the environment and benefit my career.
Yeah, sure. What kind of stuff did you do in that internship?
That was
or job?
So I made some maps and I worked on some trails.
Oh, that's interesting. Got to make maps.
Yeah.
I like to make.
I know you'd
doing
like that.
Yeah, I've made some maps in my time. I mean, it's interesting. I think because that question comes up a lot. I feel like from visitors, is like, how did you do this, or how did you become a ranger, or what was involved? And I feel like those types of summer jobs and internships. Are so
My first
key.
internship, you will love this. I went to Southern California, and it was the Louis Rubidoux Nature Center with Riverside County Parks. I was madly in love with a California boy at the time, so I did my internship down there. And the day that I got there, maybe within 2 or 3 days, my poor boss, who ended up being a wonderful friend of mine, was in a terrible accident and handed me the keys to the center and said, "Have a nice summer."
Wow.
So I learned
You learned a lot.
from the kitchen sink on up,
Yeah.
but it was the best experience ever. I learned everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Sometimes I've had a few internships like that. Yeah, let's see. So when's the first time that you worked at Rocky Mountain National Park specifically?
I came here in the year 2000.
Year 2000. And what were you doing then?
Oh, it's a crazy story. I was chief ranger in several parks, chief of interpretation, and I wanted to move up here. And my husband got a job, and I didn't have a job yet. So I handed in my badge and moved up here on a leap of faith.
Yep.
But I wanted to raise my children up here. It's the scariest thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
But again,
it worked out?
Well, yeah. It was wonderful. And I had actually a summer off, which I haven't had since I was 16.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And I hiked and hiked and hiked and hiked.
Yeah, I mean, you already knew the park. But
you got to know it so much better.
Right?
Yeah. I'd sit down every morning with a topo map and a cup of coffee and just go, here we go.
Sounds like heaven.
It was.
That's a great intro.
Yeah. And then I got hired on as a seasonal again. So I got to have all the fun and none of the responsibility of a supervisory position.
Yeah.
And then just moved on up. So
yeah. Yeah, I guess that's something too, we should explain for listeners, because this is our first episode of the podcast, so people are new to this stuff, is that we kind of have different groupings of types of employees. We have kind of interns that are through different programs, Student Conservation Association at some parks, or here we have our own programs. And then we have seasonal employees, which are actually official government employees, but they're just working for up to 6 months or less. And then we have term employees, which are on kind of multi-year projects, but they're a defined limit. And then we have permanent employees,
Right.
which is like what you'd normally think of as a full-time employee, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. So you started out seasonal again when you're doing that, but you've been a chief other places.
Yep.
Where
at a
did
couple
you
of parks.
Where did
and
you work before that?
I started in Redwood National Park.
Ooh, beautiful.
I was going to graduate school in the Pacific Northwest. It was beautiful.
When was Redwood created?
Oh gosh,
I'm trying to remember.
78.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems like it's always an evolving place.
Yeah,
So
it
you're
is.
at Redwood.
I was at Redwood, and then I went
great.
from living redwoods to petrified ones. I went to fluorescent fossil beds.
That's kind of an
It was
interesting
wonderful.
transition.
I'm looking at the fossils going, I
Yeah.
know this ecosystem.
Wow, that's really interesting.
It was. Huge petrified stumps. It's
And
so
fluorescence is
fascinating.
in Oregon, right?
No, it's
Oh,
down
that's
in
right. That's the one in
central
Colorado.
Uh-huh.
I'm
Just
thinking of a
outside
different
Colorado
fossil
Springs.
ones in Oregon.
You're thinking of John Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thinking of John Day.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
fluorescent.
for that, it was a wonderful thing. And then I went from there to Curated National Recreation Area, which is different yet.
That's in Colorado also, right? Down by
Between Gunnison and Montrose.
Montrose. Yep. Yeah, I worked at Black Canyon the Gunnison for for a winter.
I was your neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that part of
Isn't it gorgeous?
of the state.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
Curated is beautiful.
It is. It is.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that the National Park Service manages a lot of national recreation areas.
Yeah.
So not all National Park Service units are called national parks.
That's right.
Yeah, we have tons. I don't even know how many types of units.
Oh, gosh,
like
the
15,
National Historic
16.
Site, National Monuments, National Battlefields, National
Exactly.
Seashores. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, and for people, if you're listening and you're curious about that, go to, if you search the terms Find Your Park, you can actually find a big map that has, we have 400 and, what's the count now? 400 and something units. And I think a lot of people don't even realize that we manage all that stuff. Anyway, Curated.
From there, I went to a little bitty place in Utah, Timpanogos Cave.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Gorgeous
What's that
little,
like?
Oh, it's a little jewel box of a cave.
Is it a dry cave, wet cave?
It's a wet cave. It's
Wet
still
cave?
alive, with doors in it to help maintain the
Whoa.
moisture ratio.
Wow.
It is way up high on a cliff, so people show up and expect it to be like Carlsbad, where they take an elevator or stairs down to the cave. Instead, they have to hike a mile and a half up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
it's in the
fascinating.
limestone face.
What part of
there.
Utah is that in?
Just south of Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the
I had no
Wasatch
idea.
Range there. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
I love that part of the country. Where
And
after
then from
that?
there, I went to Great Sand Dunes. Now it's National Park and Preserve.
Yeah.
And then up
At
here.
that time, was it
It was just a national park. at the
National
time.
Park, and then they added the preserve later?
Yeah.
That's also a fascinating place. If anybody's coming to Rocky and you have a longer trip, you should visit some of these places around us. I mean, Great Sand Dunes is bizarre.
It's phenomenal.
It's just these,
phenomenal.
hundreds and hundreds of foot tall sand dunes up against the Sangre de Cristos, and there's a 14er like right behind sand dunes.
Yes.
It's very bizarre. And then what's that creek that flows down?
Medno.
Yeah, and it flows like under the sand and kind of emerges on the
It
other
does.
side,
It
and there's
comes
a
in and
wetland.
out.
I mean, it's
Oh, yeah.
just
There's secret pockets
yeah,
back in there.
it's a bizarre
And a
place.
bison herd and an elk herd. And
Yeah, it's definitely worth. I mean, all parks. I've literally every park I've been to.
Same here.
Even when I'm like, I don't know about this place. It's always
Yep,
interesting.
every park has
Everyone.
had some
Yeah.
beauty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And so then after that, you came here
Came
to
up here.
Rocky. Huh. That's great. You got to be in
And
some
I'm
nice
a happy
places.
ending. Oh, I have been in wonderful
Yeah,
places.
you like it here, okay?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So how did you get into interpretation specifically? Is that what you'd always wanted to do, or
Yeah,
were you
I've done lots of jobs in the national parks, resource management, law enforcement, cleaned my share of toilets. But my passion was to get people excited about these beautiful places. And to me, interpretation was the key to that. Just to share my love for and knowledge of and watch that glow spread across their face. That's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I have to agree. I love that too. So you talked about taking trips with your family. Was there anyone specifically, like a specific ranger that you remember, or someone in your family specifically that really inspired that desire to
my
communicate
mom was
and inspire
a professional Girl Scout, outdoor education. And I was a scout myself, and that offered me many wonderful opportunities.
Yeah.
And then my dad being a birder, that's what we would do together. We'd go out on Saturdays and go birding when we could. So he taught me a lot about the different, birds and why they were there and the ecosystem idea. And I just loved science in school. I was a little science nerd. I just adored it.
Yeah.
But
that's great.
I had a hard time deciding whether I wanted to go into research and because I just love immersing myself in resource knowledge. But I really wanted the other piece too, the communication of the sharing of. That's important to me.
Yeah. I feel like that happens a lot for people in the Park Service. They kind of have a lot of interests. It takes a little bit to figure out, do you like being out in the field collecting data all the time, kind of on your own, or do you like interacting with people and all of that?
Both.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of feel
And the old time ranger, when I started, was more of a general ranger, a generalist, and we got to do a lot of the different things. And we've gone a little more pegged now into different categories.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people mention that. I guess I've only been doing park stuff for about 10 years, but I've heard a lot of people say, it used to be much more general, and it's just gotten more specialized over time. Why do you think that is?
Well, a lot of my first parks were smaller parks, so you wear a lot of different hats because you don't have a lot of staff.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if you move into a bigger park, there's just more people to assume more roles.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot more everything. I mean, at Rocky, you were just a little under 250,000 acres, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of visitors.
Yes, we do.
I bet that's changed a lot. How many? Do you know what the visitation was when you were here, like in 2000, approximately?
I think it was still. Don't quote me on this, but I think we're still under 3 million at that time.
Yeah.
And now we're at 4.5.
Yeah, last year we had
and
4.5
growing.
million. Yeah. So what kind of changes have you seen at Rocky since you've been here?
Oh,
any kind of
changes? I think the interpretive role becomes more and more important because we are trying to help people understand where they are so that their visit can be as low impact as possible and they can see the beautiful places and enjoy it, but still in the spirit of national parks, leave it for that next generation. So even though there's a lot of visitors, most of them really want what's right for the park, and we just help them understand how their behaviors can help the park.
So again, just in case some people listening don't know all the details, what are some things that we mean by impact, or like remaining low impact while we visit?
Oh, it can be as simple as going to the bathroom in the correct place or
That's
in
true.
the correct manner.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing worse than thinking you're in God's own wilderness and looking down and seeing a big pile of human leavings.
Yeah.
Or a pop top or things like that. So, with that whole leave no trace idea is a good one.
Yeah, I know that's a big one, and one that we've been having to work with people on just because we do have so many visitors now.
That's right.
And it's understandable,
That's
but
right. And using trails, if there's a trail available, use that. Don't make your own. And that can really help the undergrowth and the vegetation around our heavily used areas and little things like that. And people need to remember that it's a little thing, but it really does make a difference.
Yeah.
Because we have 4.5
Exactly.
million people doing that little thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I always try to think about because it's understandable. Like it's understandable why people do little things and you don't think about it. But
Right.
I always try to remember, like, okay, what am I doing right now times 4.5 million?
Right. That's a good way to look at it.
Can make a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I try to think about too, that I think you're right, this sort of interpretation is so helpful, is that national parks are really fun and they're fun to come to and they're fun vacation, but they're so interesting because they're set aside forever. They're supposed to be here forever for everyone.
Right.
Every generation, grandkids, great grandkids, everybody. And so that always helps me
isn't that
too.
the best dream ever?
It is. I know. It's an amazing idea.
And you get up in the morning and put on your green pants. If that's the reason we're getting up and putting on our green pants, we could have a lot worse troubles.
I agree. Okay, time for a little break while we give you quick news and announcements about things going on in Rocky Mountain National Park. First of all, summer is here. So it's hard to believe, wasn't that long ago, we had a huge late May snowstorm, over 3 feet of snow in Estes Park, way more up in the higher elevations. But Trail Ridge Road is now fully open for the season. Roads are clear, but watch out for ice. It can get below freezing at night, and any water from melting snow on the runway can freeze. And be prepared for cool temps and high wind. It can really surprise you. For example, on Monday, I went up to the Alpine Visitor Center. When I left Beaver Meadows Visitor Center, it was 76 degrees, light wind, sunny. Up at Alpine Visitor Center, it was 46 degrees and very windy and pretty clouded over. So the weather changes really quickly and temperatures always get colder as you go up in elevation. I was really glad to have a jacket, hat, and gloves and to not be in sandals. And we recommend that any of you coming to visit bring all those items as well. Warm clothes, hat, gloves, and if you're wearing sandals, some extra shoes in case it's really cold up there. Wildflowers are starting to bloom in the lower elevations of the park, and wildlife are out and about with new elk and moose calves being spotted around the park, and lots of species of birds joining us from near and far, including the hard-to-miss ruby-throated hummingbirds. They buzz and chirp. You hear them through the air. Ranger programs. Have you ever joined a ranger-led program? They are a great way to learn about the park and have fun doing it, and they're free. So on a ranger-led program, you show up at a location, a ranger is there with you. We have walks and hikes, we have evening programs, we have more like presentation style, hands-on. We even have things especially for kids. They're absolutely great benefit, and like I said, no cost to you. We have a special program coming up on June 16th at 8:30 p.m. at the Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and we call it Party with the Stars. So if you have not been to Rocky Mountain at night and seen our night skies, they are incredible. The Milky Way, all the stars, I can't even describe it to you. You have to see it yourself. So on this program, you show up 8:30 p.m., Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and you watch as night descends on Rocky Mountain National Park. And then when it's dark, there's actually going to be volunteers available with big telescopes that will help you experience the magic of the night sky. They can point things out to you, or you can just look through the telescopes and get some great views. So highly recommend you check that out, June 16th, 8:30 p.m. We also have all of our summer programs beginning this Sunday, June 18th. There are way too many for me to talk about here, but you can find them online. For a full list of our ranger programs, check out our online calendar at go.nps.gov/RockyCal. That's Rocky, C-A-L. Or if you're here visiting us in the park, you'll get a park newspaper when you come through an entrance. Just turn to pages 3 through 7 in that newspaper, and you'll see our full list of programs for the summer. Finally, a few updates on our park roads. Old Fall River Road is currently closed to vehicles. It's open to bikes and walkers. It is set to open as usual in early July, weather permitting, so stay tuned on that. There's construction going on Moraine Park Road from the intersection with Bear Lake Road to the Moraine Park campground. You can expect delays of up to 15 minutes there during the day while construction is going on. And all throughout the summer, we have a park-wide project to repair and preserve pavement in the park, and that also might cause short delays in a few sections of road, and those sections will be changing throughout the summer. So just something to be aware of as you visit us. All right, there is all the news that is fit to speak for you this week, and let's get back to our interview with Kathy. Since it's spring, thought we could talk a little bit about spring in Rocky.
Spring in Rocky?
Yeah. So when you
be
think
ready.
Be ready. Yeah. When you think about spring in Rocky Mountain National Park, what do you think of? You think of be ready.
The first thing I think of is change.
Change.
Yeah, because it's going to be changing either by the minute or by the day, or you can have a 50-degree day one day and be sitting and getting sunburned on a rock, and the next day you are in 3 feet of snow. So be ready. Folks who come visit us, they have their shorts and sandals on and they're ready to climb longs, and we're saying, that's still a winter climb. They forget how far north we are and how high we are in elevation. It really makes a difference.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I totally get it. I remember the first time I came out west, because being from Kentucky, it snows a little bit.
Yeah.
May is
summer,
usually warm. It's summer, basically. And I remember we came out here. I think it was early June. We went to Yellowstone, and a snowstorm was coming in, and they were basically like, you can either stay here for 3 days or you can leave, but you're not going to be able to get in or out. And we were just like, what? It kind of blew our minds.
Yeah.
So that's a good tip for everybody. Be prepared for anything, like you said, sunburn and 60, or 20 degrees and dumping snow, or 3 feet of snow like we just had in May.
Yes.
What else what other things are changing here? I think it's interesting when you live in different types of environments, there's always change happening, and we have spring, but I think a lot of people wouldn't maybe think of it as spring or recognize it as spring.
It's not a long drawn out spring like other folks have. I think of my senses when I think of spring. There's things you smell. You can smell the current blossoms or the current leaves. You can that's one of our shrubs. You can smell the willow catkins and that green meadow waking up smell. It's just really is strong sense in the spring. I think of sights. I think of the bluebirds coming in. They're in their breeding plumage, and they are an incredible color blue. Your eyes just can't register it.
Yeah, it is shocking when you see one. You're like, whoa, is that real?
Extremely pregnant cow elk.
I've seen a lot of those around town.
Yes. I think of sounds. We have the red-tailed hawk coming in to build their nest, and they do a lot of calling back and forth, the breeding pair. I think of the broad-tailed hummingbird when he swoops down, the male, the wings vibrate, and you hear that funny little noise.
Yeah, it's always exciting when those show up.
Yes.
Maybe we'll be able to drop some of these sounds in.
Yes. Oh, yes. Wouldn't that be
the
great?
podcast, so you can
it's
kind of
all
know what
about
those
timing
sound like.
Because when the ribes, the current, when it puts its little blossoms out, it's one of the first ones. That's about the same time that the hummingbirds show up, and it's a vital food source for them. So it's all about, we call it phenology. We study the timing of different events. And springtime is boom, 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 event after event.
Yeah. Yeah, it can happen really quickly once it gets rolling. Yeah, we're feeling the sun right now. This is kind of exactly what we're talking about on a short term. Because when we first came out here, we were pretty cold and it was cloudy and everything. And now the sun's out and we're like hot almost, especially with the sun hitting it below your face. That's another tip for people when you come anytime. Sunscreen in the summer, in the winter. I think some of the worst burns I've ever had have been in the winter because it hits you from below.
Yep.
I like the sunburn in the nostrils.
Yes.
That's always a good one. I remember the first time that happened to me. I was like, what's going on? Yes, plan ahead. Yeah, those are all great things to listen for. We hear robin right now, right? So the hummingbirds, red tails.
The robins are our noisy little neighbors. They call loudly.
Yeah.
This time of year, you see a lot of juncos, finches, chickadees, white-breasted nuthatches, and the red-breasted nuthatch, speaking of sounds, who sings its beautiful little call. I always just say, okay, honey.
Sounds like a trombone with a cold or something.
It kind of does, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And who else is here? Green-tailed towhees are doing their little dance. The magpies are nesting. They build that huge nest with a front and a back door.
Magpies are fascinating.
They are my favorite bird.
They're so smart.
Oh, and beautiful.
Yeah, they are. They're beautiful. Yeah, when I guess on the blog we'll try to put up a picture of magpies for you to watch out for. They're pretty unmistakable.
Yes.
They're big, white body, long, kind of blue-black iridescent tail.
Yeah.
And yeah, they build, if you see a nest, it's pretty unmistakable. They're just
big dome.
Big structures, big dome structures.
And they're corvids, so they're smart.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Along with the jays and the...
Yeah, our Stellar's jays,
ravens.
All the corvids. Yeah. So you like birds a little bit.
I like birds a lot.
I get the impression.
I like birds. I like everything. That's why I'm a naturalist.
Well, that's true. It is a generalist.
I have a real plant obsession, and I love the trees, and I love the rocks, and it all works together to make a very nice world.
Yeah. Have you always led spring bird walks in the spring here? Yeah. Tell people about that a little bit.
Oh, it's a wonderful time to get out and see what's going on our calm spring mornings. There's no place more beautiful than out in the meadow, listening and watching, and again smelling. I love to smell everything too.
Yeah, it's an important sense.
It is.
People forget about it sometimes.
It is. But you know how it's so linked to memory?
It is.
Yeah. So I think folks will come here and they'll smell something, and later they'll get a whiff of it and go, "Oh yeah, Rocky." So the spring bird walks are at 7. They're at 8 now, and they'll be at 7 in the summertime. We have a wonderful mix of rangers and volunteers, our wonderful skilled volunteers helping us lead these. And this is the time of year when the migrants, the bird folk who go thousands of miles away, come back up and come home to Rocky. So it's great to see them arriving.
It's amazing. It's really amazing. Yeah, bird walks are one of many types of walks and talks. We have so much stuff going on, especially in the summer. When you arrive at the park, for listeners, you will get a newspaper when you go through the gate, and that will have all our programs. But if you want to look ahead of time or while you're visiting, if you're back in your hotel or whatever, if you go to our website, there's actually a little calendar up in the right-hand corner, and you can search for your specific dates, and it'll tell you everything going on those days. And all of our ranger programs are free.
Yeah, you betcha.
Right?
All included in your price of entry.
Exactly.
And boy, I sure want to encourage you to plan ahead if you can.
Yeah.
Because we are getting so busy, and there's times when there's no parking, and I know how frustrating that can be. But if you plan ahead, you can be where you want to be before the crowds get here.
Yeah, that is a really big thing as it gets more as Rocky gets more popular. I mean, it's great that we're more popular because that's what we want. We want more people to come learn about not just this park, but this place as a representation of, the Southern Rockies, the Colorado Rockies. But yeah, planning ahead is so key. Our website's great for that. You can do a lot of research, and we actually are going to have an article up there that you can go and see about planning ahead. And a lot of it is, look at ranger programs you might be interested in, see exactly what time they're going to be, kind of think about your day.
Yeah. We want to give you all the tools so your visit will be very successful and fun.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. We want everyone's visit to be great. We really do. I mean, that's what I think about all the time.
Sure.
Is all of you who are coming to visit us, we want you to have a beautiful visit.
I see people who get grumpy with the traffic in town.
Yeah.
And I always just laugh because I said, that's a mom and dad and 3 little kids, just like my car. And they're all having the adventure of their lives. I'm not going to get mad at them.
Exactly. Yeah. You just think back to that time.
Yep.
What are some of your favorite visitor questions that you've ever gotten?
Oh.
Are there some that come up on a regular basis that are...
There was one time that I gave terrible misinformation to a lady without thinking about it. She came to me at the front desk and she said, I've been here looking for elk and I can't see any of them. And it was a very warm spring day. So I said, they're up in the trees. Their coats are so hot. And she said, I didn't know they could climb trees. So I misspoke. By being up in the trees, I meant taking shelter under the forest canopy. But I said it poorly.
Yeah,
she was very surprised.
Yeah. It's there's so many animals and things here that a lot of people aren't familiar with. So maybe elks do climb trees. Elk. That's pretty funny.
It was.
If you could give listeners you can give more than one, but one piece of advice for their visit, let's say this summer, because we're going to put this podcast up in mid-June. What do you think it would be? Doesn't have to be practical. It can be anything.
Oh, probably my biggest piece of advice is just come with an open heart and open eyes and look around and absorb this place. It's yours and it is magical. Be open to that. Don't get caught up in the traffic and where we're going to eat lunch and all the day-to-day things.
Yeah.
Let those slide to the back of your mind and your heart and just be here now.
Yeah, that's a great piece of advice because I experienced that too in the park. Sometimes you have an idea of I want to do this specific or go this specific place.
Right.
And yet everywhere you go in the park, anything you do, I always find beautiful and enjoyable.
Yeah.
It just kind of...
Yeah. And the mountains will, John Muir said, their peace will flow into you. I find myself on the way to work thinking about getting the kids to the dentist. And I look up at the mountains and go, oh yeah, that's what's important.
Exactly. Yeah. Let it kind of, like you said, let it flow into you, let it calm you down. It's important to remember sometimes, all times. We already talked about bird walks. What are some other events this summer that listeners might want to know about? Or what about some of our night sky stuff?
Oh, we have several. They're primarily on Friday nights.
Yeah.
And I have a wonderful ranger on my staff who is a dark ranger as well as a park ranger.
Yeah.
Which means she is highly skilled in astronomy and the skills to teach that. We go out into these meadows here and we look up and I promise you, you've never seen stars like this. It is so magical. There are thousands. And we have a wonderful cadre of volunteers who come and bring their telescopes so we can all get a look. Last summer, I sat out here probably till about 2 a.m. watching Saturn, and you could see the rings, and it's just, it's impressive.
Yeah, it is stunning. It's really amazing. And the difference between near to town and then when you drive into the park a little ways is
if you're used
stark.
to a lot of light pollution in your urban sky, when you get out here and look up, you're going to be just amazed.
I mean, a lot of times you can see the Milky Way just before your eyes even get adjusted. Yes. You just look up and there it is. You don't even have to adjust.
Yes.
Yeah, those are great programs. Like what do we like to say, half the park is after dark.
That's right.
But it's really true. It's really true. There's just so much amazing stuff. And in the winters too, we do some full moon walks sometimes.
We do.
Because
that's a magical night to be out. Sometimes we have to go in snowshoes, but we're out in the winter landscape under that full moonlight, learning about how the planet works and how the moon works, and it's just wonderful.
Yeah, so we have our night sky programs. If you go on our website, you'll find all of those listed. We also have evening programs, so not quite around when it's getting dark. Can you tell people about those?
Yeah, those are primarily located in our campgrounds, but you don't have to be staying in the campground to come. You can pull in and attend the campfire program as well. Actually, we call them campfire programs, but we don't do the fire part anymore because of fire danger.
Yeah.
We have wonderful evening programs on every topic imaginable. It's
so
a great way to learn about the park.
Those are in our amphitheaters, right?
Campground amphitheaters.
And all kinds of different topics, different people.
Yeah. Different show every night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and those are nice because there's a lot of visitors around. It's kind of a nice, fun way to meet people.
Yeah,
communal
they're real
spirit.
family oriented, and some we do early before the sun goes down because we know we have some campers who need to be in bed.
Sure.
And then some we do as it gets dark, and we use a PowerPoint projector for that.
I'm trying to think of some of our other programs. We have lots of walks.
We have visitors. Yeah, we have walks. We have programs that are tied to the visitor center because we know you're busy, but you might want to learn something but don't have time to go on a long walk. Walks, talks, everything imaginable. Just, again, check out those web listings and see what fits your needs.
I'm also thinking we also have some kind of fun, like Coffee with a Ranger. I think that's kind of an interesting program.
That's a fun one. Meet the ranger at 7:00 in the campground.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just, we try to keep it informal. It's just a chance for you to talk and ask questions.
And you know what we really use it for? We use it as a chance to really put our finger on the pulse of what the visitor is doing, thinking, feeling. And we really like the feedback of what your experience is like and how we can do better.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't even thought about that part of it. But that is a great opportunity to just talk and see how things are going with people. And then visitor centers, we also staff those.
Oh, yeah. Swing in and you can find maps, information, trail information, anything you need.
And then also the bookstores.
Oh, yes. Wonderful sales items with our partner.
What are some of your favorite books about Rocky?
Oh, let me think.
Other than field, anything.
Yeah. Well, field guides, yes.
Field guides are great.
That's what makes my knee go. Anything by Enos Mills. He was he's the father of our national park, and he was the father of really the rangering profession of taking people out into the field and learning. And he writes lyrically. You will fall in love with the mountains by reading anything Enos wrote.
Yeah, Enos. Maybe we could talk about him for a little bit because I think that's pretty fascinating, and definitely I encourage anyone to read because it's almost it's like halfway to poetry.
Yes, it is.
It's kind of halfway in between prose and poetry.
It is.
When did he come to this area?
He came when he was a kid.
Yeah.
He was like
same.
Same but different reasons. He was quite ill back in Kansas where he lived, and they had thought that maybe if he came out here and lived with his uncle in the rarefied mountain air, he would get better, and he did. He got strong and wonderful. And,
really?
Set up a mountain school, a nature school on the side of Long's Peak. And I can't remember how many times he climbed Long's Peak, but it's in the 300s, 400s.
Yeah.
He was like the king of that area. He knew it. He was such a good naturalist, and he could tell it in such beautiful ways that everybody got excited. And then he used that skill to get the idea of the national park going and campaigned for us all across the nation.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how many national parks have that sort of story. They have, a person or a small group of people that recognize the beauty of the place, and they really work hard to have it protected. I always find that really inspiring.
I do
because
too.
it's it's just a few people who spearhead it,
Mhm.
and then now we've had this park for 102 years.
Yeah.
102
Yeah.
years.
Thanks to their efforts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
So never think that you cannot help or make your dream come true. You can.
yeah, it really is amazing to read about all those folks. And so Smills basically, I mean, what would you say? Did he create the idea of a naturalist as like a defined profession, or do you think he pushed it forward?
Nature guiding is
Nature
what he
guiding.
called it. And he said, don't tell them so much the what,
Ah,
but get them excited about the how and the why and what it means to them. So he had the answers way back then.
uh-huh,
And his nature school was just a wonderful place to come and learn, and people would go up.
uh-huh. Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing for me that maybe surprises some people when they go on interpretive programs, and that's why I think that's part of the reason why we have our own term, interpretation, as
Mhm.
opposed to education, because we're not just trying to bring people out and just throw facts at you all day. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, I think our main goal is we know that people want to learn.
Sure.
We like it too. So we do that part, but we don't let it in there. We try
Mm.
to take it to that next step, which is something transformative, something inspirational.
Mm-hmm.
That's where people's hearts are touched.
Mm-hmm.
And our goal is to touch you in your brain with the intellectual and in your heart with the emotional. And we want you to leave this place a steward. We want you to leave this place a champion for national parks and for Rocky, and to do everything you can to help protect us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think not to get too much into technical verbiage, but we're also that's I feel like that's a growing thing in the Park Service. These more interactive programs with rangers, where
Mhm.
again, we're not just talking at you, but we actually want to have a conversation, not just between the ranger and the person, but between everybody that's in the
Right,
group. And
right.
I've been on some of those programs, and it is amazing what comes out.
Oh, we learn so much from our visitors.
Yeah.
We look at it as being more of a dialogue
Yeah.
than just I'm going to stand up here and tell you everything I know now.
Yeah.
And through that dialogue, everybody is enriched. Everybody learns, and everybody has a chance to be heard.
Yeah, I feel, on so many ranger programs, I mean, not just guiding them, but also being on them. It's amazing how you can have more energy and excitement when you're done
Yes.
than when you start. So it's very different than a class almost, because you're like, okay, I'm taking it all in. So by the end, you're like, oh, excited.
Yes.
I've had that experience at a lot of parks where you go on a ranger program and it opens your eyes up to things you hadn't even noticed maybe, or
And it's the same thing for the rangers. The visitors keep our pilot lights lit. They keep us
Yeah.
excited and enthused and in love with this place. Seeing it through
Absolutely.
their eyes is just wonderful.
Absolutely. And I love kids too.
Oh, yeah.
All of our programs are all ages. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So any kids are welcome, and I think a lot of times they have some of the most insightful comments and
Oh, they do.
questions.
I'll never forget
they'll
the
ask
time
a question. Yeah.
I
Go
had
ahead.
an environmental education contact with a kid, and we were doing these great programs, and he goes, "That was great." Then he looked at me, he goes, "Hey, you were teaching us stuff."
He saw you,
And
huh?
I thought, okay, my job here is done. He
He
had a
caught
good
you.
time, but he learned, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And our junior ranger program is one of our most popular programs in the park. We have
I'm glad you
wonderful
brought that
books,
up.
and then we have programs up at our Hidden Valley area where we have junior
Yeah.
ranger headquarters. And kids, that's just for you.
Yeah. So junior ranger. Yeah. Can you explain it a little bit, like the
Yeah.
details of it?
We do 4 programs a day, and it's just a way to kid level learning, the fun stuff, a way to learn about the national park and what's
Mhm.
here. And then the kids can fill out their books. There's all sorts of fun activities and things to color and match and draw lines to. And then they get their badge. And kids, your badge is bigger than my badge. So it's
That's
pretty
true.
cool.
They are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go to a visitor center or to a junior ranger
Our
headquarters.
junior ranger program,
Yep. And it's great. I mean, the books are I love the books here
Oh, they're
at Rocky.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Our partner helped design those.
They're all
Rocky Mountain
hand
Conservancy.
illustrated.
They're
and,
gorgeous. Yes.
Yeah, they really are.
And kids are really excited when they open it. It's not, it's summer oftentimes when the kids are here and they don't want to do homework, but
Yeah.
it doesn't look like homework. It
No,
looks
it's
like fun.
fun.
It's
There's
games,
searches and puzzles,
beautiful colors, and yeah.
And it's just a great way. I mean, the kids learn about it, but the parents learn about it too because they're helping the kids. And then you get a badge, and it's just a great program. And it's free.
Yeah.
So there's
And we have some kids who hit our desk. They are showing up with little vests on with over 100 Junior Ranger badges, and they just inspire me. They give me hope for the future.
Yeah, it's incredible. So we have Junior Ranger books for different age groups. So,
Split up.
whatever the age of your child or yourself, we have something.
I was going to say, literally, whatever the age, I awarded a Junior Ranger badge to a 91-year-old gentleman once, and it was just a high point of my life.
Yeah, that's amazing. Wow, what a good story. 91 years old.
He was grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, it's a great program. I feel like I'm 32. I have tons of friends in their 20s, and who go and they collect them just like an 8-year-old. Like it's just as fun. It's just as fun. This is going to be a complicated answer, maybe, but that's okay. We can muse on it until we're done.
Okay.
You've been coming to Rocky for a long time. What does Rocky mean to you? I know it's an impossible question, but so many.
Rocky is part of the fiber of my being. Something, this is going to sound all woo-woo, but something physically, literally happened to me the first time I saw these mountains.
Really?
I just fell in love. I said, they are the most beautiful. And everywhere I've worked with the National Park Service, like I said, every park has been a gift in some way, but I always thought these mountains here in Rocky, the Never Summer Range, the tundra, it touched me in such a way. My mom and I spent so many happy days with our noses to the ground and our butts in the air up on the tundra, learning about the botany up there. And it's just such a special place. It's inspiring to me. It gives me strength. It grounds me. I have a real mountain fetish, and I love to visit any mountains I can find, but these are the home range. And our poet laureate, Thomas, you'll have to dub this in. I can't think of his last name right now. But he said, you can say that I loved a range of mountains so much that I could hardly breathe. And that's what this is. And to have the honor and the glorious experience of sharing this with the park visitors, that's the best thing I could ever do with my life, because they're going to help me protect it, and it'll be just as special to them. It's not mine. I just happen to love it.
Exactly. I think that's such an important point for everybody, is that this park belongs to everyone. It's all of ours. Connect with it however it connects to you. Find the place that speaks to you. I had a similar experience the first time I went to Yellowstone. I mean, I'd never been in the mountains from the East Coast. I think I was 16 or 17. And I just was like, this is it.
Yep.
This is what I want to do. And I've been working in national parks at least seasonally ever since then.
Yay.
There's just something about it,
And that's one of the biggest things I want to tell people. Their jobs are hard right now. But please don't let anyone tell you that you can't be a park ranger. If you want to be a park ranger, you can. And it's my job and the rest of the rangers to help you get there. People helped me every step along my career, and I'm so grateful. So if you have a real itch to do this, if it's really in your heart, get in touch with a ranger somewhere, whether it's out here or in the park that's closest to your home, and just say, what can I do? And you can start as a volunteer. I did. When I was a master's student, I was volunteering at Redwood. Just get your foot in the door, and this can be yours if you want it.
I think that's a great message, and I totally agree. Every person that I've ever asked my whole career or as a visitor has always been so warm and welcoming and excited to have someone interested in it. So definitely, if it's something that you're interested in, for some people it ends up being a career. For some people it ends up being a few summers that they never forget, or winters if you work in southern parks, Everglades,
and
or something.
just because you come out here doesn't mean you have to grow up to be a ranger. You can grow up to be a dentist, but you're going to be a dentist who loves national parks and will help protect them.
Yeah, that's great. I think this has been great. Thank you, Kathy, so much for coming out and talking to us. It's super fun. Who knows? Maybe we'll get together another time.
Sure.
It'd be fun to go up and
bring coffee next time.
Okay. Good note. We'll bring coffee next time. Well, thank you so much for coming on the podcast. And that's our show. Thank you for joining us for our very first episode of our very first official podcast. We hope that you will join us for the rest of the season. We have so much stuff lined up for you. It's going to be really fun and interesting and varied. Our next episode is on June 30th. We really hope that this podcast grows into something that's useful to you and useful to people all across the country and the world. So if you dig our show, please tell your friends to join us too. You can tell them in real life, or if that's getting too passé, you can tell them on social media or however else you want to tell them. And if you really want to help us out, please make sure to give us a review on iTunes. Reviews make it easier for people to find our podcast when they do searches in their podcast app or on iTunes or whatever platform they use. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, you can visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
In 1872, the United States, a country that had not yet seen its first centennial, established Yellowstone as the first national park in the world. President Ulysses S. Grant signed Yellowstone into existence, and a new concept was born. And with it, a new way for people to preserve and protect the best of what they had for the benefit and enjoyment of future generations. Yellowstone Lake is one of the largest high-altitude lakes in North America, and is centered over the Yellowstone caldera, the largest supervolcano on the continent. In the southwest area of the lake, the West Thumb geothermal area is easily accessible to visitors. Geysers, fumaroles, and hot springs are found alongside and even in the lake. The federally funded Hayden Geological Survey of 1871 provided the most detailed and scientific descriptions of Lake Yellowstone in the pre-park era. The Hayden Party, 34 men in all, launched Annie, the first boat to sail on Yellowstone Lake, and began exploring the islands and shoreline. The first photographs of the lake were taken by William Henry Jackson, and paintings by Thomas Moran, along with the Geological Survey, played a prominent role in convincing the U.S. Congress to pass legislation creating Yellowstone Park. Yellowstone Lake is the foundation of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, the largest remaining nearly intact ecosystem in the Earth's northern temperate zone. It provides the key ingredients to a large and complex food chain that sustains many of the animals for which Yellowstone is so famous. In 1894, the Lacey Act was passed by Congress, giving full protection to wildlife in Yellowstone Park, with the exception of wolves and coyotes. This act paved the way for future wildlife and environmental movements. From the days of the Hayden expedition to the present, Yellowstone Lake continues to be a source of rich, diverse, and sometimes surprising information that is rare among the world's Great Lakes. Lake Yellowstone and Yellowstone National Park, in all its preserved glory, is like no other place on Earth, and must be seen and experienced to be believed and enjoyed.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi, team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say, your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. No, and maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right, I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is
I've been following Jake.
Yeah. And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton. But it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah, and let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water is heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah, so if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
we'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. Yeah. So Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter, but I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist just outside the park at all our entrances, and about $600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion,
roads,
like with a B?
Billion with a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What we do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's a pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, that it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a webpage with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/whatwedo-podcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I literally had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was that was the calendar invite. But generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here.
Boring.
We're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are 3 main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time during the year. So for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project-based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all 4 of us who are on this podcast today have here in Yellowstone.
We're very lucky.
Very lucky. Yeah, and the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So wage grade or WG, these are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area. And that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division, law enforcement officers. Obviously, those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus one person. And that one person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first three, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So, for example, you might hear someone say, like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No, I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you.
The St. Mary Visitor Center is the eastern gateway to Glacier National Park and is a main orientation point for many visitors, with rangers on duty throughout the summer providing trip planning and other information about the park. If you find yourself on the east side of the park and you have a question about something you've seen or heard while you were here, this is the place to stop and find the answer. This is also the place for backpackers to obtain their backcountry permits for exploring into the depths of the wilds of Glacier National Park. Exhibits in the building explain the park's cultural and natural history, and a 15-minute film plays every half hour. Rangers present evening programs throughout the summer in the auditorium. The building itself has an interesting story to tell. In the 1950s, the National Park Service embarked on an ambitious 10-year program called Mission 66 to upgrade facilities throughout the country's parks. The St. Mary Visitor Center remains a classic example of the architectural style prevalent during this program. If you look closely, you'll notice that the building's lines reflect the mountains in the background. In the years since Mission 66, many buildings and parks around the country have changed or been remodeled or in some cases torn down. That makes preservation of buildings like the St. Mary Visitor Center all the more important. These buildings help to tell the story of one of the most significant initiatives in the history of the National Park Service. One thing you'll notice right away about St. Mary, it's almost always windy here. So the building needs repainting often to keep up its appearance. And over the years, the original colors were painted over in shades of tan and brown. Recently, it became time to repaint the building again, and historians researched the original records and rediscovered the original colors used during the Mission 66 construction of the building. Its exterior has now been returned to its original appearance, allowing the building to once again showcase one of the most important building projects in National Park Service history.
Hi, I'm Gabby. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
Hey, Gabby. I'm Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
And this is the mailbag or Q&A episode. We're answering questions.
Yeah, so listeners have provided questions for us over the last week or so. And I'll be asking you what the people want to know.
Oh, you're asking me?
I'll be asking you.
I'm not ready for this.
We're releasing bonus episodes this spring and summer to help visitors plan their trips to the park or to just generally get a feel for what's going on.
What do you got for me?
What do you think was our most asked question?
I think the question that rangers get asked the most is, where is the bathroom? But I bet you people want to know, when is Going to the Sun Road going to open for the summer?
Ding, ding, ding.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it.
Everyone wants to know, when is Going to the Sun Road going to open for the summer, because it feels like it's not summer till the Sun Road opens. Well, sorry, we don't have an answer.
We really don't know. We don't have any more information than what you know.
I could say that it seems to usually open in June. The roads crew are actively plowing it right now. Sometimes early July, but generally it's sometime in June. If it's like a low snow year and we don't have a whole lot of snow in the winter, then it opens in the earlier side of June. If it is a big snowy winter, then it's probably going to be later in June, if not early July.
Or a rainy spring.
Yeah, spring weather matters a lot too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Bad weather, avalanches, all that slows the work down.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll be open soon. I'm excited. It will definitely mark the arrival of summer. Angela says, can you just talk about bear grass?
I will try. Bear grass is not a grass. It is a member of the corn lily family. It is a flower, basically. It has grass on the bottom, and what people love then is that every few years, each plant will shoot up a big asparagus, Dr. Seuss type flower that looks like a giant Q-tip, sometimes like 3 or 4 feet tall.
They don't pop up yearly, right?
Right. As spring comes along like this, we're always like, is this going to be a big flower year? When was the last time we had a big bear grass year? But there's always some bear grass, and
yeah,
I love it.
I guess we'll see what this year looks like. Shritavi asks, what are the places to visit without a vehicle reservation? That's a big one.
Yeah. So in 2024, you do need a vehicle reservation, but that's only to get into the busiest parts of the park during the busiest hours of the day and the peak summer season. So if you're visiting in the fall, you don't need to worry about it. If you like to get up early or drive into the park late, again, you don't need to worry about it. It's just for those peak hours. Now, also, it's not for every area of the park. In summer 2024, entering into Two Medicine or the east side of Going to the Sun Road at St. Mary, you don't need a vehicle reservation for those areas either. And I promise they are spectacular areas of the park.
Truly amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Hopefully that's helpful. And as always, check nps.gov/GLAC for more information and all of the details about vehicle reservation. Claire wants to know, what's it like working for the park? You've been working for the park for 7 years, right?
This park, yeah. I've made a career out of working for the Park Service, and I love it. The best part about working for the Park Service is that you are working in and getting to, be a part of these amazing places. I love being a part of something that is like iconic of our country and our landscape, and a thing that we all share together. Working for the parks is amazing. I highly recommend it. Go to usajobs.gov and watch for ranger postings. Give me another one. Give me a hard one.
Yeah, okay. Olive asks, what are people most surprised about after visiting?
Maybe a big surprise is how cold and how wet the weather can be, especially in the first half of summer.
Totally. Like in West Glacier or East Glacier, it'll be beautiful and sunny, and then you go up to Lagoon Pass and it's snowing.
Like literally snowing.
Yeah.
The other thing I think that can surprise people about the weather is how in the second half of summer, how hot it can be. They'll be like, oh, it's Glacier National Park, it's the mountains, it'll be cool. But then they start going on a hike with one little water bottle and they're like, oh.
It's hot.
It's over 90 degrees
yes.
and
yes.
kind of humid, and yeah, it can get really hot.
Yeah, last summer it hit 100.
Wow.
So Jack has a question about construction.
Okay, Jack, here's the situation. In Montana, we have 2 seasons, winter and construction.
Haha.
Yeah. And
Well, here we are entering construction season. There's all kinds of jokes about this. You know, the traffic cones that they put out around construction sites.
The bright neon orange.
I've heard people joke that that's, Montana state flower. I think other states make these jokes too.
Definitely, yeah.
But it's true, the window for construction in Glacier National Park is pretty small because we have such a long winter season. So you have to squeeze all the repair and update, projects into a pretty narrow window. So you can hear the construction going on outside right now. There is construction going on in the park, a whole bunch of different areas. They're working on bridges. They're putting in new sewer lines.
They're doing a lot of work. So it will most likely be a part of your visit.
Yeah, but if you're just flexible, it shouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal at all. Check nps.gov/GLAC for all of those construction updates and all of those details as to where those projects are going to be.
Yeah, that's basically the answer to everything. Go on our website, check it out.
Yeah.
Plan ahead.
Okay, this is maybe one of my favorite questions that we got. Miss Curly Girly asks, is the damage reversible?
This question is sort of silly and also kind of deep, and
right.
Which is fun. Having no idea what Curly Girly is actually asking about, I would say, let's be optimistic. Let's envision a better future than the one we're living in.
Totally.
The damage is reversible. We can fix things that are broken, and we can
imagine better futures.
Absolutely.
This is a little bit of a history question. Are you ready for this?
I'll give it a shot.
Zach wants to know, how did the whole Glacier-Waterton connection come to be?
Well, that is a good question. Basically, there was a Rotary clubs. These are like community social clubs, and they started talking about how these two national parks that share an international border could be and should be an example to the world about international peaceful cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
And they sort of developed the concept, and everyone liked it, got behind it, and in the 1930s, the world's first international peace park was born.
Glacier-Waterton.
Well, technically, it's Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
And Zach, if you want to learn more, I would recommend going back to season 1 and listening to the Goat Hunt episode, where Michael and Andrew dive deeper into Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I thought you were going to say go to the website. I'm like, oh, people are going to be tired of hearing that.
Oh, no. Yeah.
But it's also true, though.
I have 3 from Elizabeth.
I didn't know 3 questions was allowed, but okay, let's hear them.
What do we do when we see fellow tourists not following leave no trace principles? Ooh.
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, it's not your job to police other people. That said, I feel like if you have the social skills and the situation allows for it, find a way to be friendly and encourage.
Be curious.
Yeah.
I would say ask some questions before we make assumptions as to what people are doing or if they're doing something quote unquote wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see something dangerous or blatantly illegal happening, you definitely tell a ranger, but trust that everyone's doing their best and that
totally
being friendly goes a long way.
Absolutely. How do we convince people that nature is worth protecting as much as people?
That's a good question. I like that one. People are nature.
Mm-hmm.
The national parks operate with the belief that a really important part about getting people to care about the world around them and to care about this country's history and making the world a better place is learning and experiencing and making connections firsthand. So that is a really central part of the mission of the National Park Service, is to give people an opportunity to come visit natural places like Glacier National Park and make those connections and realize why that's so important to protect and cherish
and preserve
as well.
and honor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally. Okay, Elizabeth has one more question.
Oh, is it what's my favorite beetle? I knew it.
That's exactly right.
Mountain pine beetles, a natural insect that eats away at pine trees in the park. It's not good for those pine trees, but it's good for the ecosystem as a whole, and they're cool little beetles.
Are these the beetles on whitebark pines?
Pretty much every species of tree in the park has an associated species of beetle. So yeah, whitebark pine included.
That's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know more about beetles or whitebark pine, you can go listen to season 2 of the podcast.
Of course.
Thanks, Elizabeth, for those questions. Okay, so the next question is from Lane, who wants to know, how has climate change impacted the way the park is managed?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it would actually probably be simpler to say how has climate change not impacted the way the park is managed, because it infiltrates every decision made in the National Park Service at this point. There are broadly 4 big categories in how the National Park Service is responding to climate change. One is through communication, so just doing things like podcast episodes about, educating on the topic. Then there's science. There are scientists actively studying how a shifting climate is directly impacting the resources or the plants, animals, history, culture, and all of that, how that's being impacted. But then on top of communication and science, there is also a whole lot of adaptation work. Basically, people studying and thinking about how, okay, we have more wildfire now because of climate change. How do we need to shift our response to wildfire in the face of that?
Right.
And then the 4th big area of the National Park Service's response to climate change is mitigation. And that means that we're trying to actively reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that are emitted inside the national park, reducing the amount of fossil fuels burned, stuff like that.
How are we doing that?
Putting solar panels on roofs, switching to more fuel efficient or zero emission vehicles, recycling, composting, basically anywhere we can find ways to reduce the park's emissions, we're trying to do that.
And that's not just here, right? That's across the National Park Service.
Yeah, it's across the federal government in general.
That's great. How might visitors see and or experience everything that you talked about?
Well, if you come to Glacier National Park in your electric vehicle, you can plug it in and charge it with a pretty much renewable energy resources that we have here with hydropower. You're going to see solar panels on the roofs of some buildings. But you're also going to experience the impacts of climate change almost inevitably. It gets a lot hotter here in the summers than it used to. We have a lot more wildfire smoke than we used to.
And of course, the namesake of this park.
Everyone wants to come and hike to a glacier or take a look at the glaciers as they melt. And so that's a big part of the visitor experience these days.
Okay, Daniel, I'm going to close it out with one more question.
Okay.
What snakes are in the park?
We have 2 kinds of snakes. They're both garter snakes. We have 2 species of garter snakes, and neither of them are venomous or dangerous. Snakes are cool. A lot of people don't come here for the snakes, but they really should.
It's always, where can I see a grizzly bear?
Never, where can I see a garter snake? Yeah, all right. Well, if people have more questions, they can, hit us up on social media or email us here at the podcast.
GLAC_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put it in the show notes too. Our music's by Frank Wall, and our art is by Stella Nall.
They're both great. Check out their work.
Their info's in the show notes.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We absolutely could not be doing this without them. Check them out at glacier.org. If you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps so much.
Thanks for listening.
Welcome, and thanks for tuning in to this USGS Corecast. I'm Marissa Lubeck. The mountainous expanse of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem is known for the native wildlife of its national parks and picturesque private lands. Grizzly bears live in this area of the Northern Rockies, making it one of the largest strongholds for grizzly populations in the United States. Recent research by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team provides new insight into grizzly population dynamics and the hazards that influence bear mortality within this ecosystem. I'm here with Chuck Schwartz, USGS biologist and lead of the study team, to discuss these findings. Thanks for speaking with us, Chuck.
You're welcome.
What is the current status of grizzlies in terms of an endangered or threatened species? How are they doing with population numbers, and what does this status mean for the greater Yellowstone ecosystem?
Grizzly bears in the continental United States are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. They were listed in 1975 and remain listed today. Grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem were actually delisted in 2007, but they were put back on the list following a decision from the district court judge. Bears in Yellowstone represent one of 6 populations populations in the United States that still exist today. They've been eliminated from about 98% of their historic range, and they only occur in smaller pockets in a few remaining mountainous areas of the western United States. In Yellowstone, there's probably somewhere around 600 grizzly bears, and the population, since it was listed, has been growing at a rate of about 4 to 6% per year from about 1975 through today. They now reoccupy habitats in the ecosystem where they were basically eliminated in the late 18 and early 1900s.
Previous grizzly studies have suggested that human activity can affect bear populations in certain ways. What new findings about grizzly hazards have come from your recent research, and how much of a role do people play?
One of the things that we know for grizzly bears in general, and this is pretty consistent across all of North America where grizzly bears or brown bears live, is that if you're a bear and you're no longer dependent upon your mother for care, so excluding cubs and yearlings, there's about a 90% chance that your cause of death will be directly associated with humans. Bears die in accidents on roads. They're killed in defense of life or property when they get into trouble with people. Agencies go in and remove them if they're in conflict for livestock killing or damaging property. And so what really drives bear demographics is humans. What our studies show, and they repeat some of the previous work, is that roads in developed areas, for example, impact grizzly bears. Essentially what we did was we took radio-collared bears, we looked at where those bears lived, and then whether they lived or died during our period of study. And took the bear's home range, and essentially what we showed was what we call human disturbance variables strongly influence whether a bear is going to live or die. And so bears that live in very secure areas that have little or no road density or very few developed sites in the form of campgrounds or lodges or facilities that have attractants for bears. Bears that live in areas that don't have these human developments typically have very, very high rates of survival. As the amount of human development increases, it becomes more hazardous, and they tend to die at higher rates. Some of the new findings that we have shown is that ungulate hunting also is hazardous to bears. We know, for example, that an important food of grizzly bears is ungulate meat. And so in one way, when a hunter kills an elk and cleans that elk, bears use that as a food source. So that brings bears into close proximity with hunters, and on occasion they do get into trouble. They are killed in defense of life. Rural development in the form of ex-urban or outside of urban areas also increases the hazards for bears. And so when we have large ranches, for example, that have been maintained as open space for agriculture, but the human activity on that land is very low, when those lands are developed into ranchettes divided into 40-acre parcels that each get a house, it also becomes much more hazardous for grizzly bears to survive in areas like that. There's a saying that biologists have is a fed bear is a dead bear, and so these kinds of developments just increase the probability. As far as natural hazards are concerned, is cubs and yearlings, which are dependent upon their mother for care, face a different suite of mortality agents. And what we typically see is if you're a young bear and you're going to die, you're more than likely going to die from natural causes. There's starvation or predation. And in the instance of starvation, in some years when we have poor food production, these little cubs don't get enough nourishment and they starve to death. The other thing that we see is more predation. And in the world of bears, cubs and yearlings are vulnerable to being preyed upon by large adult males.
You mentioned that you used years of bear tracking information from collared bears to come to your conclusions. Can you tell me more about how this information was acquired?
The grizzly bear study team is responsible for monitoring the grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And one of the ways that we do our monitoring is we capture and radio collar a sample of bears. So we trap every year and we try to catch a sample of random bears from the population. We then put radio collars on those individuals and we track them through time. That's what allows us to get a very clear understanding of how bears use the environment, what factors influence rates of reproduction and survival. And so we can look at a female in the fall and determine whether she's weaned her offspring, and then determine the following year if she's produced a new litter of cubs, how large that litter might be. That's basically how we track the demographics of the Yellowstone bear.
Can such bear mortality data from the past contribute to insight on future grizzly populations? Can it be used for predictions?
We can't really predict, but we can project what the future might look like based on information from the past. And as long as systems don't change dramatically, those projections provide some insight and guidance to managers on what they might need to do or consider for maintaining a healthy bear population in the future.
How do grizzly population dynamics in the somewhat remote greater Yellowstone ecosystem affect people and places on a national level?
The Yellowstone ecosystem is one of the last remaining intact temperate systems in the continental U.S. And as such, it has a large amount of wild lands where we still have healthy populations of large carnivores, including grizzly bears, black bears, gray wolves, cougars. And one of the things that we know about bears is bears are very popular animals. There's millions of people that come to this system every year, and one of the reasons they come is with the hope of getting to see bears and wolves in a natural state. And so maintaining these large systems like that in an intact fashion, I think, is important to people in our country.
Thanks for taking the time to speak with us today, Chuck.
Thank you.
This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior. I'm Marissa Lubeck. Thanks for tuning in.
From this spot, visitors often confuse the series of cascades on Haystack Creek directly in front of them for Birdwoman Falls. But Birdwoman Falls is actually the 492-foot drop across the valley between Mount Oberlin on the left and Mount Cannon on the right. Notice the broad U-shaped bowl above the waterfall, and then look down to the valley to the right and notice the same broad U shape. Both features are the results of glaciers. Ice Age glaciers that flowed down the valleys here ground and carved the landscape. The Lake McDonald Valley shows the familiar rounded bottom of a valley that was created by a glacier. Ice up to 3,000 feet thick filled this area as recently as 12,000 years ago. Smaller glaciers tucked high into the mountains ground away and created bowl-like depressions called cirques and hanging valleys like you see immediately above Birdwoman Falls. A hanging valley is created when one of the smaller glaciers meets one of the larger valley glaciers. It can't carve as quickly as its massive cousin, and so creates a smaller hanging valley up on the mountain. Look for these features throughout the park. Often, since they generally end in a cliff, hanging valleys have impressive waterfalls pouring out of them. Birdwoman Falls was once fed by an active glacier in the cirque above, but today there is merely a snowfield to feed the waterfall. In especially dry years, Birdwoman Falls dries up by fall.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
All right, Ashton. First of all, it's great to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you too, Brett. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm awesome. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Have you ever hitchhiked before?
You know what? I don't think I have. Honestly.
The way your face went, I thought you were about to tell me an epic hitchhiking story.
I'm actually surprised I haven't done that though.
Well, I did some research in the superintendents, Superintendent's Compendium. And hitchhiking is legal within Yellowstone National Park as long as you follow some certain rules. So one of those rules, which is in Section 5, Part 4.31, which I'm sure you read
by heart,
all the time, says that you can hitchhike as long as a sign isn't bigger than certain dimensions.
Oh,
Do
wow.
you know what the max dimensions for your hitchhiking sign would be?
Wow, this is a very niche question. I honestly have no idea, but I'm just going to take a random guess. I'm going to say it can't be bigger than like 5 by 5 feet.
So 5 feet. That's a really big sign.
I was trying to,
that's
you know,
like
go
sign
a little
spinner.
bigger than I thought.
That's huge. It's 2 feet by 2 feet. So you're going to have to trim.
That's a more like usual size of sign.
Yeah. So next time you're recruiting someone to pick you up for hitchhiking, it just needs to be under that 2 feet by 2 feet.
Okay,
and you should be good.
Interesting.
If you want to hold a 5-foot sign, those sign spinners, that might be your go-to. So our next guest probably knows or is a lot more likely than we are to know Section 5, Part 4.3 of the Superintendent's Compendium by heart, because she's the law enforcement specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. So, Katie Anderson, have you ever cited someone for hitchhiking with a sign? Like if Ashton gave them their 5-foot by 5-foot sign, have you ever cited someone for that?
No, but I would have definitely stopped and talked to her if she had a 5 by 5 sign. I would want her life story.
That catch your attention.
To know her.
Yeah, I feel like you don't even need to know the compendium to know that, like, that's probably someone you want to talk to.
Exactly.
Well, there's always a first time for everything. So I'm guessing you see a lot of things, something different every day as a law enforcement specialist. But I want to backtrack a little bit first before we get to your current position and talk about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service.
Yeah. So thanks so much for having me. My where and when. So my career with the National Park Service began in 2001 as a GS3 park guide at Assateague Island National Seashore in Maryland, living with those wild ponies, which was pretty much a childhood dream being fulfilled right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So was it the wild ponies that got you to that job, or how did you hear about the Park Service?
Well, so the Park Service goes way back for me. I'll have to go many decades back from that. It pretty much goes back to about the late 1950s when my grandparents jumped on the Ranger 3, which is a vessel that takes visitors from the mainland of Michigan and takes them out to an archipelago of islands in Lake Superior called Isle Royale. And the island, as it's sort of lovingly called by all of us who sort of grew up there or grew up going there, along with my family, were super instrumental in my formative years in instilling a strong conservation ethic and just in turn inherently me knowing that my life work was going to end up being working on preserving wild and public lands like Isle Royale.
So did you grow up near Isle Royale then, or just vacation there?
Yeah, I grew up in northern Minnesota. And so that was, we always kind of came from that Grand Portage side out to the island. But the island has always been a huge part of my life.
That's a big bucket list park for me. I've never been there.
It's incredible.
Have you been there, Ashton?
No, actually, I just visited northern Minnesota last fall, but we were there just after the boat, like the ferries, went out to Isle Royale. So we have to make another trip next time. Yeah. Definitely bucket list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of started out with that background of the conservation ethics kind of being instilled in you from a young age. And then you got that job at Assateague. How did you, as soon as you got that job, were you like, this is what I want to do? This is where I belong?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I knew it, like growing up, there was no question that this is what I was going to do. The National Park Service. It was just really refining what part of the Park Service I was going to be part of.
And so how did you get from playing with wild ponies to where you are now? What are the steps and iterations of jobs and units that you've worked at?
Yeah, so that is there are such interesting journeys for us in the National Park Service, for a lot of us. What's neat about the National Park Service is that you can really experience the entire country on a deep level by working in the national parks, really from coast to coast. And that's pretty much what I did for those first 15 years with the Park Service. Right after I finished my season at Assateague, I made my way into the heart of DC to work for the Wilderness Society. And I was interning for them and really just getting amazing exposure to the Hill and really understanding how important the work of the nonprofit world was, but also how it coincided with the federal government agencies and, the decisions being made on the Capitol. And so spent a good chunk of time there, really kind of digging into how do I get on permanently with the National Park Service. After I finished up my DC work, I ended up going up to Acadia National Park in Maine and spent a fall up there counting raptors. That was another big part of my life growing up in northern Minnesota. We had big flight migration routes. And so was an intern up there, a volunteer up there as well, just really kind of starting to build my resume and figure out how I could get my foot in the door full time. As I learned about the different types of rangering, sort of the longer I got in, I made my way to the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore, another archipelago of islands in northern Wisconsin.
I used to live in Bayfield.
Yes, and exactly. So the Apostles well. And I dipped my toes in interpretation and lived out on Stockton Island. And it was an amazing experience. And from there, I put myself through a seasonal academy, which was kind of the norm in how to get permanent in the law enforcement ranks. And so put myself through that academy because I really wanted to be running more of like the adrenaline junkie calls that were kind of coming with rangering. And I really wanted to get in on some of the craziness. And so then I spent the next 5 years of my career seasonally at Rocky Mountain National Park as a seasonal law enforcement ranger, doing the front country side of things and then also the backcountry work. I was able to jump in on the search and rescue operations, really got my first experience working fatalities and working the family liaison roles. And then also starting and really integrating the other side of my life that had always been so strong for me. And that was having a horse component in my career, and started my mounted patrols at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you've done like a lot of things.
I have, and that was the seasonal days. And I'll make it brief on the permanents, but the permanents were really neat because that Rocky experience, in my off season, I had been doing ski patrol work full time and had some avalanche background. And so Yellowstone picked me up permanently to be working on Sylvan Pass and be doing the avalanche control up there as well. So I sort of could bring a skill set of the rangering skills as well as sort of my other life loves into one job. And then ran down to Grand Canyon for 5 years and got some crazy experience down there. And that experience on the South Rim, being a South Rim ranger for about 5 years, really built the core of who I am as a person and ranger and supervisor at this point in time. And then returned to Yellowstone to the justice operation and the law enforcement office as the court liaison, and which I can say is now definitely one of the best jobs I've ever had. And into the role that I have now full time as a law enforcement specialist for Yellowstone National Park.
That's awesome. And I guess we should mention to folks that you're joining us remotely from Glacier National Park. So you're on a detail currently at Glacier as well, right?
I am. Yeah. Within the National Park Service and just federal agencies in general, we're able to do either temporary promotions or details, kind of where a park unit will borrow you for a period of time and let you get some really good experience. So right now I'm the acting chief ranger in Glacier and filling in a period from when the old chief ranger retired and when they get their new chief ranger in.
Yeah, that's an awesome opportunity to have some of those.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a typical day in your position at Yellowstone? I'm guessing not, but what is a normal, if you had to, I'm doing air quotes for people listening, what's a normal day for you look like?
completely not normal. So, it's really interesting. The Yellowstone Law Enforcement Office is super unique in the National Park Service. We've got a full-time federal magistrate, so a judge right there. We've got a United States attorney right in the building. We've got a United States marshal who works on all of our arrests with us and our warrants. And Yellowstone cases are all prosecuted in-house, and our sole purpose in my operation is in support of the field staff, so the field rangers who are doing all the patrols and the response to emergency stuff, and really our office provides subject matter expertise. We assist with, search warrants and blood draw warrants on DUIs and filling out criminal complaints, and really just supporting our partnerships in and out of the house.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things going on. And I'm guessing it's that like variety that you're seeking. I mean, you talked about being an adrenaline junkie. Obviously, you don't seem like you're the type of person that just sits down often.
Yeah.
You're always out doing stuff is the vibe I'm getting from you.
Yeah, the operation is a dream for me because it's super dynamic. There's a ton going on. It's slightly out of control. There's a lot of stuff happening. And there's always just like kind of big balls or big issues floating up in the air that need to be tackled. And I like that. That's definitely the energy that I like dealing with stuff at.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something, not every person is going to thrive in that type of environment. Like, what are some things that you do that helps you, juggle all those things that you say is up in the air? Like, what qualities do you need to have to enjoy a job like that?
I think there has to be sort of a natural comfort level with multitasking things. And I'm not sure if that's an ADD portion of my universe or something else, but being able to ride the waves of chaos a little bit and be okay with that. And take a left-hand turn when you were supposed to take a right-hand turn that day. Like, that is absolutely critical. I think it's also super cliche, but communication, like literally being able to communicate with everyone from defendants who are sitting in your jail, prisoners, to the chief magistrate judge and beyond is it's completely mission critical in our operation. I'm sure 90+% of my day and my job as a law enforcement specialist is just building trust and bridges with the field and all of our partners through just so much. Like, you cannot over communicate in this job.
Sure.
Yeah,
that makes a lot. I mean, and like communication can make the difference between like de-escalating somebody and escalating somebody. I mean, that can make a huge difference in what your day ends up being like.
Absolutely.
So is that your favorite part of the job, that variety, that you just never know what's going to happen doing a lot of different things, or is there something else?
That is a huge part of what makes me love my job. I think if I was really going to be pinned down on having to say what my favorite part of my job is sort of in the last decade of my career here, I would say, whether we like it or not, the National Park Service is like a giant family and it needs tending to very similarly. My favorite part of the job, I think, is probably having really meaningful connections with my team and my peers, and those many levels above me. And being at a point in my career right now that I'm given some creative liberty to create the type of work environment that fosters those connections. I think it's so interesting because I think that adrenaline junkie is like your younger years, and the older you get, it's just life is short, and the relationships that you have at work, which is where we spend most of our time, and at home are just so critically important. Yeah,
and that's been that's come up a few times in our conversations with people, especially those that have like lived in the interior of the park or like remote areas. It's like that community is so important because that's who you have.
Yes.
And so you do a lot with those people. You work with them, and you have them over to dinner and all those things. And I think that's part of what is so special about the National Park Service experience that you just don't get in other jobs.
Yeah, it's not a lot of work environments where you work with your coworkers, and then you also go live in the same neighborhood as them.
Yeah.
Like they're literally your neighbors.
Yeah.
So that's a big
I
difference.
know when Jake takes his recycling,
Right.
I can see what he's been eating for lunch if I wanted to.
Perfect. That is a perfect example of how this works.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of the job?
Similarly, I think I went the first 2/3 of my career here, I have gone full-blown energy. Like I've done things at 1,000% and really kind of gone full send on everything. But it takes a toll. Like this career is not for the faint of heart. We see a lot of the underbelly and the darker sides of society. And to have to deal, and we have to deal with the aftermath of all of that. It is us. We are exclusive jurisdiction here. We don't have other agencies coming in to sort of take the case from us. It lays in our hands. Yellowstone sees up, 2 to 3 million people in a really condensed portion of the year in the summer there annually. And all of those visitors and those of us living in the park bring our issues and problems and addictions with them and with us. And so it's really critical at this stage in my career, and we've seen the aftermath of not sort of dealing with some of that stuff and talking about it, that we actively process the cumulative work stress and the trauma. And thankfully, Yellowstone National Park is at the forefront of supporting their team with the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. And the National Park Service is building out some exceptional peer support, mind-body wellness type programs to support us proactively for a fulfilling career, but more importantly, for our well-being the day we retire and beyond. And so we're still coming out whole. And that has been a huge culture shift that has accelerated, I would say, in the last 3 years. And so the toughest part of my job is like the loss that we see through trauma and, undealt with issues. But also just the light in that is that I've got the opportunity right now with my own career to, hyper focus on those things and be part of shifting a culture nationwide, really.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I mean, especially, we all take our jobs home with us somewhat, but in your position, especially, I'd imagine that that's like one of those things that's really hard to not take home. And, I mean, that could really eat away at you if you don't take care of yourself when you're home with your family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. I'm not sure, a lot of people might not know what that is. Do you mind just telling people a little bit about what that entails?
Yeah, so the project came about in cooperation with the Yellowstone. I believe with Yellowstone Forever was where that partnership really came about after the Yellowstone flood and after the loss of some coworkers to suicide. And there was just some forward thinkers and support from the superintendent's office and the chiefs to move forward in that partnership to fund mental health resources in Yellowstone. I mean, one of the most amazing parts about living in Yellowstone is its remoteness and its disconnect from the rest of the chaos of the world that's happening around us. But the downside to that is we have a hard time with resources and getting them. And so the Yellowstone Resiliency Project has funded bringing in healthcare providers for counseling and touch bases and just connection. So we're not kind of going through these big life events and sort of suffering on our own. And there's, bigger conversations that are sort of happening on like where next, what next for these programs. But absolutely critical for every division in the park to have this resource to be tapping into and just normalizing the conversations around it. I mean, this is the human experience that we have right now, and nobody is alone in their suffering. We all go through it. And just the pressures of life, create environments that we need to take care of ourselves and one another. I mean, that's just the reality in the Park Service is we have to have to take care of one another. So this Yellowstone Resiliency Project is brilliant. The folks that are working on it have just done an incredible job implementing it. And we are so lucky to have that team working for us.
Yeah, it definitely forward thinking. That was the key point I think you brought up there. It's like one of those things that plays dividends. It's you're playing the long game when you're investing in people's mental well-being, and so that's awesome. I guess cycling back to kind of your career, it sounds like you've had a lot of moments that you could probably choose as a defining moment. Do you have one defining moment that you would say, kind of defined your NPS career or set you on a trajectory, or that you can look back on?
I think about it often because I get asked that a lot. Like, what's the best park you've lived in? What's the best position you ever had? And I can honestly say that I am so, like, at the core of my being, I am so incredibly proud of every single job that I've had with the National Park Service over the past 23 years. I'm so proud of myself as a GS3 at Assateague Island, that I ever even like stepped into it and got that job. I would say it all builds on itself. It builds character. It builds who you are to the core of your being in each of these positions that you're in. And I would say, just sort of sitting here in this window now, like watching the snow dump, on Glacier Park, the acting chief ranger in Glacier National Park right now is one of those highlights. And I feel so honored to have the support from my Yellowstone team, which is like my core team, to take on this role and to have this connection now with yet another incredible gem of a park and the amazing people that call this place home.
Yeah, you have all these connections to places where people, like, they're on people's bucket list. Like, they're happy to just make it to one of those in a lifetime. And you've got all these special memories that so many, and we all do. I mean, that's kind of why we all do what we do, I guess, in a way.
So lucky.
That's awesome. Yeah. Since it was such a good answer, I'll let you get away with, I technically said you had to have one defining moment, but I'll let you get away with it because it was a really good answer.
But if you know me, there's never one. I always juggle at least three things. So
I'm the same way. Yeah. So, and this is a pretty, probably a more straight connection than some of the other people that we've interviewed. But how does your job contribute to the Park Service mission? So, the Park Service mission is kind of drives everything that we do, and it's at the forefront of our minds every day. But so how does your job contribute to that?
I would say it takes a massive village of committed public servants to come anywhere near fulfilling the mission of the National Park Service. I am just a cog in the wheel, but at the core, I truly believe that my work is super meaningful and impactful. And I feel that every single day, whether it's helping the field rangers with a complex victim case as we run the victim witness program in my office, or supporting the prosecution on a significant poaching case. I love my job. And, I've heard people say that, like, you shouldn't love your job because it'll never love you back. And I just am unconvinced of that. And I think you need to find deep joy in the work that you're doing and believe truly that it's making an impact and it's for the greater good. And I never question that, no matter how hard my days are. I know that, like, I'm giving back way bigger than I'm getting, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and someone has to keep Ashton with her 5 foot by 5 foot hitchhiking sign.
You got to keep me in check.
On the right side of the law.
Unreasonable, Ashton.
Hey, I went big.
Yeah,
Can't
keep
blame
these
me for
people
that.
in check over here. So for those of people who are listening to this and are just like, wow, that sounds like an awesome job, like me. Like, I'm like, wow, that sounds like. So what series do I look at in USA Jobs to do what you're doing?
Yeah. So the series that fly, that post on USA Jobs, which is where all of our federal jobs are posted, is 0025. So right now that's the Ranger series. And at some point there may be a shift in that, but right now 0025 Park Ranger Law Enforcement is what folks would be looking at in USA Jobs.
And is that the same series for like all the positions kind of working their way up the ladder?
Yeah, it is.
So to
Everything from your field level law enforcement, GS 5, all the way up into your chief ranger positions.
Awesome. That makes it easy. I feel like a lot of times it jumps around and gets complicated and it's hard to keep track of all those numbers. So 0025 is the one to remember. And do you need formal training to get that like GS5 position?
You do. There's a couple routes now. Kind of the old ways where we would put ourselves through a seasonal academy, a law enforcement academy that's sort of connected with the National Park Service, and then you would apply to seasonal positions like summer positions. This last year, a new system, a direct hire initiative was sort of started, and we're hiring things a little bit differently. So in that case, a couple times a year, there's announcements that are flown nationwide for the National Park Service law enforcement positions. Either way, you'll spend a significant amount of time at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. And then in a field training park as you build the foundation to your law enforcement career.
How long are you in that field training park for?
The field training park is, I got to think about how many weeks it is. 13. I think it's 13 weeks. I'm kind of talking off the cuff here, but, and sometimes that's your home park. Yellowstone we're really lucky. We're one of those parks to have a field training park and staff in place that can field train folks in person.
Awesome.
And what's the kind of stuff that people are exposed to in that training? Like if somebody's interested in going through that, like what would they expect to be exposed to?
Yeah, I think this kind of ties into to another portion of some of the questions. At the core of these jobs, we are federal law enforcement officers. Like that is the core of what we're doing. And so, for example, FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they do foundational, like basic law enforcement training. So everything from some people's first day on the firearms range with your pistol and your shotgun and your rifle, to patrol tactics, like how do I literally drive my police car? How do I do high speed pursuits, kind of chases? How do I care for victims in cases? How do I physically maintain my fitness and show that I can ground fight with somebody that I'm going to need to go hands-on with in my career? How do I handcuff somebody? What are my arrest procedures? So it really takes you through all of the basics of how to be a cop.
Yeah. So it's like a good crash course then.
Yeah, you make it or you don't. It is a crash course. You have to have the mental space and be really there to want to do it, because it's not all fun and games at all.
Sure, for sure. I bet you build some really strong connections with the people that you go through that with, kind of like, boot camp or something.
Absolutely.
Well, before we let you go, Katie, do you have, we like to ask this of everybody because it's just fun for us, and I come up with more things that I want to do in my summer vacations, but do you have a favorite story or memory? It doesn't have to be from Yellowstone, any National Park Service unit that you visited or worked at. Do you have a favorite story?
It's going to come from Yellowstone. And I don't know if it's a specific story. I think what I would say is this kind of speaks to the specialness of living in these places. Living in Yellowstone is like being in a National Geographic episode every day. And I would say it's amplified when you live in the interior, which I've lived in several times, and I don't now. But what I would say is you can almost gauge the rhythms of the year, like the seasons of the year, by the flow of the wildlife and the thoroughfares and the tracks that they are walking. And, just this season right now, as I'm not in Yellowstone, I'm in Glacier and I don't have the bison out my window. I'm starting to wonder if the cow bison right now with their big swollen bellies, if they're starting to make their way towards Mammoth Hot Springs and down to their calving grounds. And that always is like my sure sign that spring is coming. And I just think that's just one of the most incredible parts about living in Yellowstone, is that you can just it feels very prehistoric to be living there with them and just watching these old rhythms just float by. Like we are truly just there in somebody else's world. And we're just guests. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty special.
Yeah. I love being in a place where it's like you said, those connections to like the natural world. Like the bluebirds are like, I heard a bluebird, you know, spring is coming and everyone's just as excited as you are.
Yeah.
Whereas some places people will be like, what? The what? So that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I know I speak for all of us, but we thank you all for your service and thank you for keeping us safe. I know I live like literally all of my neighbors are law enforcement rangers, so I just feel like the safest person whenever I'm out and about my home. So thank you all for what you and your team do day in and day out.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Katie Anderson. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new listeners find the show, so thanks for doing that. If you have a question or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
Hi, we're Al and Kay Aguilar, and we're hosts in Apgar Campground, Glacier National Park. We hope you'll come see us.
Apgar is the largest campground in Glacier and makes a good location for a base camp. Like most other campgrounds in the park, it has restrooms with flush toilets and cold running water. Picnic tables and fire grates are located at each campsite, and water spigots are located in each loop. Bear boxes are available throughout the campground for campers with no way to secure their food. Bears do wander through from time to time. Help us help bears by keeping a clean camp and never feeding any park wildlife. All food and any item that might attract a bear must never be left unattended and tightly secured in your vehicle or one of the bear boxes when you leave your campground for any length of time. Just across the road from the campground is the amphitheater, where rangers present evening programs in summer, and also where one of the shuttle stops for Glacier's new free transit system is located. A short walk or shuttle ride away is Apgar Village, where you can find a host of services including lodging, a restaurant, gift shops, and the Apgar Visitor Center. Stop in at the Visitor Center and let one of the park rangers help you plan your trip as you discover this magnificent national park. The legislation that created the National Park Service specifies two main missions: preserving the natural and cultural resources unimpaired for future generations, and also making them available for the benefit and enjoyment of the people. Well, one way to make parks available for people to enjoy is through the building of campgrounds like the one here at Apgar. Campers frequently comment that their first introduction to a lifetime love affair with the National Park System started with a childhood camping trip to a nearby park. The memories of chilly mornings gathered around a campfire and the smell of bacon wafting through the campground can remain as vivid decades later as they were on that first camping experience. The excitement of seeing a deer walk through the campground never fades. Somehow, a roasted marshmallow, a piece of chocolate, and a graham cracker just don't taste the same back home. Apgar Campground is a great place to relive old memories and make some new ones as well.
It's Thursday, August 10th, 2017, and I have the day off.
For context, we were both rangers here in the summer of 2017.
Yes, and the job of leading guided hikes, campground talks, and staffing the visitor center is very rewarding, but can also be exhausting. So when the weekend rolled around, some friends and I planned a relaxing backcountry camping trip. We got a permit for the backcountry campground on the west shore of Lake McDonald, one of the few backcountry campgrounds that you can paddle a canoe to. So we loaded our gear into dry bags, packed our life jackets, and set sail for some R&R. The campground itself is known for being sunny. It burned over in a wildland fire in 2003, and the remaining lifeless and limbless trees offer little in the way of shade.
That's an understatement.
So we set out in the afternoon, thinking we'd arrive after the heat of the day had passed. The first half of the paddle was nice and sunny, but the further we went, the clouds began to roll in. With each stroke, the sky seemed to grow darker, and we paddled faster and faster and faster to reach the shoreline. We thought we'd beaten the weather as we pulled our canoe ashore, but A clap of thunder echoed off the mountains and signaled the night that was yet to come. As we frantically assembled our tents and shabby burritos, the storm arrived. Rain came in a torrent, instantly soaking me through my jacket, and we hung our food up so we could retreat to our tents, but then the wind began to pick up. In my memory, what came next was a loud, deafening blur. Rain pelted the ground and began to sound like angry radio static. The wind was strong enough you had to brace yourself against it or be blown over. It began to topple the trees around us, and as they crashed down left and right, we ran to the lakeshore for safety as lightning and thunder reverberated up above. But just like that, it was over. The air was calm, the rain had stopped, and we breathed a collective sigh of relief as we returned to the soggy rice and bean burritos we'd put away. As we ate, we tried to make sense of what had just happened, pointing out the trees that had fallen down, comparing how well our jackets had worked, but only then, with mouthfuls of burrito, did we notice a column of smoke across the lake. Smoke that would eventually grow to become the Sprague Fire that burned 17,000 acres and the Sperry Chalet.
Wow, that's crazy that you sat through the storm that started it all. I was actually just straight across the lake from you at the same time at the Lake McDonald Lodge. I was supposed to give the evening ranger program up at the Lake McDonald Lodge auditorium that night. It was super stormy as I drove up from Apgar. And while I was getting ready for my talk, the power went out in the building. It was pitch black in the auditorium. I didn't think people would really be able to safely walk around the room, so I just decided to cancel the program. So if you were trying to attend the ranger program at the Lake McDonald Lodge auditorium on August 10, 2017, I'm very sorry, you'll have to catch me another time. When I canceled, I stood outside the building to let people know that the program wouldn't be happening that night. It was at 8:36 p.m., a few minutes after the talk was scheduled to start, that lightning struck the hillside above me and ignited the Sprague Creek fire. With no program to give, I drove back down to my office in Apgar. There were lots of people just standing around and watching the flames. So, in a routine that would become common over the coming months, from across the lake, I watched the fire glow against the dark night sky. I was still wearing my ranger uniform, so I stayed on the beach there for hours, answering questions from concerned visitors.
The fire became a spectacle. At night, people would gather to watch it burn, slowly at first, then rapidly as one hot and dry week was followed by another.
In all, the Sprague Fire burned for about 3 months on the east shore of Lake McDonald, until it was finally extinguished by autumn snow.
Here on Lake McDonald, wildfire is a fact of life. For plants, animals, and people alike, if you want to exist here, you've got to learn to live with it.
In this episode, we're going to learn about something that's becoming an everyday concern for people around the American West. What happens when people and wildfire come together?
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're in the Lake McDonald Valley.
Near the west entrance of the park, the Lake McDonald area is the most visited region of Glacier. Lake McDonald itself is one of the park's most cherished attractions. At 10 miles long and over a mile wide, it's also the largest lake in Glacier.
This area gets hit with a ton of lightning, and that means that wildfires start with considerable frequency.
What happens in a place dense with people and fire? And that's what we're going to explore in this episode. To start out, I wanted to talk to someone who knows the park as well as anyone, even better than most rangers.
My name is Chris Peterson, and I am the editor of the Hungry Horse News.
Oh yeah, Chris.
Hardly anything happens in Northwest Montana without Chris writing or at least knowing about it.
Seems like he's been here forever. How long has Chris been around?
Since 1998, which would make it, this will be my 23rd summer.
I've seen his byline a lot, but he's a photographer too, right?
Yeah, you're right. After graduating college, Chris started working for a small town daily newspaper in New York, where he started to pick up photography.
back in New York, at the Daily, you had to shoot your own photos. So my photos were terrible. I was an awful photographer. Didn't know what I was doing. And so I started shooting Buffalo Bills games. At a Buffalo Bills game, there's like 85,000 people there, but there's also 120 photographers. So you could learn a lot just by watching the other guys.
And after he really developed his photography skills, he landed a new job.
So that kind of set up my portfolio. And then the Hungry Horse News had put out an ad for a photographer, and I applied and I got the job. And the rest is kind of history, I guess.
That's a big switch to go from photographing Bills games to bald eagles.
Yeah, it's a big adjustment, but he took to it. But part of covering news in the West is wildfire, something Chris didn't have any experience with from his time in New York.
Oh, well, in New York, there aren't, big fires, yeah, but they were all houses or, tire dumps.
But it didn't take him long to get experience. His second summer, he covered the West Flat Top Fire. 2 years after that, the Moose Fire, then the Anaconda Fire.
So I'd cut my teeth.
All of which led up to 2003. You had a couple seasons of experience then covering summer fires. What was the feeling going into the summer of 2003?
In retrospect, we probably should have known that we were going to have a big fire year. But I can remember in June, people just having fun because it didn't rain. June typically is one of the wettest months, if not the wettest month in the park. It didn't rain. So everyone was having, everyone's camping and fishing and floating and, the park is just full of people.
The fire danger rating has been moved up and is now high.
But by July, fires began to crop up. In fact, on July 17th, after a morning storm, 6 fires were spotted in the park.
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, more fires than the park sees in some whole years, just in one morning. The next day, Numa Ridge Lookout spotted the Wedge Canyon fire in the North Fork, which within 2 days had grown to 4,000 acres, and due to the number of homes in the area, was the #1 priority fire in the nation.
Wow. So what was Chris doing at the time?
We were out running around taking photos of them. Drove up and looked at Wedge Canyon, and man, it was ripping across the ridge one day. And so we knew, unless it rained, that things were probably going to get worse, not better. I don't think we thought they'd get as bad as they did.
At the same time the Wedge Canyon fire was burning in the North Fork, a fire was burning in the heart of the Upper McDonald Creek Valley, the Trapper Fire. The fire at the heart of our story was, at the time, so remote that it was seen as a low priority. Park employees like Chris Baker, the lookout stationed on Swift Current Mountain, described what it looked like. She wrote an article after the fire all about it. Here, can you read the first part?
Okay. When I arrived back at Swift Current, Flat Top Mountain was puffing here and there, but the smokes just weren't that impressive. The lightning storm had planted its seeds, but nothing much was showing yet. So for a while, Trapper was underwhelming?
Yeah, it was.
But that obviously didn't last forever.
No, it did not.
July 23rd comes along. Changes everything.
The forecast for the 23rd called for extreme winds, 30 miles an hour or more.
Right, exactly. And so that's why we're at the loop on the 23rd.
Now, if you've ever driven the Going to the Sun Road to Logan Pass from Lake McDonald, you may remember the loop as the single hairpin turn on the whole route. As the road turns back on itself, you've got 8 miles left till Logan Pass as you rise above the trees, getting a view of the McDonald Creek Valley, and Chris hoped the Trapper Fire.
Okay, it's a pretty windy day. Let's get up there, see what's going on. Let's take a look at it.
His instincts were right. Chris Baker, the lookout at Swift Current, watched the Trapper Fire grow that day. And rather than have you read everything, Andrew, I had a friend read the rest of her quotes for us.
There was no mistaking it when Trapper decided to make its move. I was looking right at it when it did. That wimpy white column suddenly grew tall, turned to brown, then black. Then it was wider and moving.
And you could see that fire probably, I'm guessing, 5 miles away. And it's just starting to look like a tornado. If you can imagine a really big tornado in the sense that it's like this big circular cloud of black, and it just starts spinning, and you can see it, and it's coming closer and closer and closer.
Wow, that's nothing like what I expected.
And Chris was far from the only person at the loop watching this unfold.
I mean, more and more people showed up, and we're just watching it, and there were other people there. Everyone's taking pictures.
So there were reporters like Chris there, visitors had stopped to take pictures. There's even a corporate marketing team there.
And one of the more memorable things was there was this couple of women in their 20s with like tank tops on, and they had a Red Bull pickup truck. You know, Red Bull, that energy drink, but it had like a big fake can on the back of the pickup truck.
As the fire was coming closer and closer and everyone was taking photos, the Red Bull staff was running around with free samples.
Okay, I think watching a fire race towards you is a situation where you definitely would not need the extra boost from an energy drink.
Yeah, I think you're right. But with or without the Red Bull, Chris described the atmosphere being charged with anticipation and excitement.
So we're taking pictures of her with the smoke and the fire and smoke and stuff in the background, and they're taking pictures, and it just kind of got into like almost a party type of atmosphere in the sense that here it comes, and it came like right to the edge of the, you know, the canyon. It was just a freight train.
But he must have gotten out safely.
He did.
The fire gets to the loop, everyone he takes off because it's going to burn over the loop. It's obvious it's not going to stop.
As it burned over the loop, it claimed anything in its path. Vehicles that were parked there, trailhead signs. Heck, for years there were stains on the pavement from where porta potties melted into the asphalt.
That's kind of gross. What happened next?
Well, the Trapper Fire continued to burn uphill straight towards the Granite Park Chalet. And, well, you'll have to wait and see. I talked to Mike Sanger, one of the employees that was at Granite Park Chalet that night, later in the episode.
I see.
But Chris's experience goes to show that even when it's coming towards you, even when it's endangering your own safety, you can't help but watch fire. As powerful and destructive as it is, it has a sort of magnetism.
My name is Tony Kashola Sr. I'm a director for the Salish Kalispel Culture Committee for the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes.
People interacting with wildfire here is not a new phenomenon. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. To learn more, I decided to talk to Tony and Kashola Sr. about the role that fire plays in the traditional Salish way of life. We talked about how, from Tony's perspective, not enough people understand the significance and value of fire. This misunderstanding of our environment makes fire more dangerous. And he talked about how national parks are a place where we can learn to connect with the natural world. So Tony, if we have listeners from other parts of the country or the world who aren't familiar with the Salish people, what do they need to know about Salish history?
According to the stories from our elders, the Salish speaking people have been in this area since the last ice age. My group, my band of Salish are the most eastern Salish speaking people here in Montana. And our Aboriginal territory consisted of about 22 million acres. And then came along in 1855 when more settlers and homesteaders moved into our area. A treaty was negotiated, and it took several days before the leaders of the tribe agreed to be put on a reservation. And so that's why we are where we're at today on our 1.3 million acre reservation here. So that's kind of in a nutshell from the past where we started and how we got to where we're at as Salish-speaking people.
So I wanted to have you in today to talk about fire. What role does fire have in the Salish tradition?
The Salish people, they would set fires to their favorite hunting areas, their favorite spots. When the weather was predictable, they would set fires, knowing that the fire would be put out as soon as the snow got here. So there was no fear of that being a wildfire. When they did that, they could go back in the springtime, and where they had set fire, they could see all the new growth coming up, the green grass, clearing the underbrush for the berries and for all the other foods that were necessary, both food and medicinal plants. It would clear it out. It was like doing work in a garden. You know, as you go in a garden, you clean out all the weeds. That's what they used fire for.
Were there other advantages to setting fires?
The other thing they used, of course, before they had horses and before they had rifles, you know, getting buffalo, hunting buffalo sometimes was very difficult on foot. So sometimes they'd look at certain areas and they'd see these areas and they'd use fire to bring the herd to certain places. And then once they get to these certain jumps, that they'd build these running lanes, and they used these cliffs for these buffalo jumps to go over there. So that was another way of using the fire.
That's really interesting, using fire to manage vegetation and to drive buffalo over cliffs to hunt efficiently. It's a pretty amazing technique. How did traditional people actually manage these fires?
It's just like our professionals today. We have professional fisheries, water people in those areas. Well, back then they had these people that were dedicated and assigned to fires. And they were the ones that were only ones that would set the fire, because they've studied fire, they've understood fire, and so they're the ones that were allowed to set these fires.
And how did they actually start the fires? Where did the embers come from?
They used buffalo horns or different things to carry these embers of fire, because it was so hard, you know, to make fire. So they'd make a fire and then take these ambers and store them in these buffalo horns or something. Then they'd have these fire starters, what they call them, fire starters. They'd gallop to these different places and they'd set fire. And like I said, only those people were allowed to do that.
Why do you think so many people have negative feelings about fire?
One, I think, is misunderstanding exactly what fire is, what it means, and what it could do. The other thing is fear. Naturally, it's frightening. I mean, you look at California today, how dry, how brushy some of those go up like matchsticks. And I think that's what people are afraid of, that because they don't understand fire, not knowing how our environment works, how the trees, how the animals, how the rain, how the fire, everything has a role in our ecosystem. And the people today don't understand that. You know, they don't understand how our ecosystem works. They need to know that fire is necessary. Fire must happen so that we don't get what we're getting in California today.
What's the reason for this poor understanding of ecosystems?
I think because of the value system that we created, and the values that we think are more important now today, that our lives are put first rather than together with other things. You know, everything goes hand in hand. One of the things when I was growing up, my grandparents and my parents and all of my elders that have always taught me and always said, every living thing is an equal. You treat it as an equal. You don't think you're better. You don't dominate, because you dominate, you destroy. And that's what we have as human beings. We've dominated certain things, we've changed certain things, and we've destroyed that. And so I think a lot of that is misunderstood. And national parks are kind of a stronghold of what used to be. So national parks are places that continue to be very important, especially to me, especially to natives that understand what the park is, you know, because it used to be this whole country. And there's still a need for parks. There's still a need for the areas like this, for our spirituality, for our well-being, for our minds. How many times have we in our lives have got so frustrated with our jobs, with the things that we do every day over and over, that we need these areas of solitude to go to, touch the ground again, to put your feet back on the ground and kind of soothe everything. That all that weight seems to lift and create something, a peace of mind that lets you move forward again. We need these places.
So, fire has a long history in this place. It can be a creative as well as a destructive force. And whether you like it or not, it's a factor that has to be considered in deciding how to manage this park. To learn more about what role wildland fire plays in the ecosystem here, I decided to talk to Dawn LaFleur.
My name is Dawn LaFleur, and I am the vegetation management biologist for the park.
What does a vegetation management biologist do?
What does that entail? It basically manages the vegetation for the park. So that's anything from forest management, basically making sure we have healthy forest ecosystems, as well as maintaining native plant communities. So whenever we have disturbance, human-caused disturbance, we go in behind the disturbance and utilize native plant materials that we've collected and grown at our native plant nursery. So basically trying to manage the native vegetation as well as the invasive vegetation to maintain healthy ecosystems.
I met Dawn on the site of the Howe Ridge Fire, which in 2018 burned about 14,000 acres on the west shore of Lake McDonald. It was 1 year after the Sprague Fire, which we talked about at the top of the show, and on the opposite side of the lake. At times it can be a bit noisy here now that there's not much of a forest to shelter you from the wind.
That was a pretty intense fire.
It was very intense. It was very unusual. We had the extreme fire behavior happen at night and came down here very fast, very quickly, and burned very intensely.
About 2 weeks after this spot burned, Dawn was one of the first people to come back here and start to assess the impact.
So what we were looking for were signs of vegetation, any potential signs of vegetation recovery already, as well as the impacts to our soil.
The type of soil impacts Dawn is looking for are things like how burnt is this soil? Will things be able to grow in it? And she'll look at hillsides to see if any of them have potential for erosion now that root systems that were holding them together might be burnt out.
Do you remember what your initial impressions were at the time?
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. All we have left are toothpicks, was my initial impressions.
For a fire to burn up essentially every tree was unusual. Typically, when Dawn visits a recently burned area, the fire
doesn't wipe everything out. It'll find a section of vegetation or trees, a pocket of trees to burn in and move around and kind of skip and create a mosaic or little islands of vegetation, which actually helps for rehabilitating the landscape afterwards.
So why was this fire so intense?
It was a combination of factors. For one, the summer of 2018 was extremely hot and dry. But fire suppression efforts in the early 1900s had also disrupted some of the natural cycles here.
Fire has a huge role in this natural ecosystem. We have plants and tree species like lodgepole pine that are fire dependent.
These are species that have evolved to rely on fire to succeed. Lodgepole pines, which need a lot of sunlight, have special cones that are tightly bound shut by resin. The seeds are trapped inside the cone until there's a wildfire, the type of event that would clear out the canopy and make it sunny enough for them to grow. When fire passes through,
the cones get heated up and release their seeds.
In Dawn's career, she's witnessed summers get warmer and drier, and the snowpack disappearing earlier in the spring, allowing soil and vegetation to dry out. These effects are changing the role that fire plays in the ecosystem.
What it is climate change. We're getting drier and hotter sooner. And then the other thing we're seeing is with the extreme fire and not enough moisture in the spring, what takes advantage of those open niches after a fire are non-native plants, the opportunists. We're seeing a lot more non-native invasive plants coming into our burned areas than we have had in the past.
But Dawn hasn't lost hope. She still has a clear and optimistic vision of how this area can recover.
My hope would be in 5 years we should have conifers that are 3 to 4 foot tall. A good diversity of conifers. I would hope a lot of larch in here because they tend to be fire resistant. It'd be wonderful to see pockets. I don't expect it all across the landscape up here, but little pockets of moisture where we could see cedar hemlock coming back. and this would be completely green, and you've got woodpeckers utilizing the snags and everything. We would be standing here, and we would have vegetation over our heads.
Sounds lovely.
Less. And as we get more vegetation established, that will outcompete, as we get an overstory, it'll outcompete these newly established invasives. So much more native plant diversity.
Protecting plant diversity in Glacier National Park is a collective endeavor. Dawn can't do it alone.
She asks that when people visit here, they take a moment to think about how their actions will affect the plant life around them.
Stay on the trail. Definitely stay on the trail. Walk in the mud. Don't go around mud holes. And don't pick the flowers.
Oh, yeah. That's a big one.
Please don't pick the flowers.
The reason to walk through the mud is that if you go around, you'll widen the trail and disturb the vegetation around it. And we leave flowers where they are so everyone can enjoy them, and because they're part of the ecosystem here.
Yeah, minimize your impact by just being respectful of the vegetation.
The plant life in Glacier National Park evolved in the presence of fire and is adapted to frequent burning. Fire can be a source of renewal and even catalyze the processes of growth and change that make Glacier home to an incredible diversity of plant life, over 1,100 species.
As climate change affects the behavior of wildfire and fire ceases to behave in the way plants are adapted to, its destructive tendencies can start to outweigh its constructive ones.
It's something that scientists in Glacier like Dawn will continue to monitor.
When a wildfire changes the makeup of a forest and what kind of species grow there, the effects aren't limited to just plant life.
These changes to the vegetation are going to have consequences that ripple down the whole food chain, affecting everything from the bushy-tailed wood rat up to the moose and grizzly bear.
Mule deer in particular are browsers, and so they rely really heavily on shrubs and other kind of nutrient-dense species. So
that's Tegan Hayes. She's a wildlife biologist. Her master's thesis was about ungulate forage in wildfire-dominated landscapes. In other words, how deer food is affected by fire. One of the study areas was not far from where we're standing right now. Tegan explained to me that wildfire
allows for species to get the nutrients they need in their home range or in their population range. And so for my research, when I was looking at mule deer don't really change their home ranges very much geographically. And so change is especially important for a species like that, where if you never allow disturbances to happen, then they will not be able to find the food they need. So, and that's the same for a lot of species in the park.
In other words, mule deer need fire. It promotes the growth of shrubs that are the bulk of their diet. And they aren't keen to move around to find these plants. They need the fire to happen right within their home range. A deer population, in turn, is necessary to support grizzlies, mountain lions, and wolves. A whole thriving ecosystem, dependent on regular wildfire. I took Tegan to the Forest and Fire Nature Trail. Near the Camas Creek entrance to the park, this trail is a great spot to get an introduction to the fire ecology of Glacier National Park. Burnt in the 2001 Moose Fire, it's now home to a thriving lodgepole pine and aspen forest.
So we are now in a young aspen stand. Of course, you have the nice rustle of the leaves, which aspen are named after, the quaking aspen. The vegetation, the shrubs in the understory are a bit taller. So there's a little more diversity here.
Aspen is one of the habitat types that responds best after a fire. Aspens that burn down are able to resprout from underground roots. In no time, a recently burned stand of aspen will be a lush and suitable deer habitat.
They tend to love aspen. Aspens provide a different kind of cover, and they provide a different suite of forage species, and they tend to stay kind of cooler and wetter for longer. So I think they offer that kind of that multitude of things where you have higher diversity of plants, you have longer blooming period often, or period where things are fresh and nutritious. They tend to provide pretty good security as well.
As we move down the trail, Tegan pointed out a flower, which I was surprised to hear was a good food source.
Oh, we've been seeing rose, which despite its prickles is also actually usually pretty sought after by ungulates too, so they'll nip just the ends off and avoid the worst of the prickles.
Wildfire is kind of a contradictory thing here. On one hand, it's natural and totally necessary for many of the plants and animals. But on the other hand, climate change is making it much more common and severe. And regardless of whether it's good or bad, it's always tough to live with.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most interesting and kind of disheartening research is when there's abnormally hot fires or more frequent fires than would normally be occurring in a forest, and they'll actually burn so hot that seedlings can't establish anymore, and so you can end up having what was once a forest become a grassland, or you'll see that the tree species that used to grow in an area are no longer suited to the climate or the climate that a disturbance has created.
Still, she recognizes the importance of having natural fire on the landscape.
Fire, because it's a hot and dry climate during some of the year, it's one of those natural disturbances that glacier and other mountainous places are adapted to, and so it's a necessity.
Of course, what applies in a national park where there are no subdivisions full of houses will be different from a policy that makes sense in a more densely inhabited area.
We can't always let fires burn due to all kinds of challenges, whether that's with human structures or infrastructure. So we're really right now just trying to find the balance between what the ideal situation is for fire and what the ideal situation is for living in this area.
In places like Glacier National Park, where natural processes still dominate and where we try to minimize our intrusion into the web of life, fire will continue to play a part, and scientists like Don and Tegan will continue to try to understand it. In the Lake McDonald Valley, where humans and wildfire are both common, we need to learn to live with fire, to let it play its natural role, creating the rich, diverse, and thriving ecosystem that we come here to enjoy.
We'll be right back with the conclusion of the Trapper Fire saga after this break.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about Sperry Chalet.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking.
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are my favorite podcasters today?
Oh, we're doing well. Just enjoying the beauty out here. Got to go up and check out the new Sperry Chalet, and it was phenomenal. It looked just like before, even down to the stonework.
Yeah, it's really incredible what they were able to accomplish. I'm glad you brought up the stonework. I was talking to Zach Anderson of Anderson Masonry, and you know, his family were the original stonemason family. So if it looks the same, there's a reason, and the care they took to make sure that it looked the same way it did when it was originally built in 1913 is really rather remarkable.
Yeah, and it's a great thing for people to check out while they're visiting and go see all the attention to detail and craft that went into it.
It really is a remarkable discovery. I was able to hike there this year with some people who had never been there, and we hiked through Gunsight, and to come over the top and see Sperry, it's almost like you just have to stop in your tracks, as they did, to see how is this possible. I've hiked 13.1 miles into the wilderness and look at what is there. It really is something.
Yeah, we wanted to talk to you about it because we know the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as the park's official nonprofit partner, played a huge role in helping restore the chalet.
We were in the superintendent's office the very next morning at 10 a.m. after the fire burned Sperry, and by later that week, we had taken our loan credit card down to the hardware store here and bought the pieces of wood that held Sperry up over the winter. And it really was a remarkable public-private partnership that really made the improbable happen.
Thanks for taking some time to talk to us. It's always great to hear from you, Doug.
Always great to talk to you guys, and thanks again for all you're doing.
Absolutely. Thanks for funding it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Cheers.
Bye. So we just heard from Don and Tegan about how plants,
like lodgepole pines,
and animals,
like mule deer,
can benefit from the presence of fire in the ecosystem.
And from talking to Tony, we know that the Salish and other indigenous communities have a deep understanding of fire's role on the landscape and would use it, as he put it, almost like a gardening tool to invite new and healthy plant growth.
Working here, a big part of our job has been sharing that knowledge with visitors, talking about the plants and animals that thrive in fire's aftermath. Yet knowing and understanding these things won't change how you respond to fire when you're faced with it, when the flames themselves are bearing down on you. So we met Chris Peterson earlier, who watched and photographed the 2003 Trapper Fire as it made a run over the loop.
Yeah.
But after it burned over the loop, it kept going, racing upwards towards the Granite Park Chalet, a historic compound of stone cabins high in the mountains that still provide rustic lodging and dining accommodations.
To get there, you can either hike the Highline Trail from Logan Pass or start up from the loop on the Loop Trail.
I hiked up to Granite Park this summer to talk with someone who's worked there since 2002 and was there on July 23rd, 2003.
My name is Mike Sanger. I'm from Great Falls, Montana originally. I live in Belt, Montana now. I've worked for the Park Service. This will be my 19th year here at Granite Park.
Mike keeps Granite running, managing the waste disposal system, addressing bear encounters, medical emergencies. When I caught up to him, he was fixing the sink in the chalet kitchen. And having grown up in Montana, Mike had been familiar with wildfire from afar.
Seeing them in the distance, not quite as close as I did here.
But in the unprecedented fire year of 2003, he came face to face with the Trapper Fire. From what I understand, you were hiking up here on July 23rd. Is that right?
I was. My boss, Walter Tabb, had dropped me off the Loop Trailhead. The trail was already closed at that time, and it was smoky there at the parking lot. And I asked him, I said, well, the trail's closed. And he goes, well, you better get moving. You need to get up there. And on the way up, I passed a female ranger, and what they were doing at that time is sweeping the trails for people and trying to get them up here. And she asked me if I knew where the fire was, and I said I have no idea, but once we get to Granite, we'll probably be able to see better and know exactly what's going on.
As I understand it, Mike's up there for a week or so at a time, then rotates out with a partner?
Exactly. He was originally scheduled to hike back in to tap out his partner on the 23rd, but was sent up that day with a different goal, to help protect the chalet itself.
And we made really good time getting up here to Granite Park.
Yeah, goodness. When did it sink in that it was going to be a problem?
When I got up here and I saw fire hoses strung out all over the place, and Chris Berkey, my partner, was here, and I asked him, I said, where's the fire? And he pointed towards Flat Top, and it was immediately apparent that we had a problem on our hands.
So they had to fortify the compound. With limited time and supplies, that meant converting their finicky drinking water pump into a sprinkler system to keep the buildings wet, an approach that they weren't confident would work at first.
We went down to start the pump, and it took 2 or 3 times, and you had to talk nice to this thing, and Chris pulled it, and the first time it went off, and we're all high-fiving, and
but celebrations could wait. As the fire grew closer and closer, conditions only worsened.
It was really horrific for quite a while because we had no idea where the fire was. The winds were horrific. I mean, they were blowing probably 70 plus miles an hour, and we were having embers starting to come down. And what we did is we pulled all the railings from the chalet. We were trying to reduce fuel in case the fire did get here.
What did it sound like?
You know, a lot of people paraphrase this with tornadoes and everything else, but it sounded like a freight train. And it was just unbelievably hot. I've always had a mustache, and after this was all over, it had curled and burnt, and I just ended up whacking it off. It's the first time I'd not had a mustache in many, many years, because it was just glowing orange this direction.
Around the same time, Chris Baker from Swift Current Lookout was choked with smoke.
I can remember using the word surreal a lot in my journal that afternoon. It didn't take too long before my vista towards the west was nothing but amber billows of smoke and embers. Visibility deteriorated to nothing, and I began coughing from the intense smoke, so I soaked a bandana in water and took to breathing through it to filter some of the soot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
it's a scary situation.
It is. In the face of it all, Mike and Chris were doing everything they could to protect the chalet and everyone in it.
And we charged our hoses. We had everybody inside the chalet sitting on the floor. We had the tables up against the windows. because the wind was horrific and it was blowing ash and embers all through the area, and we charged the hoses and started wetting the roof.
How many people were in it?
Well, between the guests that had planned to stay there that night and hikers that were seeking refuge, there were quite a few.
We had 39 people trapped up here. We thought the fire was actually going to come up and go over the top of us and down the other side. Why it went up Swift Current Pass, I have no idea. You know, every bearing that we had and the wind was blowing directly at us, and fires like to run uphill, so I was quite sure the fire was going to come up and over us, and instead it made a turn and went up over Swift Current.
It missed them?
Somehow they were saved. The fire avoided the chalet, and falling embers were effectively combated by the hoses and sprinklers they'd set up.
Because it could have really gone south for us, and it really could have been a horrific thing. And, you know, through God's graces or whatever, the fire didn't come over us. Chris, we each made one brief phone call to our wives, and said, we don't know what's going to happen. We just wanted to call and tell you right now we're all right, and we're doing the best we can.
And while they didn't know what the next day would hold, they allowed themselves to breathe a small sigh of relief.
Chris and I came in here. It'd been a long day for both of us. He was due to go out that day, and I'd hiked up or ran up here that day. And his wife had brought him a little bottle of black velvet whiskey, so we each had a drag off that, and it actually felt a little better. And he goes, let's get on with it. And I said, all right.
After feeding and finding beds for everyone at Granite, the two of them stayed up all night watching the flames.
We'd take turns. There was a chair between this building and the chalet and one in front of the chalet, and about every hour we'd switch.
Also up all night was Chris Baker, watching the flames from her vantage point at Swift Current Lookout, 1,000 feet above the chalet.
Night fell, and finally I could see the fire appear through the smoke as 1,000 points of flame and torching trees. I remember just staring a lot in unbelief. Sleep wasn't even an option. This was history, and I was privileged to have a front row seat.
It was a long night and a close call. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the chalet was saved. Mike and his partner Chris Berkey were even honored by the Department of the Interior with Valor Awards for their heroism and bravery. But Mike's a humble guy. If you have the chance to meet him, you might hear him tell stories of that night. Sometimes the chalet even asks him to give a program about it to their guests. But you won't hear him bragging. He's seen firsthand the power of fire and worked in its aftermath every year since. But even then, that night standing guard after hours of fear and uncertainty, he could see a beauty in the flames.
And the one thing that struck me is once it got dark and you could see the fire, you know, despite what was going on, it was actually kind of pretty to look at. And, you know, I don't mean to sound morbid or anything, but it was. It had its own kind of natural beauty to it.
A month later, the Trapper fire had died down, and Chris Baker reflected on the fire as she hiked down from Swift Current Lookout for the last time of the year.
I regaled in the switchbacks down to the tree line, gazing out over the pristine beauty of the divide. But then I came to the trees. Those beautiful firs I have come to love. My friends and companions on my ascents and descents of Swift Current Mountain. The ones that frame heaven's peak in all my photos and that my kids have learned to take for granted. They weren't there. Instead, I saw blackened ghost and charred ground cover. I hiked through a lunar landscape that I knew was both natural order and devastation. I thrilled and mourned all at once. I don't think I will ever feel that again.
Our last story of the day is about the important role that fire plays for archaeologists here.
So were you up there on the night that Sperry Chalet burned down?
No, I was actually on this trail when it burned down, and I actually heard it all go down on the radio.
That's Glacier Park archaeologist Brent Rowley.
Which was kind of a crazy experience. I was actually just back there, probably a few hundred yards, and I heard this radio transmission that was like calling the incident management team on the radio and being like, you know, I need to give you a satellite phone call because we need to have like a conversation right now. And it turns out that was the chalet catching on fire, like the dormitory building.
Fire teaches us about the natural world, but it also teaches us about ourselves, and sometimes in unexpected ways. When the Sprague Fire burned down the main building of Sperry Chalet on August 31st, 2017, it felt like we had forever lost a piece of our history. But the fire had another effect as well. By clearing out the vegetation around the building, it unearthed a wealth of archaeological sites from lots of different eras. Out of the ashes, Brent found a whole world of history.
In a place like Glacier, the vegetation is so thick that you can't see the surface of the ground to find artifacts. A fire that comes in and clears out the vegetation will often reveal major archaeological sites.
After the Sprague Fire, Brent and his team found a series of dumps where all types of people, like construction crews, cooks, and chalet visitors, had thrown their garbage for decades, starting in the early 19-teens. Brent was intrigued. He told me that these types of sites hold a lot of information that you can't just read about.
In the history books about a site like, say, Sperry Chalet, you only hear about the experiences of the people that are actually staying in the chalet. You don't hear the story of the people that worked at that chalet and that may have worked at a trail camp or a CCC camp that built a lot of the infrastructure in the park. And a lot of those dumps preserve the information of like what was daily life like for them, what were they eating. We might find game pieces or, you know, what were they doing in their spare time at their backcountry camp.
As we hiked the 6 miles up to those archaeological sites, Brent told me all about his experiences that year.
I got assigned to the fire as a resource advisor for cultural resources. So during that summer, I probably hiked this section of the Sperry Trail 40 times. And, you know, so I got to watch the fire come down this ridge and sort of change the forest gradually. Because in the cedar forest, the fire just kind of creeps along. It rarely ever, really gets up into the treetops. It kind of travels along the deadfall and through the root systems.
When the fire in the chalet was finally extinguished, the stone exterior walls were still standing. The fire had only burned the interior and the roof of the building. A few days later, Brent was flown to the site in a helicopter to help the park determine if the still standing walls would survive the winter.
It was really surreal, like all the bed frames had melted, kind of looked a little like a little bit of a wasteland inside.
The stone walls were able to be salvaged, and over the next 2 summers, the chalet was reconstructed within them. Brent and I arrived just days before the grand reopening, when the chalet would welcome guests for the first time since the fire. It was also the first time that Brent had been in the new building, and he was a bit taken aback by the difference.
The last time I was standing in this very spot, I was like 4 feet lower, and then, you know, there was debris everywhere, and, you know, it's pretty crazy to be standing in the same spot, but now in a constructed building.
After the fire, Brent and his team were tasked with surveying the burned area and noting any archaeological sites that had been revealed. What they found was a vast assemblage of objects that painted a vivid portrait of early 1900s park life.
What kind of objects are we talking about?
Well, actually, one of the most common things they found were chamber pots.
What do they look like?
They're just bowl-shaped, but a little... Oh, right there is one. A really good one.
Yeah, it looks like just a small bowl with kind of a big rim around it.
Yeah, just big enough to do your business in, you know. But those things were all over the place, like down this hillside. It's kind of interesting. I just like to imagine someone walking out in the morning and getting ready to toss the contents of it over the hill and accidentally loses their grip, and there it lies. Because that one definitely is not broken.
Okay, that did paint a vivid portrait. What else did you find?
One thing that really caught my eye were these tubes of clear blue glass. Brent explained to me that those were insulators for a historic phone line.
So in a phone line, you've got the wire that the message travels through vibrations. The insulators allow you to attach that wire to a telephone pole or a tree or whatnot, a solid object, without interfering with the signal.
Oh.
And so I'm guessing, considering there's a scatter of them here, that once they pulled down the phone line here, sometime probably in the 1940s, they just chucked it over the hill.
So until the 1940s, there was phone service at Sperry Chalet?
Yeah, I think maybe a lot of people imagine the early days of the park as a much wilder time. But in many ways, the visitor experience was much more managed than it is today. At least for some types of people.
So I think out here on this point, there was some sort of tent camp set up, and I don't know exactly the dates of the tent camp, but I think it was certainly early on in Sperry Chalet's history, so probably 19-teens, maybe even into the 1920s. And so there's a lot of really diagnostic artifacts that have actual Great Northern Railway logos, and that differentiates it from, like, say, a worker camp for the workers that built the chalet or maintained the chalet, because those higher end ceramics would be what you would serve the very wealthy guests oftentimes that were coming to the chalet, whereas in a little bit we'll go to a worker camp and they were eating out of cans.
I pointed out a ceramic shard. It was about the size of my hand, to see how Brent could interpret it.
So this is probably like a large serving platter dish that would have been about, that big.
Yeah.
So like a communal, indicating like a communal dinner setting, where sort of family style dining, I guess you would call it today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting. From just that small piece, he was able to figure out about how they dined.
Yeah, what was most interesting about spending the day with Brent was seeing how these little pieces of what seemed like just garbage gave him really deep insights into how people thought and behaved a long time ago.
I don't know how this dump got here, but it's one of the most interesting assemblages of stuff. This is it all spread out because it's all jammed in that crevice. Mm-hmm. And there's everything from an assortment of condiment bottles, like this is probably ketchup. There's a medicine bottle. Here's one of those coffee ration containers. There's poison bottles, like multiple of them. So it's like a really strange thing. Like, I don't know if this was like kind of where maybe some workers at some point were camped out. Like the poison bottle in particular, I mean, kind of throws me. I'm like, that tells me, I feel like that it's got to be related to workers.
Wait, okay, what was the poison for?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Brent told me it was probably to poison rodents of some sort, maybe mice, pack rats, or a particularly aggressive marmot.
How do they find all this stuff?
There's a couple different ways these sites get discovered.
This one, a firefighter showed it to me.
Okay.
But usually, yeah, when we survey areas, we do transects.
One of the main things that Brent has found here is the class distinctions between the different people who use this area, and how this manifests even in their trash.
Up at that tent camp, everyone was always eating off of, fine ceramics and being very proper, I guess you would say. And here it's like you just open up the can and eat out of the can sort of thing, which is more indicative of, I guess, lower class status, like a worker rather than someone that's on a very expensive vacation.
Do you know what would have been in these cans?
Some of them. See, like a can like this where you can tell by the openings. Mm-hmm. So see, this had to be liquid. And in fact, I think this was probably a milk can. So they slit that one open. So when we record these can sites, we always record what type of openings they have, because it can tell you a lot about what was in them.
Wow, so we can learn something from even just the way a can was opened.
Exactly, there's so many levels to it. Brent even says that the way that trash is hidden can tell us what era it's from.
In the 19-teens, the way everybody all over America treated their waste was to throw it over the cliff or over the hillside or into your pit toilet. Later on, though, people started, the ethics started changing of like, you need to hide your garbage. You put it in a centralized garbage dump. And here, obviously, they've tried to hide it. So it's probably after that ethic changed, which really started, in the 1920s and 30s.
A desire to learn about people whose stories aren't always told has motivated Brent's career from the very beginning. The first excavation he was a part of, on a plantation in West Virginia, showed Brent the significant differences in artifacts from enslaved people versus slave owners. This technique of using historic artifacts to understand how people were treated in the past is an idea that still drives his work today.
In Glacier, you can learn a lot about indigenous people's history prior to European settlement, and we can learn a lot about what people were doing in this landscapes by what artifacts they leave behind. And those people were often, are often not included in the history books. And in fact, I hate the term prehistoric or prehistory because it implies that indigenous people don't have history. It's just their history is documented in different ways by oral history and also by the archaeological evidence that their ancestors left behind.
There are countless stories covering thousands of years of history buried in archaeological sites all around Glacier.
Some of these stories will be lost forever if these sites are disturbed.
So please leave historic objects where you find them. Brent says that objects are best at telling their story when they stay in their original location.
Once they're removed from the site, they are kind of just meaningless objects, but when they're in the context of the site, they tell the story of what sort of products people were using as they visited Sperry Chalet.
Our discussion was interrupted by a mountain goat grazing on the forbs that had sprouted up where fire had cleared the canopy and finally allowed sunlight back onto the forest floor. We had to step off the trail to let the goat pass.
And I went to work for the... Oh, crap.
There's a goat coming.
Hey.
Move aside.
Move aside. Don't eat my poles either.
As we sat there talking about the history of the area, a new chapter was already being written. As Brent and I moved out of the goat's path, it was hard not to think that we needed to do the same as the goats and flowers here, to learn from what we couldn't control, and to flourish in the sunshine that followed. That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about the role and history of wildfire in Glacier, or about the Salish Kalispel Culture Committee, check out the links in our show notes.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Chris Peterson, Tony Incashola Sr., Don LaFleur, Tegan Hayes, Mike Sanger, Sarah Peterson, and Brent Rowley.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry. You know, every season in Yellowstone is pretty fantastic, but if you're into listening to the sounds of animals, spring and summer, well, there's just nothing like it. And while most creatures in Yellowstone are busily singing their hearts out this time of year, there's one animal that actually gets a little quieter in the spring and summer. And that's the wolf. You see, there's a seasonal cycle to wolf howling. Howling ramps up through the fall and it peaks in late winter. Then comes springtime.
Howling abruptly drops off, and this is caused by the female choosing a place to den that they really want to keep secret, if at all possible.
That's Kira Cassidy, research associate with the Yellowstone Wolf Project.
Choosing a den site is extremely important for a wolf pack. It's going to be their hub for the entire summer. It's the house of the entire next generation. And it has to be protected, of course, because the tiny, helpless pups are going to be there for several months. We've had cases where a pack has attacked another wolf's den and even killed the pups in some cases. They don't really want to let other packs know where they are and what they're doing. And in order to avoid that, they keep quiet.
Now, it's not only the frequency of howling that changes throughout the year, but the type of howling shifts too.
Wolves howl for a couple of different reasons. Some of that would be within the pack, so to keep track of each other, say if they've been separated.
And even though they're doing a lot less of it, this is the kind of howling that tends to dominate in the spring and summer, wolves communicating with their own pack mates.
They also howl to let other packs know where they are and to kind of establish a territory.
Wolves will often have these howling bouts with other packs. The two packs will howl back and forth as if to say, this is our turf, our territory. And it's that howling for territoriality that grows in the months leading up to the winter breeding season.
Howling really tracks the hormones. As the wolves are getting ready for the breeding season, testosterone will start to spike. Howling starts to increase. It's kind of a stressful time in some ways. They do a lot of howling during the breeding season. They also probably use howling as a way to advertise the number of wolves they have in the pack, the type of wolves they have in the pack. If they have a lot of big male fighters, that's going to come across in a howling bout with another pack. And in some ways, wolves may be able to use it to avoid a fight with another pack too. They can kind of create that space between each other, let each other know where they are, but also let them know who they are.
Kira's specialty is looking at territoriality in wolves and interpack aggression, basically when two packs come into contact with each other and fight. Sometimes wolves will fight until one pack or one animal displaces the other, and sometimes they'll fight to the death.
This running into other packs is so vastly important to a wolf pack. It's, of all the wolves that live in Yellowstone that we've radio collared, some of them disperse outside of Yellowstone, of course. But if they live their whole life in Yellowstone, 2/3 of them end up being killed by other wolves.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
How many animals have you walked by and never noticed? How many species live around you that you've never even heard of?
Most people are kind of excited that they had no idea another thing existed. And I think it's like yet one more mystery.
One of these unknown species is a rarely seen creature that most people here have never heard of. They live behind waterfalls and can travel up to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's fun because they're really dark and you just think it's a bat or something. So we started calling them black lightning.
To have a chance at seeing them, most of the time you'll need to leave the trail, bushwhack for hours with alders swatting you in the face and mosquitoes trying to bite you as sweat drips down your face. Then those same alders lend a hand as the terrain turns steep, and you use them to pull yourself up precipitous slopes. Then the shrubs fade away, and you're clambering up a steep field of loose rock, feeling them shifting as you step and hoping they stay put. Oh, and by the way, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so it's pitch black. Finally, you reach the base of a waterfall where the rocks are slick underfoot and it's loud from the pounding water and cold and damp from the ever-present mist. And this is where you find them. Black swifts. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I love birds. Seeing them, hearing them, and also counting them. This year so far, I've found 242 species, and counting. But I've never seen a black swift. For a lot of birders, seeing a brand new species can be a highlight of your month, or even of your year. It's called a life bird. I've looked for black swifts every summer I've lived here, but I strike out every time. They're basically big black cigars that fly thousands of feet in the air, and they're incredibly hard to see. But today, I'm going out with Amy Seaman from Montana Audubon and her team to survey for these elusive birds, and hopefully, I'll be in luck. But this isn't just a story about me going birdwatching. It's a story about learning to feel comfortable in the dark, and how to cherish the mysteries we may never solve.
Once it shoots out, your eye might not pick it up till like out here, where it's out further from the waterfall. I think part of that's just the speed they come out.
Which is how fast?
So fast. I mean,
That's Amy. She's an all-around bird expert, but has spent a lot of the last 10 summers looking for black swifts in a collaborative effort between Montana Audubon and the park, with support from the Glacier Conservancy. With her help, I thought it'd be a lot easier to find them, but it is definitely not easy.
So the birds are basically too fast to see in your binoculars.
They really are.
And if you want a glimpse of them, you're going to have to do an alpine start.
I rolled out of bed at 3:05, got dressed and brushed my teeth and tumbled down the stairs and had just enough time to zoom out the door into the car to then drive an hour to get here.
So I'm tired, there's rain in the forecast, and it's also fully dark outside. Black swifts are early risers, much earlier than me. They're not quite nocturnal, but they aren't just active during the day either. Amy and other researchers have had the most luck looking for them around their nests at dawn or dusk.
We're on the side of the Going to the Sun Road where a creek flows below the road through a culvert. And we're starting to hear the first bird songs. And we're staring at a waterfall, trying to see these little black specks moving at 90 miles an hour.
Black swifts are aerial insectivores, meaning they catch and eat bugs as they fly, especially flying ants. One study found swifts regularly flying at altitudes over 13,000 feet. And they're almost always flying. When they're not nesting, they spend 99% of their time in the air, day and night. That's something like 8 months of flying. How do you study a bird that basically never stops?
So how long have you been doing swift surveys?
This is actually year 10, the beginning of the 10th year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which is so fun to think that it's fun. Yeah, we have just as many questions, but we have learned a lot more.
So when you started, you didn't know how many birds there were, didn't know how to look for them, didn't know what their nest sites really looked like.
Exactly.
But despite the things that Amy and others have been able to learn, there's plenty of mystery left. And Amy loves it.
I've always wanted to know what's around me. That was a lifetime goal of like, when I'm a kid and I want to grow up, I want to say, hey, I'm on a hike and what is this thing that I'm walking near or pretty flower that I'm looking at? Then you're like, wait, there is stuff we don't know. So it was this whole full circle of like,
you're a black swift explorer.
I can't believe there's a bird that we found the 6th nest of in the state.
That's incredible.
It's a wild sentence and it's so fun. And you're like, wait, we didn't know where they wintered till 2012.
Scientists have learned about many birds' migrations through banding programs that started in the early 1900s. But it wasn't until 2012 that we started to learn where swifts migrate. Using tiny geolocators, researchers in Colorado discovered that they were wintering in the lowland forests of Brazil. But where exactly our swifts from Montana go is still a question. But we do know that they're declining. A 2016 report compiled by Partners in Flight estimated dramatic declines since 1970. Climate change, pesticides, and habitat disturbance are all pressuring these birds. So much about them, especially Glacier's population, is unknown.
And I'll never forget my first year at Sperry Chalet meeting a person who had hiked here for decades and had never heard of this bird, and he could name every plant on the side of the trail.
Wow.
So he's like, well, what are you guys here for? And we're like, oh, actually these birds right up in this waterfall that you can look at from the chalet and we've seen for years. And then he was just floored.
And Amy's been working to study swifts and spread the word about them for the last 10 years.
There's enough sites now to start monitoring to a number of birds. Because, of course, at some point, funders want to know, conservationists want to know, well, what's the number? Are we running out? Are they declining? Are they not?
Personally, I'll just be happy if I get a little glimpse of just one.
Okay, have I missed anything?
Not yet. Just staring.
I'm standing with Amy and her team, all of us staring intently at the waterfall coming out from under Going to the Sun Road. I'm bundled up, but the cold, damp air is still somehow seeping in.
It's 5:25 now. I've still seen no swifts, although it's seeming less absurd that I might be able to see that now that it's a little lighter, but it hasn't happened yet.
We do call them the swifting hour. There's a certain light that starts to settle in the morning or night, and you're like, okay, I can feel the activity now. So
Maybe Amy could feel it, but I was not at her level.
So I'm just looking at the waterfall in my binoculars, and we talked for 2 hours yesterday about how you can find the nests and what to look for, and this kind of nook or crevice or the whitewash from their poops out of the nest, and they made it all seem very straightforward. And I am befuddled.
Needless to say, seeing a swift, even with Amy's help, was not going to be as simple as I'd hoped. But compared to most of their sites, which involve not just a drive, but hiking miles off trail to get to, this is a breeze.
So is this the cruisiest survey spot you guys have?
yes. I was saying I've never rolled up and I was like, I'm going to wear Crocs just because I can this morning.
It was enough of a challenge for me to get up at 3 a.m, and I'm grateful we did not have to backpack here or bushwhack for hours up a mountain.
So I like to say swifting's not for the faint of heart.
You would be right.
Also, because you get so excited sometimes, I'm like, oh, I'm going to have a heart attack because of my excitement level.
I can't say that I was at heart attack levels of excitement, but some booms of thunder did start to get my heart going.
Okay, status update, it's 5:59 a.m. It's thundering quite a bit. Seeing some lightning off to the north. Still have seen no swifts. Don't know if this is looking promising.
Shoot. I might just put my rain jacket on. If it's pouring, we won't survey, but we have done some half rainy ones.
It's honestly hard to tell if it's past dawn yet because the storm clouds have made it so dark. We take refuge in the car and the storm lets loose. Rain is coming down in sheets and pouring off the cliffs above the road. In a way, the wet weather is appropriate. Black swifts nest behind waterfalls, peeking out through the mist with their big dark eyes. As the clouds empty around me and my nose fogs the car window, I suppose I'm getting a glimpse of what their habitat might feel like. One question I had was, why did they so often nest behind or around waterfalls in the first place? There isn't conclusive evidence, but experts think it serves a few purposes. The first is to avoid predators, and another possibility is climate control.
But then apparently the water is good for the temperature to be cool because they're not fluctuating, they're not getting so hot either.
It's just steady.
Yeah, I think it stays basically 45 degrees all the time behind.
Glacier has plenty of waterfalls in the spring, fed by melting winter snow. But by late summer, most of them run dry. Black swifts are smart enough to only pick waterfalls that will protect and cool their chicks all the way until the end of summer. And those can only be fed by glaciers and persistent snowfields, which this park has a lot of.
We have realized that they love Glacier National Park. There are more nests here than in the rest of the state combined that we know of.
But as temperatures warm with climate change, the sources of these waterfalls, those glaciers and snowfields, are declining. Because I guess you could see the swifts as a bit of a canary in the coal mine. And as you say, like, the waterfalls are where they are. They can't move up in elevation. But also they feed on insects. And so as insects decline, like, that's even more invisible.
Yeah, and I think you totally nailed it, because part of the interest in studying black swifts isn't just that they do have a unique place that we just didn't know about them, but they totally share a decline with other aerial insectivores. And the jury's kind of out on exactly what issues are happening.
This is one of the biggest motivations for their studies in Glacier, trying to figure out what the population is like and how worried they need to be.
And it also helps us know, like, oh, maybe we don't need to hit the panic button either right away. Like, there is a lot of great habitat in Montana, and it could be that we have a lot more of these birds than we thought.
But all of Amy's work can still only go so far.
We can also learn only what we can learn in Montana.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know anything that these birds are encountering on their migration or on their wintering grounds.
And even with 10 years of data from Glacier and efforts in Colorado and Idaho, we still know remarkably little about these birds compared with almost every other species I might see on a morning walk. It makes me wonder what else I'm missing.
If a tree falls in the forest and you don't hear it, right? Like, what happens? And then so it's like if a black swift disappears from a waterfall, but we never know they were ever at the waterfall, to me, there's something really interesting that's lost in that.
Still hiding out from the rain, talking with Amy in the car, I've pretty much lost all hope of seeing a swift today. Maybe of ever seeing one. I feel like the thunderstorm is an embodiment of climate change and all the threats these little birds are facing, looming over all of us. As the park's glaciers retreat and disappear, people notice and they care. But does it matter if a bird that I might never see disappears? Can you love something you've never seen? All right, it's 6:38 now. The storm has abated. There are a lot more cars now. I'm still seeing no swifts, but so you would normally survey until 7:15. So we have another like half hour.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think you see any swifts?
I mean, there's like a smudge back there that could be something, but it's not moving. And
Right, I see a smudge, but I don't see
Put that in the
anything.
data sheet. Smudge on nest.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a bird. It's a bird. There's a bird.
Really?
It's
There's
on
a
that
bird.
other little grassy.
But I'll take a look in the scope and see if I can see anything of what I just thought was a blob.
Was it a smudge or a blob?
A mob. And it's tucked away back in this little nook. And I can see a white blob above the smudge. See, I thought I saw it move, but now I'm second guessing myself. Maybe I'm just moving. Oh! Oh, I see the tail. Oh my God, it's huge. Okay, I thought it was going to be a tiny little bird,
No, that's
but
the
it's
thing.
huge.
Yeah, it's big.
Oh.
That's why they're kind of crazy, because you're like, this isn't.
I was looking for like a tiny little swallow-sized bird. Oh, it moved its head. This is very exciting.
I didn't notice that before.
Thousands of people drive on the road past this nest site every day and would never know these birds are living their lives here. I've driven past this site dozens and dozens of times. But now I'll look for them every time I drive past. You can see it so well now. You can see its eyeball. You can see its little wings crossed over its tail. It's looking at me.
It's in a really small space.
Yeah. It's like it's wrapped up in its little sleeping bag of moss and rock. That black swift, perched underneath a waterfall, peering back at me from its damp ledge, felt like a glimpse into a whole part of Glacier that usually hides out of sight. It has black, shiny wings and black feathers, and I can see a little tiny bit of white on kind of the front of its face and a big black eyeball kind of looking at me. So it's like a little bit of light, but mostly dark, which was also our experience in this survey. They do a lot of things in the dark, and mostly we can't really see them during the day. And most of their lives are in the dark, but we're learning a little bit more each year and each survey. In all these years, what do you think you've learned from black swifts?
I think the biggest personal change that I've seen has been sort of a minor one, but I've realized that it actually does run quite deeply into life, and it's that I really am more comfortable at night being a nocturnal person, walking around in the dark, even in my own house or in the creepy basements or in other people's creepy basements. I think it's really impacted my comfort level with, trusting yourself and all your intuitions and when fear is real and when it's not real. And I think people really do have so much more than we let on to stuff, because I've gone to things like in the night and then gone back to the place and like noticed that I'm walking right by the same exact rock or something. And I'm like, I tried to go the same direction, but my body has some kind of memory. Like, I'm like, how did myself take myself to this exact place? Honestly, just operating more comfortably with less light has been a very liberating feeling. I don't know if we learn it as fear as from movies or what it is when you're little and you do have that fear of the dark thing. And
well, it's very primal. We spend so much time trying to light up the darkness, whether it's our car headlights or our, turning the lights on in our houses or even leaving our porch lights on all night.
It's just oddly satisfying. And you're like, this just makes life easier when you take off a layer of worrying.
I like that, though. It's not like you go out there and try to make the dark more light. You can just become more comfortable in the dark.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing you said earlier was like, these birds love Glacier so much. And I don't know, it kind of got me thinking, like, does Glacier love these birds back? And it was like, I think that there's so much effort going into studying them. Kind of makes me maybe say yes now.
I think so. I think Glacier and the Conservancy has supported the effort seriously over the years. And to me, that's just really cool, because it means these birds are impacting a greater landscape, but they need Glacier to nest and survive and reproduce to keep having black swifts. And then I think the community of people loves it, because when people are here, they're totally enjoying nature and then hopefully passing that down. As Montana Audubon, too, we are advocates for conservation, and it really does take knowing and caring about something to advocate for, especially if it's a policy decision that will impact climate change or something like that. You do have to know the birds.
I guess I'm still not sure if you can truly love something you don't know. But now I've seen a black swift, and I think we bonded. And I know I don't want to lose them.
How does it feel? They're still there, and that really makes me happy. Actually, to your question of how does it make you feel when you see them again after 10 years, I don't know why, but I still get so excited, and I do love them. When we were lucky enough to see that nest today, you get that small little bit of just ultra excitement that they're still there, and just knowing that they're there, even though you don't see them all the time. It's just like, gosh, this whole life's happening, and we have no idea, and that brought a lot of joy. Yeah.
We've learned a lot about these birds, but can we ever know very much, or will they always kind of be a mystery to us?
That type of thing is so interesting to me, and I think just because we can't exist in their habitat comfortably for much longer than a few hours, I think there is definitely going to always be the part that is just too dark for us to see.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Null. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Amy Seaman and the whole Black Swift team, Montana Audubon, Lisa Bate, and Kaylee Kimball for all the pickles. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, Gabby went to Helena, Montana's state capital. She went to look at a painting. But she was also trying to get some perspective, to see one historic moment from another point of view.
Later we can go see the rotunda. Yeah. The rotunda. Cool.
An expert from the Montana Historical Society, Jennifer Bottomley O'Looney, took Gabby around the Capitol building.
Okay, so once we walk out, it'll connect us to the House of Representatives chamber.
Hanging on the walls are two very different pieces of art that depict one particular chapter in Montana's story, the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Entering the anteroom, and here are the murals by Edgar S. Paxson. Probably the best known is this painting, Lewis and Clark at Three Forks.
This painting depicts them kind of in the center of the image. They're kind of standing up straight, holding their guns, looking off to the distance. They all kind of look like action figures a little bit. Mm-hmm. The way that they're standing and looking off to the side, it feels
very formal. Yeah, very formal type.
It puts them at the center of the story. Yeah. And it feels a bit stereotypical to what we know of Lewis and Clark, or kind of what's depicted in history books, at least when I was growing up. It reminds me of what I learned in high school.
And this image is used in a lot of history books. It's requested over and over from us to provide an image for this. So you probably have seen this exact image in your history book.
That is good to know. And not surprising at all.
This is not the painting that Gabby went to Helena to see. This is the painting that everyone expects. Lewis and Clark as painted by Edgar Paxson, wearing fur hats and fringed buckskin jackets with their guide, Sacagawea, pointing at the horizon. Edgar Paxson didn't break the mold here. This is how Lewis and Clark are usually depicted, and it's probably the image you have in your head right now. But Gabby was touring the Capitol building to see something different. A much larger mural by the artist Charlie Russell that depicts Lewis and Clark as they're meeting the Salish or Flathead people.
And then through here is the Charlie Russell mural. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. This version is a totally different point of view. It's not what I was expecting, and it's definitely not the history book painting I felt like I'd seen before. It's a single freeze frame of a pivotal moment, and it turns my whole understanding of the expedition on its head. Wow. Wow.
Welcome to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. We are calling this season Becoming. It is by no means a complete history, but rather a collection of stories exploring how this place became what it is. This episode is about understanding history by finding different perspectives. Specifically, it's about one of the single most important moments in American history, the Lewis and Clark expedition. These were the first representatives of the new American government to set eyes on what is now Glacier National Park. Lewis and Clark are celebrated yet controversial, memorable and misremembered. Either way, their names still echo through the park today. The main mountain range through the park, that's called the Lewis Range. Montana state flower, the bitterroot, it has the Latin name Lewisia. So does Montana state fish, the cutthroat trout. And of course, you can't forget the Clark's nutcrackers. And we can blame Lewis for confusingly naming one of Glacier's most iconic flowers, beargrass, which is neither a grass nor eaten by bears.
This will all be very helpful for my Lewis and Clark Junior Ranger book.
Well, personally, I think there's no better way to get an introduction to a park site than a Junior Ranger book.
Our story starts and ends at the Montana State Capitol, but I made 3 different stops on my journey there. 3 different attempts to understand this expedition and this history. And my first stop was becoming a Junior Ranger.
Junior Ranger Activity Journal. 2 explorers look into the distance.
These are clips from videos that describe the booklet and make it accessible. It covers the basics, like how far the expedition went,
4,900 miles.
How long it took,
3 years between 1803 and 1806.
And whose homelands they crossed.
Territories of 65 plus tribes.
The Lewis and Clark expedition, which is also called the Corps of Discovery, was a special military unit of the American Army. It was created by Thomas Jefferson to explore the brand new Louisiana Purchase, but he also wanted to see how the country could make money out in the American West.
The booklet uses hand-drawn maps to remind me of the route they took.
The route winds along the Ohio River, southwest from Pittsburgh to St. Louis.
A long and winding path to the west coast.
The route continues west along the Columbia River to Astoria and the ocean.
On both the way out to the Pacific and on the way back, the Corps of Discovery traveled extensively through Montana. On their journey back, part of the Corps took a detour up the Marias River to just outside what is now Glacier National Park.
That ends up being one of the most fateful moments on the expedition. They have a violent encounter with a group of young Blackfeet men that results in 2 of the native boys being killed.
That was in the summer of 1806, and it was the first military conflict between the U.S. and a Plains Indian tribe.
The Junior Ranger book does a good job getting you to think about these kinds of encounters and their interactions with native groups more broadly. On one page, it asks the reader to think about the Lewis and Clark expedition like a stranger marching into someone else's house.
How do you show respect when visiting someone's home?
And while we're just sharing the audio descriptions, the Junior Ranger book has full-color illustrations that help bring it to life. It was a much more diverse expedition than I'd remembered. There was Pierre Cruzat, a one-eyed, fiddle-playing French and Omaha guide. And then there was a man named York.
Credited as the first African American to cross the continent, tribes sometimes cooperated with the expedition just so they could meet him. Though he was enslaved, the body servant to William Clark.
Another way these stories are brought to life is through living history. Hassan Davis, a performer who contributed to the Junior Ranger book, gives programs as York.
My presentation of York brings audiences into the triumph and the tragedy, the pride and the pain of being a part of, but separate from, what some would argue was the greatest American expedition ever mounted.
This booklet does a remarkable job presenting different sides of a story I'd only really heard from one point of view. Such a good job, in fact, that the woman behind it won the Freeman Tilden Award, one of the highest honors the National Park Service gives out.
How do you do justice to this very complicated story that is rooted in colonialism, exploitation, slavery, destruction? So those things are part of this story.
This is Katie.
Well, hi, I'm Katie Campbell, and I am an interpretive specialist for the Lewis and Clark National Historic Trail.
So what does the Corps of Discovery mean to American history, and why do you think it matters?
Yeah, it's absolutely pivotal. It's almost hard to think of a more pivotal moment. And it's one that's interestingly kind of misremembered. So most people think of the expedition as Lewis, Clark, and Sacagawea or Sacagawea in a canoe exploring unknown wilderness. But there was already a huge network of trade and complex politics already in place among the tribes of the West, among each other, and also with French traders and British traders. And additionally, at this watershed moment in history, you've got this moment in time where you have the young United States, coming up with and starting its diplomacy with all of these tribes of the West.
Were they on a diplomatic mission, do you think?
I mean, this question is at the heart of the whole legacy of this expedition, right? There are so many different perspectives on this, and the expedition's legacy is remembered so differently, and especially if you're from a tribe. So in a way, I think they thought that they were doing diplomacy, and yet they would use words from Thomas Jefferson that said that we are your new white father. That is how Thomas Jefferson, wanted it to go out to tribes.
With so many points of view on the same story, it makes me wonder, how does the National Park Service, and those of us who work for and visit park sites, how do we fit into this? What role do you think the National Park Service plays in interpreting history?
I love the idea that when you come to the actual place and when you stand in that place, that learning about history, culture, nature just becomes so much more profoundly meaningful when you are doing it with your 2 feet on the ground in that place. I just think that that's kind of the point of the National Park Service, by saving that place for us to come to really think about what is so important, think about some of these big themes of our history.
It feels like almost everyone has a different perspective and a different way that they approach studying this history. How and why do you think perspective is important with unpacking this history? And
Yeah. The way I think about it is, the more angles you examine, the more perspectives you hear, the closer you get to the truth. And sometimes we won't ever get a crystal clear picture of an event, of something that may have happened. But any time that we can include additional perspectives, it's like a puzzle, and it just completes the picture. And I believe that's true even when the perspectives, or especially when the perspectives are opposing. And that's a really long answer to your question, but that question, like I said, is at the heart of what this Lewis and Clark expedition's legacy means. It's complicated.
it's no surprise that an expedition that traveled over 4,000 miles crossed paths with so many different people and points of view. But as I've researched the core of Discovery, those paths kept converging on one name: Charlie Russell, the painter behind the giant mural at the Capitol.
Today, Russell is considered one of the most famous Western artists that has ever lived, and he painted mainly romantic scenes of the Old West.
I hadn't heard of him really until I moved here, but when his name kept popping up in my research, I was excited to see it show up on the schedule for campground talks here in the park.
When he was a 16-year-old boy in 1880 and he wanted to come west, he wanted to see the West that was passing, because in 1880 it was. The buffalo herds were almost gone. The railroads, the development, the mining, everything was changing. So he got here just in time to see the last little bit of what he grew up listening to stories about and what he'd read. And of course, he read the Lewis and Clark journals until they were in tatters, because he just loved that era of the mountain men.
That's Mary Jane.
My name is Mary Jane Bradbury, and I am a storyteller.
She gives a program on the life and legacy of Charlie Russell, but she does it through the eyes of his wife, Nancy.
And I like to tell it from her perspective. But in order for me to do that, we all have to use our imaginations. You use your imagination, and we'll both just pretend Nancy's going to walk out of the forest and step right up here and tell us her story.
Living history is the art of portraying historical figures by dressing in their clothes, talking the way they might have talked, and giving a performance in character.
To be honest, I wasn't that familiar with living history, and at first glance, I thought it sounded a little corny. But then I met Mary Jane.
When I put the clothes on, I get the strut going, I get the, voice going. I admit, you don't get in my way now because I'm Nancy Russell. And you will pay for this painting because this is what it's worth. And there will be no more Charlie Russell art. So you want it, you pay for it.
I love that.
Okay, Mary Jane Bradbury. She's kind of a character herself. I think I usually associate living history with more Revolutionary War, Civil War reenactments. The Park Service does a lot of those.
But Mary Jane uses her outfit, her accent, and her strut to tell a more personal story.
I asked Charlie one time if he ever thought he'd run out of ideas for paintings. And he said a man couldn't live enough lifetimes to run out of all the ideas that he had for stories in his art. And if he ever lost the use of his hands, he'd learn to paint with his toes because he had to paint. Not only what was in his mind, but what was in his heart.
And Mary Jane shared that while Charlie was a talented artist, he wasn't much of a businessman.
Charlie was blessed with a great amount of talent, but not a lot of ambition. So lucky for Charlie, at a very critical moment in his life, he met Nancy Cooper, who became his wife. Together, they could create the legacy of art and stories that we have now. That is a remarkable chronicle of the West.
Charlie would make paintings, and Nancy, his fiery, no-nonsense wife, would get people to buy them. She'd travel all over the country to sell his art. New York, Los Angeles.
And here in Glacier, too. Charlie and Nancy started coming here before Glacier was even a park, and they loved it so much they ended up building a cabin on Lake McDonald. They named it the Bullhead Lodge, and it was a really big part of their lives.
Glacier was a special place for them.
After the park was established, Lake McDonald Lodge was eager to capitalize on having the Russells as neighbors. So they set up a special gallery where Nancy could wheel and deal and sell Charlie's art to wealthy tourists. The two of them were amazing storytellers and would give captivating impromptu performances to tourists in the lobby. Charlie would even join in on visitor pack trips as the official storyteller.
It sounds like they really loved this place, and people here really love them back. Mary Jane always pulls a huge audience to this talk.
I love telling the stories from the first-person perspective, the historic portrayal. That brings alive the history that we've been through and gives us a little bit of an insight as to where we are now and hopefully where we're going next.
What I love about this approach is that you get to see the people behind the paintings. The man with a vision, the woman with a plan, and the couple that spent summers in Glacier for decades. And it's easy to imagine why the people building the Montana State Capitol hired Russell to paint its largest mural.
When the Capitol was built, they wanted a mural. They had asked a number of Montana artists to contribute. Of course, Eastern artists were all the rage in those days. You know, if you really wanted something of high notoriety, you would hire a big Eastern artist. And Charlie said, fine, if you want angels and cherubs flitting through the skies, go ahead and hire an Eastern artist. But if you want history, hire me. And so they did.
Hey, Gabby, tell us about living history and meeting Mary Jane Bradbury. What did you like about it?
It was really cool. I thought the way Mary Jane Bradbury captured Nancy Russell and shared her experience with us was amazing. I'm somehow relating to this person hundreds of years ago.
I think it's neat that you're learning about one person, Charlie Russell, but you're doing it through someone else who knew him and from their point of view, like Nancy, his wife.
Exactly.
Often history is kind of presented as just one thing, a set of facts in a textbook, but I think that's a good reminder that you can learn a lot from different people's interpretations. All history is someone's interpretation.
Yeah.
Perry, and the way you're describing this, I'm imagining my family and I looking at a piece of art, and we are all looking at the same thing, but somehow we are taking away different meanings, different interpretations.
And so often we study history through art. You know, my high school history textbook was full of old paintings.
What I'm hearing you two say is that there's a lot of power in understanding the past through not just different perspectives, but using art, whether it's a painting or a living history performance that an actor's doing. There's a lot of value in understanding history through that art because it forces you to see something from one perspective or one point of view.
Right. I think we're really comfortable with the idea that art can have a lot of different interpretations, but we don't often think of history that way.
I'm finding that history gets a lot more complicated when you start considering multiple perspectives. I just wanted another take on Lewis and Clark, but that led me into a history of Charlie Russell, and then that led me to seeing things from his wife Nancy's point of view. And I'm not done yet.
Hello!
Before I see Charlie Russell's painting in the Helena Capitol building, I wanted to get one more person's thoughts. So we stopped at Jermaine White's beautiful home on the Flathead Reservation.
Do you guys want a drink of water or anything? I have both LaCroix and Waterloo.
I'm fine.
So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Charlie Russell painting, because we're going to go see it tomorrow.
I love it.
Why? How so?
I think that when you look at it, what you'll see is Salish people. They're on horses, they're dressed in their finery, front and center. That's like hero of the story, that central perspective of a painting. And then off on the side is this little straggler group of folks that kind of look like they're lost. It's a direct collision of cultures that is about to occur. And it's really quite powerful. When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark, who I sometimes irreverently call Clueless and Lark. They're revered by so many. Mm-hmm. And there really has not been, until recently, I believe, Indigenous people included in history. Indigenous people are eloquent but dead, or dead. Did I mention? Mm-hmm. Did I mention that?
Jermaine is now retired, but she started the Cultural Resource Protection Program on the Flathead Reservation and is currently serving as a board member for the Glacier National Park Conservancy, the organization that funds this show. But I'm talking to her because she helped create a book telling the Lewis and Clark story from the Salish perspective. So I'm curious, how did you get involved? Where you kind of contributed / wrote this book?
We wanted to tell a story that was really framed by the voices of our elders. The title of the story is not Lewis and Clark and the Salish people. It's the Salish people and the Lewis and Clark expedition. They entered a homeland that was known and loved and that was fully occupied. As the people watched Lewis and Clark, it appeared that they were aimlessly moving across the landscape, that they really had no sense of the world they were moving through. And for us, our lives in so many ways are deeply connected to the natural world. It appeared that these people were kind of bumbling across the landscape, and those that observed them thought they might be ill. They looked unhealthy. They didn't appear to be moving with purpose and clear direction. They're upside down face people. They have hair on the bottom of their face and no hair on the top of their face. And who are these strange, unhealthy looking people? And as the people observed them, there was great discussion among the leaders and the people in the camp. And there were those among the tribe that said we should eliminate them. We were a large population. Mm-hmm. We were strong and healthy, and they were not. And there were also those among us that said we need to visit upon them traditional norms of hospitality. That's who we are. The more pitiful they are, the more in need they are. So we need to help them. Those that said we should help them prevailed. So we met them and, we gave them buffalo robes to be warm. We gave them food stores because they had very little. We gave them vast stores of goods that we had gathered to make our winter successful. And that really is profoundly important because we came with kindness and generosity and hospitality. It didn't appear that they did. It appeared that they were coming to catalog and inventory resources for appropriation. And I think that really set the template for a lot which was to follow.
Do you think their mission was exploratory and diplomatic, or colonial and capitalistic?
Can it be one disguised as the other? So, for example, we could have this nice introduction. I could welcome you here. I could offer you a beverage, LaCroix. Would you like a little sparkling water? And also, look at that really nice recorder you have here and think about how I could have a hostile takeover and acquire that before you leave, regardless of your intent of leaving with it. So Lewis and Clark inventoried, cataloged, moved through, went back, reported to the government.
It's funny that you say that they were coming in just taking stock, because I kind of just imagine them being oh, okay, there's this, cool, I'm taking notes, and
Of course, they had, the journals were basically an inventory. That's what Jefferson sent them out to do. Their mission was clear.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think then that history has gone and incorrect about this meeting?
The whole story that this land was known and loved and occupied. Our elders knew the place not just encyclopedically, but they knew it intimately. Our elders knew the curves of the hills and the lines of the trails as intimately as they knew the lines and curves of their mothers' faces. That story has really not been told.
The Corps of Discovery met dozens of tribes on their years-long journey, not just the Salish. And versions of this encounter happened over and over again. And in every case, there's one story we can read in the Lewis and Clark journals, but there are many others too, even if they're less well known. Carrying what I've learned from Katie, Mary Jane, and Jermaine, I finally feel ready to see the painting at the Capitol. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. Wow. Wow. Oh my God, it's huge. This is, no joke, the biggest painting I've ever seen. It's the entire wall of the chamber, above where the Speaker of the House sits, up on a platform. I'm surrounded by legislative desks, all of which face the painting. I walk up the center aisle, and I kind of feel like I'm walking up to an altar. Do you remember?
What do you think?
I'm overwhelmed. The painting shows a broad Montana valley, and I'm imagining the sun just under the horizon. It's kind of just turning the clouds pink. The center is dominated by Salish people on horseback, their camp of teepee lodges behind them. It's hard not to be overwhelmed just staring at this. I can't look away.
Yeah, and it is in itself just an amazing painting. The way the center of your vision is right here in the front, where you see the Salish Indians swirling.
Kind of feels like there's a frenzy in camp.
There is
There is
an energy, yes, yeah.
Russell's painting is loud and dynamic. I feel like I can almost hear the thunder of horses running through it. It is the exact opposite of the first Lewis and Clark painting I saw here in the Capitol. For one, no one is pointing at the horizon, but more surprising, Lewis and Clark themselves are barely in it. The Salish on horseback are charging toward and past the viewer, but the Corps of Discovery are tiny, off to one side. Somehow the emotional and intense energy does not reach them.
No, it does not.
They're kind of just standing there, and there's not much emotion on that side.
You can see, the focus in Paxton's painting, of course, is Lewis and Clark and the core discovery. And here the focus are the Salish Indians. Yeah.
Near the bottom of the frame, there's a dog that I assume belongs to the Salish. And from my perspective, it looks like it's stalking. Directly behind the Speaker of the House, watching the politicians of Montana. Without saying a word, the painting comments on the sweep of history about to unfold.
Charlie never talked about it. There's no recorded documentation that I know of what he thought about this painting. So what happens next? And that's up to the viewer to decide.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. Season 3 of Headwaters, Becoming, was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, along with Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Echeverry. Frank Wallen wrote and performed our music. Eric Carlson created this season's cover art. Special thanks this episode to Jermaine White, Katie Campbell,
Thanks for signing my Junior Ranger book.
Jennifer Bottomley O'Looney, and Mary Jane Bradbury.
Or should we say, Nancy Russell.
Making this season is a huge team effort, and we couldn't have done it without Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slodek, Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the whole team at the Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We visit the 100-year-old cabin of a complicated character to untangle the fur trade in northern Montana and what it left behind.
And at the end of the day, 120 years later, we're left with kind of a semi-unclear picture of what kind of a guy Joe Kipp was.
What happens when the sun goes down? Hell is not our fault. They're the ones that are taking the drink. We didn't make them drink.
That's next time on Headwaters. Hey, Andrew.
Hi, Gabby.
So Headwaters is made possible by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
That's right.
What else are you guys supporting?
Another project we're supporting is to add Indigenous language to interpretive signage in the park. This project's really cool because it's a big collaboration. It's going to involve Glacier National Park, the Department of the Interior, as well as the Blackfeet and the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. And the goal is really to add that authentic language back onto a lot of the signage in Glacier.
Yeah, that's really cool. When I spoke to Jermaine this summer, she talked about how important place names are.
Yeah, and she's a really big part of this project. She believes, and we believe, that when this language is included, it recognizes the connection these places have to so many Indigenous people, but it also enriches the experience of the person reading it and learning about that connection and just deepens their knowledge of the park.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. So if people want to learn more about this project, where can they go?
They should check out our website, glacier.org.
Hey, you rockin' Rockyites. Finally, our theme song matches reality. We have started hearing the first elk bugles around Rocky, which means the bulls are back in town and the rut is on. A few things to keep in mind if you're visiting us this fall. Fall weekends are super busy, like our busiest weekends of the year. Surprising, I know, but true. If you can come during the week in the fall, I highly suggest that you do that. It is noticeably less busy. But if the weekend is your only chance, which totally makes sense because you work, I'm the same way, then try to arrive before 10 a.m. or after 3 p.m. Those times are less busy. And also consider using our park shuttle service. Until October 31st, our popular meadow areas are closed to entry from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. That means you cannot be off of designated roads or trails between those times. This is for the betterment of the elk during the rut, to give them the space that they need to live their lives. They're not being taken care of. They're being protected, but they have to live out in the wild and do their thing. So that's to help give them time to have a successful rut. This closure includes Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, Harbison Meadow, and Holsworth Meadow. There are signs posted out there, and we appreciate you for following those signs and helping our elk live the best lives that they can. And finally, do not approach elk or any other wildlife. This goes all the time. We like to emphasize it in the fall. They are big animals. They are especially hyped during the fall rut. They're looking for a fight and they're feeling amped up, and they can hurt you. They're very big. The minimum legal distance is 25 yards. That's about 2 school bus lengths, so you need to stay at least that far away. But any distance that causes an animal to change its behavior is too close. So if an animal starts moving when it wasn't, or because of your movement, or starts staring at you, or just starts acting differently because of how close you are too close. So thank you for keeping those things in mind. It will help keep you safe, and it will help keep our elk safe. And now let's go on to today's episode. For today's episode, I hiked to Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston, historic structures technician for Rocky Mountain National Park, to talk about what the heck a historic structures technician does, the kinds of historic structures we have in Rocky, and the importance of preserving our past. Let's rock. And we're recording. Set this over here. Pick up some
Good
wind
morning,
and water.
Sand Beach.
All those kinds of things. What's that?
Good morning, Sand Beach.
Yeah. Good morning, Sand Beach. Yeah, so we're here at Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston.
Hello.
Mary, what are you doing here at Rocky this summer?
This summer, I am the historic structures technician for the Park Service.
Historic structures. What does that mean?
That means old buildings.
Old
basically.
buildings.
It could also include old trails, old roads, anything that's older than 50 years is technically historic. If it meets certain requirements, like it was significant in the past somehow, then it's on our radar. And when it's on our radar, it's potentially on the National Register. And when that happens, it's we're sort of expected to keep up with them based on certain standards and protect them and hopefully continue to keep them in good shape so that the history can be passed on and future generations can come look at these and see little pieces of our history that are scattered throughout the park.
So for your job, are you actually out there fixing stuff, or are you out there
Not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah. So what are you doing? Like what's a typical day?
So a
If there is
typical
a typical
day
day.
involves me having a list of structures that are around the park. Some might be in the front country, right next to a road. It might be a comfort station. It might be one of the park houses. Others might be in the back country, 5 miles away from the nearest road, like a patrol cabin that the rangers use. So my job is to go out and visit these structures and do an assessment of how well the park has been doing in keeping them close to their historical significance. So making sure any changes to the building haven't compromised the original character of it, making sure none of these buildings are being neglected in any sense. None of the changes are inappropriate, as in like modern updates or additions, because we really want to keep these buildings as close as possible to their original state and how they were built. So just making sure they are, not being neglected. Cyclic maintenance is taking care of the buildings, but
Yeah, so we have a big database.
yeah,
That has all this stuff in it, is that right?
after I go out and visit all these structures, take photos, take notes, I come back and update this giant database that sort of serves every park in the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every park in the country has their own set of structures, and all of these are in this database. So
That's nationwide.
yeah,
Wow.
like anybody from the parks or even individuals can go onto the site if they have a specific structure in mind, or if regional offices need to know more about certain buildings in a park, but they can't go out and visit them themselves, they go into this database, and based on the work that myself and other structures technicians have, based on the information that we've put in there, it's pretty much a comprehensive timeline and update of past conditions, current conditions, any work that's been done on them, what the building looks like now, what it used to look like. A lot of different divisions could use this as a resource.
So it all goes into this nationwide database, and then anywhere in the country, anyone with access to it can see what's up.
Yeah, so obviously, if you're a Park Service employee, you have a little more access to read into some of the technicalities of the building, but this is a website that anybody could go into.
Oh, really? Even public?
Yeah, definitely the
What's
public.
it called?
It's called the LCS database.
What does that stand for?
List of classified structures.
List
and
of classified.
Classified sounds fancy, but it really just means historic.
And so
They've been classified as historic.
Is everything on there on the register, on the National Register?
Yeah, so most of them are on the National Register, which
And
is
could we
why they kind of have.
Explain what the National Register is
Yeah,
for folks?
yeah. So the National Register, once a building has been sort of deemed as special in history, as in it had some sort of association with an important event, whether that's a local event or a national event, period in time, or it's related to some significant person, and that could be on a local level as well, or even a certain style of architecture that's been deemed unique or significant. You go through a little process to have that building listed on the register, and if it retains enough of its original integrity, if it hasn't been changed too much over time, then said building or structure or road or trail is listed on the National Register. And under that, there are certain acts that protect those buildings to keep them in its sort of historical context. And there are certain
So you can't just like go into an old building with beautiful wide board floors and rip them out and put in linoleum or something like that. Something that would totally change the character of the building, both structurally and also from an experience level, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. What are some examples of buildings on the register in Rocky that people might know, or buildings or other things too?
Well, one of the first ones they might see is the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. That one's actually a national landmark. So landmarks are kind of the highest tier of buildings listed on the register.
So that's classified on the register. And like, for example, in that case, it has historic importance, both in terms of the park, but also because it was...
so that one was built under the Mission 66 initiative.
Which Mission 66, I'll fill everyone really quickly.
Please do.
Mission 66, for folks who don't know, after World War II, you had a lot of families, a lot of men coming back, some women out of different types of service, or it just shook everything up, you know. But people were coming back. There's the GI Bill. People were starting their families, and there was, the baby boomer.
People were doing better.
People were doing better. And one of the results of that was that national park visitation really started going up. And so there's a recognition that, hey, we really should do something to increase visitor services to handle this capacity. And we want to get it done by 1966 because that was the 50th anniversary of the National Park Service.
The existing park facilities were subpar.
And there just weren't enough. The level of visitation had grown so much. So for the 50th anniversary, all sorts of stuff got built. And I don't know how we would describe it, but it's somewhat characteristic once you start seeing it. It kind of has a 60s look to it. And it's kind of angular and things. So this was built as part of that push, right? Beaver
Yeah,
Meadows Visitor
and in
Center.
addition, it was designed by the Frank Lloyd Wright Taliesin West School.
Mm-hmm.
They
Little, somewhat famous architect.
Yeah, I would say.
In his school, yeah.
May have heard of his name once or twice.
Yeah, and if people are familiar, I mean, Frank Lloyd Wright himself didn't,
Yeah,
but it was his
himself
firm.
did not
and it uses a
design
lot
it,
of his
but
style.
his styles and methods. And,
Like the high windows, the top
Mhm.
of the wall windows.
Oh, yeah.
And Intaglia.
give it a Google if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
before.
If you
It's a
haven't seen
cool
it in the
little
park,
building
give it a Google, and we have a little bit of info about
where
it.
you and I have the pleasure of working out of.
Yes, we do. It is also, a lot of people don't realize this, so it is Beaver Meadows Visitor Center,
Mhm.
and it's also park headquarters. So
Yeah.
if you go to the Visitor Center and you're wondering what's the rest of this building, it's just
Mhm.
offices. Pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah, it's
it's
a really cool
stopping
building.
and getting out and
Yeah.
looking at the building. 'cause
And there's
from
there's an interpretive sign outside that talks
Mhm.
about the architectural importance of the site. Yeah. So that's that's a big one.
That's one. If you've ever run into any of the backcountry patrol cabins.
Yeah, if anyone's been out hiking and seen cabins out in the backcountry.
Yeah.
Are those all on the register?
Pretty sure every single one of them is on the
Yeah.
register.
Because I remember,
mean, those were built.
what was it, 2 years ago? When you and I hiked out to
Mhm.
North Fork Cabin, for
Oh, yeah.
example. And
A lot of them are kind of hidden.
Yeah, they are.
They're not intended to be like seen by everybody hiking along. They're initially intended for the rangers doing patrols out in the backcountry, making
Exactly.
sure everything's okay out there, giving
Yep.
them a place to stay without having to
Right.
set up tents and
Yeah,
stuff
for anyone who
every
does
night.
see them, they're government-owned administrative facilities, so we use
Mhm.
them for like
Yeah, still used
law
today.
enforcement, backcountry patrols. If we have trails crews or backcountry crews working, they can base out of there sometimes.
Very minimal.
Very minimal, yeah,
But
really nice.
yeah,
And what I
super
thought was neat when
typical.
we were looking is that, so like North Fork, that was in
Mhm.
the early 30s that was
Mhm.
built, right? And it
Yeah,
was
late
built
20s.
with almost all on-site materials, correct? Like,
Yeah.
which is incredible to me.
It would be way too expensive to haul in that
Yeah,
stuff and
especially back then.
Yeah.
I mean, now it would be too, but
that was what, like 8 miles from the nearest road or something? 6 miles
it was
from
a
the
ways,
nearest
and even the
road?
road that was the nearest road is
hardly
yeah,
a
you wouldn't
road.
want to be hauling a bunch of construction
No.
equipment in on
Mhm.
there. Yeah, so those are all on there. What about is like Old Fall River Road? Is that?
Yeah, so many of the roads that you're driving on are actually quite old.
Uh-huh.
Those were built late 1800s
Oh, really?
to early 1900s. So, like, honestly, some of the trails predate the roads because people were using the trails to get from the west side to the east side or vice versa. There was
Right.
no really
They would just
established
they would hike
route.
it, or they would take
Mhm,
horses
take
and walk
horses,
it.
Yeah.
Huh.
And a lot of the trails were actually established because people who lived in Estes Park or Grand Lake wanted to take tours up there.
Oh,
They
okay.
wanted to take people out there. So
So even before
the
it was
fact,
a park.
Yeah, the fact that they had people wanting to get out into the park, they're like, oh, well, maybe we should just clear these ourselves then and
Huh.
get out there. Of
So, yeah.
course, a few of these trails were used by Native Americans,
Mhm.
obviously, to travel
Mhm.
from the west side to the east side, crossing over the Rockies.
Mhm. And to get up into the mountains for hunting. and
Yeah,
things like that.
so those sort of laid the baseline for where
Where trails would go.
later people would
Yeah.
start to clear them a little more and develop
Yeah, we
them.
talked to Cynthia Langeth at Alpine
Mhm.
Visitor Center a little bit about
Mhm.
Trail Ridge Road and how a lot of it is like exactly where the trail was that Ute and later and Arapaho people would
Yeah.
use later,
Mhm.
and early people even before that.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool that a lot of the routes we still use have.
Yeah.
I mean, they make the most sense, as that's what we talked about with her.
Mhm.
One thing that surprised me when I first went out with you on one of these trails was just that a lot of the trail work itself, like rock work,
Mhm.
so like the rock walls that people see when they're hiking that support elevated sections of trail, or some bridges, or bog walks, which are elevated either dirt or wood or
Mhm.
something through really marshy areas that help
Yeah.
you hike through them without getting your feet soaked in mucky and boggy.
Yeah,
those also can count, right? Because those were created using they're historical. They were using old techniques.
A lot of them were built back in the 30s, and you can kind of start to see
CCC, right?
Yeah,
Civilian
the
Conservation Corps.
CCC. They had a really beautiful way of building some of those little rock walls that hold up the trail.
Yeah, I remember when you showed me some of the details. I was like, wow, you're right. This is pretty
if you're
immaculate.
on a ledge where there's a bunch of stacked rocks below you and lichen and moss growing on them, it's pretty likely that those are some of the original.
It's amazing how well they fit together.
Yeah.
You know, that they're just doing like dry.
They're sort of characterized by, no cement or anything, nothing like that, just dry laid stacked rocks, but you can tell each course, so it's in layers, and they kind of squared them off like chisels at the rocks to make sure they would fit together really well, and just so it's like really nice and tight, and some of those.
Yeah, I'm continually amazed
awesome.
As I go to more and more parks and work in different parks, and my career goes on, how essential the Civilian Conservation Corps was to the parks.
Yeah.
Like, we still rely so heavily on so many things that were built during that time.
Yeah,
we're basically
and we're kind
just
of repairing and
we're just kind of
those.
repairing and maintaining them. But without them,
they pretty much laid a huge amount of groundwork
for tons of parks, even parks that you wouldn't think of. I remember, like, I did the map for Andersonville Prison, which was a Confederate prisoner of war camp in it's in Georgia. It's kind of near Americus, if people know that town. It's kind of near Plains, which is where Jimmy Carter is from and where he still lives, and he has a historic site. Anyway, it was this horrific prisoner of war camp, as most of them were at that time. But even there, we were walking around, and there were some trails and some retaining walls and some just things that had been built to kind of shore up and make sure things would last.
Yeah.
And there's a plaque,
it's
CCC.
kind of amazing how long these things have lasted, considering like
they were just built so
the weathering and
carefully. They were built with such care.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because I mean I don't know. I just always figured because it was an employment program, and the whole point was to have jobs for people to do. That it was like, we're building this rock wall. We want it.
You don't
we want it to be
expect it to
fantastic
be
quality.
so-
We want it to last forever. Do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And they're using natural materials, so you don't have the material cost. And so I think it was just like, let's make this incredibly nice so that it'll last.
Oh yeah.
For 100 years or more.
Definitely built to last.
And a lot of them are getting close to 100 years, and
and
they look great.
That's the point of all of this, is to keep these things intact so that there is evidence of it down the road, and that other people and our kids and grandkids and all those people down the line will be able to see these things. Because honestly, the older it gets, the cooler it becomes.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I think a lot about with historic things and things on the register, is that there's this weird in-between point. It's almost like fashion or something.
Yeah.
There's this weird in-between point, like when it was like in the early 90s or something, you're like, oh, the 80s, that was lame. But now people think 80s are cool because they're old enough.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way with a lot of historic things, just like a rock wall on a trail. Maybe right now we're like, oh, whatever, it's a rock wall, whatever.
Yeah.
But, then people go to like the UK or something, and they see these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of year old walls. And then it takes on.
We'll get there one day.
Yeah, it takes on this different feeling.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a giant national list of all this stuff, and you are here at Rocky in the summers.
Yep.
To go around and basically look at all of it.
Yep.
And
document
keep track of it, document
keep track
it.
of the condition, and make recommendations for how the park could be doing better, or how they're already doing great, and ways that they can sort of mitigate any problems that I see. A lot of times there's one issue that's sort of affecting a lot of different buildings, where it's like,
Yep.
they just need to.
Just something we need to work on.
Yeah.
And it's so cool to me how there's so many specialized techniques for maintaining these things. Like, I
Yeah.
remember some of those, what were they, joists or
log ends.
Yeah, the log ends on a cabin.
Oh yeah.
And you were showing
When
me,
they-
and you were like, oh yeah, this has been cored out and filled with foam. I was like, what?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you're like, yeah,
There are a lot of little
well,
ways
we don't
to-
want to replace the entire thing.
Mhm.
And so it's more the best structural integrity if it starts to
Yeah.
rot out is
And that's
to
the thing. You always are trying to like figure out ways to repair it.
what's the
you're,
best compromise.
Yeah, you try never to replace something unless it's absolutely
Unless you
necessary.
absolutely
Because
have
you
to.
want to keep the originals, and if just part of it has to be repaired, then
Yeah.
just fix that.
Like, I don't know if
but-
people realize, maybe they've seen it when they go around the park during certain construction. Like the first time I came here a few years back,
Mhm.
up on Trail Ridge Road, they were doing some road work and repairing some of those walls
Oh,
that are
yeah.
up there.
So
And yeah, I don't know if
meticulously.
people realize, like, they take those, they photograph
Yeah.
very meticulously, take
Photograph
them
the
apart,
wall.
they number every
Yeah.
rock.
Uh-huh.
And keep diagrams, and when it's
Yeah.
done, they put every rock back, and they use the
where it
same
used to be.
techniques. And we even have you might know this. It's a training area and like a facility that the Park Service has that's specifically for learning techniques for
Mhm.
maintaining historical structures, and then
Yeah.
they send crews out for really hard specialty jobs.
Yeah. It's called like
remember
the
what it's
PAST
called.
program, I think.
Something. Yeah, I'll have to
Where,
look it up.
Yeah, they send different like historians and
Mhm.
preservation crews to different parks just so they can learn. Like,
Yeah.
hey, this is how we're doing this, and
Mhm.
you guys could learn from this and implement it in your park.
Yeah, so we survey things, you survey things, we keep
Mhm.
track of them,
Mhm.
and then who is actually going out and doing the work to maintain things or to
So
repair
Rocky
things?
has its own preservation crew. They're called the Special Projects Crew, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And they specialize in all the work done, maintenance work and rehabilitation work on historic structures.
That's
so
super
they're
cool.
separate sort of from building maintenance crews where they sort of go in and do their thing. But the preservation crew specialized in working with old buildings and sort of using these special techniques to not alter anything or do these repairs rather than replacements of building features. And they're a really experienced crew. I know Bob Maitland, the crew lead, he's been in the park for
Ever.
what? Yeah, he
right?
grew up
Like
in this
his
park.
life.
His dad
Yeah,
worked
right?
in the park, so he grew up here.
Yeah,
He
he's a
grew up in-
multi-generational ranger.
Yeah, grew up in some of the old houses that he's
Yep.
fixing up today. So
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
it's really
I mean,
good to
people
have someone so
people
knowledgeable.
probably don't even realize, like, even a lot of our park housing is
Mhm.
historic.
Yeah.
And so there's more than enough for that crew, that
Mhm.
specialized crew, to do all year round.
Yeah,
like too
exactly.
much, really.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So what kind of training do you have to come out and assess historic structures?
Well, my education is in architecture,
Uh-huh.
and I personally had taken quite a few courses in historic preservation.
How'd you get interested in historic preservation?
Well, it was always kind of like a personal moral thing where I was into sort of preserving old buildings before building something, like before building strip malls and stuff. I'm like, well, why aren't we fixing up these old buildings that we
Fixing up
already
what we
have
have.
in like city centers? Like, we have this infrastructure and everything. We should be using those before we're using all these resources and wasting resources by
Uh-huh.
tearing buildings
Uh-huh.
down.
So you felt like that even before
Yeah.
architecture? Or is that what
It
led
sort
you
of
into
went
architecture?
hand in hand. Yeah, I really wanted to do architecture because I hated the way these suburbias were just being produced with these
Mm.
cookie cutter houses, and it kind of like got to me.
Mhm.
So I was like, well, how could I get in there
Mhm.
and do something about it? So
That's interesting.
That's sort of yeah.
Yeah.
Sort
where
of.
Where are you from?
I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah.
ABQ.
Big ABQ.
Born and raised?
Uh,
No, sort of.
Raised in southern New Mexico,
Okay,
but I
but
do
so
love
New
Albuquerque.
Mexico,
Yeah.
Land of enchantment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Such an enchanting, beautiful place with a lot of history.
Yeah.
So we do have a lot of old structures down there.
Yeah, really old.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the oldest in the U.S.
Yeah.
Outside of like Florida.
Dating back to the
Spanish.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Before Anglos even got in on that game.
Yeah. So yeah, it was sort of just like my disgust for some of the new stuff being built, which is what
And were you
steered
seeing
me.
that like in Albuquerque or just in
Yeah,
general?
there's like specifically this area outside of outside of Albuquerque called Rio Rancho. It's like this new kind of city, I guess. It's now its own city. Just the epitome of like suburbia. Where just parking lots everywhere, strip malls everywhere, like.
And you're just like, this doesn't this doesn't speak
we
to
like
me.
to say like anywhere America, you know?
Anywhere USA.
Yeah.
Yep.
So saw that going up. Didn't like it at all. And
So
I
that's
was
kinda
like,
what
well,
got
let's
you
go
interested.
back to what we already have and like what do I love about architecture? And a lot of time it's the detail and the care and the character of a lot of these structures that, you know, a lot of suburbias are missing character. It's just all kind of
For sure.
produced cheaply, not made to last.
Well, we were just talking earlier on the hike up. So yeah, we didn't even mention. So we're at Sand Beach Lake right now. You can't see it because it's audio, but I'll try to post a photo on the blog. Beautiful lake in Wild Basin. Neither of us had been here before.
Me neither. It's such a little gem.
It's about 4.5 miles hike in, right? Some elevation gain, not completely uphill gruel, but lots of sections uphill.
Yeah.
And it really does have a ton of sand on the shore.
It's such a little gem out here. I had no idea.
It's very beautiful.
There are people off in the distance. There's a group of like 10 people with their towels and bikinis
just
right now.
sunbathing. Yeah, I mean,
like, wow, why didn't I think of that?
And this, we were talking about this lake, Sand Beach. Oh, and we have a great view of Mount Meeker and kind of an interesting view of Long's Peak.
Yeah, the south
I don't
side of
look at it from
Long's.
this side that often, so that's kind of cool. And Pagoda Mountain. And this is one of the lakes in Rocky, which there are quite a few. There's
a couple.
There's a couple lakes for sure. How many lakes are there? There's so many. But it's one of the lakes that it's a natural lake, but it was impounded to raise the water level to store even more water in the lake. So it had a big earthen dam at the outlet.
Yeah.
And then during the Lawn Lake flood, which was 1987.
87.
Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, Lawn Lake flood.
Let's hope.
We'll check our dates.
Yeah.
But the Lawn Lake flood, that's the same kind of situation. A natural lake that had an earthen dam impounding it to raise the water level, and it fell apart. It just fell apart and gave way, and all the water came down, and that is an extremely dangerous and destructive situation. So
yeah,
after that happened,
a lot of damage.
You can't even imagine. People say they heard it.
Check out the alluvial fan.
Yeah,
and
go to the alluvial fan and you'll
see.
see, just look at those boulders that get moved around and think about that, how much water it would take to do that. And so when that happened, some of our other lakes, like Sand Beach Lake is one of them that had the earthen dams. There was a process of going in and taking them out to both return it to a more natural state and to get rid of that danger. So anyway, that's where we're sitting, and we hiked up the trail to look at historic trail structures, right? So we had some bog walks, we had a little bit of rock wall.
Yeah, some built rock
things like
walls, a
that.
few bridges. Obviously, like the bridges have been replaced. Wood structures, those have to be replaced.
They don't last forever.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't found the infinite wood yet. Yeah, so we're up here at Sand Beach Lake. So had you done anything with architecture before you went to school for it? To college?
Well, honestly, I had always wanted to be an artist.
Uh-huh.
I used to tell my mom I wanted to be an art teacher.
Uh-huh.
She was like, "Oh, that's great, but don't you want to do something that makes a little more money?" And I was like, no. But then I got into a single drafting class in high school, and I discovered that my perfectionism really
lent
pulled
itself well to
through.
drafting.
Yeah.
I can relate to that as somebody who likes to make maps.
Yes,
Very similar.
it's
like
so fun.
It's artistic.
It is
and
artistic. You
creative,
get to
but also
draw.
very technical.
Yeah,
and very
but there is a
precise.
right way.
Yeah.
Like you gotta be.
It's like it's creativity and art inside of very particular rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's still room for creativity.
Yeah.
So after that first drafting class, I honestly knew that that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, I could just sit there for hours and draw.
Yep.
Floor plans and building plans and
do the weird
sections and-
architectural hand lettering. What's that script called?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's funny. It looks the same. Like
Yeah,
everyone's-
you just have to write in caps all
Yeah,
the
you
time.
just
No
learn.
lowercase.
Yeah,
Just-
exactly.
And then they're like, okay, now make up your own.
So you were interested in art. You
Yeah,
tried
so
drafting.
love drafting.
And the drafting
Figured
was
out
great.
That architecture was the
Mhm.
perfect balance between like art
Uh-huh.
and something like
Yep.
functional,
Uh-huh.
like something
Yep.
that could be used and
Totally.
inhabited. So
Yep.
I like to call it like functional art, even
Uh-huh.
though that kind of, I don't know, undermines art as non-functional. I don't like to say that, but
Well, I don't know. Kant might agree with me. I took this class in college called The Art of Walking, which everyone thinks is like a fluff class, but it really wasn't. It was a 3-week class, and we would walk every day, but in the mornings we would do pretty hardcore philosophy. And one of the main things that we focused on was Kant's critique of judgment.
Oh.
And one of the things he says is that for something to be truly just a piece of art or an aesthetic object, or at least when you're perceiving it as an aesthetic object, that it has to be without purpose. The translation, I don't know what the German for it is, but the translation was purposelessness. So in his opinion, only one very extremely famous and important philosopher's opinion,
yeah.
that if you're thinking of something in its functional way, it isn't like
It doesn't.
art in the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
So anyway, I
And
don't
that's
think you should be
That's
feel
always
bad.
the challenge, though, is like trying to like mesh a beautiful form with its like basic function or something. Like,
Well, and especially in architecture,
yeah.
because I mean, you're dealing with appearance and form and how you want it to look and operate on an aesthetic level, but
Yeah.
also it has to stand up.
Yeah.
and be
And
affordable.
people can't be running into each other all
and
the
be
time.
repairable
Yeah.
and
be efficient.
and allow for good air circulation and heating and cool. So it is
Relationship to
creative.
the
It's kind of similar.
sun and, all
creativity
these
inside
exterior
of tons of constraints.
Yeah.
That's why when you do, and for me, when I do see a building that is like, wow, this is a beautiful building, it's just like a work of art, but it works and it's fun
only,
to be in.
Only then has the architect succeeded.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Sometimes I've had the opposite too, where you're like, I see what you were going for.
Yeah, no, there's some really
this isn't the most
terrible
pleasant
stuff
building.
out there.
Yeah. So you did the drafting.
Yeah,
you
got
kind
into
of realized that was
architecture
it, and then you got an
school,
architecture school.
applied,
at where?
got in, went to school at University of New Mexico
Still
in
keeping
Albuquerque.
it New Mexico strong.
Yep. Was on a budget, so
Hey.
in-state
Yeah,
was the
man.
way to go. No, it was a really great school, though.
Yeah.
Awesome professors,
Yeah.
really good facilities.
And when was your first? Is this a job that you're in or an internship now?
This is a graduate assistantship.
Oh, that's right. Or it's like a program.
Yeah,
Right.
so
when was the first time that you did this here at Rocky?
My first year in Rocky was 3 years ago,
3 years
so
ago?
in 2014.
Had you done a summer thing before that?
Yeah, the summer before that, in 2013, I was doing the same position in Yellowstone National Park.
Nice.
So it's really interesting to see the difference in areas, difference in parks, like both the magnitude
Just
of
the
the
size, yeah.
structures, the quantity.
Yeah, I mean they're 8 times bigger in area
Yeah,
than us.
exactly.
So it's
yeah,
just crazy.
and
how
even
much-
just like here,
actually maybe a little
like
more than
Rocky doesn't have any hotels or lodges or anything in the
Yep.
park, whereas Yellowstone has a ton of
Yes,
those
and they're
in
big.
the park, and a ton of restaurants and a lot of concession-run facilities.
Yep, whole other scale.
Yeah, so definitely different, like entire little towns in the park.
Yes.
Where here,
Yeah.
we've managed to keep those out.
Yeah, the
of
towns are
park.
the towns are at the entrance. Yeah, you're right. In Yellowstone it is. It's like a a few really small towns.
Yeah.
Although Grand Canyon not Grand Canyon. Old Faithful, not that small, but
yeah,
pretty
big
and they're all inside one national park. It's kind of amazing. So you did that for a year. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I worked in Yellowstone for 2 years.
Oh, nice.
Yellowstone has a special place in my heart. I would
Yeah.
go back anytime.
Could really only explore like
Oh yeah, it's
a 50th of the park
It's
in
crazy.
one summer. It's huge.
yeah. I mean, my first summer there, I was a room attendant for
Oh.
Zane Terra.
Oh,
at
I'm
Canyon.
sorry. I'm just
Yeah, it was
kidding.
okay. It was chill. It was laid back, no stress.
Yeah.
So I would just make up rooms, and sometimes you'd have to wait for bison to move off of porches. And things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
But the nice thing was, because it was no stress in terms
Mhm.
of like, it was not a lot of thought went into it.
Yeah.
You know? We just hiked
Oh,
all the
yeah.
time on the weekends.
Those are the kind of
and
people
after
who get those
work and-
jobs.
yeah, exactly. That's why
Like,
we're
what
all
else
there.
are you doing there?
Yeah,
If not
and
going
so
around hiking and being
I hiked
outdoors.
around a lot, like all the time, and yeah, I saw
Mhm.
just a fraction.
Yeah.
It's so big,
Mhm.
including like some areas like the southeast and southwest corners,
Mhm.
where you're never gonna see them unless you have time to hike, 50, 60-mile
Yeah.
round trip,
Mhm.
because it just takes so long. Like the thoroughfare, getting down in there.
Yeah.
Or,
Isn't it like one of the most remote places?
I think that somewhere way down in south
Just
east.
in terms of being farthest from roads.
Yeah,
and
I think
stuff,
somewhere
like,
way down in southeast Yellowstone is
Yeah.
the spot in the lower 48 that's the farthest from any
Mhm.
road. I don't know if it's paved road or town or something, but I think it's
Mhm.
by some measure, the
Yeah.
most remote spot in
Yeah.
the lower 48.
Right.
And then the one up in
One
Alaska,
point.
there's one up in the one in Alaska is on a whole other scale.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 300 miles from the nearest thing instead of 30, but
Yeah.
that,
They win by a
that's
long
different.
shot.
But yeah, Yellowstone's huge.
Yeah.
So you did that, and then you came
Yeah.
here,
Mhm.
year 2. What's the name of the program that you're in? Is it a
what is the
defined
name?
program, or was it just a
No, it's
relationship with
like
with
an
the university?
internship through my university and
Yeah.
through my architecture school
Yeah.
specifically.
Mhm.
So students from either the School of Architecture or the School of Landscape Architecture or historic preservation or regional planning.
Cool.
They can all apply to this, and then they hire a handful of us, anywhere from like 4 to 6 of us,
Mhm.
and then we're each sent out to our own park for the
Mhm.
summer. So there's pretty
Yep.
much just one of us in the park. Our specific program is just the Intermountain region. So
Mhm.
pretty much from northern Montana up in Glacier to like southwest Texas.
Yep. Is it Intermountain region as the Park Service defines it, or just?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. For folks who don't know, the Park Service were divided into geographical regions,
Mhm.
mostly for management purposes.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
think
and
so.
Intermountain is huge. I
Mhm.
mean, it has so many parks.
Mhm.
If you go online and search like NPS or National Park Service region
There's
map,
what, like
it'll come
8,
up.
7, 6?
Gosh, there's Northeast, Southeast, Midwest,
Pacific
Pacific West.
Uh,
Alaska
a little
used to be
rusty.
included in that, but I think Alaska is its own. I don't know. I would
Okay.
have to look at a map, but
Yeah.
and then Intermountain. So you were there, and then you went back to school for a year, and then came here.
Mhm.
So you already talked a little bit about how Rocky compared to Yellowstone in terms of just
Yeah.
the scale, in terms of buildings is very different. How else did it compare? Had you been to Rocky before?
No, I'd never been to Rocky
Yeah, what'd you think
before.
when you first got here?
I was bewildered. I was like, this has been
What'd you think
my
about this?
neighbor
Yeah.
my
And
whole
yeah,
life,
'cause
and I've never
that's
been
true.
here.
It's not that far.
No,
I mean,
it
it's a
really
day's
isn't.
drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think about it compared to Yellowstone in terms of like the scenery? Very different.
Different, yeah, for sure. Both in the sense of the wildlife that's around. There are
Yeah.
a lot of
We're missing a few
bison and
species here.
wolves up there.
Yep, we're missing a few species in Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not being in
loved-
grizzly country is a very different
Oh my
experience.
god, it's so nice. It's so nice hiking when there are no grizzlies to worry
it's
about.
very
It's
different.
kind of always in the back of your head
It
when you're
is,
hiking
yeah.
in Yellowstone.
I've talked to people about it because Yellowstone and then
Yeah.
Denali, and I miss it in a lot of ways because it puts, I
Kinda
don't know,
puts
it
a little
just
edge
it
on
just puts a
your-
whole different feel on the trip. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, the danger still statistically is really low,
Yeah.
relatively speaking.
Yeah, but they are around.
It is a danger.
Yeah,
You know,
I remember just
and-
taking a walk around my dorm building in Yellowstone. It was like sun had already gone down, walking back to my dorm, and this ranger rolls up. He's like, "Do you guys have your bear spray on you?" And we were like, "No, we're just taking a little stroll." He's like, "Okay, well, someone just spotted a grizzly by your dorm, so
Yep. Where did you live? Mammoth?
yeah, Mammoth Hot
Yeah.
Springs."
Yep.
So that was a fun
Yeah,
walk
you
home.
always. Yeah, I always had bear spray on.
Yeah, from then
always.
on, you're like,
Just-
okay, it's worth it.
Because
It's-
even like when
it's
I was
worth
in
the peace of
Denali,
mind.
even walking to the hangout spot for all the employees.
Yeah.
Even there, you would see
Because
bears.
they are around everywhere.
They're
They're like,
everywhere.
yeah.
They can go wherever they want.
They
they can do whatever they want. Exactly.
And no one can say
That's what puts a
boo.
different feel on it, is when you're
Yeah.
out there at some level, you're just like,
Mhm.
okay. Yeah, so that's definitely a big difference.
Also, there's, I would say, over 1,000 historic structures in Yellowstone.
Wow.
Whereas here, there are probably around 300 total.
So still a lot for the size, but
Yeah.
way less.
Yeah.
And a lot of them way smaller.
Mm-hmm,
Because
exactly.
like Yellowstone Lodge, that counts as one, right?
Yeah, that took me like a whole day and a half
That's
to
huge.
take
It's
photos
an
of
amazing
and
building.
take notes of. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, I can't believe that when who's the architect on that? Oh gosh, I'm forgetting his name now, but he was
Oh,
so
Yellowstone
young.
Lodge?
He was so young when he designed that. It's just kind of mind blowing. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that surprised me when I went to Yellowstone for the first time, because I'd never been out west,
Uh-huh.
so I had this thing in my head of just like mountains, and there
Yeah.
are mountains for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mountains, but
Mhm.
there's a ton of it that is not.
No,
mountains. It's
no.
kind of flat,
Mhm.
lodgepole forest as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, you're like
glacier
up
bas-
in the
or glacier
mountains,
basins,
but
geyser basins.
once you're there, I feel like the mountains here feel more prominent.
Yeah, they dominate.
Yeah.
Everywhere, no matter where you go, you don't get away from them. Whereas
Uh-huh.
there, depending on what part of the park you're in, it's very
Mhm.
mountainous. But you
Yeah.
can be like if you're in the center of the park or
Mhm.
down like southwest corner,
Mhm.
it's not mountain.
Yeah, and I love the alpine country up here.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah,
About
it's
the
beautiful.
park is just
Yeah.
the hikes through the
Yeah.
alpine country.
So this is your third year.
Third year here.
Doing this.
Yes.
What keeps you coming back?
Everything.
Yeah, everything.
Have you seen Rocky Mountain National
I have seen
Park?
Rocky Mountain National Park. I definitely have. It is very amazing.
Yeah,
It's
I don't know.
It's a blessed place to be
Honestly,
for sure.
if you study architecture, you're probably going to end up getting a job in a city.
Sure. Yeah.
In an urban area.
Vast majority.
So just the fact that I get to come out here and be surrounded by wilderness and
Yep.
forests and lakes and stuff, like I consider that a rare opportunity.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that I get to sometimes come out and look at old trails
Yep.
for work and
be
go
out-
into the
yeah.
backcountry and find these little cabins. Sometimes I'll go find little cabin ruins that nobody has really looked at for years just because it's not something that the park maintains.
Mhm.
But we sort of have to keep account of those things. Like, so just, it's a combination of all those things. And then being able to stay on this little historic ranch called
Oh, that's right.
Good Old McGraw.
You live at McGraw, don't you?
Yeah, it's this
Oh, wow.
historic dude
McGraw
ranch
is amazing.
made for, or rehabilitated for researchers
Yeah.
to stay in when they need to come into the park
Mhm.
and stay for a week or 3 months or something.
Forgot that you live out there.
Yeah,
So
so
nice.
it's,
It's so peaceful.
yeah, gives me a good appreciation for all things natural and built and just how those interplay with one another. And it's also interesting just to note that this park has really pulled back in the amount of built structures in the park. Like, I would say
Good point.
now it probably has maybe a third to a quarter
Of what it once had.
of what it once had.
Yeah, I don't think
There
people
is-
realize. I didn't realize that when I came here, that there were
Yeah.
tons of lodges and
Yeah,
and
real big
facilities.
lodges, restaurants. In Moraine Park, there used to be a golf course and
9-hole
some
golf course,
swimming
right? Swimming
pools.
pool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
And over time, the park has acquired those things. and
there was
removed
just a
them.
period of time too when it was, fortunately, pulling back from all of its developed areas and realizing, hey, we need to really protect this and sort of convert it back to its natural state, which is why it's so beautiful and undeveloped today. And in hindsight, like, some of those buildings were really cool and great, but there has to be this balance. You obviously, nowadays, I think it's really great that we don't have any lodges in the park and too many campgrounds or swimming pools and golf courses, like that just takes away from what a national
Well, especially
park
a park
is.
like this, where, like we were talking about, you're never that far from town. You're
No.
never that far from
Yeah.
a gateway community. So
Exactly.
it's
and
not
you
like
have big cities around. If you
Right.
want to, if you want those amenities,
exactly.
they're close.
It's not like Yellowstone, where it's like, well, if there weren't
Yeah.
any lodges in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
then everyone would be driving like
Yeah.
3 hours plus a day
Yeah.
to get anywhere.
3 hours just to get through the
Just to
park.
get in,
Another like 2 hours
and
to the
then
nearest
just
city.
to get out. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Yeah, that is
It's an interesting dynamic, but
yeah, that surprised me when I first learned about that when I
Mhm.
came here, that so many things had been removed
Yeah.
over time, and that it's just
one
a
day,
decision you have to
one day soon, maybe I want to make a map of all of the structures that used to exist
That'd
in
be
the
really
park,
cool,
just
yeah.
so people can gauge like what it
Yeah,
used,
what it
to,
used to
be,
be.
and then what it
That'd be
is
really cool.
now.
That's
yeah.
a great idea.
Mhm.
There was a student group from CSU, I think, or something like that, that did one of those just for Moraine Park. They mapped where everything had been to kind
Mhm.
of explore the history of it, and it was
Yeah.
really cool. It'd be neat to see that for the entire park.
It's a big undertaking, but
Yes,
there are a lot of
definitely.
like resources and places to pull from, but
Yeah.
not one big comprehensive.
Yeah. So as
Map
an
everything.
architect and as someone interested in historic structures and keeping things repaired and using what we already have and all those things, what would you say to visitors when they're coming to visit? Like, what tip would you give from that perspective about the park?
I would say inquire about it because
Just be aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, just like notice the buildings around you and know that those are a lot older than anyone's houses that they're living in or a lot of the cities that they live in. You know, like, and just to sort of appreciate the people that were there before you and just think
Yes.
about their lifestyle and how they lived before you and what they were thinking of when they passed through the place and just pretending like you were there 100 years ago or even before that. And then just having a respect for it, you know, not sort of like the leave no trace thing, like don't be tampering with any of the stuff that you're seeing. Don't be messing with any of the buildings or carving your initials into them, you know,
Right.
like
Yep.
it might be cool for you in the moment, but
Yeah, but then
it's not really
everyone,
cool for anybody else
yeah,
later
it
down
ruins
the
it
road.
for everyone that comes after you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a very good point.
We just want these things to be like in the best condition possible for generations way down the
Yeah.
road. You know, like even buildings that you think don't look that old. Well,
You might be
in
surprised.
100 years, they're
They
going to
will
be
be.
really cool.
That's true.
And people are going to be like, oh, I wish these were taken care of a little better in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's great. I would definitely recommend that to everybody, is just remember that it's not just a park, like it's not just hiking and backpacking and wildlife. It is all those things for sure, but it's also a place where people come and live and work and stay. And for that to happen, there have to be facilities and structures. And, you know, even when you're out hiking, just taking a moment to think about how hard some
Right.
people, a group of people worked to make that trail.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think people, I don't, or I didn't for a long time, have an appreciation of just how hard it is to build a mile of trail.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know, it's so much work that people are doing
Yeah, much
for us
respect
so that
for
then
their-
we can enjoy it. You know,
Yeah,
they're,
for the trails crews
they're
then
unthanked.
and now.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get with the trail crew and cover some of that work.
Nice.
Maybe in depth, so
Yeah.
people can kind of.
And definitely check out some of those backcountry cabins. If you see them,
if
go
you
up
see
to
'em,
them, peek in the windows. They're
Yeah,
cool.
you can go up to them and look around.
Yeah, for sure.
Just, you know,
Don't try getting in.
Don't try getting in. And sometimes there may be a ranger staying there, or stationed there, and
Yeah, they'll let you
be
peek
perfectly happy
inside.
to talk to you and
Yeah.
check in with you and say, hey, say what's up.
It's really cool because some of those old cabins have logbooks from back in the
You can read
60s.
you can read
like just
you can
rangers
read way
who've seen
back.
it, yeah.
It's funny how much things haven't changed.
Really puts in perspective, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
wow,
like,
same
oh, yeah.
problems, different
Same-
day.
Exactly.
Different decade.
Especially back there where it's so, you know, your phone doesn't work back there. Or anything,
Yeah.
You know, so you pretty much live in the same way, pulling your water out of the creek and filtering and
Yep, using the privy out in the back.
darn right.
Spending the night with the squirrels and the mice.
Yeah. Anything else you want to cover or that you want to make sure listeners know about?
No, I think we've done a
we've
good
covered
job
it.
and hopefully not bore them to death.
Oh, no, definitely not.
I know I get excited about it, but I forget not everyone.
Our listeners don't get bored.
No.
And if they do, they can just skip to the next episode.
Oh, okay,
It's no
yeah.
big deal. But
If
no,
they've
our
reached this
listeners
point, they've
are
done good.
are scholars with interests that run the gamut, I'm sure. And one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you is because I think it is just something that people, including myself, it's just easy to forget about.
Yeah.
The cultural side,
Mhm.
the all the resources that we have in the park, and
Yeah,
you know,
plenty
just
of
think
natural,
about
also
like last year we had 4.5
cultural.
million people come to the park,
Mhm.
and so it is a place that it's like
It's a destination.
destination with a lot of history.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
A lot
just
of history.
think about that and remember
Mhm.
it, and think of our cultural resources folks who are out there surveying
Yay.
and working on things and maintaining things,
Mhm.
so that hopefully they'll be there, 100 years from now, 200
Yeah.
years from now, 300 years from now.
Yeah.
Hopefully forever. So at least that's what we're going for. That's our goal. You have to have high goals.
Forever.
Yeah. So one final question before we sign off from
Yeah.
Sand Beach Lake. We've been asking everyone this question.
Oh.
It's a pretty open question.
Okay.
What does Rocky mean to you?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like in your life or...
Rocky has honestly become like my second home.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I'll be back next year because the work I'm doing is kind of getting wrapped up this year, but
Right.
it's kind of where I feel,
And you recently graduated?
yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of just feel like more human
Uh-huh.
out here.
Yep.
Um,
That's interesting.
yeah, I feel more human when I'm around less humans.
I can
For some reason.
I can very much relate to that, and
It's
we've
just
heard
like-
that from a lot of people
Yeah, yeah.
already on the podcast
Yeah.
we've talked to. They're like, I don't know, I just feel more myself, or
Yeah, you just like, it's very introspective. It's inspiring, it's humbling, just the scale of the mountains around you and the vastness of the trees and the power of the water that you see, like, really puts you in your place.
Yes.
As a human. Like, we tend to get on our high horses and just get stuck in the bustle of the city and
Yep.
think that whatever we're doing that day is the most important thing in the world and nothing else is as important. But then you come out here and you're like, this is what's really important.
Absolutely. It snaps you out of it.
Yeah.
Like you don't have a
So-
choice. If you get
Mhm.
out in it, it's gonna happen.
Yeah. And I love feeling like less powerful than nature.
Yes.
And like, I don't know,
The
at
mountains-
nature's will.
The
So-
mountains are really good at that.
Yeah. So Rocky has become this place that I think about all year.
Yeah.
Until I get to come back.
And do you think that your time here, even if you don't come back, is gonna influence your
Oh, for sure.
career and,
Yeah.
and life going
I
forward?
knew like nothing about the Park Service until my first year as an
Yeah.
intern. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's that much that goes on. Like,
Mhm.
there's people doing this stuff and entire divisions dedicated to this. So it really opened my eyes and gave me a new respect for the Park Service. Like, I always tell my friends, like, okay, yeah, I'm going out to my internship for the park. And they're like, oh, you're a ranger? Like, everyone just assumes there's just rangers out here. And I'm like, no, that's like one little part
True.
of what the Park Service is about.
Yeah,
But
yeah. That's one of the reasons why we're doing this podcast.
nice.
Is to,
Yeah.
just to talk to people and let people
Mhm.
see all the amazing folks, interesting
Yeah.
folks doing stuff that you would never even know about.
Yeah. So even if I don't come back as a historic structures
Yeah.
tech intern next year, I'm sure I'll be back in my future.
We'll always be here.
Yeah.
Rocky will always be here.
Aw.
Yeah. Great.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for talking to
Yeah,
us. I guess
thanks
we'll
for
pack
having
this stuff up and doesn't look like thunderstorms, so
No.
that's good to go. We'll
Not
pack
yet.
up and head back down the trail.
Yep.
Great. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Miles.
Bye, Mary.
Bye. I love that.
Isn't it fun?
Our next episode will be released on Friday, September 22nd. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
My name is Elise Bowman, Sergeant, Troop K, 9th Cavalry. Today the sun come up, and it come up strong, burning through the treetops, and it lit up the world around me. And I saw the trail ahead of me, and I'm riding like we always do. And there was just the wind. Just the sound of the wind in the sky and the sound of my horse and me breathing as we moved along the trail. And I started thinking that this is what freedom must feel like. Never felt freedom when I was a sharecropper growing up in South Carolina. Never knew about freedom when my mother and my daddy had been enslaved. Freedom was this wind. Freedom was this rain. Freedom was being pushed up into the sky by these mountains beneath my feet and the rain coming down. That was freedom. I couldn't find it in South Carolina. I couldn't find it where I enlisted in Nebraska, but now I got it, and I don't know if I could ever let it go. How do you let go of freedom when you hold it for the first time?
Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. We're calling this season Becoming. It's not a complete history, but a series of stories about how Glacier National Park became what it is today. Landscape and history are inseparable. No history can be understood apart from the place in which it happens. And like landscapes, histories can erode. Stories can disintegrate or be buried under the sediment of those that follow. This episode is about a story that has been poorly preserved and deeply buried. Why that happened and why it matters. It is the story of the first Black park rangers and how so much of their history has been overlaid by the grains of 1,000 others. Perry, this episode is about the Buffalo Soldiers here in Glacier.
Yes.
Get us started.
So when I think of the Buffalo Soldiers, I think of our Park Service uniforms. You guys all have one, right?
In my closet.
Of course, it's pretty iconic and not very breathable, but you know, the gray shirt, green pants and sweater, and then the big flat hat.
Well, did you know that those are based on the hats worn by the Buffalo Soldiers?
No.
And just to spell that out, Buffalo Soldiers were regiments of African American soldiers in the Army.
Right, and they were essentially the first park rangers in the years before the Park Service was formed. And we still wear their hats.
Huh, I didn't know that.
So give us the background. How did these Black regiments of Army soldiers come about?
Well, basically segregation. After the Civil War, the Army created regiments for Black soldiers to serve in, and they had to be separate from the ones that white soldiers served in.
But still, I suppose they were led by white officers, right?
Yeah, although there is a famous exception, Charles B. Young. He was a West Point grad who was acting superintendent of Sequoia National Park in 1903, and he's the first Black superintendent of a park.
So they're soldiers in the Army, but they're working in the national parks because the National Park Service, it doesn't exist yet.
Right. And so there are national parks, you know, Yellowstone, Sequoia, Yosemite,
Glacier.
But there are no park rangers yet, and that doesn't happen until 1916 when the NPS is formed.
So, what were they doing in parks at the time?
Well, they were doing a lot of similar things to what park rangers do now. They built roads and trails, they did firefighting work, they kept out vandals and poachers, all that kind of stuff.
But outside of those park ranger duties, I'm sure they had other missions, right?
Right. But back in those early days, this is post-Civil War, the racial climate back east isn't great. So for the most part, they were sent on assignments out west.
Okay, so the thought was less people, less prejudice, I guess, right?
Yeah, for the most part. But that doesn't mean it wasn't complicated. And so in addition to being proto-park rangers, a lot of their assignments were in the Indian Wars in the late 1800s. So they're fighting against indigenous people who are resisting being confined to reservations.
So, there's just a lot more to this story than meets the eye.
Right. They also did peacetime and exploratory missions too, including spending some time here in Glacier.
Really?
Yeah, they were here in 1910 fighting fires during the Big Burn, and they were also part of a couple early expeditions before this was even a park, including the Ahern expedition. One of the best surviving accounts of this expedition is from G.E. Culver, the geologist they brought along, who starts his report by describing the group.
The party consisted of 2 mountaineers, 2 prospectors, 2 Indian guides, a squad of soldiers black as ebony, and the rider. All were mounted and well armed. 30 days' rations were carried.
So Culver, this guy is your main source for this story. He was the team's scientist, and he kept a record of the trip that you're looking at.
Yeah, he recorded kind of the broad strokes of the adventure, but it's 2 pages of adventure and 15 pages of geology. But through his writing and his sketches of the mountains, you can start to reconstruct where they went and why. I had an actor read some excerpts from the report.
The object of the expedition was to find, if possible, a pass over the main range, farther north than any then known, to map the course of the streams and the principal Indian trails.
So roughly, they went up the east side trying to find a pass over the mountains. They tried many glacier with no luck and then kept trying further north.
I'm not surprised they had trouble finding a pass. The mountains here, they're glacially carved, they're famously steep.
Yeah. So this expedition of about 15 people travels several hundred miles across the park and in a big loop around northwest Montana over 57 days.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever backpacked more than maybe a couple nights at a time.
Yeah, me neither. So while it would have been quite an adventure to retrace their whole journey, I decided to just follow their footsteps where they crossed the Continental Divide, probably the most challenging day of their trip. And today, it's called Ahern Pass. It takes a solid day of hiking to get to Ahern Pass, if not a couple days. And I'm heading out with Michael and Gabby to see it for myself. If you want to figure out what you don't know, go hiking without any cell service. As soon as you can't look something up, you realize how little you understand. And as I hike, I'm realizing how little I know about the soldiers themselves. Why aren't there any first-hand accounts from them? What do they think of this place?
My name is Shelton Johnson, and I currently work as the Community Engagement Specialist for Yosemite National Park.
Shelton is one of the most renowned and respected rangers in the Park Service. He appeared in Ken Burns' National Parks documentary, and he's one of the foremost experts on this history. He's studied, portrayed, and written about buffalo soldiers for decades, including the first-person narrative that began this story, which was a clip from his podcast series, A Buffalo Soldier Speaks. And so based on your research, can you speculate what their experience was like? What did they think of the landscape? What did they...
Yeah, no, I think that they felt what most people feel. It's a universal sentiment, if you will, to be impressed by a landscape that is literally overwhelming. That happened in Yosemite, it happened in Yellowstone, it certainly would have happened in Glacier National Park, because the landscape itself sparks that sense of wonder. And I think that's a human trait that is universal.
The morning when we looked out of our tents, the fog was slowly drifting away, and glimpses of the lofty peaks could be had through rifts in the fog. The effect was quite striking.
This was one of the earliest mapping expeditions of the region, long before the park existed. They climbed peaks, made camp, and spent weeks in this rugged mountain ecosystem. It's the sort of trip that people take today to get away from it all, to escape everyday life.
The difference would be that they lived in and operated in a virulently racist time period. When you're part of an expedition, there's a certain level of interdependence and respect that has to be there in order for it to function properly, in order for everyone to benefit from that association.
If you've ever been camping or backpacking with a group, you can understand this sort of teamwork. You figure out who carries what, who sets up the tent, who cooks the food.
A few ducks, grouse, and ptarmigan paid our cookhouse a visit, as did numerous fine trout. Of large game, we secured 1 bighorn and 16 mountain goats. The young of the latter are very fine eating. The old bucks taste of musk.
So, and as you get to know people, you see beyond, to a great degree, ethnicity, you see beyond gender, but be that as it may, they were still, quote unquote, colored soldiers of that time.
America's prejudices followed them everywhere, even into the wilderness.
If you did something that was done very well, you did that in spite of your race. If you failed at a task, you failed at that task because of your race. But race was always part of that dynamic. You were viewed fully through the lens of race and through the lens of class. And there wasn't an escape from it at any point.
At one point, the group reached a dead end, a high-walled mountain basin, where they met a group of Stoney Indians, also called the Nakota people. Ahern loaned their chief his rifle, and the chief gave them directions. And this wasn't the first time they'd encountered indigenous people on the expedition. By one account, they shared a third of their rations along the way with Blackfeet people. But elsewhere, regiments of buffalo soldiers had been fighting wars against tribal nations, most famously in the Southwest, fighting the Apache.
I have often wondered what the buffalo soldiers thought of interacting with the indigenous people. Would they have felt like a solidarity with another oppressed people?
When you read a lot of the colored newspapers of that time period, there was certainly a sentiment that why should we aid and abet the theft of a land from another group of people who are not that dissimilar from ourselves. Dissimilar certainly in terms of culture, but in terms of the racial attitudes of the time, they were all cast into the same box. But at the same time, there were African Americans who felt that by enlisting in the United States Army and potentially sacrificing their life, it was almost like, we have done this for you, for this nation. And so it was an investment in the future by potentially sacrificing yourself for a nation that did not recognize the fullness of your humanity. Perhaps the fullness of that humanity would be recognized for your children.
While this expedition was a peaceful one, it was still dangerous. Following the advice of the Stoney Indians, the party set out to climb the Rocky Mountain Pass ahead of them, Ahern Pass. Here's Lieutenant Ahern's report from that day.
August 22nd. As I led the pack train out this morning, I felt extremely anxious as there were several places on the trail where a misstep meant certain death. At one place, we climbed a narrow and very steep rock 15 feet high in which we had to cut steps. We led our most troublesome animals over this. My feelings were indescribable when I started up this rock, not knowing what the horse would do. The ledge was about 18 inches wide. On the lower side was a fall of 1,900 feet.
I can only imagine riding a horse through this kind of terrain, but Shelton doesn't have to. He's done reenactments of Buffalo Soldier patrols in Yosemite on horseback, in full uniform, with saddles and gear of the period.
Why did you choose to wear the uniform, to ride on horseback? Why was that important to you, and what did you learn from it?
I chose that pathway because I wanted to not just see the history from the outside looking in, the way that you look through a window at a world that there's a partition between you and that world. I wanted to put myself into the history. And the best way to do that would be to do what they did and to wear the uniform that they wore, to ride a saddle that they might have ridden. And when you're on a horse and you look straight down, all you see is the horse. The horse is blocking the view of the ground beneath your feet. And when you're 12 feet above the ground and you look over, you just see an abyss if you're going on a trail along a canyon wall. You can talk about it, but it's better if you live it. And if you live it, then you really feel it. And if you feel it, then it's you. You've become the past that you're interpreting. And that's what I wanted. That's why I did that. And it did deepen my experience, and it did deepen my perception of this entire history.
To deepen my experience and perception of this history, I have to live it. I wanted to go to Ahern Pass.
The Indians called us Buffalo Boy. Buffalo Boy. Buffalo Boy.
Hello.
Hi. Where are we?
We're almost at Ahern Pass. Very close. But not quite.
How are you feeling right now?
Tired, hot, a bit out of breath. Pretty excited about the view. It's been a long hike, but since I'm being recorded, I'm trying to act like I'm not too out of breath.
Look around. What do you see?
I see a snowfield, this flat, grassy pass. Sheep! There's like, oh my God, there's like a dozen of them. Are those little baby sheeps? I love them. We finally made it to Ahern Pass. The mountains on either side are towering and impenetrable, but the pass itself is a low point between them. A small meadow full of wildflowers and tiny trees with a view down to Helen Lake and the plains beyond. There's even a trail up here now on the west side, but that's not the side the Buffalo Soldiers came up.
How steep do you think it is down to Helen?
I don't know. Let's go peek over the edge if we can not fall off of it. Their route, basically a cliff. Ooh, this is very steep. Ah! Michael! Don't go so close to the edge.
Oh my God. Oh!
I know.
No way.
I'm flabbergasted at trying to take horses up here. This is absurd.
That's a lot steeper than I expected.
Yes. I thought there would be these sort of grassy green slopes with bare grass, and that can be tough to traverse. And there was maybe one rock ledge that they had to climb over or something, and that's what they cut steps into. But this is just a vertical cliff. Glaciers carved this valley, leaving behind a steep rock wall below the pass. It's perfect for cliff-dwelling bighorn sheep, but a terrifying place to take a horse. The slope rises sharply from the lake, turning into a network of ledges covered in crumbling rock that clatters loose at the slightest nudge. Ahern Glacier looms to the north, and the landscape feels alive, the geology an active force. We're looking down at Helen Lake, and I see Elizabeth Lake in the distance. And I mean,
Ahern Pass is 2,000 feet above the lake at its foot, and the summit wall on either side of the pass was estimated to be at least 1,500 feet more. The entire force had worked 2 days in making a trail from the foot of the talus slope to the summit of the pass. The ascent is very steep and was made with difficulty.
I did not imagine it would look like this.
Well, knowing that they had horses and stuff, I definitely imagined it to be a bit more gradual.
Yeah. Like if I looked at this, like could I get down this or up this? I'd be like, I don't know if I really want to do that. I would definitely need a helmet.
I don't know that this is the most hopeful way to get across.
No, I'd be like, maybe let's try Canada instead. How about Logan Pass? It definitely gives me a newfound respect for what they were doing here and their skill to navigate in a place like this. Because they still had hundreds of miles of journeying left in this expedition, but I think this was probably the toughest point.
It makes me feel like really reflective, because this was
1890.
1890.
Yeah, 20 years before the park was even established. So in a way, their presence probably hastened or contributed to the eventual formation of the park. But yeah, it was 132 years ago. And so, it's pretty cool to know that they walked right through this spot.
Visiting Ahern Pass was the first time I felt close to this story that so far I'd only read about. Retracing their steps feels like another way of reaching out, in the same way that Shelton has tried to understand the Buffalo Soldiers by writing and performing from their perspective.
But around here, I notice these rocks got a tendency to remember everything that's ever happened to them. This place got a tendency to remember everything that has ever happened to it. Nothing.
It's easy to think of the backcountry here as a place where, you go to get away from people. But I don't know, it's been really cool to think about all the people that have been here before me and all the stories that this landscape contains.
And we call that an echo. We call that something over your shoulder that makes you pull back and look quick to see if you can catch it. But nothing that ever comes through this place is ever forgotten. And you ain't got to lie down in a bedroll for too many nights before you realize that it's all being remembered and it's all being held on.
In a way, it feels less lonely to be out here when you think of all the other people who've come here before me.
So I'm wondering this. Will this place remember me? Will it remember my shadow cast on the earth? Will it remember the sound of my horse as it moved through that canyon? Will that be remembered?
Every place has a history, and history has a place too. But most people have never been to Ahern Pass, and most people don't know this story. If history can be eroded, some rocks are harder than others, more resistant to wearing away. Some layers of history become bedrock, common knowledge that we all share. Or they crystallize into something easily found, like when a place is named for a person. Like George Patrick Ahern, the expedition leader. A peak, a creek, a glacier, and, of course, a pass are all named for him. The white leader of this diverse group that mapped this section of the park. His story might not be common knowledge, but his biography isn't hard to find either.
Can you tell that story and talk about, how you talked about expanding the frame?
Yeah, and that's the photograph of Theodore Roosevelt next to John Muir in May of 1903 at Glacier Point. And then I discovered through my research that in 1903, Yosemite and Sequoia National Parks were protected by the 9th Regiment of Cavalry, one of the Buffalo Soldier regiments. And so since the official escort for Theodore Roosevelt at that time, for President Roosevelt, were these African-American troops that belonged to the 9th Cavalry, they're there. And yet there's no photographic evidence of them being there. And so when I give my performance, I share that story, I talk about how a soldier might be standing there and being within 10 or 15 feet of the president, and they get kind of moved. No, could you guys move back? Could you move over there? You're in the picture. The picture is a focus on Theodore Roosevelt and John Muir. The picture is not supposed to capture the African American soldiers who are there, who are actually protecting the park all summer long. And so the question then becomes, who also throughout history, who are the folks that have been pushed away to the boundaries, to the frontier of that light that tries to capture a moment in time? And frequently it's women, and frequently it's people of color. And that's how history is lost.
What I like about kind of how you tell that story is that you don't need to rewrite history. You're expanding the frame. You're expanding our understanding of what happened in these moments that we think we already know about.
Yeah, that's what it really is. It's if you look at it from the point of view of a tapestry, the threads, those colorful threads of ethnicity were always there. It's just that the perception that we have of that tapestry has literally been put into black and white. And the black part's not there. The red part's not there. The yellow, these other colors that were always present weren't there. And if that became and established the template for our perception of who was in the West at that time, then we've been gifted with a distortion.
Buffalo boy. Buffalo boy. The Indians called us Buffalo boy.
I was also curious about some of the structural reasons that this kind of distortion might happen again and again. I reached out to Anthony Wood, a historian who has focused on Black history in Montana. I started by asking him why stories about people of color, like the Buffalo Soldiers, and especially the ones on this expedition, can be so hard to find in history. Because that's one of the things I've been wondering about with the Buffalo Soldiers is like, we don't really have many of those primary sources. So it's like, what existed in the first place and what is preserved over time or not?
So in this particular case, I'm fairly confident in saying there is a high likelihood that everyone involved was probably literate. There are obviously a handful of Black soldiers from these divisions that were very eloquent writers and really, and more so, excellent storytellers. But those are stories that certainly were existing. The primary sources, the letters of this is what we did today, even if they were short, certainly existed at one point, probably on a fairly large scale.
So then what affects whether those are preserved over time or not, like whether we have those today?
Right. Well, there's the very practical matter of whether or not families, a lot of working class, people did not keep papers in the same way that wealthier or upper class people did. But it's also probably something else. I think that by the time you get into the 20th century, the narratives, the stories that have been taken up and carried about what types of people went out and, quote unquote, conquered the untamable wilderness and so on, and the role that soldiers often played in this is a very racialized one, and it's predominantly the figure of a white, hyper masculine, man who's going out and is
that mountain man.
That mountain man.
And so you're kind of saying that, like, if people had these letters, maybe they were their parents or their grandparents from when they were in the Buffalo Soldiers out in the West, that wouldn't seem like it would fit into the narrative. It wouldn't seem like something important that maybe they should preserve, that it wasn't part of that history.
Right. Yeah.
So one way that some histories erode away is when the keepers of those stories don't recognize their importance. Sometimes because the stories don't fit into the dominant narrative. Anthony has studied the Black community of historic Helena, Montana, but since there are so few firsthand accounts from early Black Montanans, he's often looked to other sources, like Black-owned newspapers.
In my case, I spent a lot of time working with and relying on the 3 Black newspapers in town, 2 of which were incredibly useful, but they also gave a window into a type of social history, the everyday lives, which I'm also really fascinated with, that just does not exist anywhere else outside of one person's perspective in, maybe a journal or a diary. And that's these sections of the paper that are like the community notes, or they sometimes in the Butte newspaper, they called them the dope book, where they just do funny, sometimes serious, sometimes just newsy briefs. This person went hiking today, they caught this many fish, or, this person went over and had, lunch in Helena.
But these Black newspapers were only in print for a limited amount of time.
1 year, 8 months in 1894, 1 year in 1902, and then from 1906 to 1912.
Wow.
And
very limited.
It narrows my scope to what I study, certainly.
So for all the rest of those years, outside the handful that those Black newspapers operated, often the sources you end up with are from white writers, white journalists, white expedition leaders.
That if you were to read them and try and reconstruct what life looks like for a daily Black Montanan, those sources just simply can't speak to it. The topography of the source world, it's not neutral. It has real and perceptible biases to it.
Anthony uses landscape as a way to explain these aspects of studying history, especially the ideas of sedimentation and erosion.
Landscape is the dominant metaphor for the study of race in the United States. We say the racial landscape, and it's just an assumed metaphor.
So how does that fit for you into the historical record? How do you apply those terms?
So the way I apply the idea of erosion and sedimentation is to focus on the way that stories are told or not told. A story that is, left aside and not told, we can think about it as being eroded. It sets us into certain ways of thinking about the past and about thinking about what really matters, who really belongs, who's really at home in this place. Is this something that exists because it fits the pattern or it fits the channel where the water is flowing most easily?
Every time we tell our national story, some things are being added, while others are being forgotten, covered over by stories fresher in our memories, ones we choose to tell instead.
Erosion can take place in multiple speeds and durations. It can be fast and enormous, like a flood that just rips everything out, and you get, the scablands of eastern Washington. Or it can be slow and glacial, and it can just take a very long time, and you can have just an imperceptible change over such a long generation or more.
Like a story that's not told, that's not passed on and slowly forgotten.
Yeah. And the way I'm experiencing this landscape right now is both as something that is in the past and changing in the present. And the way that it is changing in the present is because of the past.
When I looked out from Ahern Pass, I saw U-shaped valleys carved by glaciers during the last ice age. But the glaciers followed those paths because rivers and streams already flowed there. Today, the glaciers are gone, but Ahern Creek flows down the valley those glaciers left behind. Everything in geology, and I'd argue in history, is shaped by what came before.
It's happening in the moment that you're studying it. It's happening, in the 1890s. Then it happens again.
It's like the sands are always shifting.
Yeah, and so how do you study that?
I'm a geologist, so
Yes.
I love this.
I'm glad that, I wonder if that was why.
And I love thinking about geology this way too. It's like people think about geology as something that happened in the past, but it's still happening all the time.
Exactly.
So many of these choices happened in the past. What sources or places that people and institutions choose to preserve, which stories are told or not told. So, what are the consequences of forgetting them?
The past isn't dead. It isn't even past. That's the William Faulkner quote that I've often used. It lives on into the present. And that is one of the problems that we have today, is that we do not fully see the challenges and the iniquities that exist in the past, which is why so many people do not understand the anger that exists today, that you see and hear in the newspapers among people of color, among African Americans in particular, but also among Native Americans, is rooted in the iniquities of the past. But the past it's still here. It's still happening today. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a modern day Black Lives Matter movement. It's rooted in the perception that what happened in the past is continuing into the present.
And these choices about how we represent history not only affect how we view the past and understand the present, but they're still being made every day. You've spent probably the better part of your career telling these stories, specifically the Buffalo Soldier story, these stories that we don't otherwise get to hear.
Yes.
Why is that? Why have you devoted your career to that?
Well, because of the cultural perception that is literally held by African Americans today. African Americans in general feel that, national parks, that's not something that we do. That's something white folks do. We don't do that. And they have that perception because of what we just talked about, because they've not read in a history book about the role of African Americans in the trans-Mississippi West, going all the way back to Lewis and Clark. I mean, that is our Odyssey. That's our Homer and that's our Virgil. It starts out with Lewis and Clark in 1803. The fact that there was a person of color that was part of that expedition, specifically an enslaved person, Clark's manservant, who became invaluable to the success of that expedition. That's something that should be shared in every classroom and every school in the United States, because then all children would grow up with this vision that is inclusive rather than a vision that is exclusive.
It matters who tells the story. This is the question of representation, but it's also a question of history.
This is Dr. Carolyn Finney.
I call myself a storyteller, in part because I stand at the intersection of the arts, education, and lived experience to talk about issues of race, place, belonging, the environment, justice, all the good stuff, and a few things that are hard.
I wanted to talk to one more person to bring this story into the present day. For 8 years, Carolyn served on the National Park System Advisory Board, and she's the author of the book Black Faces, White Spaces. There's a quote in her book that says, "The power of representation lies in its ability to shape today's reality through the reality of the past." Dr. Finney explained that if you exclude the histories of certain people from national parks, then you're less likely to see those people in national parks.
And so I can't talk about the past without talking about the present. There could be 100 reasons for reasons why the Buffalo Soldier story took so long to come to light. Yeah. Part of it is going to be Jim Crow. Part of it is going to be we're living in a country where, and I'm only talking about Black folks here, that Black folks weren't seen as fully human, until sometime in the last 50 years, but not just Black people. All kinds of people from all walks of life have been challenged in terms of their skin color, their gender, where they live, how much money they have in their pockets, their religious beliefs. I mean, we're still doing that today, and that's going to matter. So when I look at the history of Buffalo Soldiers or any group of people and wonder why it's taken this long for them to get there, I understand, the first question I ask is, well, who was doing the telling? Mm-hmm. Representation is important. If you leave a whole lot of stuff out, then I'm only getting part of the story. Mm-hmm. And somewhere that means I am only partially who I can become.
What do you think the role of national parks and public lands is in interpreting history and in exploring this relationship of people to place and landscape and land and environment?
Well, public lands for whom? That's why I say it's really, and I always tell people it's not like you crossed over into a public land and suddenly there was no racism. Mm-hmm. And people carry those beliefs with them, whether they work in a park or are visiting a park or not, right? The public lands are for everyone is a really nice sentiment.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about? Who's claiming that? Where is that? I think I understand the common good, the idea of land being for the public. This is for all of us. And I think it sits on a complicated history of blood, sweat, and tears for real, And I think the only way that public lands can really serve us all is that we engage that blood, sweat, and tears as part of the story. This is where our redemption lies. For me, the beauty of public lands is that we can actually find redemption in who we've been and who we are right now. The public lands give us that opportunity.
To keep these histories from eroding, we need to do the work of preserving them.
I think when I look at the Buffalo Soldier story from the inside out, what becomes obvious to me, what becomes perceivable to me, is that there are so many stories involving women, involving other people of color, other communities, that are not told or not heeded, and that those stories could have a profound impact on how we see ourselves and how we see our own country.
I think in parks like this, the history is often left out of the landscape. A big, beautiful park like Glacier that people think of for the mountains and the rivers and the bears, all of those things are part of the story, and so are people, and so are the history.
Yes. Yeah.
All those stories need to be told because we are not the America we think we are. We're still on the road to becoming the nation that we think we already are. We're not there yet. And people who feel that we are there yet do not understand the fullness of our history.
That in and of itself should make us recognize and revere the idea of public lands so much more, not avoid the telling of that history because it's not a pretty telling. That should make it cost people something for us to be able to call a piece of land public. And we as the public have a responsibility and an accountability to that idea of public lands. That's the conversation I want to have around public lands.
And that is what's powerful about telling these stories. It makes American history, reveals American history to be much deeper than we give it credit for being. And anything that results in a deepening of light, a deepening of sound, a deepening of color, results in a clearer vision of who we are as human beings, who we are as Americans.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esavari. Frank Wallen wrote and performed our music, and Eric Carlson created this season's cover art. Extra special thanks this episode to Shelton Johnson, Carolyn Finney, Anthony Wood, Daniel Brewster, and the Black Park Ranger Experience. Also, thank you to Ed Whittle, Tim Stevenson, and Frank Gerard. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Sloddick, Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives team, and we relied on so many great resources from the Montana Historical Society, so thanks to them too. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
The history of homesteading and allotment in northwest Montana.
Everybody thinks it's so simple, but it gets so complicated.
There were strong personalities, and they disagreed about a lot of stuff. But in the winter, you get along.
To William Howard Taft, June 1910. There is 1,353 flathead that don't want to be open.
That's next time on Headwaters. So, Andrew.
Yes.
Headwaters couldn't happen without the support of the Glacier Conservancy. But you guys also help with so many other projects in the park.
Yeah. One I wanted to talk about today is the project to build an accessible trail around Swift Current Lake. Swift Current Lake is right in front of the Many Glacier Hotel. It's probably one of the most popular trails in the Many Glacier Valley.
Hiked it many times.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. And we're working on a long-term partnership over the next few years with the MCC, the Montana Conservation Corps, to make a wheelchair accessible trail all the way around so that people with mobility impairments can enjoy that lake and that beautiful area just like the rest of us.
That sounds like a great project.
Yeah, we think the national park should be available to everyone, so we're really excited to make it happen.
And if people want to learn more, how can they do that?
They should visit our website, and they can find us at glacier.org.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah Seismograph Stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone Seismic Network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
Hey, you rockin' Rockyites. Welcome to episode 10 of season 1, which has 10 episodes total, which means, you guessed it, this is Sad Face, the last episode for this first inaugural season of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. So, first of all, we want to say thank you so much for tuning in, whether that was one episode or multiple episodes. Hopefully you became a subscriber if you are into it in whatever podcast app you like to use. If not, consider doing that. Some stuff you can do while we're on a hiatus for the winter. We may have some bonus episodes in the winter, but we're going to be on a hiatus overall. Here's some things you can do. If you like the podcast, first of all, if you go to iTunes and give us reviews, that helps us show up higher in search rankings. It helps us spread the news about Rocky and reach more people. So think about that. Another great way is to just tell people that are your friends that you think you might be into our podcast. Just let them know, hey, this is kind of cool. Check it out. Or maybe you'll listen to an episode together. I'm also going to go out on a big limb here and give you my email address so that you can send us any comments, positive, critical, negative, whatever. And more importantly, you can give us ideas for things that you are interested in hearing about for next season. We are going to start on pre-production after a little bit of a break here. So we're going to start thinking about it, planning it out for next season. And, we're open to any great ideas that you have. So send them my way. My email address is miles_C_Barger. That is B as in boy, AR, G as in girl, ER, miles_C_Barger at nps.gov. Send us your comments, send us your ideas, just send us a hey, thank you from wherever you're from. We enjoy listening. Whatever kind of notes you want to drop, go ahead and send them there, and we will read as many of them as we can. So, let's finish this season up with an episode about Long's Peak. Today, we're joining Everett Phillips, who is a Long's Peak climbing ranger. We're going to talk about what being a climbing ranger involves, why we have climbing rangers at Rocky. We're going to talk about how Everett became a climbing ranger, and then we're going to spend quite a bit of time talking about Long's Peak, specifically the Keyhole route. Everett's job this summer and last summer has focused, as you'll hear in the episode, on doing what we call preventative search and rescue, or PSAR, on Long's Peak, specifically the Keyhole route, to help have people have a better time, help keep them safe, and help prevent search and rescues from happening before they ever happen. So, super interesting episode, obviously a huge topic here at the park, and we hope that you find it enjoyable, fascinating, and if you are thinking about climbing Long's Peak, very useful. Here we go. All right, let's get started. We're here, we don't need to say where we are because we're in my office. That's boring. A lot of times we recorded outside, but we're not recording at 13,000 feet.
Yeah, being in an office is novel for me, though.
That's true.
It's exciting to me.
All right, we're in a novel environment here in an office in the indoors. Gonna do an interview. So, if you could tell us your name and your title here at the park.
So I'm Everett Phillips, and I'm one of the climbing rangers on the East District in Rocky Mountain National Park.
East District, so the Estes side.
Yeah.
So climbing ranger, we haven't talked about climbing rangers yet on the podcast, so maybe we can do a little overview of that program before we dig into what you specifically do. So how many climbing staff are there here in the park?
There's 8.
8.
2 of us are here year-round, and I'm one of the 6 who are here seasonally. So from May until the end of October in my case. And our role, it's Rocky Mountain National Park, so it's rocky, and we have a lot of spectacular mountain terrain here. And that terrain is inaccessible in part for many visitors and many employees because of its precipitous nature. So we have a visitor use group, mountain climbers, that access that terrain for recreation. And when they get in trouble, or perhaps when they impact the resource, the park has to become involved with that terrain, either to go rescue them or to maybe make regulations. A great example would be if a cliff is closed for nesting raptors, you need some people who could get up there to tell people to leave that terrain or to post signs.
Gotcha. So basically we have, as anyone who's been to the park knows, a lot of steep terrain,
Right.
especially on this side of the park, but on both sides of the park, a lot of steep terrain. And we have people who like to climb it. And so we need people who know what they're doing to get up there and help them out and talk to them, and also to know the community, right? And to know the concerns and to know all those sorts of things.
Yeah, that definitely is part of the job. When I first began working with the Park Service, I was on the rescue team in Yosemite, and we were volunteers, and kind of having your fingers on the pulse of the climbing community helps in doing the job.
All right, so you're a climbing ranger. What is your position specifically?
Well, I was hired 2 years ago, mostly to focus on Long's Peak, and specifically to focus on the Keyhole route, which is probably our most popular mountain climbing adventure in the park. Almost 10,000 people come out here every year just to try Long's Peak. And the climbing route's accessible sort of people with advanced hiking skills, but it's not just hiking, it's mountain climbing. And so the park definitely, at the very least, has a duty to inform people of the hazards that they face going up there. And definitely we do quite a few rescues related to the Keyhole route. So I'm here to talk to people about what they're getting into, be available to answer questions when I'm out on the mountain, and then be where I put myself in a good position to respond for rescues on the upper mountain especially.
Right. So as much as you have a typical day, what does your typical day look like, to paint the picture for listeners? Because it's even to me, someone who works in a park, it's pretty cool.
The foundation of my job is having an intimate understanding of the mountain, which requires going up there regularly because conditions change so often, and the experience and the hazards are completely dependent on those conditions. So my bread and butter day is to show up for work sometime before 7 a.m. and get a pack together and go start up from the Longs Peak trailhead towards the summit using the Keyhole route, and be available to talk to people along the way. Sometimes you end up going all the way to the summit because it's a nice day and conditions are in your favor, and you don't get sidetracked by some other project or a rescue or something of that nature, and then maybe descend a different way. Clark's Arrow is another good route that you can do alone as a climbing ranger. But that allows you to do a few things. One is get our safety message across to the visitors who are actually climbing the mountain. The other thing is I can take photos of the route to post on our conditions blog, and that helps people understand whether it's icy or whether the rock's dry, what sort of equipment they might need to bring. That's really what I should be doing at least 2 days a week. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less.
Sounds all right.
Yeah.
So I'm sure people out there are thinking, like, what? You get to climb Long's Peak for your job? That's crazy. I know we can get into we will get into the details of why it's also a challenging job. How long have you been climbing? How long have you been a climber?
I've been leading rock climbs, placing my own gear and building my own anchors for just over 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from New York, Westchester County, New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Westchester is New York City, kind of?
Yeah, it's the
Kinda.
bedroom community.
Bedroom community?
Half an hour and an hour north of New York City on the Hudson.
Oh, okay.
That area.
Was there a climbing community around there when you were growing up?
I think in my experience, there's a climbing community just about everywhere.
Oh, nice.
But the closest rock climbing destination are the Shongunks, or the Gunks, as most people know them.
Yep. I haven't been there, but
yeah, and I think
I've heard that term.
That's actually the first place that I roped up and went climbing.
The Gunks?
Yeah, where the climbs had a name. I was already scrambling around cliffs and stuff in my backyard. I had a few boulders that I could try to summit.
Yeah, how did you get into it? Were you always kind of scrambling around as a kid and into stuff like that, or did you have a friend or family member that inspired you, or a movie or what?
I did have a friend of mine, his name was Josh Garrison. We were soccer players on the same soccer team, but he got into Outward Bound. He was an instructor there, and he's been involved in outdoor recreation. And I think, to get into climbing that is more adventurous for you, it's helpful to have a partner to hold the other end of the rope. And I think I got recruited to hold the other end of the rope. And I guess in some ways he opened that world to me. So it was fortunate.
Thanks to him.
Yeah.
So he kind of got you started on it. And what kept you going? Like when you started, what was the appeal? What drew you in?
I think I really like the responsibility that comes with climbing. As a young man, I didn't have a lot of responsibility, and I think I was trying to grow up. And the great thing for me about climbing is that once you're involved in the activity of it, once you've launched, you're out there leading up a cliff, you are ultimately responsible for everything that happens to you. And there's no time for anyone else to save you. There's no time for, if you leave the lights on in your car when you park it, someone will come and help you jump it. But if you make a mistake when you're leading a rock climb, then you're going to face the consequences of your mistakes. And I think as a young man, that was an appealing challenge.
So the I guess responsibility, the way you put it, just that immediate visceral challenge.
Yeah, I
drew
think
you in.
In a sense, climbing's quixotic. You get to the top of the cliff and you just come back down, and there's no real material change in your life. But in another sense, it's as serious as business gets. You have to do things the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, over time, there are going to be really bad consequences.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to do your best.
Right.
It demands your best.
So were you climbing through college? Did you go to college?
Yeah, I did go to college.
And were you climbing it during that time?
Actually, I spent a lot of time climbing on boulders, but it was mostly for fun.
Okay.
I did rope up a few times, but it wasn't a focus for me. It wasn't until I graduated college and I worked on a trail crew in New Hampshire, and got out in the mountains a lot and saw a lot of cliffs that captured my imagination, and go back and with a partner and go climbing on the weekends.
Oh, nice. What was the trail crew with?
It was the Appalachian Mountain Club's trail crew.
Yeah. They do amazing stuff. That's one thing when I was because I've spent a lot of time out west, but I went back to the East Coast. I was just amazed at the level of organization and dedication to trail maintenance.
It was a really unique place to work on. The Appalachian Mountain Club's trail crew is mostly young people, and it turns over. People usually do about 4 or 5 years with that trail crew.
Mm-hmm.
But the trails there go straight up the mountain, which if you do a lot of trail work, you know that that's really bad planning, because the erosion just turns the trails into big drainage ditches. So you build a lot of rock staircases out there, and yeah, it was a great place to learn.
Tough work. Yeah. The trails there are crazy.
Yeah.
I hadn't been up there, and then when I lived near DC, we would take trips sometimes up to the Northeast for a little more, as close as we could get to Alpine, and we would just, just straight up on boulders.
It was also a great place to break into climbing, because there's really great rock climbing. It's the Granite State, but there's also good ice climbing in the winters, and it's got an alpine zone just because of how harsh the winters are, and so there's this alpine tundra, and you can do a little bit of Arctic mountaineering. So you can train for the Alaska range there. You can train for Patagonia there. You can train for Colorado there.
Right. It's gnarly.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot gnarlier than I realized it was before I'd first
Yeah.
gone there, and I was like, oh, okay. Especially the winters. Yeah, they're hardcore. So you were up there doing the trail work, seeing stuff you wanted to climb, climbing it, doing some ice climbing at that time?
Yeah, I was. I was passionate about ice climbing at that time.
Nice. So where did you go after that? Where did life lead you?
It led me to Yosemite Valley.
Yosemite. Is there climbing there, or I'm just kidding?
Yeah, it's not an original story for a climber, but
That's all right.
I was really fortunate. I left New Hampshire because I was hired as part of the Yosemite Valley SAR site program.
SAR is
search and rescue. And the SAR site is basically a campground within the climbers' campground in Yosemite, where they give free housing in wall tents to 8 volunteers. And the deal is that 4 of you, at the time anyway, I don't know if the contracts changed, but at the time, 4 out of the 8 of us were available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help the park with rescues. But we had no other time commitments except for maybe 5 or 6 days of training at the beginning of the season and 1 day a month after that. So the idea was you went climbing all the time, and then they had fit and well-trained rescuers that would respond to their pager when a rescue was needed.
That sounds like a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that like? How long did you do that?
I did that for 4 summers.
Yeah.
So it was a 6-month season. It was May 1st to October 31st. And it's still, this program still goes on, and they do incredible rescues.
Man, you must have learned a ton there.
Yeah. And, they do a good job these days of bringing in people who are just getting passionate and are developing skills. And I was fortunate to be in that position. I was at kind of one level with my mountaineering and my rescue experience when I started in Yosemite, and I was in a completely different level of experience when I left.
I bet. Yeah, that's like the place, right?
It's a place.
It's one of.
Sometimes people come out of Yosemite, really beating their chests about what they can do, and I definitely fell prey to that, I think. But it is a really great place to learn how to move, especially in on alpine walls, big walls, because the weather's really stable and the rock's really clean in most cases, and so you can, what would have taken you all day before you start climbing in Yosemite becomes, something you can get done in 15 or 20 minutes.
Wow.
When you leave.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think when I got to Yosemite, 3 pitches was a full day for me, and by the time I left Yosemite, 30 pitches was a full day.
Wow.
Yeah.
factor of 10.
Right.
Nice. I mean, that's pretty cool that you were able to get all that experience, but also be helping people out. And that's with the Park Service?
Yeah, it was with the Park Service.
How long has that been going on? Do you know?
Well,
is it established or?
Yeah. So Yosemite Search and Rescue has a really interesting history. Royal Robbins and Warren Harding were putting up roots and doing in the heyday of their climbing. The Park Service didn't have anyone who would go anywhere near the places that they were going. And from time to time, those guys and their contemporaries needed rescues. So what the Park Service was doing was going down to the climbers' campground to round up the climbers to go do the rescue. And
that makes sense. They're like,
so
we're not going to do this, but can you guys help us out?
Yeah, so the Park Service would provide the logistics,
right,
and the climbers would do the rescue itself. And so you can see the evolution there, which is that the park nowadays, probably the leaders of the team and the most capable rescuers are park rangers, and they're helped out for manpower and skills and understanding of the routes by the SAR site. They also have climbing rangers in Yosemite as well too, just like they have here, and so they have park rangers who are professionally accessing that terrain all the time. So it started out organically, and now it's kind of become part of the institution there.
Yeah, that's super interesting to me. I'm not a climber, so it's fun to learn about all this stuff. So you would do that in the summer. What would you do in the winter?
I've been a ski patroller for the last 9 winters, which for anyone who's interested in work in the mountains, doing adventure sports like skiing or climbing, and also for anyone who's interested in rescue work, I think ski patrolling is the best. It's the most fun. It gives you the best experience. Yeah.
Where did you do ski patrol stuff?
Started in New Hampshire when I was on that trail crew. I worked at a little ski resort called Attitash and did a ton of medical stuff. The slopes are icy, the terrain parks are big because the snow's not great. And so just running sleds and splinting broken bones.
Were you an EMT then?
I was an EMT before I started that. I did a wilderness EMT. That's what got me my job on the trail crew.
Cool.
And that's what got me my job as a ski patroller. So
that's something that I've wanted to do, wilderness EMT.
Yeah,
I've done the Wolfer, and I was like, oh man.
I would recommend the wilderness EMT class to anybody. It's been a great investment for me, but also it's just really interesting. And I think that if you spend a lot of time taking risks, whether you're skiing or hiking or climbing, I think the wilderness EMT is just great education for what to do if something bad happens. But I think it also convinces you that something bad will happen at some point.
Yeah, I had that experience at my wilderness first responder for sure, and I was just like, oh, okay. Just makes you much more aware of what can happen, and also how hard it can be to really help someone or get help, even if you're not, quote, that far from a trailhead, unquote, it can be a long way.
Yeah, it continues to amaze me how challenging mountain rescue is. I think every time I think I have it down or that I'm super capable, then there's a rescue that surprises me, ends up being more challenging than I expected. It's definitely not short on challenges.
Yeah, I mean, I was amazed just how hard it is to carry someone in a litter. Like, it's exhausting. And just how many people it takes, because you have to rotate out. You just get, if you have the manpower to do it or the person power to do it, you have to rotate out.
Yeah.
It just wears you out.
Yeah, and I think sometimes people, when they think about mountain rescue, it seems glamorous, and you can see photographs of rescuers hanging from beneath helicopters in front of these amazing mountain faces. But the truth of the matter is 95% of mountain rescue is the litter, which is a titanium or steel basket that someone lies down in. Hopefully they have some good padding underneath them and a sleeping bag around them. and a good splint and maybe some pain medication while they're
Mhm.
taking the ride. But that sits on top of an ATV wheel that has a welded frame that attaches to the bottom of the litter, and that kind of, in the best case scenario, rolls gently down the trail.
Uh-huh.
But if it's a long litter carry out or people are tired, then sometimes it bumps down the trail. But that's if you're committed to this business in the right way, I think you'll probably do more of that than anything else and take pride in it.
Right. Yeah, and I really, when I did my class, I really appreciated the instructors being really like focus on your patient comfort, focus on, minimizing their pain and doing further injury and like keeping that focus, even if it's hard, even if you're tired, even if it's cold, whatever. Which it makes sense, of course, but
Yeah.
it was really, I just never thought about it in that way. It really changed my perspective in a good way, I think, about like, you need to work really hard to help this person be not just get them out, but like help them be as comfortable and keep their dignity and, all these things as possible.
I think that's one of the things I really enjoy working here at Rocky Mountain National Park. And not that this doesn't happen other places, but we have a really great medical staff here on our mountain rescue team, and we're really committed to making sure that every single patient that we take care of is getting the best care we can possibly give them. And we do a lot of these wheel outs, and we have great paramedics here that do pain management along the way and give fluids, and it's a great team in that respect.
So you were there, you were in Yosemite for 4 years doing that. In the summers, you were doing ski patrolling. In the winters, starting in New Hampshire and then other places.
Yeah.
And
I worked
then
in Washington briefly, and
Okay.
Not briefly for 4 years, and worked in California for 2 years as a ski patroller.
So when did you come to Rocky?
2 years ago.
So was there something in between Yosemite and Rocky?
I worked for a year at Mount Rainier National Park.
Oh, okay. Nice. A little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, Rainier is great because it's got the biggest glaciers in the lower 48, and I didn't have a ton of experience on glaciers there, and coming from climbing on El Cap to walking on these huge glaciers was a big transition.
Yeah.
And it was probably not a long enough tenure to, become an expert in that terrain, but definitely was good to round me out as a climber.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Being on glaciers is like amazing and incredibly frightening.
Yeah.
All at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I worked in Alaska for a while, and people get a certain amount of comfort with glaciers, or at least the lower end of glaciers, because they're
Mhm.
around, and just when that happens, someone will have an accident, or you'll just see something happen where you're like, I know one of the first times I went out on a glacier with someone, and there's just a huge crevasse opening, and they're just like, throw a rock down there.
Yeah.
Threw a rock down there, and they're like, here when it hits the bottom. Never heard it hit the bottom. And I was just like, oh, okay. Because you have this illusion. There's a lot of dirty glaciers where you have kind of a lot of moraine on top of ice, and so you almost don't realize you're on a glacier sometimes. And then you'll come to a spot like that, and so it was basically just someone trying to wake me up to like, hey, this is a moving, living thing.
Yeah.
Don't get comfortable.
No, I think that was one of the things that surprised me. I was excited to work at Mount Rainier because I think needed a little bit of break from El Cap, and but I definitely would have trouble sleeping the night before climbing the upper part of Mount Rainier. I have a bunch of friends who are guides at Mount Rainier and friends who are climbing rangers there, and so there are a lot of them that do that, have done it 400 times even. But I think it's really serious, and I think they're aware of that. They may just be braver than me.
Yeah, and glacier. Of course, and we'll talk more about this as we get into this.
Mhm.
So I'll fill in podcast listeners. Everett and I this summer have been working on video project, and so we've gone up on Long Peak a couple times together and talked about some of this stuff. So I definitely want to bring it out. Is that idea of risk and risk that you can mitigate and risk that you have to accept and all those kinds of things like that. So we'll get into that more, but yeah, I think there's definitely some pretty big objective hazards with glaciers.
Yeah.
With
Certainly.
any climbing type of endeavor. So you were there for a year.
All right. Well, it was another seasonal job, so I was
season.
there from April until the end of September, I guess.
And then after that, you came here to Rocky?
Yeah.
And when was that? That was
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Actually, my supervisor at Mount Rainier is a guy named Van Roberts. I guess you move around this business a little bit by the partnerships that you form. And I think meeting Van was really, really good. And we both decided, and he'd worked at Rocky Mountain previously, and we both decided we'd go back to Rocky together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So you had a friend when you came?
Yeah, I did. He
great.
brought me back with him.
Nice. So you came here 2 years ago. Oh man, so much stuff. Okay, so I guess first we'll start with Rocky compared to Yosemite, compared to Rainier. What's the kind of, as a climber and as a climbing ranger or rescuer, what really sets Rocky apart or defines Rocky in your mind?
Well, I think what defines Rocky is alpine rock climbing, in terms of my job. So if you had to pick one skill that the climbing rangers here have, is that they're comfortable as alpine rock climbers. There are 3 of them put up an incredible route on Fitzroy in Patagonia. They called it the Colorado route. That was Max Barler and Mike Lukens and Quinn Brett, who are fellow climbing rangers here. And that kind of epitomizes the skill that you should have to do this job.
So a comfort in high altitude environment.
Yeah, so alpine rock climbing, the best way to describe it is that the activity is still rock climbing, but you have a really long day. It's probably at high altitude here in the park. Most of our alpine rock climbs are between 11,000 and 14,000 feet, or 10,500 and 14,000 feet. So you're contending with the altitude. There'll be something between a 4 mile and a 6 mile walk to get to the base of it. Then you got to do that at the end of the day. And then the rock quality is always something that you have to assess for yourself. It's oftentimes the rock quality is poorer up on the alpine than it is at a crag in the valley.
What makes rock quality poor?
Well, to a certain extent, it's the rock type. To a certain extent, it's the way it weathers, the direction it faces in relations to storms and the wind, and whether it's in a corner where water seeps or whether it's out on a dry face where the wind keeps it.
So is it like how prone it is to
fall
off
and then
break
I
off?
think for me the most important part is how secure the protection is. So in really good quality compact granite, you can fully trust the pieces of equipment that you put in the rock as you climb past it, but in poor quality rock, they may be worth nothing to you. So you have to be, I think in the alpine, you have to have a better eye for your placements, but you also have to be sure-footed and careful because falling's not always an option. So then going back to Yosemite, Yosemite, it's rock climbing. That's it. It's sunny. The weather's good, but the climbing's really, really hard and really, really intimidating. And so you're just focusing on your rock climbing, really. And then in Rainier, it's glacier mountaineering, which has its own challenges. And like we talked about before, there's a lot of objective hazard. Avalanches, crevasses, ice fall.
Right. And so here, that the defining thing is the alpine and those long approaches and all, and then weather too.
Right. Yeah. Certainly. Here we have
super
afternoon
exposed
thunderstorms are a big a big deal during prime climbing season. This summer, it seemed like they were almost rolling in every single day, and they were, really, really intense lightning storms.
Yeah, we had quite a few weeks in a row of really intense weather. I felt like, yeah. So you came here, started last year. What was your first? So were you Longs Peak specific last year too?
Yeah,
right?
it was.
So what was was that the first time? When's the first time you went up Longs Peak? Had you done it before?
Yeah, it was May 20th last year.
May 20th last year. What was it like?
It was great. It was early season, so there was snow at the trailhead. So what we did was we did the approach. We climbed up to the keyhole on our skis. You have climbing skins on your skis, and we skied up to the base of the route. It's about 6 miles in, and then we climbed the keyhole in crampons with ice axes, and it was a mountaineering experience. We were mostly walking on steep snow slopes, kind of assessing the snow stability and plunging the ice axe every step. And it was a great way to get introduced to the mountain because, those conditions can exist almost any time of year, and you need to be really aware of that. So that kind of planted in my mind that Longs Peak was a real mountain and that I had to take it seriously.
Nice. Yeah, that's one thing I was wondering about is like how it struck you the first time. Your first time up. I mean, that's so we'll get into longs and all that stuff. So, the majority of people are trying to climb in that little window in the summer when they aren't dealing with those kind of conditions.
Yeah.
But it's a short window because that's May 20th and it's full on, like you said, skiing up, crampons, ice axes, snow slopes, May 20th.
Yeah.
So clearly it hit you as like, this is a serious mountain. And what was your kind of general feel for the whole thing? Because you'd been on a lot of mountains by then.
Well, I think I was really excited for a couple reasons. First of all, the guy I did it with was Mitch Musey, was the other ranger hired the same year to be focused on Longs Peak. And so we've done a lot of work on the mountain together and a lot of rescue work together now. And that was his first time climbing Longs Peak as a climbing ranger. And so I think I could tell at that point he was someone who was really excited about doing this job and doing it as well as he could. And it's great to have that trust in someone that you're going out in the mountains with. And so that was going really well. And I mentioned that we skied all the way up to the keyhole. Well, we also skied all the way down from the keyhole to the parking lot. And it took us about 20 minutes.
Whoa.
And it was really fun. So, I think my impression was that there was a lot of room for me to grow and a lot of good adventures to be had. And that I, found myself in a good situation.
Nice. So let's talk about Longs Peak. Let's talk about the keyhole. Let's talk about all that stuff.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Great.
So Longs Peak, 14,259. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's a tall mountain.
Yeah.
It is the only 14 in Rocky Mountain National Park.
That's right.
It is, as a geography geek who used to make maps, I'm excited about this. It is the farthest north 14,000 foot peak in the Rocky Mountains. There are no 14ers farther north than Longs, which is kind of cool. Really weird shaped mountain, I think. It's really like an amazing looking mountain with that big block on top and like this flat summit. And yeah, interesting looking, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just a weird coincidence to me that like the tallest mountain in the park is also the craziest looking mountain in the park in some ways. Or most unusual.
And the other thing about that is that it has kind of all these different ramps and crack systems and chimneys, and there are, 6 or 7 good ways to end up on the summit and just as many ways to bail off of the summit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a mountain that takes a long time to know. I still, after 2 seasons, I still wouldn't say that I know it very well.
That's interesting. That's very interesting to me. So it's drawn people for a long time. Of course, a famous early mountain guide who's pretty connected to Rocky, Enos Mills.
Yeah.
I mean, you had people who spent their whole life, basically guiding people up and down and getting to know this one mountain.
To me, I think that's one of the most fascinating parts of my job, or aspects of my job, is that Enos Mills has such a role in founding the park. And he, you know, as a guide, he made his living off of Long's Peak, and so much of his writing is about experiences on Long's Peak. And so I feel as a park ranger, it's great to be able to focus on Long's Peak of this park. I think I get, you know, close to the spirit of the place.
I feel like that when I'm up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just something about it. So many people have invested themselves either for one climb or for their whole life. You know, there's just a certain something about it. It beckons to people all throughout the Front Range, at least the northern part, because you can see it from a real long way away, and it is very recognizable. And so, like you were saying, 10,000 a year now we're up to about.
Yeah, it's the ballpark.
I mean, it's a rough
figure
number
we throw out there.
Yeah, so it's calling out to 10,000-ish people a year to try and give it a go. So that's kind of the general outlier or general outlay of the thing. So there's, like you said, there's lots of routes up, which involve, depending on your skill level, technical climbing and protection, even ropes, things like that. But the thing that really attracts the general public, right, is the keyhole route, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So
it's inescapable.
It's inescapable. So let's talk about the keyhole route. Let's just walk through it, and stuff will come up about it. So keyhole route, you start at
the Long's Peak trailhead,
right,
where there's a parking lot and a small ranger station where you can get information and purchase backcountry permits and bivouac permits. And then it's another 3.5 miles from the parking lot to reach tree line. You wind in and out of the forest and eventually come out in a place called Jim's Grove.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I went up there for the first time this summer. Yeah. And when you come out there, it's just like, whoa.
Right. And you get this incredible view of the east face of Long's Peak, and
it's
Mount
gorgeous.
Lady Washington's right there. But you can also, if it's early in the morning, which for a lot of people when they're trying to climb Long's Peak, they start really early in the morning.
Right. Yeah. What time do people generally start? I mean, of course it varies, but
yeah, I think for your average person, a 2 a.m. to a 4 a.m. start's pretty common. If you think you're on the slow side, I meet people who have done a really good job of getting back early. You know, they're coming down the same time I am, around noon, and they tell me they started at 12:30 or 1, and I think, whoa, that was hard work for them to do that, but it paid off for them.
Yeah. I know when we were up there filming at, what time was that, like 5 or something?
Yeah,
and we saw so many headlights coming up the trail.
Yeah.
And we were away, we were quite a ways up the trail. So
yeah, they
started earlier. Yeah. Okay, so people are starting early. They're headed up through the trees, standard hiking trail.
Yeah, so you break out at tree line, and if you're on time, you look out and you can see the lights of the Front Range cities, Boulder and Denver.
Yeah, which is super cool.
Yeah, it is cool. And so then now you're above tree line, and the trail winds around Mount Lady Washington, and that's another 2.5 or 3 miles of hiking. And that puts you out in the boulder field.
Okay, so you're at the boulder field. So from the trailhead to the boulder field is 6 miles?
6 miles.
And
yeah.
How many feet of gain is it? Like
the boulder field is about 12,000, between 12,500 and 12,000,800. That's
so you've
the
gained
field.
like 3,500 feet?
Let me think about this. So I'm just going to round it up to 13,000 and round the trailhead up to 10,500.
Okay.
No, sorry, 9,500. And so that's 3,500 feet.
Okay. So this is just to get to the boulder field.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much, it's a trail.
Right.
It's safe to call it that.
Yeah. No,
I would call it that from when I
hiking.
did it. It's hiking. So then you get to the boulder field.
You get, the keyhole route is so named because of this break in the northwest ridge of Longs Peak,
Mhm.
and it looks like a keyhole. It's pretty obvious, at least from the boulder field. It's pretty obvious.
Right.
And the keyhole is at about 13,000. So you have to go up from the boulder field a little ways to reach the entrance to the root,
Mhm.
which is right through that keyhole.
And what I found interesting there is that it's a pretty, I feel like it's a pretty nice, smooth transition of difficulty. I felt like,
Yeah.
to let you know what you're getting into, because like, well, I'm on a trail in the woods, it's getting a little rockier. Now I'm on boulders. Now I'm boulder hopping. Now I'm starting to use my hands and get a little scrambly, right?
You get a great feel for what the route is like after the keyhole
Mm-hmm.
by the type of terrain you move through from the boulder field getting up to the keyhole.
Yeah.
And right as you're just making it into the keyhole, I like to tell people that kind of scrambling to get to the keyhole itself, the last 100 feet up to the keyhole, is what the rest of the hike to the summit is like.
Yeah, I
which
remember
is
you mentioning
another
that to
mile
me.
and a half. So it gives, I think for people who say to themselves, and I think this is a good plan to have, I'll make it to the keyhole and see how I feel, remembering that last 80 or 100 feet getting up to the keyhole is
What you're in for the next mile and a half one way, right?
Right.
3 miles round trip.
Yeah.
Ish.
You could look at it as it's a good setup because you progressively increase your difficulty, but it's also one of the traps of the keyhole route in Longs Peak that you don't really get your difficult climbing until you're really tired and you're at higher altitude. So things start to compound in terms of difficulty the closer you get to the summit.
Right.
And
You've already been
people-
climbing, your legs are getting tired. You're
Yeah.
already, if you aren't acclimatized, especially the altitude is getting you.
And you maybe some people fall into the mental trap that I've come all this way, I only have this much further to go. But in reality, that last mile and a half is going to take as long as the whole first bit.
Right. Yeah. And so you get up to the keyhole, you get there, and I mean, when we got up there, that definitely took my breath away. You pop out through this, and now you're just looking down into Glacier Gorge, like all of Glacier Gorge right
Yeah.
below you. It's an incredible view, just the keyhole. I've told people that who are like, I could never do longs. I'm like, well, you should try to at least go to the keyhole, just because if there were nothing else past that, it would be a worthwhile, stellar top 5 hike in the park for sure.
And then on the opposite side of the boulder field, you have Chasm View, where if you kind of walk up to the low point in the ridge between the north face of Longs Peak and Mount Lady Washington, you have this incredible view down at Chasm Lake.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And you see the whole east face of Longs Peak, and so that's another reason to hike up to the boulder
Thought that was
field.
pretty breathtaking.
Oh yeah.
So you've made it to the keyhole, let's say. You're feeling okay.
Right.
You've got snacks, you got water, you're feeling okay about the last 100 feet that you just climbed up. How do we go from there? Or first, I should say, before we get to that, what should people be going through in their mind when they're getting to this point about whether or not they should keep going that day, or whether or not they should feel proud of what they've done so far, call it good, and decide that they're going to come back and try it another time? Like, what are the checkpoints in your head for people who are thinking about doing it?
Yeah, I think the most important thing there is time and weather. And so you need to make sure that the weather isn't deteriorating when you get to the keyhole, because it's not only a mile and a half further to the summit, but that mile and a half is going to take you almost as long as the 6 miles it took you to get there. So you don't want to be starting that adventure when a storm is building. And that can be kind of, if you don't get a lot of opportunities to go up and try to climb Longs Peak, it's hard to say to yourself, well, there's a 50% chance of thunderstorms after noon, and I already see some little white fluffy clouds that look innocent enough, but the wind's blowing them closer, and turn around right there for those reasons.
Sure.
But if you want to be conservative about getting struck by lightning or climbing across a rock slab that you can't fall off of in a rainstorm, that's your last chance to make that decision. So you have to be aware of how much time you have left before that forecasted weather is coming, and you have to know enough about weather forecasts and what approaching weather looks like in the mountains to make a good decision there.
And I think one thing that you talked about when we were going up that made a lot of sense to me is like kind of create set points for yourself, maybe even ahead of time when you're more rational and you're not so pumped up and excited or maybe tired or whatever, and say like, if I'm to this point by this time range, I'm okay here. Like just say like if the weather looks like this and it's this time, but if you're an hour past your timeline or something, try to set that up ahead of time so that you can kind of try to keep your emotional desire to get the summit a little tamped down and to be like, hey, you know what? It's actually better to not get struck by lightning and come back.
Yeah, that's,
which is hard.
Our
brains
play tricks on us.
Absolutely.
We all know this. So yeah, you kind of have to outthink yourself and outplan yourself.
It's hard.
And I think the other hard thing about it is that most people aren't going mountain climbing as much as I'm going mountain climbing. So for me, I have to really work on my system to give myself the best chance of being safe in the long term. Whereas there are a lot of people, I see it all the time, that come up to climb Long's Peak and make bad decisions and get to the summit and come back and they're fine.
Sure.
And they don't get stuck with it. But over the course of the summer, I see all the people who do that, and I get to meet the 4 or 5 or the handful that I have to rescue. So that's something, just getting the summit, climbing the route doesn't always indicate success or mastery. That's something that's harder to find.
Interesting. So you've made it to the keyhole. Let's say all those check marks that you've thought about beforehand. You've done your research. You're good. You've got the weather's looking good. All that. Now we're getting into the real meat of this climb.
Yeah.
Where do we go from there?
Right. So the technical or more technical sections of the route, the sections where now it's a mountain climb. It's not just hiking anymore. It's mountain climbing.
Right. That's a big message.
Yeah.
It's not a hike.
That's the one talking point I've really developed.
Yeah. It's a good one. It's a good one.
Actually, we used to grade the keyhole route as technical or non-technical, depending on the season. And they'd hang a little plaque up there at the keyhole saying, no, the keyhole route is technical. It's closed to all except for real serious mountaineers. And we don't do that anymore. I think it's because it can become technical again at almost any time of year. Certainly it's good for warm people, and in the winter it's very likely to require advanced skills. But at any time during the summer, it can get to be the kind of conditions that require a lot of experience and specialized equipment.
Right.
But there are names for all of the portions of the route beyond the keyhole. And the first portion of the route that you get to is called the ledges. And it doesn't gain any elevation. It crosses the backside of the mountain, going in between big rock slabs on a series of ledges. And that delivers you to the bottom of the trough, which is this huge rock chute or gully or couloir or whatever you want to call it. It's a trough of broken rock that's not very steep, and you can climb up it. And
that often has snow, right?
Yeah, that holds snow latest. It's the most north facing.
Like of course it varies every year, but
it's going to have snow to a certain extent until July at least. It's probably going to linger a bit longer. People start climbing it without specialized gear maybe earlier than that because you can find ways around the snow, but there's typically snow in the trough for quite a while. It's actually a good ski run.
Oh man.
Yeah, but that has its own problems because losing your footing on snow or hard snow in summer there, that's one of the places it'd be easy to have a serious accident. So the trough is where you gain most of your elevation. You just hike straight up this thing for 1,000 vertical feet about. And when you get to the top of that, you move on to another aspect of the mountain, so that the west side of the mountain, and there's this narrow ledge section of ledge that takes you around to the southwest side of the mountain. It's about, I don't know, a football field long, and it's called the Narrows. And a lot of people think of that as the most dramatic and exciting part of the route, because you do have a pretty big drop below you there and a cliff above you, and it's only a foot or so wide at the narrowest part.
Yep.
Right. So
yeah,
you keep, once you've made your traverse of the Narrows, you wrap around a rocky shoulder, and there's a ramp. It's a rock slab with a few cracks in it that goes up another 500 vertical feet or so, and we call that the home stretch, because it puts you out on the summit, which is this flat plateau that, again, is about a football field wide.
And then that's the route. And then you have to come all the way back down.
Right.
And as a non big on scrambling climbing person, it definitely took my breath away when I started getting on even the beginning part of that. And I could tell that it was having that effect on a lot of people. So what are some things people can do before they are even thinking or making the plan to come up, to just get a sense for, whether they're going to be comfortable enough with the route? I mean, of course you can't really know till you do it, but what are some resources?
Well, I think when I started mountain climbing, I thought of it as a test of my physical strength and endurance. And when it comes to that sort of scrambly terrain you were mentioning, I don't think that's a good way to think about it. Climbing through what I'd refer to as third class and terrain, which just means you're maybe using your hands for balance or to pull yourself up once in a while, but most of the time a fall isn't catastrophic. Although on the Keyhole route, there's a few places where if you fall, the best you can hope for is a trip to the hospital. It's a skill. It's something you practice, just like playing an instrument or a sport or anything like that. So you need to, if you want to be able to move confidently and quickly, and I guess quickly is not the right word, efficiently in that sort of terrain, you just need to seek out terrain that's like that and practice. And that's one of the things that is a problem with the Keyhole route, is that terrain is so remote on the route that people aren't getting to it and realizing that they're not well practiced until they're already really far away from the trailhead, and the consequences are really high for even a twisted ankle. So the key is really just to move around in boulder fields and steep mountain slopes, and it's something that just comes with time.
So kind of purposefully pushing if you're like, for me, I'm a hiker, but I'm like a trail hiker for the most part.
Yeah.
And so purposefully finding maybe places where you can push yourself off of a nice maintained trail and start getting into more and more scrambly terrain, boulder hopping, loose rock, or just different types of footing,
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And just think about it like that. Like you said, just think about it. It's not a matter of how strong you are necessarily, or your fortitude as a amazing person. It's just like anything else. Like, would you expect someone to be able to just sit down and play the piano amazingly if they've never done it before?
Right.
No, you would think that they would want to build up to it.
And I see a lot of really strong, fit people fake it till they make it up there.
Sure.
And I don't think that's a great approach, because there's always this trade-off between efficiency and security in the mountains, right? Getting on your hands and knees and crawling along a narrow ledge, with a death grip around every rock around you, you're not going to fall if you do that. But if it takes you an hour to go 100 feet, the storm's going to catch up with you. And then the rock's going to get slick and wet, and you're never going to be able to make it down no matter how hard you grip the handhold. So there's a trade-off. And if you find yourself really terrified and wearing a hole in the seat of your pants, scooting down
the whole thing,
a rock slab, then, I think that can be avoided with 4 or 5 days of practice moving around in that sort of terrain so that you get your sea legs.
Right. Okay, so practice on some non-maintained trail terrain to kind of get a feel for that and find your comfort level and build your skills. And then what's another thing people can do to up their safety if they're thinking about doing the route?
Well, again, in the trade-off between efficiency and security, I think that I see people underprepared in terms of equipment, and I see people overprepared with equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to be up there on a stormy day in late August, early September when you're starting to get the fall snowstorms in shorts and a t-shirt, because if you do roll your ankle and there's no one around, you're at the mercy of the elements and you might freeze to death up there. But at the same time, I see people with 50-pound backpacks carrying 9 liters of water, and they're moving along precipitous and tenuous ledge systems where if they stumble, they're going to take a really bad fall. And, if my life depended on moving carefully across a rocky ledge, I'd want to have as little weight on me as possible. So your pack's got to balance the need to have a little food and a little water and a raincoat, with not carrying so much weight that you're sandbagging yourself for some really important climbing.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like, we can't, we, the Park Service or any land management agency, we can't tell you what to carry because it's always going to depend on you as an individual. It's going to depend on the actual conditions of that specific day. It's going to depend on all sorts of factors. But you and the other staff do put out the conditions report, which gives you a feel. You can go on our website and research general weather for the time of year that you're thinking about. You can go on our website and get a forecast that is point specific to, as close as we can get it, to the summit of or the upper part of Long's Peak. And you can use all that stuff. And then I think the other side of that equation that people need is that you need some experience in the mountains or doing outdoor stuff. Like you don't know how heavy a coat you need when it's 40 degrees until you know what you need.
Yeah.
And it's better to find that out in a lower risk situation, I think.
Well, that's the other thing about alpine climbing and just having fun in the mountains in general, is that there's no right or wrong way to climb Long's Peak. There's no right or wrong season to climb Long's Peak in. But it's only by mountain experience that you know whether your system and your plan is right for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so, just like you were saying, the more time you spend in the mountains, the better off you're going to be. That's practice makes perfect, right?
Right. And so this kind of stuff that we're talking about and a lot of what you focus on your job is what we in the Park Service, and not just the Park Service, I guess, call, of course, we have an acronym for everything because we are the government, PSAR, which is Preventative Search and Rescue.
Right.
So we're not giving this information out, like you said, to tell somebody yes or no. That's your personal call. It's your personal responsibility. We're just trying to give people the information to make the best decision they can for themselves. And the reason we're trying to do that is to prevent search and rescue situations, right?
Right.
So, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to make it sound dire or anything, but what are some of the search and rescue situations that you and your coworkers do get into? And how does that motivate the preventative search and rescue side that is the focus of your particular position?
Right. I think all of us got into this work, got our jobs because we wanted to do rescues. Now, personally, I'd prefer to do PSAR. And so the way PSAR relates to search and rescue work is that you do everything you can to prepare and inform visitors about the risks they're taking and the hazards that they face. And that way you have less accidents to deal with. And at a park that gets as much visitation as Rocky does, that's critical because it's very easy to overwork a rescue team. Some of the rescues can take, more than 24 hours. You have multiple shifts on the rescue. You can wear out your people, you can break your equipment, and
physically and mentally.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, mentally especially. Mountain rescue can be traumatic for rescuers. The sorts of injuries that you see and tend to, and the reactions of people's loved ones when someone's hurt in the mountains, it wears you down. So you try and manage that as best you can, and PSAR is one of the go-to strategies there. It can be as simple as having your trail signs be accurate and be in the right place, or as complicated as tapping into social media networks to advise people of changing conditions if there's just been an ice storm, and then trying to make people aware of what they're going to be dealing with.
Nice. Yeah, I just wanted people out there to know that we have all these people like you on staff who know what they're doing to do rescues when we have to. But obviously, our goal is to have 0 rescues needed per year. That's what we're always going to shoot for.
Right.
Whether or not it's possible, that's always going to be the goal.
Yeah.
And just trying to, like you said, we're the park. Part of the reason that a park like Rocky is here is for people to challenge themselves in whatever way that means for them. And so we respect that. We just want to make sure that everyone is well informed and knows the decisions that they are making for themselves.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, we've talked about this a lot. Your responsibility when you're out in the mountains is for yourself.
Yeah.
You need to be responsible for yourself. That's part of what makes it adventurous and rewarding. Like you were talking about at the beginning, is what attracted you to it, is that responsibility. And so, we're here to help when it's needed, and if we can, and if it doesn't put our staff in too much peril. But we want to try to keep that from happening to anybody.
I think that's a fair way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, second season in Rocky, maybe you'll be back, maybe you won't. Who knows? It's a seasonal lifestyle, but
yeah, I don't know if there's anything that has come out in this podcast is I'm a bit nomadic.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty common theme on this podcast, and I think it's been interesting, I hope, for listeners to get a sense of that, how important that is in Park Service culture. Sometimes as your whole career, sometimes different phases of your career. So yeah, that's definitely been a theme with lots of people that we've interviewed, is that kind of nomadic stuff. So maybe you'll be back to Rocky, maybe you won't. But either way, this is something that we like to ask everybody. Maybe actually I'll give you two questions. One just is specific to Long. So for you personally, what has Long's Peak meant to you, or what does it mean to you? What has it meant in your life? Is there any big lesson that you've taken away, or any skill, or just what comes to mind as kind of the big picture takeaway from Long's?
Well, it's a mountain that I think gets its significance from humans. It's just another spot on the ridge in Rocky Mountain National Park. It happens to be a few feet higher than the mountains next to it. But people are really drawn to it. And it's one of those places where, whether you're a guide or you're a ranger, it's a place where you can make a living off of your relationship to the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And that I've really appreciated, having a place where I feel like I earn my keep by being outdoors and
being of service.
Yeah, it's great. I think going mountain climbing is really enjoyable for me, but it's great to have mountain climbing be a community thing. The Longs Peak's obviously important to the park, but it's also important to Estes Park, and it's important to the whole Front Range. And it's great to be of service there and be a part of the community. So,
Mm-hmm. And then the question that we have asked everybody, similar question, but slightly bigger picture: Rocky Mountain National Park. What is your time here? Either the park environment itself, or your coworkers, or what it's meant in this time in your life. Just kind of, again, that big picture. What does Rocky mean to you?
Well, I learn this more and more all the time as I spend more time here, but it's a really tight-knit community here at the park, in Estes Park also. And I think being in this park, it for me has a lot been about the relationships I've formed here. And maybe that's a good thing to bring up too, is when you're going up on Longs Peak, you're definitely becoming part of that community. And it's a tight-knit community, and it's a small world. And so I think having respect for the people and the places that you're involved with, the more time you spend up here, and I certainly hope people come back again and again and again, the more connected they become to that network. So being courteous, helping people who are having trouble, and sharing information
Mm-hmm.
in a positive way, that's something I hope everyone takes away from their experience on Longs Peak.
Nice. Yeah, watch out for each other out there.
Yeah.
We're all in it together.
You're not alone.
And I feel and you see that happen, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you do see that happen when things maybe don't even go bad, but if someone's having a hard time, people check on them, people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I love about the outdoors and all the different ways you can enjoy it, is that it really strengthens your connection with other people in a real way. Almost like an accelerated way.
Yeah.
I feel like you can go out on a trip with somebody in one weekend and be closer friends than you would have if you'd casually hung out every month for like a year.
Yeah, and I like it. I like going up there by myself, but for safety and for enriching the experience, go with a friend. You know,
Take a friend.
All
right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to?
No,
you got it.
Yeah, it's good for today.
All right. Thanks for being on the podcast. I guess you're leaving pretty soon, right?
Yeah,
End of
my
October.
Season's almost up.
So
ski season's here.
Yeah, heck yeah. He's got a big smile on his face. You can't see it in the audio, but he's excited. This man loves to ski, I know. All right. Well, thanks for coming on and filling everybody in, and thanks for your work on Longs Peak, and for keeping people safe and saving them when they're in trouble.
Yeah, and thank you, Miles. And I listen to your podcasts, and I enjoy them. So,
all right,
happy to contribute.
I'll accept flattery. All right. Our next episode will be ... Who knows? We're not sure when our next episode will be. We may have some bonus episodes throughout the winter when something comes up or the fancy strikes us, but we're not going to be returning to a regular seasonal programming until sometime in 2018. That's scary to say, but sometime in 2018. We are starting on pre-production soon, though, like I said in the intro, so we'll have more great stuff coming to you sometime. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers. Have a great winter. We'll see you soon.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Our purpose is to tell unexpected stories about how Glacier is connected to everything else. But today's bonus episode will be a little different. Instead of telling a story, I'm hosting a debate between Michael and Perry about the best activities to do in Glacier.
Ooh.
Hi, I'm Sophia. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
I'm Perry.
I'm Michael.
Here in my hands, I have a ranger hat full of little pieces of paper with different activities you could do in Glacier National Park.
Okay.
I will pull one of these pieces of paper, and on it will be an activity, and whoever speaks first, that's their stance, and the other person has to argue the opposite.
Okay.
Here
Michael
we
and
go.
I can get in a fight about anything.
That's the easy part. It's winning the fight. That's the hard part.
I'm ready.
So let's pull the first topic and get started.
Okay. Camping. Well, I love camping. That's my stance. If you come to a national park, odds are you're here to kind of disconnect from normal life, unplug, so to speak. Sounds corny, but how often do you get to wake up with the sunrise, go to sleep with the sunset, show off your ability or lack thereof to build a campfire, have s'mores? It's just the perfect national park experience.
Well, I hate camping. There are way too many bugs. Glacier can be very mosquito-y at certain times of year. Also, you say, great, you get to see the sunsets and wake up with the sunrise. In Glacier in the summer, that is too late and too early. You're not getting enough sleep. And fundamentally, you're paying someone to sleep on the ground. Hard pass.
I would give that one to Michael. I feel like bug spray's a thing. If I'm in my tent, I'm relatively safe from the bugs. I'm going to enjoy the great outdoors occasionally. I don't have to do it all the time.
Okay.
All right, floating/tubing. Love it. Floating the stretch of Lower McDonald Creek from Apgar to West Glacier is right outside my house and really easy to do after work. And I love that I get to see a part of the park that's right by my house, but from a totally different perspective than I would see it otherwise. Also, great birds.
I hate floating and tubing because it requires you to have two different vehicles. You've got to put one in where you start, and you have to park one where you get out, and you have to spend all that time, waste all that time, I would say, shuttling back and forth. Whereas hiking, you can start and end at the same place, no problem. There are loop hikes. There are not loop rivers. Anti-floating. You're just baking in the sun the whole time.
Personally, I didn't grow up near rivers, so I am loving them here. So I'm sorry, Michael. I have to side with Perry. Floating and tubing, it's pretty fun.
Too bad. All right, what's next? Stargazing. Well, I love stargazing, and here's why. I don't know the names of almost any constellations, and that doesn't matter. I can pick out the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. Beyond that, it's just like Earth's screensaver. You can stare at it. It's mesmerizing. It's special to look for comets. What's better than staring up at the night sky?
Okay, night skies, thumbs up. Stargazing, thumbs down. You have to stay up way too late. Here in Glacier in the summer, it's not even fully dark till well after midnight. There's too much to be doing during the day. We don't have time to be stargazing at night. It's my bedtime.
During the daytime that she's so excited about, it's been like 95 degrees. Nighttime, cool 70s. Beautiful skies. And also, coffee exists, so.
I'm siding with Michael here.
Yes.
Yeah, love the stars here. You could see the Milky Way in Glacier National Park, which is pretty special. Yeah.
I'm glad I drew first on that one.
Okay, fishing. I don't have a lot to say about fishing. Those who've listened to season 2 will recall that the last time I went fishing, I was 6 and an alligator ate my bobber. So it's just adding work to another activity I'd rather be doing. Like, I'm floating down the river on a boat. I just want to enjoy that. It feels like a lot of work to be standing there waving a fishing rod around. Or if I'm like fly fishing, standing in the shallows, like I could just be swimming or eating or picnicking, you know? I don't need it.
Well, I love fishing. It is one of the most meditative ways to gain a deep understanding of an ecosystem in Glacier. The park only encourages you to catch or touch one type of animal in the park, and it's fish. You're allowed to catch them. There are some that you aren't, but it's just such a unique experience in the park to be able to get to know the aquatic wildlife and have an excuse to just go stand in a river for 2 hours.
Michael, how many times have you been fishing in Glacier?
Twice.
Maybe I need to become a fish girl. I've never been fishing before, which is surprising for being from Texas. But your argument's pretty convincing, Michael. I know you can find out more information about fishing regulations on our website. So if anybody else is interested in hopping on the fish train, check it out.
Fish train.
No.
Driving, going to the Sun Road. Big fan. Love it. I mean, it's like the ultimate experience here. It's the experience that put Glacier on the map for people to come visit. It's where I would say 90% of the pictures of the park come from, is from driving, going to the Sun, maybe 75. And that is because you get to witness 3 different distinct ecosystems in one 2-hour drive. You get to have incredible wildlife sightings from the safety of your vehicle. From bears to bighorn sheep, mountain goats, you get to drive to over 6,600 feet. What's not to love?
Here's what's not to love: driving. What if you take a shuttle so you don't have to drive going to the Sun Road? You can see all those things, but you can spend way more time actually looking at them instead of having to spend all that thought and energy looking at the road, avoiding other cars and said bighorn sheep and mountain goats. And if you just sit on a shuttle and let someone else do the driving, you can appreciate the scenery. It's type 1 fun. There you go.
Honestly, the shuttle sounds pretty nice to me. Or being a passenger, I would say. Yeah, I'm siding with Perry on this.
All right, one more. Birding.
Oh.
I love birding. I love trying to figure out who they are, what they look like, who's singing. And you may not get to see a grizzly bear when you come here. I'm sure you won't see a mountain lion. A few of you might, but I never have. But almost everywhere you go in Glacier, you'll find birds. You can come at any time of year and see birds. And especially if you come in the spring, they're constantly singing and calling and just making this place richer and more beautiful.
Well, here's my hot take on birding. I love birds. I mean, they are the soundtrack to our mental image of nature itself. But as you said, they are everywhere. I could see birds where I grew up in Ohio, and I can ID them and have a very similar experience. If I wanted to see a grizzly bear, I'd have to go to the zoo. So, birding in Glacier, it's fun to hear birds as you go out and hike, but it's not an activity in its own right. Birds are the background to experiences you could only have here and that people are coming from across the country to have because they can't have it at home. So that's my hot take on birding.
I'm never taking you birding again.
Honestly, Perry, your passion for birding speaks to me. There's hundreds of birds you could see here, and that's a very special experience. So I have to side with Perry here, Michael.
Okay. I disagree, but it has been decided.
It's okay. I won. You just accept it. I feel like we covered a lot, but there are so many other activities that we didn't talk about.
What's another activity?
I would say berry picking. I love picking huckleberries.
Classic.
It's an iconic part of a Glacier summer. Just wouldn't be the same without it.
If you are trying to plan a trip to Glacier and interested in what sort of activities you can find here, check out our website at nps.gov/GLAC, and it can help you plan a great trip.
We're hard at work on the next season of Headwaters. Stay tuned for bonus content like this and more episodes about your favorite national park.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We are so grateful for all that they do for us. check them out at glacier.org. And if you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps us so much. Thanks for listening.
You know what activity we missed? Podcasting. I mean, there are more activities here than we could cut up and put in a ranger hat. I like them all.
Me too. Despite everything.
All right, Andrew. My first season working for Glacier, I was a receptionist at park headquarters.
Okay.
Lowest paid position in the park, mind you, answering questions people had via phone, email, and letter.
Gotcha.
Occasionally, we had people in person come to the front desk with a question. And one of the most challenging questions we ever got was, where is your World Heritage Site plaque?
Our what?
We are a World Heritage Site, recognized by the United Nations for protecting natural and cultural resources that are important to the whole world. And every World Heritage Site gets a plaque to commemorate this designation.
Okay, I don't think I've ever noticed this before. Where was it?
Well, that's the thing. Nobody knew. I told them I'd never heard of it, and neither had my coworker. So they described to us a 2-foot by 3-foot bronze plaque, and we started asking around. We asked our boss, who coordinates exhibits around the park. He didn't know. We asked facilities management. They didn't know. We asked the superintendent. Nope. We asked everyone in headquarters and started calling all over the park to see if anyone had any idea where it might be. And then it turned out it was in Canada.
Oh, that explains it.
Glacier National Park's northern boundary is the 49th parallel, also known as our border with Canada, and right across the border in Alberta is Waterton Lakes National Park. And the World Heritage Site plaque was displayed at a pavilion in Waterton. So I wanted to call up somebody who works there.
You know, that's a great question, and I don't know that I fully know the answer to that. We've recently redone the pavilion in Waterton, so I don't know if that plaque is actually still visible there or not. That's something I'll have to go and look for now. Exactly.
That's Natalie Hodge.
My name is Natalie.
Who works for Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the MPS.
I am the interpretation coordinator in Waterton Lakes National Park.
Waterton, a literal stone's throw away, has been Glacier's neighbor since the very beginning.
Yeah, Waterton was actually created in 1895, and it was originally titled the Forest Park Reserve.
2 years before Glacier was established as a forest preserve in 1897.
Wow, that's really early.
Not to mention that Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the NPS, also beat us to the punch.
Parks Canada was actually founded in 1911, and it actually became the world's first national park service.
Predating the National Park Service by 5 years.
The two parks, administered separately in their respective nations, oversee a contiguous landscape that doesn't recognize the political boundary that separates them.
There's many jokes about animals not needing a passport in order to go back and forth between the two nations. We've seen black bears go back and forth across the border with no issue. Sometimes same with moose as well.
Now, that elusive plaque that I mentioned.
Yeah.
If you manage to find it, wherever it is, it wouldn't say Glacier National Park on it. So we refer to our park, each of our parks, in kind of abbreviated names. Glacier National Park, Waterton Lakes National Park. But what is the full name of our parks together?
The full name of our parks together would be Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Our two parks share more than an international border. Waterton and Glacier National Parks agreed that this incredible landscape deserves our cooperation, setting aside political divisions to cooperate in the management of everything from invasive or endangered species to wildland fires.
For example, if there's a fire in Waterton Lakes National Park, often fire crews from Glacier will come down and help, and then vice versa.
And while there are over 100 international or transboundary parks and protected areas today, back in 1932, we were the first ever international peace park.
Which, on top of signaling management cooperation, was a symbol of goodwill between nations, a statement of unity that in 1932, in between two world wars, must have been refreshing. With a passport, Waterton is just a few hours away from most places in Glacier, and there are a lot of ways to experience it.
Yeah, there's some remarkable hiking opportunities in Waterton that range from short trips to all-day outings.
And a personal favorite of mine is to visit some of the phenomenal restaurants in Waterton town site.
Yeah, we don't have quite the same variety down here.
But Natalie leads what I think is the coolest way to see the place, a way to really experience the international part of our title, the International Peace Park hike.
I have definitely been fortunate over the years and have been able to lead that Peace Park hike, and it's probably one of the coolest elements of my job working for Parks Canada. The hike is unique really in the sense that participants start out hiking in Canada, get to cross an international border by foot, and finish the hike in the United States. And our audience members are generally quite excited about the opportunity to be able to hike in 2 countries in one day.
It's so cool. They even hold a little hands across the border ceremony.
And this is where participants line up on either side of the international border, and they shake hands as a sign of peace and goodwill with those across from them. And this is a long-standing tradition of the hike, and it's been ongoing since the creation of the hike in 1978.
The International Peace Park Hike, or IPP, is 14 kilometers long, or just over 8.5 miles. You essentially walk the length of Upper Waterton Lake to wind up back in Glacier, where you'll finally catch a ride on the International, a 200-passenger boat that's ferried people across Waterton Lake since 1928.
Yeah, and from having taken that ride myself, it really stands out as one of the most unique experiences anywhere in either park.
Yeah, I agree.
Even just looking into the other country, let alone getting to hike or boat into it, is powerful.
Now, again, you do need a passport to visit Waterton, and you need a reservation to ride the International or to join the IPP. But no matter what you do on your visit, seeing both sides of the border will only enrich your experience. So the next time you come to visit, make sure you visit our sister park. Keep that spirit of goodwill alive, and maybe, if you're lucky, you could even find that plaque. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here. Now, we've mentioned so far that Glacier has a lot of titles.
National Park, World Heritage Site.
But today we're going to focus on just one of them, International Peace Park, an agreement between the NPS and Parks Canada to cooperatively manage our shared resources.
And no place better represents the International Peace Park than Goat Haunt, one of the most remote and least visited regions of Glacier.
Okay, real quick, what's with the name? Goat Haunt?
Yeah, it's kind of an archaic term, but a haunt is a place where someone or something hangs out. So essentially, Goat Haunt is a place where the mountain goats like to hang.
Oh, I see. Well, odds are, even if you've been to Glacier before, you probably haven't made it to Goat Haunt. And for good reason.
Yeah, there are no roads leading to it. And the shortest hike to get there is 22 miles.
Shortest hike from the US, that is. So you could either backpack for a few days south of the border, or you can drive to Canada.
Yeah, Goat Haunt sits at the southern tip of Upper Waterton Lake, one of the largest lakes in either park, which stretches across the border into both Canada and the US.
Meaning Goat Haunt is just about 3 miles from the Canadian border.
Yeah, so people overwhelmingly access Goat Haunt from Waterton Lakes National Park.
Well, now I understand where the name comes from. Waterton Lake, Waterton Lakes. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, so some people get there on foot, like on that International Peace Park hike, but most people arrive to Goat Haunt by boat.
Including even the rangers that work there.
Yeah, talk about a commute.
So in this episode, we'll be looking at what it means to be an international peace park, how it happened in the first place, and how it has affected those that live and work here. All right, Andrew, where is our border with Canada?
I think it's about 20, 30 miles north of here as the crow flies.
Yeah, well, could you be even more specific? Where is the border?
It lies on the 49th parallel.
Yeah, exactly. The 49th parallel was first proposed as a border by the Hudson's Bay Trading Company in 1714, which is a story for another day, but it was ultimately adopted by the US and British governments, because at the time, Canada was still under British rule. Now, British and American teams surveyed the border in the 1860s, with brief interruptions for the Civil War, and monuments were erected that cemented a border nearly 4,000 miles long.
But did you know that that survey was actually wrong?
Wait, really?
Yeah. The border was first surveyed when we still thought the Earth was a sphere, but it's actually an oblate spheroid.
What?
Essentially, it's a sphere that bulges at the equator due to rotation. All that to say, the original line doesn't perfectly follow the 49th parallel.
Really?
No, it's close, but it's not exact.
spheroid and all, it does transect present-day Waterton Lakes and Glacier National Parks.
And visiting the border between the parks today, you'll notice the only thing separating the two countries is a swath of cleared trees, a 20-foot wide unvegetated line continuing into the horizon.
And as far as this area is concerned, the most meaningful discussions of that symbolic boundary occurred not in the halls of Congress or Parliament, but on the trail and around the fire.
Two of the earliest proponents of a jointly managed park were John Kootenai Brown and Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds.
Big fans of nicknames.
Yeah, Brown was the first superintendent of Waterton Lakes National Park.
And Reynolds was the first ranger stationed in the present-day goat hunt area.
Yeah, and it was these two that hatched the idea that two parks in two countries could be managed together.
And the story of their friendship is an origin story of the Peace Park itself.
We actually know an awful lot about John Kootenai Brown. He was raised by his grandmother in Ireland during the Great Famine and led a colorful life after leaving home. He joined the Royal Militia in 1858, but never saw combat. In search of excitement, he chased a fortune in the gold fields of British Columbia, working as a prospector, constable, trapper, guide, mail carrier, swamper.
Swamper? What the heck is that?
Yeah, it's someone who steers canal boats. 50 years later, he had garnered a reputation for knowing the region as well as anyone, which led to his appointment in 1910 as the first supervisory forest ranger of Kootenai Lakes Forest Reserve, which is now our northern neighbor, Waterton Lakes National Park. At age 70, he earned $75 a month to manage the whole area.
Wait, only $75? That's like the highest ranking position in the whole park.
Yeah, it's about $2,000 in today's money.
Oh, all right. Now, much less is known about Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds. Born in Wisconsin in 1847, he and his wife moved to Montana's Flathead Valley in 1871 so he could work at a lumber mill. And to escape the nervous strain of work, 30 years later, he retired from being the supervisor at the lumber mill to become a ranger at the then Flathead Forest Preserve. When that preserve was converted to Glacier National Park in 1910, he was stationed on the southern end of Upper Waterton Lake. And while there have been biographies written of Brown, most of what we know about Reynolds we learned from his diary. Take this entry from 1912 where he's looking for poachers.
Found where some hunters had camped and hauled down a sheep or deer from the mountains, but it was in Canada, about 6 miles from the boundary line.
Which had been brought to life here by the voice talent of Ranger Bob Adams. Reynolds lived in one of the most undeveloped and least visited areas of the park, often with only wildlife as company.
Friday, October 25, 1912. When I arrived at camp, a bear had been there last night, and he raised hell. All around camp he went, looking into all 3 windows. Took a bath in the wash tub and stood in front of the looking glass and combed his hair with his scrubbing brush.
His nickname Death on the Trail was self-ascribed, and his disdain for horses led him to walk everywhere. He regularly walked 17 miles south to get his mail.
Wow. I walked just about 1 mile to get my mail, and I thought that was rough. But Reynolds would also walk north to visit Waterton, where he befriended Brown.
Yeah, he walked the full 12-mile length of Upper Waterton Lake, which starts in Montana at Goat Hunt and ends in Waterton Town Site in Alberta. Walking that whole way to visit his friend Kootenai Brown, unless he could catch a boat ride.
Sunday, October 20, 1912. Left at camp 7 a.m. in one of Mr. Hazard's boats. Went as far as Weeks Landing, where I walked to the post office, got some mail, then went to Mr. Brown's.
His duties as a backcountry ranger included looking out for poachers, forest fires, and other, quote, threats to the park.
Okay, so what constituted a threat to the park?
Well, in the early years, the Park Service was guided by a fundamentally different understanding of ecology than it is today. And Reynolds' writing illustrates this really well. Early park managers were especially eager to protect ungulates, like deer. He would actually follow deer in order to chase them towards better foraging habitat.
Left camp as soon as I could. Went up the trail that the deer took up the mountains. I located them up on a high bench, almost to the top of that mountain. I managed to get above them. There were about 40 of them. I got above them after a hard struggle. The snow was deep.
He thought he could get them to go somewhere where they'd be happier and safer if he could only jump out and surprise them.
Some went one way, while others took my trail and went down. Last of them that I saw was about 2 miles and still going. They're safe.
I think if I did that in a uniform today, people would think I was totally crazy.
And on top of chasing deer around, he would actively hunt and kill anything that could harm them. To kill coyotes, he even enlisted the help of his friend Brown, the superintendent of Waterton.
I went to one of Mr. Brown's baits for coyotes, and I found that a coyote had been there this morning and had taken a meal out of it. I followed his tracks for nearly 2 miles, and he did not show any signs of the poison, so I left. Canadian poison is no good.
In the years since, we've come to understand that predators like coyotes, wolves, and mountain lions play essential roles in the ecosystem. The practice of poisoning them has long since been abandoned.
It's not part of our job anymore. No, it's nice that attitudes have changed in that respect and decided that all animals have a right to be here and not just the ungulates.
That's Tracy Weiss.
Yeah, my name is Tracy Weiss. I've been working here at Belly River for the last 16 summers.
The Belly River Ranger Station where she works is one of the northernmost in the park. In fact, to hike in to meet her, I parked at the Canadian border, spitting distance from the customs office. And while Tracy and her husband Bruce work here in the summer, Reynolds worked and lived near Goat Haunt year-round with only a wood-burning stove for warmth.
It was 12 below freezing this morning, and now 6:30, it's 10 below.
Even on holidays.
I made a bread pudding for dinner and took a cup of cold water. That was my Christmas.
I honestly cannot imagine the rangers that spent winters out here in that kind of cold and that kind of wind.
Yeah.
It must have just been phenomenal.
But rain or shine, Reynolds would travel north to visit Brown.
December 27, 1912. The snow was deep and soft. The wind was awful. Took till 4 p.m. to make Mr. Brown's.
From what we can tell, the two were fast friends. Even though Brown, who wrote poetry and spiritual musings, never seemed to write much about Reynolds.
Yeah, and Reynolds, in the journals of his that we have, he doesn't write about his friendship with Brown either. His journals are really utilitarian, the simple summary of what he did that day, often signing off with the number of miles he had traveled. But even still, Reynolds wrote often about his trips to visit Brown.
Wednesday, December 4, 1912. Left camp 9:15 a.m. with Mr. Brown. He went as far as Weeks Landing with me to see if I got safe over the river. I had to break ice about 100 feet before I got into the main stream, but I made it okay.
They collaborated for work, they shared notes, they sought one another's advice, and they socialized. And as you know, Andrew, the winters here can be pretty drab.
Yeah, cold, gray skies, socked in.
Which, by all accounts, gave them plenty of time to discuss the philosophical facets of their jobs, like the artificiality of the lines separating the two parks they were sworn to protect. One person who met Brown and Reynolds was Samuel Middleton, an Anglican reverend in Canada. And after meeting the two rangers, he wrote about their discussions of the boundary.
Emblematic of the trouble with dividing the two parks was Upper Waterton Lake, which lay partially in the United States and partially in Canada.
Reynolds suggested that geology recognized no boundaries, and that as Waterton Lake lay in its glacial cirque, no man-made boundary could cleave its waters apart. It'd be better then to accept nature's creation by removing the boundary line and acknowledging one park, one lake, in its own territory.
And Brown agreed. He said that since the lake could not be physically divided, it was senseless to divide its management.
This was a powerful idea at the time.
A subtle suggestion, through the lens of a landscape, that a political boundary could not divide us.
This idea of theirs to jointly manage the two parks would not come to fruition in their lifetimes.
Of all the days I ever saw, today has put the cap sheaf on them all. Talk about wind. It has been a corker. I had to face it every step of the way, 18 miles. "9 p.m., fearful storm raging. Don't know where from and can't open the door to look out. Snow drifts all through the house."
Reynolds was clearly an incredibly tough person with a fortitude that's hard to fathom today.
Wednesday, January 15, 1913. Went up to the lake. Had to use my snowshoes. It has snowed hard all day. It was so soft, I sunk in above my knees on snowshoes. I reached home camp, found 6 feet of snow on the roof. I had to go up and shovel away from the stovepipe before I could build a fire. It took over 3 hours. Did not get it nearly all off. We'll finish in the morning. It was 10 below zero all day and snowing hard. Distance 6 miles and 1 frozen toe.
But as tough as Reynolds was, the winter of 1913 began to catch up to him, and he caught a cold he couldn't shake. In one last journey, he ventured north to visit Brown, who mentioned Reynolds in his own journal for the first and final time.
4 February 1913. Mr. Reynolds, here, 32 below zero. Rode and snowshoed west side of park to pass. Miles 20. Reynolds very sick. Up all night with him.
4 days later, Reynolds died.
And 3 years after that, Brown passed away as well.
Over the course of the next 20 years, the parks remained under separate management. A new Waterton superintendent was appointed to replace Brown, as was a backcountry ranger to replace Reynolds. Visitors came, people enjoyed the parks, and life continued. But Reynolds and Brown's idea of an international park lived on, because in July of 1931, the local Canadian Rotary Club called a get-together of Montana and Alberta Rotarians to discuss for the first time the creation of an international peace park.
And while Reynolds and Brown had entertained the notion, it had never before gained traction. In fact, this would be the first international peace park in the whole world.
Yeah. And this new idea was drafted in a resolution by the newly inaugurated president of the local Rotary Club, Samuel H. Middleton.
Who just so happens to be the same guy we quoted earlier, who had interviewed Reynolds and Brown about their thoughts on the border.
The very same. Now, it's worth noting that Middleton first came to Waterton in search of a summer camp for St. Paul's Indian School, of which he was the principal. One of many schools of its kind that sought to suppress Native culture, taking kids from reservations away from their families to boarding schools where they were taught, more or less, how to be white.
This policy was called at the time, Kill the Indian, Save the Man.
Yeah. But acknowledging his racist efforts towards indigenous people, he was an important advocate for the establishment of a peace park.
A bill establishing the peace park passed the U.S. Congress in December, and it was echoed by the Canadian government the following year.
The details of this new designation were not clear-cut, leaving park managers to decide how they would jointly oversee the two parks. Parks that have evolved a great deal in the years since. In his day as a backcountry ranger, Reynolds hardly ever saw anyone. But Tracy, the modern backcountry ranger working along the border, she says her main job is to work with people.
I really see the main part of our job as educating people in the backcountry.
Today, more people visit Waterton Glacier on an average summer day than the parks used to see in a whole year during Brown and Reynolds' time. But that hasn't changed why they're protected or why they're important.
People that do come here, and there are more all the time, they're looking for something real. To go backpacking, to reconnect with nature. That's what these parks are all about. And I think every day that goes by, they're more important than they've been in the past.
But throughout the last century, with all the changes it's brought, the two parks have strived to work together.
So whenever our two parks share wildland firefighting resources, whenever we lead cross-boundary hikes or boat trips, you know who to thank. A couple tough old curmudgeons with an idea.
Sunday, December 29, 1912. Oh, heavens, how it does snow and blow. A person can't see 200 feet, and it is coming harder and harder. I wish I was back in Helena.
So, Michael, we've been talking about the International Peace Park today. What does Waterton Glacier International Peace Park mean to you?
Selfishly, it makes for a pretty awesome place to work. You know, I've got to hang out with a lot more Canadians than I ever did. And the coolest visitor center around here is the Alberta Visitor Center. I feel like Wilson from Home Improvement, like peering over the fence at my neighbors, because from a lot of trails in the park, you could actually see Canada. So I think it's pretty unique to be part of that symbol of cooperation as an employee and as a visitor.
I totally agree. It's pretty cool when you think about, you know, the ecosystem here, the plants, the animals, Even the rivers and lakes, they don't know where the border is. They don't care where the border is. They're just interacting with each other in the way they always have. And to think that we can overcome the challenges of the border to manage this place jointly and to take care of this ecosystem as a whole instead of as two separate parts that are divided, just by a line on a map is a pretty special thing, I think.
Yeah, two countries, two parks kind of choosing to work around or to work through a political boundary for the joint management of a place like this is neat.
Yeah, and on that note, I think we should move into our next story about how scientists from two different countries came together across the border to study some important animals that spend time on both sides of the international boundary.
Yeah, but always look back in there.
Look back in there.
Yeah. And you're good at recognizing ducks. So
It's 7 a.m., and Lisa Bate is thinking about ducks.
And every year, the weather channelizes things differently. But usually this is really deep on me, the path, go through.
Are they talking about walking through that water?
Yeah, duck science, as it turns out, involves a lot of water.
So I don't think you're going to be able to do that for safety reasons. So then you just exit and come out.
Today we're doing a brood survey, where we'll review the river to see if any of the female harlequin ducks there have new chicks with them.
And Becca, since you're going to have to wait for a while, what you could do is just walk up the boardwalk and look for ducks on Avalanche Creek, and then when you're finished, come back down here.
Lisa Bate is a wildlife biologist here in Glacier National Park, and one of her projects is to study the park's harlequin ducks. Observing these birds takes a lot of eyes, so Lisa enlists a ton of volunteers to help her collect that data. It's a pretty fun project to be involved with, and as it so happened, all of us in the podcast somewhat independently got involved with it. This year, Michael and I and producers Daniel and Alex have all gone out with Lisa to study the ducks. Michael even ended up pretty wet from his experience.
Yeah. If you want to hear that story, you got to go to the Mini Glacier episode.
Before we get into the study I did that morning, there's a few things you need to know about harlequin ducks.
First, the name. Harlequin ducks are named for the male's breeding plumage, which resembles the makeup of a harlequin, a jester-like character popular in early modern European theater.
And harlequin ducks are migratory birds, but unlike most migratory birds,
They don't migrate north-south when the breeding season arrives. Instead, because they're sea ducks, they actually migrate east-west.
But just because these birds migrate east-west doesn't mean they're not international.
How so? I know a bird that migrates north-south like a robin will spend time in Canada, the US, and Mexico, but if you migrate straight west of here, you'll just hit ocean, not Canada.
Yeah, it turns out the migration path isn't quite straight west. Check out this map of one duck Lisa tracked.
Oh, wow. Spent part of the year in Washington, part in British Columbia, part in Glacier, and part in Waterton Lakes National Park. The next thing you need to know is that these birds love whitewater. They feel right at home in crashing surf and fast-running creeks, and that's part of the reason why they're so hard to study.
And the last thing you need to know is that harlequin ducks are very loyal.
Extremely loyal. As far as we know, the females only nest on the streams where they were born, their natal streams. Though we've banded nearly 300 harlequins in Montana thus far, we have yet to document a breeding female dispersing to a stream other than her natal stream to reproduce.
Well, what if something happens to the natal stream?
Yeah, that's kind of what makes them such a sensitive species. They seem to not be able to just find a new home.
I think this is one of the leading reasons that harlequins are a species of concern. Their range has shrunk. We used to have harlequins in Colorado and many streams in Idaho and Montana, and we no longer have for a variety of reasons. And right now, I think it's highly unlikely that those streams would ever be repopulated unless we can document that females will disperse to other streams.
It's not just streams they're loyal to. I asked Lisa if the ducks are loyal to a particular mate as well.
If you asked me that question at the beginning of this study, I would say very loyal. The first 3 years of this study, we just saw incredible, I think 100% mate fidelity. Since then, we have seen some so-called divorces, but I'm working on a paper with some Canadian biologists, and they just documented a female with a certain mate 1 year, the next 2 years with a different mate, and then in the 4th year, she returned to that original mate. So we know that sometimes things happen, we don't know why.
And if a duck's mate dies?
We've documented times when the female died, and the males have already migrated back to the coast, but the following years, those single males will come back here looking for those females. And we've seen 3, possibly 4 males return looking for their females. I assume that's what they're doing. And we have 1 male who I know now has returned 3 years in a row, always single, never with another female, and never with the original female. And we just assume that that female has died.
I can picture the Hallmark movie now. Lonely duck wintering on the coast and spending the summer searching the Rocky Mountains for his missing mate, looking for a love he'll never find.
And Lisa told me that there's about 33% more males than females on the wintering grounds. So these single males are pretty unlikely to find a new mate.
At the beginning of her research, Lisa didn't really know how many ducks there were here.
When I first started this project, I thought maybe there were 40 pairs of harlequins throughout the whole park. And you can't tell because they look identical. It wasn't until we started putting colored bands on them that we realized that we had more ducks just on Upper McDonald Creek drainage alone than we realized.
So to tell individuals apart, you've got to catch them and put a unique band on their leg.
Biologists have developed lots of ways to safely catch birds, but none of them could really account for the challenges of dealing with a bird whose preferred habitat is whitewater.
In the spring, when both males and females are in glacier, the water on the creeks here is dangerously high and fast. Wading out into a raging creek to try to catch a duck was potentially deadly, so for a long time, we knew very little about these birds.
But it's not just raging waters that Lisa has to deal with.
There's some years that we're walking over like 40-foot deep avalanche drifts still.
So there were lots of challenges, but there was a lot of pressure to understand these birds better because they seemed to be disappearing.
Biologists throughout the western half of their range have all documented a decline or a shift in distribution.
But today when I joined Lisa, we weren't catching any ducks. We were just counting them. We broke into teams to comb every foot of the creek and observe if any of the hens had chicks. If we found any chicks, then later in the summer they could be caught and get a band before they migrated back west. But this wasn't just walking down a trail. To stay along the stream was a lot of bushwhacking.
Yeah, and it gets really bushwhacky when the water's high. And at some point we're going to just start walking in the creek because it'll be a lot easier than bushwhacking.
Okay.
Because the bushwhack is like through hawthorn and real fun stuff like that.
And eventually we just went right into the water. We walked in the creek through water that was above my knees.
Well, did you find any ducks?
We did. Lisa and I saw 7 harlequin ducks that day. And we were able to collect data on other birds as well. We saw some American dippers and spotted sandpipers. The sandpipers had just had little babies, and they were about the size of a piece of popcorn. They were so tiny and fuzzy.
Popped popcorn, though,
Popped
yes?
popcorn,
Okay.
yeah. So we actually ended up seeing a lot more pipers and dippers than harlequins.
What is that?
Yeah.
The dipper just flew downstream singing. Hear it? Yeah, that sound. Yeah, it's unusual to hear them this time of year. They're more like February, March, and April when they're really singing up a storm. Flying and singing. Andrew just saw a spotted sandpiper.
As far as harlequin ducks, we had seen 5 single females so far. Is that a lot?
I don't know. It sort of depends on what they get down low.
Yeah.
Like I said, like a high count norm would be 12, so we still have a long ways to go.
So how did this research get started in the first place?
At first, Lisa just wanted to figure out if the ducks were even successfully breeding here.
And I was like, okay, well, to do that, we'd need to find the nest and monitor them. And so we started like looking for nests, and we never found one. I think in 20 or 30 years of surveys here in the park, only one had accidentally been found when someone almost stepped on one. They were walking along the shoreline. So I'm like, well, how are you going to monitor nests if you can't find them?
Luckily for all of us, we're not just in Glacier National Park, we're in Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Waterton Lakes National Park and Glacier National Park, every year we have Science and History Day, and we
A
also
full-day science conference where experts from both sides of the border present what they've been working on.
here. In my first year as a biologist here, I met Cindy Smith. She's the retired conservation biologist in Waterton Lakes, and I knew that she had done research on harlequin ducks in Banff National Park. So I was lucky enough to meet her and introduce myself, and I was like, hey, I'm thinking of doing some research on harlequin ducks and trying to find their nest. I said, we just aren't having any luck. I was like, how did you do it? And she's like, telemetry. You have to put radios on them. And she was totally right, because when we first started trying to find their nest, even with radios on, I mean, I think it'd be a 1 in a billion chance trying to find those nests because they're so cryptic, they're so hidden. And some of them literally were like 2.5 miles up off of another drainage and on a cliff and a burned habitat. I mean,
But to put radios on them, first you have to catch them. So Lisa and Cindy, an American and a Canadian biologist working together, developed a mist net method of capturing harlequin ducks.
So that must have been what I saw.
Yeah, do you remember how it worked?
Well, Gerard Bird, who joined us on the Grinnell Glacier hike in the Mini Glacier episode, and a friend of his paddled an inflatable kayak full of a couple people and a pole across the creek. The pole had a rope attached, so there was the near end and the far end, the one that stayed on shore and the one that went across the creek in the boat. And when the crew on the far side of the creek got out, they pulled the net taut.
Oh, that makes sense. So no one had to be in the water.
No, that you floated across, but you stood on either side and pulled it tight. And because harlequin ducks, unlike mallards that fly way up in the air, harlequin ducks fly down low, right over the water, so they go straight into the net.
Okay, so what would you do if you caught one in the net?
So the net is suspended on a cable that runs from one end to the other. And if they catch a duck in the net, the crew on the far side will twist their pole to close it, disconnect it from their side, and then the near side crew will pull the net all the way along the cable until the duck is in their hands.
And then they can handle it on shore without having to get into the water.
Yeah, precisely.
So what was your job then?
Oh, I had a really critical, a very important duck catching job.
Oh, yeah? What was that?
I sat probably a half mile up the road just looking at the creek with binoculars to see if ducks were coming.
Okay, that sounds pretty important. How many ducks did you see?
None. Well, okay, no, I saw mallards and I saw some mergansers. I saw mergansers, but no harlequins. They didn't come down the creek that day.
Well, hopefully you still felt useful.
I did for all the lofty ambitions I had of catching a duck that day. Lisa valued all the effort we put in.
Lisa reminded me that even if you don't find any ducks, knowing that they're not there is useful data for her too.
People get disappointed when we don't see many ducks or zero ducks, and I always remind people that 0 is a real number too. It's a sad number, but it's an important number.
And even though you didn't see any ducks that day, this method has been incredibly successful here.
We have not had any serious injuries to any people, and we have not had any injuries or mortalities to any of the birds. And we have probably captured 250 birds now.
Do Lisa and Cindy still work together?
Yeah, they do. In fact, Lisa spoke really glowingly of their collaboration.
Cindy Smith has been a mentor of mine for years. She's amazing, even though she's retired. As she told me, she's retired from bureaucracy, not biology. So I've worked with her on a number of publications, and she still mentors me on several projects.
That's a real Peace Park success story.
And the success isn't just with the science they've done.
We're not just colleagues, she's become a very close friend.
A friendship that's been able to thrive across the international border. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask him about a very special bird.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking.
Hey, Doug, it's Michael and Andrew.
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
We are doing great, but we have a question for you. Are you much of a birder?
I am not much of a birder, but I am anxious to learn.
Okay, well, we've got a great little bit of audio trivia for you. We're going to play a bird call and want to see if you can guess who that call might belong to.
Okay, I'm up for it. I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Does that ring any bells for you?
I'm going to default to one of my very favorite projects in the park, and I'm going to say Harlequin duck.
You got it.
You nailed it. How do you know about Harlequin ducks?
You know, I have come to know Harlequin ducks, to be honest, through my work here at the Conservancy.
We actually got to see a few of them with Lisa Bate.
Boy, count me jealous. I have not, to my knowledge, seen one. My wife has. She watched a mom Harlequin duck kind of teach her young to navigate the rapids there on McDonald Creek. It was, as she said, a really neat experience. Yeah, they're a very, very special, beautiful animal.
So are you involved with Lisa's research at all?
We've been very fortunate here at the Conservancy to be able to support Lisa's research in a number of areas, including with these Harlequin duck studies, and also trying to do some work repairing some of the trails. There are some social trails that can be disruptive on the McDonald Creek area. So we've been very, very fortunate to be able to be part of that process as it's been ongoing.
That's pretty cool. It sounds like it might allow some more people to have an experience like your wife did when they visit the park.
Yeah, I think that would be great, right? That's what we're all about at the Conservancy, is preserving the park for future generations to enjoy, and to be able to think about being able to protect this species and have people later on be able to enjoy that is really a special thing to be able to think about, right? That's work worth doing.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking some time out of your day, Doug. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
So, Andrew, neither of us grew up in Montana, right?
That's correct. I actually grew up in Washington State.
Yeah, and I grew up in Ohio. So the fact that we not only met, but became friends is something that just flat out never would have happened if it weren't for Glacier.
Absolutely. Over the course of a year, this place serves as an intersection of people all over the world. A couple years ago, I was working as a ranger up at Logan Pass, and a guy asked me if I was the same Andrew who had refereed his kid's soccer game like 6 years ago.
What?
And I was.
No way. So the Peace Park provides a unique opportunity to meet other people and experience cultures on both sides of the U.S.-Canada border.
Just by virtue of having the Alberta Visitor Center near the west entrance here, we've had the chance to meet and befriend a lot of Canadians over the years.
From the little things like celebrating Canada Day on July 1st to having them go out of their way to get me Canadian candy, ketchup chips, or Fruitopia that you can't find down here. The International Peace Park is like a confluence of two countries coming together into one unique thing. I mean, it's a lot of fun.
And just in this episode, we've heard a few examples of employees befriending their counterparts from across the border.
But I want to close us out today by meeting some folks that took the whole cross-border friendship thing to the next level.
You know, I would say we got the full story from the Peace Park perspective.
Meet Justin and Kim.
Yeah, I'm Justin McEwen.
And I'm Kim McEwen.
We're currently at our home in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Some Canadians?
Well, yes and no.
I'm from Ohio.
And I grew up in the prairies of Canada in Saskatchewan.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Justin and Kim both worked in Waterton Glacier in the early 2000s. Justin, how did you wind up working here?
My uncle was park superintendent down in Waterton Lakes National Park, so I had some exposure of going out there and visiting him and my aunt. It was a job and lifestyle that appealed to me at sort of a younger age.
Appealing enough that around the time he went to college, or university as they call it up there, he got a job with Parks Canada.
Started at Elk Island National Park and then moved down to Waterton Lakes.
What did he do at Waterton?
He was an interpretive ranger just like we were, leading guided hikes, campground programs.
You know, I can probably look back on it and say it was like the best job I ever had.
And Kim, how did you wind up working here?
So my dad decided to come out and play park ranger from Ohio. I missed him and I came out to work for the boat company in 2003, the year before Justin and I met.
What was the name of the boat that you captained?
What is the name of the boat? The Morning Eagle is on Lake Josephine, and on Swift Current Lake is Chief Two Guns.
Oh, so she worked at Many Glacier.
What is memorable specifically about the job of being a boat captain?
If I think back now, like it seems like it should have been a more difficult job than it was. It didn't feel difficult to drive these boats, and I really enjoyed like giving the talk on the boat, and I liked making people laugh. You're getting sometimes to show people bears for the first time, and the hotel there employed a lot of young people, and so you're just around a lot of other basically university-aged people. It's like summer camp for adults.
I think they call it college down in the United States, dear.
And Canadianized.
And they actually met at work.
We actually met on the boat dock at Many Glacier. It was one of the other boat captains that was like, he's cute, you should go for a hike with him.
Justin, a Parks Canada interpreter, was milling about in Many Glacier in the first place for his job.
Yeah, so this would be part of a long-standing exchange within the Peace Park whereby a Parks Canada interpreter would go down to Glacier National Park and deliver a program every Friday evening, and then a counterpart, an interpretive ranger from Glacier National Park, would come up to Waterton to the Falls Theater to provide exposure to each other's parks within the International Peace Park.
But work wasn't the only reason he wanted to go to Glacier.
Pretty soon after, I think I invited myself to come for a hike with Justin in Waterton. And yeah, after that first hike, it was basically like, it was a thing. It was the start of a relationship.
Well, that's adorable. And not your typical workplace romance. The two parks brought them together, but they're from two different countries. Long distance is hard enough without a border in between you. How did that even work?
Well, as you can imagine, it did make it tough, but they were able to find a way. So how long did you do the distance thing?
We dated cross-border for 7 years.
Kim worked as a teacher on the Blackfeet Reservation living in East Glacier, and Justin could find year-round, off-and-on work in Waterton.
Okay, that's only a few hours apart.
So relatively close, but they still crossed the border a lot, to the point where Customs and Border Patrol got to know them by name. I'm wondering, when you started seeing each other, how normal in your brain was the idea of dating somebody from another country?
It became quite normal. I mean, it definitely took a while, like figuring out the differences between the two countries in the early stages of dating. I remember at one point making Justin a little paper dictionary, translating Canada speak into America speak. And then Justin made me like his edition. So I think I had put things on there like, it's a beanie, but you call it a toque for a winter hat. And
I don't remember that, to be honest, but I know
yeah,
you've
so
mentioned
there were like
this before.
lots of things like that. And eventually it just kind of melded into like, this is normal. Like my Ohio accent kind of became a Canadian accent, although in Canada for a long time, they still thought I talked like an American, but my American family would like make fun of me when I came home because I was speaking like a Canadian.
Yeah. So they made it work for years. But as time wore on, crossing the border to see one another grew more and more cumbersome.
We sort of recognized the fact that we were dealing with an international border, and
it was really cramping our relationship style.
Yeah.
And one way to remedy that would be to put a ring on it.
And plans were afoot. You know, I realized like I wanted to ask this girl to marry me. Somebody was kind of getting impatient at some point in time. They're not thinking it was actually going to happen. So we went out on a hike some evening, sort of on the shoulder of Galway Mountain in Waterton. So it's up the Red Rock Road, and sort of found this little offshoot. Had a great view of the valley. You know, asked Kim to marry me, and obviously she said yes.
So they found a local justice of the peace that liked hiking, and they hiked up Avian Ridge in Waterton with a few friends and got married.
We have that date. That's our proper wedding anniversary, and we have that date stamped on the inside of our rings. And yeah.
The following year, they had a full-blown ceremony in Waterton with family coming from all over. Although it was September in Alberta, so the weather was a bit of an adjustment for some.
My grandmother actually came from Florida, and the wedding was in the fall, and she like moved to Florida because she does not like the cold, and my uncle as well, so he kind of had brought her. And I know that he had to go to the drugstore in Pincher Creek that morning and buy her long johns that she could wear under her dress clothes because she was too cold in Canada.
It was like 50 or 60 degrees. It was a nice day as far as we're concerned, right?
And I, for one, learned a thing or two about Canadian weddings.
Yeah? Like what?
So they ask a family member or close friend to preside over the event instead of a DJ or MC. And they have something called midnight lunch, essentially a full-blown late-night snack. People eat at the reception, then they get up for dancing and drinks, and then a little while later, bam, poutine.
Okay, that sounds really good.
Yeah, but what Kim and Justin did the best, I think, was the dessert.
We didn't have cake at our wedding, we had pie. We had like a variety of pies, but our wedding pie that we cut into was apple, Saskatoon, huckleberry, and it was apples to signify Ohio, and Saskatoon berries to signify Saskatchewan, and huckleberries to signify the Peace Park. And so that was the kind of pie that we cut into as like our ceremonial cake cutting.
Oh, that's something else. Today, 16 years after they met at the boat dock in Many Glacier, Kim and Justin are raising a family together in Calgary.
So not too far away.
Right, close enough to visit. Now, we have spent a lot of time talking today about how the International Peace Park recognizes that the landscape we share knows no boundaries. But as this story shows, neither does love, friendship, or camaraderie. Waterton Glacier International Peace Park is an invitation to see ourselves in one another. A much-needed reminder to see not our differences, but the things that we share. Justin and Kim lived this firsthand in a way more dramatic than most of us ever will. So I was curious, what does the designation International Peace Park mean to both of you?
I think it is a place that you can sort of leave jurisdictions and politics behind to some degree or another and focus on this sort of contiguous landscape.
I don't know, to me it means family, you know? If it wasn't for the International Peace Park, we wouldn't be a family.
To see what the International Peace Park means to you? Well, you'll just have to come find out. That's our show. For more information on the International Peace Park, on Waterton or Harlequin ducks, check out the links in our show notes.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Natalie Hodge and our friends at Waterton Lakes National Park, Tracy Weiss, Bob Adams, Lisa Bate, Diane Stein, and Kim and Justin McEwen. Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, I came across the story of a bear nicknamed Growly. Growly was a grizzly bear who lived in Glacier National Park in the 1970s. And when he was young, he lived a normal bear life. His mom taught him how to pick huckleberries and dig up glacier lily bulbs. He swam across his first creek, caught his first animal, and after a couple years, struck out on his own, ready to take on the world. We also know that by age 7, Growly got into some trouble. You see, when you're a bear trying to pack on the pounds before winter, you've got to eat a lot. And if you want to eat, say, 150 calories, you could find and pick 150 huckleberries, or you could eat one Twinkie. Bear management records from 50 years ago are light on the details, so we don't know exactly what Growly did, but we do know he was labeled a, quote, problem bear, a term often used to describe bears who associate people with food. More often than not, problem bears aren't malicious or uniquely ill-tempered. They're smart. They know that they need a lot of calories to survive the winter and happen to live around humans who leave a lot of food lying around. One account stated that Growly wandered through a busy campground searching for food. Another claimed that he followed his nose to an empty cabin, quote, vandalizing it to get food inside. He hadn't hurt anyone, but this habit suggested it was only a matter of time, and park managers decided to remove him. The next time Growly followed his nose, he followed it into a trap. For some bears, this is where the story ends. But for Growly, this was just the beginning. Growly would soon leave Glacier and would go on to change how all of us recreate in bear country and play a part in the creation of bear spray.
So this is what helps save our lives.
I'm gonna spray you.
Yeah, she took 2 steps into the cloud and made a 90-degree turn and ran out of there.
You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park connects to everything else. And in this episode, we're talking about bear spray. I'm Michael.
I'm Daniel.
For people who might not be familiar, Daniel, what is bear spray?
Bear spray it's basically a self-defense spray, like a pepper spray, a really strong pepper spray that you spray at a bear if you're being charged or attacked.
Right, and it's become a central part of the visitor experience here in Glacier because we have one of the highest densities of grizzly bears anywhere in the lower 48 states.
Yeah, so most people who come to the park, they're picking up bear spray at the airport on their way here or at basically any store around in the whole area.
Gift shop, grocery store, all over.
It's an essential item around here.
And if you see a park ranger out and about, they will have a can with them. And if you go on a hike with one, they'll likely sing its praises, sometimes literally. I went on a hike with a ranger this year who wrote a whole song to let wildlife know we were in the area.
Grizzly bears, grizzlies in the way. Get off the trail, because if you charge the pepper, you'll get sprayed.
Thanks, Ranger Frank.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was very good.
I love it.
But while bear spray is ubiquitous now, it hasn't been around forever. So in this episode, we're diving into the origins of bear spray and meeting some of the people behind the hottest life-saving accessory in bear country. I think it's this red-roofed building.
My first question for you then, Michael, is what actually is bear spray? What is it made of, and how do they make it?
Right, how do they make this stuff? And that was my first question too, and it turns out we don't have to go far to find the answer because a lot of bear spray is made locally, right outside of Glacier.
Where are we at?
We are at the Counter Assault Bear Spray Factory in Kalispell in the Flathead Valley. Hello, I'm Michael. I'm looking for Randy.
It's me.
Nice to meet you, Randy. Thanks for having us.
Come on in.
Luckily for us, Randy Hunt, head of operations with the brand Counter Assault, invited us for a tour. And you manufacture everything right
Yes.
there in-house?
Yeah, everything. So we bring our pepper oil in from, it's brought from the other side of the United States, actually grown in India, and is brought here, and we mix the pepper oil here into different solvents so that it's
If you're wondering how to use bear spray, you should check out our St. Mary episode from our first season. There will be a link in the show notes for this episode. But with Randy, I got to learn what goes in the can. And the central ingredient, unsurprisingly, is pepper oil. And you said the pepper oil, you get it from the East Coast or other side of the country, and it's grown in India. That's one thing I didn't really grasp, was you're getting it from actual, cayenne peppers? Or
they're a heat chili. So if you think of your jalapenos, they've got heat content in them, Scoville heat units. They're about 3,000 to 4,000 Scoville heat units in a jalapeno. Your habaneros run 150 to 350,000. We're running 3.2 million.
They get the oil from peppers or chilies in the genus capsicum, which includes everything from pepperoncinis to cayenne peppers.
So they're like real peppers that go in food.
And because it's all from real peppers, it's a food-grade oil, which on its own would be safe for consumption, technically.
On our pepper oil. So you can use it. It's safe to eat. You could actually fry chicken wings in it or French fries, you probably won't want to eat them because it will clear everything out of you. But yeah.
And this oil is in more than just pepper sprays. It's found in everything from hot sauces to pharmaceuticals, like arthritis cream.
Okay, but that's not all that's in the can. There's something else besides peppers mushed up in there.
Yeah, the pepper oil is actually only 2% of the ingredients, because if it was just pepper oil, it would harden in the can and be useless.
When you spray it, if you cook bacon, it will solidify when it cools down and turns white. Well, we got to keep the oil in a liquid form, so we put a solvent in there instead of shooting hard pieces of like bacon grease out of the bear. It keeps it in a liquid form in the air.
So even though pepper oil is only 2% of the ingredients, bear spray is 3 times more potent than pepper spray for humans. And so the ingredients are the pepper oil, a solvent to keep that oil liquid, and a propellant to launch the spray.
That's the pepper oil.
Yep.
Oleoresin capsicum, 3.2 MOS, 40 pounds.
What would you say it looked like, Daniel?
It looked just like hot sauce.
Yeah.
Like, it looked like hot sauce.
Like a dark, thick hot sauce. It was, and it smelled hot too.
And so how much of this goes into each bottle of can, like the pepper oil?
These 2 containers, 10 gallons, will make about 1,000.
They were actively filling these cans when we were there. Randy was saying, like, these 2 10-gallon buckets of the pepper oil concoction will make over 1,500 cans of bear spray. So a little bit goes a long way.
Goes a long ways, but it's still not as far as we would like it to go, because that's some spendy food grade oil.
I bet.
So,
while there are many brands of bear spray today, Counter Assault holds the distinction of being the first. Opening back in 1986, they helped pioneer this formula of pepper, propellant, and solvent that reputable brands widely use today.
you know, across the board, all the bear sprays are using a really hot pepper oil. All of them are going to work, and the biggest thing is people are safe and the bears are safe. And that's what it's been refined down to, is using a product that's not going to hurt people, it's not going to hurt bears. Keeps everybody safe.
Bear spray's non-lethality, the fact that bears that get sprayed with this will turn around but ultimately be unharmed, is not only a huge selling point, but it helps explain why bear spray exists at all. Ever since Glacier was established in 1910, grizzly bears were on the decline. When the U.S. was founded, there were an estimated 50,000 grizzlies in the lower 48 states, living everywhere from Canada to Mexico, between Iowa and California. But by the mid-1900s, Euro-Americans had all but exterminated them. There were less than 1,000 grizzly bears left in the lower 48, largely isolated within large public lands in the West, like Glacier and Yellowstone. Something that's still true today. But while national parks are often seen as safe havens for wildlife, the relationship between Glacier and grizzly bears was fraught in the mid-1900s. Grizzlies, or bears in general, were a huge attraction for park tourism, but not in the way they are now.
Right. This was an era where a very typical part of the visitor experience was to feed the bears, like out of their car, throwing out pieces of bread alongside the road, feeding bears.
Yeah, like this animals as a spectacle approach. The second director of the Park Service, Horace Albright, was actually a huge fan of feeding wildlife in parks. He encouraged the creation of bear feeding platforms in Yellowstone, and Yellowstone even opened a zoo at one point for people to come look at captive animals.
Wow.
So it really was a different relationship than the one we have with wildlife today. And predictably, it had some consequences. Like, encouraging bears to seek out humans when they're hungry seems like a disaster waiting to happen. And it eventually led to tragedy. In 1967, 2 visitors camping in separate areas of the park were killed by grizzly bears who'd come to their campsites in search of food. These shocking deaths later came to be known as Night of the Grizzlies, and were the first grizzly fatalities in Glacier's 50-year history. In response, Glacier completely overhauled all of its bear policies. They closed some campgrounds, outlawed giving food to wildlife, and installed bear-proof trash cans. They also found and killed the bears responsible, and faced a lot of pressure from the public and even some policymakers to kill more. The park superintendent at one point issued a memo. Here, Daniel, can you read it?
Okay. When a grizzly